Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 4 of the series. Chapter 189, Chapter 13, A Gift from Thousands of Miles Away. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Hao and the others were all dumbstruck, including Feng Boping, who also showed a look of astonishment. After seeing the face of the woman, Li Hao was stunned for a moment, followed by bewilderment. The person was none other than the foodie from the cold pond, the water Qilin, Song Qiumo. How did she come here? Li Hao remembered that she seemed to have promised the founder of the Tan Palace Academy, an ancestor of the Song family, to guard the Tan Palace and not leave lightly. But now, this place was thousands of miles away in Liangzhou. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the others, Song Qiumo, dragging 2 demons behind her, each the size of a small hill, slowly approached the mountain pass. Seeing Li Hao's stunned expression inside the camp, she smiled, and the cold wind around her seemed to become warmer and brighter. What, an old friend comes over, and you don't welcome them? Song Qiumo said with a light laugh. The sound of her voice, like clear spring water, snapped everyone back to reality. Li Hongzhuang and Li He looked at Li Hao in shock. As members of the Li family who had grown up in Qingzhou City, how could they not recognize the great demon king of the Tan Palace Academy? Only, this Qilin demon king had actually come for Li Hao. As far as they knew, this Qilin demon king hardly ever left the mountain. Li Hao came back to his senses and immediately broke into a smile. Wait for me to deal with this one, then I'll come to greet you. He was still holding onto that giant frog demon after all. However, the arrival of Song Qiumo had blocked the giant frog's escape route as it desperately tried to crawl out of the camp. With its fat and bulky body trembling on the ground, it didn't dare to struggle anymore. With 2 4-stands realm powerhouses nearby, even if it could break free from the grip of the young child, it would not escape the attack of the 4-stands realm. The giant frog's heart was filled with despair and hatred towards Li Hao. Its only hope at the moment was that by serving the human race, it could somehow be spared. Need help? Song Qiumo glanced at the giant frog. Her casual question made the fat on the frog's body tremble, sweat oozing out like starch, and it stammered. Elder, I was wrong, please spare my life. I am willing to be a beast of burden, you can command me to do anything, Before it could finish speaking, Li Hao had already started to reel it in, pulling its body back. His arms possessed the colossal strength of tens of thousands of pounds, enough to drag the body of the giant frog. The giant frog's feelings at this moment were complex and conflicted. To struggle, or not to struggle? If it struggled, it meant it still had the will to resist. If it didn't struggle but it felt like it would die. Ultimately, after a fierce inner conflict, its body remained prostrate and motionless, letting Li Hao drag it back, creating a long trail of friction marks on the ground. Young man, I meant no offense, it was all that old dragon's doing. I have cultivated for thousands of years, doing good deeds, and being kind and helpful, The giant frog was pulled in front of Li Hao and faintly realized that its life hung on the whims of the young man before it. It began to plead desperately. Li Hao smiled and said, do you have a cultivation technique? The giant frog was taken aback and then said, I do have one, but the cultivation techniques of us demons are only suitable for ourselves, and the techniques of each race are somewhat different. For example, I have become refined by swallowing the essence of the sun and the moon and absorbing the power from the marshlands of the earth. If you have one, let me take a look. Li Hao interrupted it. The giant frog looked at Li Hao doubtfully and hesitated a bit. I don't have the technique on me, you can accompany me to my home. Give it to me now, Li Hao said calmly. The giant frog trembled all over, sensing the killing intent of the young man. It was filled with indignation inside, but only hesitated slightly on the surface before smiling awkwardly. I just remembered, I seem to have a scroll on me. As it spoke, it opened its mouth, and its tongue rolled out a large scroll of cultivation technique covered in mucus. Li Hao waved his hand casually and, with the power of object control, stripped the mucus off and then drew the cultivation technique aside. After doing all this, he smiled briefly and then suddenly picked up the pighound sword and charged ferociously at the other party. The fishing experience had just been fully harvested, and even if he let the creature go now, fishing for the same prey again would be futile. The experience gained from repeatedly fishing for the same prey was minuscule. Seeing Li Hao suddenly burst forth with murderous intent, the giant frog's eyes also revealed ferocity and anger as it roared, "It's all your fault, even if I die, I will eat you." It knew there was no hope of escape and had been harboring the thought of killing Li Hao when it was being dragged along. At that moment it opened its mouth wide, and a vast cloud of poison mist sprayed out, but the poison mist was blocked by a glimmer of water. It was Song Qiumo who made a move. Immediately after, a segment of water surged into the mouth of the giant frog, and in an instant, the frog's body suddenly swelled and started to inflate. Then, it let out a scream as arrows of blood shot out from its eyeballs, and blood spurted from other parts of its body too. Its swelling flesh rapidly deflated amidst the spray. Li Hao, not wanting to be stained and dirty his clothes, stopped in time. Before long, the body of the giant frog was completely shriveled, with its eyeballs also shrunken and wrinkled, as if it had been soaked in water for months. Li Hao turned to Song Qiumo, feeling both impressed and helpless. "I could have handled it myself." "Look at you blame me," Song Qiumo couldn't help but laugh. Li Hao scratched his head, realizing his words were out of line. "My apologies, I owe you thanks for today." "No need to apologize. Even if I hadn't come today, you would have been unharmed." Song Qiumo glanced at foam bopping above the clouds and said, "I thought you were having a hard time, but I didn't expect that others were looking after you. It seems my arrival wasn't so timely." Li Hongzhuang and Li He both secretly thought as expected, this great demon king indeed came for Li Hao. Li Hao quickly said with a smile, "That's not true at all. Without you, those great demons would have escaped. Speaking of which, how did you get here? Were you just in combat with that dragon lord?" "That old dragon was spying from the side. I wanted to launch a sneak attack but he was too vigilant," Song Qiumo said, her expression a bit regretful. "Still, that old dragon is as strong as I am, and it would be difficult to capture him. If it weren't for another person here, he probably would have engaged with me properly." Foam bopping smiled lightly and said, "You're too modest." Song Qiumo gave him a look and suddenly recognized Foam bopping's identity, surprise flashing in her eyes. She glanced at Li Hao and couldn't help but smile. "This guy, he really dares to make friends with anyone. I'm here to deliver a swordsmanship manual to you," Song Qiumo said. "Deliver a swordsmanship manual?" Li Hao was surprised. "Have you forgotten? You are a titular teacher at Tan Palace Academy. According to our previous agreement, once you have completed your teaching, you can receive the peerless technique of the Tan Palace." Song Qiumo's figure floated over and landed before Li Hao. A delicate orchid fragrance filled the air, as if the scent of fresh fruits wafted all around. Li Hongzhuang and Li He felt a slight shock in their hearts and a sense of oppression that involuntarily tensed their bodies, but knowing that the other party had no ill will, they immediately relaxed. "But I only taught 2 classes," Li Hao said. Before he could finish speaking, Song Qiumo flipped her palm over and pulled out a sword manual from seemingly nowhere. Li Hao glanced at the name. It was indeed the peerless technique of Tan Palace, the Taiji Qiankuan sword. The palace master said to tally the remaining classes for now. "When you have time, you can go back and teach," Song Qiumo said with a smile. Li Hao looked at the sword manual and fell silent for a moment. Back when he was teaching at Tan Palace, he was known throughout Qingzhou City as an unparalleled genius, yet Tan Palace set many conditions. Now that he had fallen into misfortune beyond Heaven's Gate, they had crossed thousands of miles to gift it to him. Li Hao said and took the sword manual. Li Hongzhuang and Li He's eyes narrowed slightly. They could tell from Song Qiumo's words that she seemed to deliberately let them hear that the gift of the sword manual did not represent any personal ties between Tan Palace Academy and Li Hao, but was purely due to his status as a titular teacher. Currently, Li Hao's relationship with the Li family was extremely poor. Helping Li Hao was not something that would win the Li family's favor, rather, it could easily backfire. Yet, despite the risk of offending the Li family, they gifted a peerless technique. Tan Palace's intentions and attitude towards Li Hao were quite clear. Li Hongzhuang looked at Li Hao. She had been maintaining the defense of the town at Heaven's Gate Pass for many years without strong reinforcements, yet on the second day of her nephew's arrival, 2 4-stands realm figures had appeared to protect him. She didn't recognize foam bopping in the clouds above, guessing that he must have concealed his true identity. But for the water Qilin of Tan Palace, who wouldn't come down the mountain for trivial matters, to actually travel thousands of miles to come here was simply incredible. What magic did this child have to make these 2 figures value him so much? Was it because of the Li family? She had a feeling it wasn't. Li He stood to one side, his expression solemn, silently noting these events to report back to the Duke. Since the end of the battle in northern Yen, Li Tiangang had been promoted from a second-class marquis to a third-class duke in one sweep, raising his status even higher. In the Li family, only the older generation had managed to accumulate the status of a duke. And basically attaining a first-class duke was considered reaching the peak, with any further ennoblement being extremely rare. Advancing to the even higher rank of divine marquis was even more improbable, and aside from the national divine generals, it was practically never bestowed. Li Jun, over a decade ago, saved Songzhou from being overrun, rescuing hundreds of cities and their people, and was only promoted from a captain to a marquis in one go, which was already considered an unprecedented cross-spanning ennoblement in history. If Li Jun had been a marquis at that time, he might have been ennobled to the rank of duke, but he started from too low a point, making a meteoric rise. Watching the two four-stands realm figures before him, Li He suddenly felt somewhat out of place, as if he was superfluous. Moreover, having witnessed Li Hao's combat strength, he felt that his protective role was genuinely not significant. Isn't there supposed to be a city here? Song Qiumo asked with her hands clasped behind her back, surveying the surroundings curiously. Li Hao put away the sword manual and forced a smile. The city was destroyed. While speaking, he noticed the peacock that was barely breathing and quickly condensed his true force into a fishing hook, casting it out and hooking it onto the creature's head, and violently pulling it towards him. Fishing experience plus 2,820. Wow, that's quite a lot. Li Hao couldn't help admiring to himself. He had just finished pulling the giant frog ashore, which was essentially fishing it onto land, and had gained around 8,000 experience points. Now, this peacock demon that Song Qiumo had battered was very easy to fish, and still retained a third of the experience, which was already quite considerable. If he were to fish on his own for an immortal great demon, he could earn a total of roughly 10,000 experience points. His fishing experience, which had initially been over 20,000, had now reached about 35,000. If he fished another immortal great demon, he would almost level up to the 6th stage. Ukeda Feng Bopping saw that Li Hao was even fishing the nearly dead and couldn't help feeling somewhat speechless. Li Hao gave an awkward smile. If not for the sake of experience, as a fisherman, he himself found this act somewhat disgraceful. I'll find some paper later to make do. The corpse of this great demon must not be wasted, it needs to be drawn, Li Hao thought to himself. The conditions here were rough and not suitable for painting, but the corpse of an immortal great demon was valuable for accumulating painting experience and was too precious to be squandered. So tragic. Song Qiumo exclaimed upon hearing Li Hao's words and raised her eyebrows slightly but said nothing more. Are you hungry after traveling such a long distance? Asked Li Hao. Song Qiumo replied with a smile, there are no little pastries here. I can make some for you. Li Hao said with a smile, but then remembered something and added, however, there are no materials here, so you'll have to help gather some first. I think you want to take the opportunity to have me gather a batch for you, so you can benefit from it too. Song Qiumo had already seen the basic conditions of the place, where food and drink depended solely on the corpses of demons. Caught out, Li Hao's face reddened slightly. Share the blessings, right? And what about the hardships? I'll handle them. Song Qiumo gazed at him for a moment, then burst into laughter, her chuckle as pleasant as the sound of bells. Chapter 190, Chapter 14 Repaying the Li family's first act of kindness, 7K double chapter. Seeing Li Hao laughing and talking so familiarly with the great demon king, both Li Hongzhuang and Li He had very complex feelings. They could tell that the great demon king was very fond of Li Hao, treating him like a close friend. Such a relationship couldn't have been brought about by the reputation of the Li family, and perhaps not even by Li Hao's own talents, which might not have such a great attraction. After all, this was a great demon king from the Four Stands realm. Even if Li Hao had a monstrous talent, his future limit would mostly be at the Four Stands realm. At most he might be able to reach the toes of that real person from the Gantao Palace. As for transcending the Four Stands realm, that was extremely, extremely difficult. In the Four Stands realm, each step was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Above the clouds, Feng Bopping nodded slightly to Song Qiumo and then vanished, not coming down for idle chat or polite greetings. He was used to being free and did not like to be involved in these mundane matters. He had little to say even to other Four Stands realm figures, and only a few could have a conversation that clicked. Had it not been for Li Hao being here, he would have been a carefree breeze wandering between heaven and earth. When the wind rises, the heart does not stir. When the heart stirs, the wind does not calm. How long are you planning to stay here? After meeting with Song Qiumo, Li Hao brought her to the camp. Song Qiumo surveyed her surroundings, seeing the city that was now reduced to mere dirt mounds, and her eyes narrowed slightly. Then she spotted the sword-wielding girl Ren Qianqian and the small white fox that was nervously watching her, and she smiled faintly. How long do you want me to stay? She asked Li Hao in a seemingly casual manner. Without a second thought, Li Hao responded, of course, the longer the better. Song Qiumo pursed her lips and smiled. I thought I would find you living in poverty and destitution, so I came to bestow a little favor, expecting you to be overwhelmed with gratitude. In the future, once you reach the Four Stands realm, you would repay this favor. But it seems my visit is just gilding the lily. The miles of dust beyond this frontier pass might just lack your beauty. Song Qiumo clearly did not expect the young man to say such a thing. Her pretty face blushed slightly, and she gave Li Hao a gentle glare before saying, I will stay here for no more than half a year. Li Hao nodded slightly, knowing she had commitments to honor, and half a year was already quite generous. During this half year, you can eat whatever you like, Li Hao said with a laugh. I want small crispy cakes. No problem. There were no flour or other ingredients in the camp, so Li Hao found paper and pen and wrote down all the ingredients he needed, with a significant number of private goods interspersed, including many foods he liked, as well as items like writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. He also added a chess set so he could play during his leisure time. But now, without a worthy opponent to play chess with, there was basically no chance to improve his skills. However, Li Hao didn't mind. It was best to be prepared and wait for someone destined to come. Li Hao obtained the geomantic chart of Liangzhou from Li Hongzhuang and gave it to Song Qiumo, asking her to buy supplies from the nearest city. But even the nearest city was 1,000 li away from this frontier pass. Previously, with Elder Feng by his side, they had to be wary of a Four Stands realm demon king appearing at any moment, and they couldn't afford to leave. Now, with Song Qiumo's help in running errands, the camp supplies could finally be replenished. Li Hao used his power to gather wood and stones, building a fence around the dirt mounds to create a small courtyard. Within the courtyard, more buildings and pavilions were erected, made out of wood. Having a 15 li realm expert as a foreman was indeed finding the perfect job. Watching Li Hao slowly give this dilapidated camp a new look, Li Hongzhuang almost felt an illusion that this young man would rebuild the city that had been destroyed. However, that feeling was somewhat unreal. After all, the great demon king had said she would only stay for half a year. After half a year, she would be gone, and then only that Four Stands realm senior above the clouds would remain, and who knew how long he would stay with Li Hao. Such top-tier experts seldom get deeply involved with one person. Soon, Song Qiumo returned from her shopping trip, bringing back a wealth of supplies and provisions. Li Hao had Ren Qianqian and the little white fox help out, carrying everything into the small fenced courtyard. Although the little white fox couldn't transform into a human shape, it still held items like mats and blankets in its two tiny paws, standing upright on its hind legs, stumbling towards the courtyard with its load. After half a day's bustle, the place had already taken on a new look. Yet the newly built courtyard still had a fresh scent of new wood and lacked the warmth of human presence. But that's just how a courtyard is, it only comes alive when people live in it. Li Hao started a fire in the courtyard, chose some fat and tasty parts from the bodies of demons, cut them up, and roasted them over the charcoal. He asked Ren Qianqian to help watch over the fire, while he kneaded dough on the side to make pancakes for Song Qiumo. If one didn't see the river of blood and mountains of demon corpses outside the fenced courtyard, the scene inside was quite comforting. But Li Hongzhuang felt somewhat empty, as if there was no longer any need for her. With 2 Four Stands realm experts sitting tight, this news would likely spread quickly. Except for some foolish small demons, the bigger ones would largely dare not approach anymore. She no longer needed to be on guard every moment, ready for battle. Her body, tensed up for over a decade, slowly relaxed at this moment. So she, too, sat in front of the fire, basking in the delightful aroma of roasting meat, watching the busy young man kneading dough next to her and suddenly feeling as if it were all a dream. Who would have imagined that one day she would have such leisurely moments at this perilous pass? Before long, the dough was ready, and with the power infused by Li Hao, the dough rose more quickly. Li Hao set up a pan to cook pancakes and started another with oil to make crispy cakes for Song Qiumo. He added some finely chopped cilantro and other spices to the mix, enhancing the fragrance. Chapter 191, Chapter 14 Repaying the Li family's first act of kindness, 7K double chapter, _2. Dinner is served. Once everything was ready, Li Hao called for Feng to join them at the table. Now that Feng had revealed himself and had been noticed by Li Hongzhuang, there was no need for him to hide his presence on a daily basis, as long as his identity remained concealed. The few of them gathered around the firewood, leisurely eating and drinking. Feng busied himself with eating and drinking, savoring grilled meat and wine. Li Hao passed him a flatbread, stuffed with grilled meat. Feng found it refreshingly new, took a couple of bites, and couldn't help but praise it. As Feng was enjoying his meal, Li Hao casually took back his wine bottle and took a couple of sips himself, feeling a sense of contentment. Realizing what happened, Feng shot him a glare and snatched the wine bottle back, his wine running low. Seeing Li Hao interact so casually and intimately with this elder, Li Hongzhuang and Li He found the young man even more enigmatic. After they finished eating and drinking, Feng bopping patted his buttocks and marched out of the courtyard, disappearing without a trace, looking utterly carefree. Watching Feng leave, Li Hao let out a quiet sigh, knowing that the old man feared staying in the courtyard for too long, afraid that his identity would be recognized by Li Hongzhuang and others, and affect him, hence he chose to sit alone among the mountain peaks and branches, companioned by the natural wind. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Li Hao stood up to take care of the demon corpses. He planned to brew a good jar of wine for the old man. After sorting through, Li Hao cut several good pieces from the corpses of a few immortal great demons, then returned to the courtyard to start brewing. Song Qiumo was sleeping in a side room in the courtyard, yawning and looking utterly bored. Occasionally, her gaze would fall on the figure bustling about with daily chores in the courtyard, her lips curving up slightly, amused by the sight. She had come today to deliver swordsmanship scrolls, the peerless technique of Tan Palace, which the young man had casually tucked away into his embrace. She had observed that since he got the scrolls, Li Hao hadn't looked at them a second time. The world's supreme cultivation techniques and the splendor of divine general mansion seemed less important to the young man than the mortal world's simple joys found by the stove. Truly an intriguing lad. It wasn't until the evening that Li Hao finished setting all the wine jars properly, burying them in the cellar behind the little courtyard to ferment. Bathed in the rosy glow of the sunset, Li Hao finally found the leisure to sit down on a wooden armchair he had made himself in the fenced courtyard. Swaying gently, he took out the cultivation technique from his bosom and slowly began to read it. Taiji Qinkuan sword. Yin and yang joining. Li Hao flipped through the pages. When he finished the last one, a prompt appeared before his eyes. He had grasped the basics. Immediately, Li Hao put away the scrolls and leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to ponder. As the swordsmanship entered his mind, a flood of information came pouring in. The sword intent and core essence of the technique unfolded as he speculated and understood, like unraveling a silk cocoon. What is Taiji? It is greater than great by just a bit. What is great? Heaven and earth. All things under heaven follow a Tao. The states of mind and Tao I've comprehended aren't yet profound enough. These sword techniques and cultivation techniques seem to share something in common. If they could be integrated, perhaps a technique that encompasses everything could be created. Li Hao had a moment of enlightenment. Now in the heavenly human realm, by integrating into the gateway of heaven, his spirit and form had become one, placing him a half step beyond the ordinary. His thoughts were no longer confined to the techniques themselves. He could glimpse the mysteries of all worldly techniques without following their strict forms. His Grandmaster journey was about embracing all things, but now, Li Hao felt as though he was only taking initial steps on this path. If he could truly reach the end, his Grandmaster journey would be at its peak. What kind of sights would he see at that time? Li Hao's thoughts drifted for a moment, then he smiled lightly. Letting things take their natural course was best. Just like his Grandmaster's heart, achieving perfection naturally. The world's myriad things do not require deliberate pursuit, just as the sun shining over the earth isn't intentional, but a cycle of nature. To covet that bit of light and chase after the sun is like Quafu chasing the sun, ending only in exhaustion and death. The sun's warmth is inviting, but it cannot be stared at directly. The cold moon, however, can illuminate through the ages. No need to cling to just one aspect of nature, the world is full of charm and grace. As with heaven and earth, This is true of humans and techniques. Li Hao felt his state of mind had improved a touch more, the cultivation techniques in his mind subtly changing, yet far from that ultimate grandmaster peak. With a slight smile, he didn't dwell on it, but summoned his drawing board and brush. Then, his divine soul ascended, looking at the pile of demon corpses in the distance. He sketched casually, his strokes capturing the essence. Though these demons were dead, portraying their corpses still offered valuable painting experience. As Li Hao casually sketched one drawing after another, his painting experience points rapidly increased, getting closer to the 6th stage. 2 days flew by. In these past 2 days, the quietude outside the fenced courtyard was exceptional, and no demons appeared. The young men inside happily enjoyed the tranquility, creating over 1,000 drawings. He depicted each demon's corpse more than 10 times, nearly exhausting the available experience. His art of painting advanced smoothly to the 6th stage, earning him a skill point. The experience needed to advance from the 6th to the 7th stage was 100,000 points. He needed to accumulate 100,000 more to reach the bottleneck at the 6th stage. Only with a spiritual awakening in painting could he upgrade to the 7th stage. Spiritual awakening, when will I achieve that? Mumbled Li Hao, feeling that the clues were still elusive. He stopped drawing and continued to compile the cultivation techniques. He methodically recorded those cultivation techniques which he had extrapolated and improved. At noon, smoke curled up from the kitchen in the fenced courtyard, and a line of riders swiftly approached the camp outside. Feng Bopping seemed to sense something, his eyes shifting slightly, and with a flicker, he disappeared from beside the fire where the meat was almost ready. Chapter 192, Chapter 14 Repaying the Li family's first act of kindness, 7K double chapter, _3. Everyone was already accustomed to his sudden appearances and disappearances and didn't pay him much attention, focusing instead on the new arrival outside the courtyard. Li Hongzhuang took a close look, and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Chu Juyue. She recognized the visitor. It was he who had come to deliver the imperial edict in person when her father had received orders during her childhood. As Chu Juyue rode into the frontier pass and saw the devastation as well as the pockmarked and cratered ground, his eyes also couldn't help but grow more solemn. The soil here was reddish-brown, as if it had been soaked with countless fresh bloodstains. He looked out and quickly spotted the chaotic encampment, with many tents torn and heaped together. On the other side, however, was a dark mass, shockingly a mound-like pile of demon corpses, some of which were already showing signs of decay. He smelled the stench of blood and decay, his expression slightly worsened, but he quickly regained his composure, his gaze settling on the center of the camp, where surprise briefly flashed through his eyes. In contrast to the surrounding devastation and piles of corpses, at the center of the camp was a picturesque fenced courtyard. Inside the small courtyard, smoke curled up from cooking fires, like that of a farmhouse. But how could there be a farmhouse at the border pass? He rode forward, followed by several court guards. Arriving at the front of the fenced courtyard, Chu Juyue clearly saw the scene inside, his gaze briefly meeting Song Qiumo, who was sitting before the firewood, the latter's eyes indifferent, without much reaction. Chu Juyue noticed Li Hao and Li Hongzhuang on the other side and suddenly understood why the ambience was so tranquil. It turned out the great demon king was in charge here. He felt somewhat surprised. Ten Palace's principle of keeping to itself seemed to have been broken this time. Dismounting from his horse, Chu Juyue entered the courtyard. The imperial edict of Emperor Yu has arrived, inviting Count Li Hao to receive the decree. Chu Juyue announced softly. Li Hao also noticed this familiar figure and immediately dusted off the flour on his hands, stepping forward with a slight bow. Chu Gonggong, it's been a long time. Is young Master Li faring well? Chu Juyue asked with a smile. Li Hao frowned slightly and nodded. Everything is well. Emperor Yu is grateful for the Count's bravery in going to the frontier to guard the pass and has specially bestowed a precious sword. Please accept it, Chu Juyue said simply. There were no bystanders here, so he didn't need to speak too grandly. Li Hao, somewhat surprised by the dark golden sword presented to him, still accepted it with both hands. Thank you, Your Majesty Emperor Yu, and thank you, Chu Gonggong. There's no need to thank me, I'm just the messenger, Chu Juyue replied with a smile, then added immediately, His Majesty has instructed that should the Count wish, he may go to Daiyu State at any time to study at the outer palace of Gantao Palace and listen to the sage's teachings. Upon hearing this, both Li Hongzhuang and Li He stood up, looking at Li Hao with shocked faces. So the young master was held in such high esteem by Emperor Yu. To cultivate in Gan Tao Palace was a privilege historically reserved only for royal progeny. Moreover, even among the royal progeny, competition was fierce, and not every prince was eligible. As the young master of the divine general mansion, Li Hao was very likely to be the future true dragon. If he were to study in Gan Tao Palace, his relationship with the royal family could become too intimate, leading to concerns from the other 4 divine general mansions. This showed how frighteningly generous the favor he had received was. Li Hao also understood the significance of Chu Juyue's words and couldn't help but feel astonished. Had Emperor Yu really seen him before? Could it be that it was indeed the old man he had played Go with under the willow tree? Besides that, there seemed no other possibility. Looking into Chu Juyue's kind and smiling eyes, Li Hao bowed, "Thank you for His Majesty's kind intentions, but I am committed to my duty and hope His Majesty will forgive me." Chu Juyue was slightly surprised, sizing up Li Hao carefully. Was the boy making a wild guess, or did he genuinely want to stay and defend this place? Having heard about the fierce battle between father and son and understanding the details more clearly, it seemed from Li Hao's intentions that he really wanted to sever ties with his father. To forsake such a noble surname and wealth, and now to give up the opportunity to cultivate in Gan Tao Palace, was he determined to cut all ties, regardless of the cost? Looking at Li Hao, Chu Juyue said, "You are still young, some decisions should not be made impulsively." "Thank you for relaying the message," Li Hao replied. Knowing he could not persuade him otherwise, Chu Juyue did not say more. He nodded slightly and said, "Since you are determined, I will bring back your original words." Chu Juyue gave him one last look, without lingering, mounted his horse, and departed. When he had ridden several dozen miles out of the camp, Chu Juyue suddenly thought of something and murmured to himself, "It seems I left a bit early, the scent of the roasted meat in that courtyard was quite nice." His stomach growled softly. Shaking his head, a good horse doesn't eat the grass behind it, and he couldn't bring himself to turn back now, so he just spurred his horse and set off at full speed. Since Chu Juyue's departure, Li Hongzhuang and Li He had heard the conversation and deduced from Li Hao's responses how resolute he was. They wanted to say something but found themselves speechless, each of them sighing inwardly. To be able to give up training in Gan Tao Palace showed how strong the child's determination was. They knew their persuasion would be futile. Li Hao returned to the fire, Song Qiuma's gaze falling on the sword in his hand, said indifferently, "The sword is indeed fine." At these words, Li Hao gripped the hilt and gently drew the sword. With a whoosh, the sword came out of its sheath, and a dragon-like cry seemed to echo in the air, as if a streak of light flashed through the world. The sheer brilliance of the blade's edge during its unsheathing felt capable of cutting through one's vision. "It's dragon soar!" Li He exclaimed softly, his eyes showing shock and gravity. Li Hongzhuang's expression also changed slightly, not expecting Emperor Yu to bestow such a precious named sword. Chapter 193, Chapter 14 Repaying the Li family's first act of kindness, 7K double chapter, _4. This is none other than the foremost among the 10 great famous swords. Its reputation and status even surpass Eternal Night. After all, Eternal Night was forged for a decade but was unsheathed for only 3 years before it was sealed again. Meanwhile, the Dragon Sword passed through the hands of several powerful individuals in the Daiyu dynasty, has been forged for hundreds of years, and was once the companion sword of a sword saint. Indeed, it's a fine sword. Li Hao tapped lightly on the blade and seemed to hear a low, dragon-like roar, an aura of murderous intent that made him feel the chilling sharpness. After examining it a moment, Li Hao sheathed the sword and handed it back to Ren Qianqian. Ren Qianqian, hanging her own sword by her waist, took it with both hands, her eyes revealing surprise and excitement. She had heard of Dragon Source renown, a top-tier famous sword. Her father had never even had the chance to glance at it, yet now she had touched it. "The meat is ready, let's all get ready to eat." Li Hongzhuang and Li He came back to their senses, their expressions complex. At the same time, a figure appeared silently. It was Feng, who had just left. He didn't show much concern about Li Hao receiving a reward, merely glancing at Dragon Sword before pulling out a wine gourd, ready to eat and drink. That evening, Li Hao copied a total of 124 cultivation techniques that he learned at Listening Rain Tower, the sum total of the Li family's techniques he had encountered. The ones he copied were all advanced versions after his own deductions. The inferior versions he had learned once were now returned as superior ones. Li Hao believed he had returned them with ample interest. Besides, he wrote 3 peerless techniques after entering the Grandmaster realm, combining the understanding of the essence of all things that came with his self-cultivation. He packed these 3 peerless techniques along with the others, a gift to the Li family. However, learning these 3 peerless techniques wouldn't be so easy. There was a prerequisite. After finishing the writing, Li Hao handed them to Song Qiuma, entrusting her to deliver them to the nearby city of Liangzhou, to find the local Li family's stationed army, and have them send the package back to the Li family. A few days later, in Qingzhou City, in front of Divine General Mansion, several Jiao lions galloped over, these creatures being hefty enough to carry 7 or 8 people, and some had large bundles tied on their backs. The leading person jumped down from the Jiao lion, presented his identity token to the gate guard, and whispered a few words. Soon, the message was conveyed to Mountain and River Courtyard. In the study, Li Tiangang was scrutinizing interrogation results with a dark expression, his eyes flickering. Just then, a trusted aide came in and reported the situation outside the mansion. Li Tiangang was taken aback and suddenly slammed the table, exclaiming angrily, "He's returning the Li family's first favor. What does he mean? You say he sent back many cultivation techniques." Seeing the trusted aide nod, Li Tiangang's face turned ashen as he said, "Bring everything in. I want to see how he has returned them." Soon, the large bundles from the Jiao lions' backs were delivered into the courtyard. Besides the bundles, there was also a letter. Yuxian handed the letter to Li Tiangang, who casually opened the bundles and saw they were all filled with books. Li Tiangang then opened the letter and saw several lines of elegantly and neatly written words. The handwriting was clearly superior to any of theirs, the warriors. After reading through it, his expression turned sour. With a wave of his hand, he fetched several books and quickly flipped through them. The cultivation techniques in the books were all written in the same handwriting, all by the same person. After finishing one book, he picked up another and continued through several. The courtyard was silent as the grave, utterly still. Zhao and Li Fu both stood to one side, their faces filled with worry. "Good, very good." After looking through several manuals, Li Tiangang's eyes were filled with anger and shock. The few cultivation techniques he casually picked up were all of superior quality, just like the letter said. Not only did the other party return the cultivation techniques, but they also returned them with interest, exceeding the amount owed. In total, 124 manuals. Moreover, there were 3 peerless techniques. Li Tiangang found it hard to believe that his son had actually learned so many cultivation techniques. Over 100. How could he have learned over 100 in just 14 short years? While practicing so many varied cultivation techniques, how could he manage to raise his cultivation level to the 15 Li realm? And even attain an epiphany to become a Tianren Grandmaster during a battle with him? At this moment, Li Tiangang's heart couldn't help but waver slightly. Such talent was unheard of, even a demon possessing someone may not achieve this level. Could it be that he was really wrong? Was he truly too harsh on him? But soon, the memory of those cold eyes drawing a sword against him emerged in his mind, and the slight warmth in his heart quickly cooled. His talent might be peerless, but that disposition was indeed not suitable to be the Li family's true dragon. If he could draw his sword against him, what about other members of the Li family? If he entrusted the Li family to this person, he could not rest easy. Right now, the Daoyu dynasty was in troubled times. He must steer this ship well, for any mistake could ruin 1,000 years of glory and leave him without the face to meet his forefathers. Taking a deep breath, Li Tiangang picked up the rest of the cultivation techniques and started copying them down. These techniques had names, and he gave the superior quality cultivation techniques to Yuxian to review, and the peerless techniques were for him to check personally. With Yuxian's status and reputation, he couldn't easily access the peerless techniques. Meanwhile, Li Tiangang called several elders from Listening Rain Tower. These elders were bound to never leave the mansion for life. They were all outstanding members of the Li Muxio's generation and cooperated with Li Muxio on a daily basis to manage and look after Listening Rain Tower. These elders were also the living dictionaries of the Li family, their minds filled with many secrets of the family. The cultivation techniques collected in Listening Rain Tower were also reviewed by them on a regular basis. As the elders got involved, the other courtyards also received the news, and they couldn't help but feel surprised and astonished, hurrying to Mountain and River Courtyard. In a day and a night, the elders had reviewed all the techniques, confirming they were all cultivable without any defects. Upon hearing this news, Li Tiangang's feelings were incredibly complicated, filled with shock as well as a sense of pride and happiness, and an indescribable anger. And hearing what the elders said, he Jianlan, Li Xuanli, and others were stunned. To collect so many superior cultivation techniques in one go was unheard of even for a grandmaster. Besides dedicating their entire lives to deriving their own peerless techniques, deriving other techniques would take a considerable amount of time, and few would waste time doing such a thing. The last time so many superior cultivation techniques were collected in Listening Rain Tower was 1,000 years ago. Back then, various sects caused chaos and violated the imperial laws. The imperial court dispatched their divine general mansion to clean up and suppress the sects, conducting a bloody purge that resulted in the one-time collection of hundreds of cultivation techniques, of which also barely amounted to 100 superior ones. And now, all these manuals were returned by Li Hao himself. Could it be that several four-stands realm-strong practitioners helped Li Hao derive them? What shocked them most was knowing that Li Hao had spent his years with his second uncle in Listening Rain Tower, where if he wanted to learn the techniques, he could. Being a direct descendant, there was no barrier to that. But, Li Hao was just 14 years old, and he had already learned over 100 techniques from there, which seemed a bit too exaggerated. Where could he find so much time and energy? Tiangang, are you satisfied now? Li Muxiu was alerted and came rushing over. After understanding the situation, rather than showing any joy on his face, he looked at Li Tiangang with an icy expression. Hearing his words, the others also showed subtle changes in their expressions, considering the purpose of Li Hao's return of these cultivation techniques. Chapter 194, Chapter 15 Turmoil, Additional Update 14/25. To return so many cultivation techniques all at once shows just how resolute that child is about severing his relationship with Li Tiangang as father and son. He Jianlan glanced at Li Tiangang, whose face was the color of iron, and sighed. Tiangang, after all, you are a father. Don't be cross with Hao Er any longer. If our father's generation hadn't been so enlightened, you and Qingqing's marriage would have faced countless obstacles, and your child would have suffered various criticisms. Everyone says Hao Er is fortunate, but where is his fortune? Although born into a family of martial honor and draped in silks, you and Qingqing have never been with him. The child waited 14 years for your return, and even after you came back, you only spent a few days together before such a huge conflict arose. If this continues, the bond between you two as father and son will really be gone. Seventh brother. Li Xuanli's expression complicated, said, I have seen Hao Er, and he's not as bad as you describe. If that child were my son, I would be too happy to contain myself. He treats people with courtesy and measure, far from reckless. Moreover, you have seen the results of the interrogation. At this point, he seemed to think of something, his eyes subtly shifting, and he couldn't help but sigh. Seventh brother, you can't blame Hao Er for that slap Ruming received. Li Fenghua couldn't help but speak up. As he said this, he glared fiercely at his wife Wang Xiangru standing beside him. Wang Xiangru returned his gaze with equal anger, showing no fear at his demeanor. Li Fenghua was so furious that he clenched his fists tightly, but in the end, he let them go. Recalling his father's teachings, a man's fists are for conquering the world, not for striking his wife. For this reason, he had endured for many years. Seventh brother, even if you think Hao Er is dissolute and carefree, no matter how dissolute he is, his cultivation level is still beyond his peers. Since he has the talent and the leisure to be carefree, why must you press him so hard? Jiang Xianer said gently. Hearing everyone's persuasion, Li Tiangang remained silent, his face somber. He was well aware of the words of advice. To say that he harbored no regret at this moment would not be true, but every time he thought of that child's cold face, he felt a burning rage. Especially with the return of these cultivation techniques, such a resolute attitude, he was, after all, his father. Bone of his bone, flesh of his flesh, even if he had misjudged, could that child really draw a sword against him? And to fall out with him over a mere demon beast. As for his own feelings as a father, how much did that child value them? Thinking of leaving. It's not that easy. Li Tiangang took a deep breath, his eyes cold and sharp. Although I don't know how he got these cultivation techniques, the things he owes the Li family are far from just these. Defending the frontier pass for 3 years is no easy task, and Liangzhou is about to fall into great chaos. At his words, everyone was startled. Concerned about the millions of people in Liangzhou, Li Xuanli couldn't help but ask, "Seventh brother, what do you mean by that?" Li Tiangang gave him a look. With things having gotten to this point, there was no need to keep some classified information hidden. Moreover, he had been planning to make arrangements in the recent days. Today was merely an earlier announcement. "Do you know why I ordered the withdrawal from Heavenly Gate Pass and the return of Hong Zhuang? That is where our third brother and sixth brother have defended for many years. Our Li family has lost countless warriors there, and poured countless amounts of blood. If we withdraw our troops, it is equivalent to abandoning it all." Li Tiangang's eyes turned cold and stern. "It's not that I don't want to defend, nor that His Majesty doesn't wish to, but we simply cannot hold it. Outside Liangzhou, demons are gathering, preparing to stir up war. Heavenly Gate Pass will bear the brunt and become the first barrier. Recently, 3 Mo rivers have appeared inside Liangzhou, all of which are of ghost city level. One city affected by the Mo river vanished overnight, half submerged, with countless dead and injured. Now, the elders from the Wang family have gone there to try to temporarily defeat these Mo rivers. There is no hope of keeping the pass open. If they can destroy them all, then the 3 Mo rivers can be temporarily eradicated, preventing further spread. The demons plan to use this opportunity to break through Liangzhou and invade Daiyu. For years, the demons have long seen Daiyu as their dining table and the millions of our people as fish on the plate, ready to strike, and just the other day, the Xia family suffered a huge loss. 2 4-stands realm demon kings invaded our territory, and one of the Xia family's grandfathers has already fallen in battle. Hearing the series of shocking news he revealed, everyone was taken aback. The most core intelligence network of the Li family was in the hands of Li Tiangang, the true dragon, and they had not expected so much to have happened outside. "Tiangang, if Liangzhou is so dangerous, then why are you still letting Hao Er?" He Jianlan, coming back to her senses, hurriedly said. Li Tiangang said with a frosty expression, "I had planned to wear down his stubborn spirit. Who knew that he would be protected by 4 stands realm forces in secret, insisting on being contrary to me?" With that, he looked at Li Muxiu. Li Muxiu angrily said, "Without 4 stands realm protection, relying on just Li He, do you really think you could keep your son safe? Don't forget that the child's talent has already been revealed. Those demons who bear a grudge against our Li family, could they just watch him grow and rise? At a critical moment when he needed protection the most, you pushed him out of Qingzhou, out of our base of operations, exposed to the harshness of the outside world. Do you really want to kill him that badly?" As he released the pent-up anger in his heart, Li Tiangang said angrily, "If it wasn't for your indulgence, would Hao Er have ended up where he is today, leaving home over such a trivial matter? And now, he even has the capability to sever ties with me." Li Muxiu was so angry his face turned red, and he trembled, speechless. "Tiangang, Uncle Second meant well, you can't speak to him like that." He Jianlan's complexion changed slightly as she hurriedly said. The others looked at Li Muxiu. Although this elder had spent a great deal of time in the divine general mansion, because of some quirky things he had done in his youth and his conflict with their father, their opinions of him were not really favorable. Over the years, it was only He Jianlan who was relatively close to Li Muxiu and understood the temper and character of this elder. Others were unsure whether or not they should help persuade. Li Tiangang had also reined in his anger, realizing that his attitude just now had indeed been somewhat offensive. He took a deep breath, looked towards his 5th brother, Li Xianli, and said in a deep voice, "5th brother, I brought up this matter today because I plan to find you in a few days. Regarding Liangzhou, I intend to have you stationed there to explore the situation. When the demons launch a major attack, I will personally go there to lead the army." Li Xianli nodded, responding earnestly, "No problem, leave it to me. I've been recuperating from my injuries these past years, and I'm almost fully recovered now. I should have been the one to go to that battle in northern Yen." Li Tiangang shook his head. "Why should we bother with such distinctions between us?" Upon hearing this, Li Xianli's eyes reddened slightly, but he restrained himself and said no more. Li Fenghua said, "7th brother, if there's anything you need, just call on me. 8th brother, you just need to ensure Tsangzhou is safe. That place was reclaimed by Xiajui at the cost of his life, we cannot afford to lose it," Li Tiangang said gravely. Li Fenghua nodded slightly. He understood this point well, which was why he had been diligently defending Cangzhou these past years, seldom returning to the divine general mansion. Because of this, he had neglected the discipline and companionship of his children, resulting in both children being spoiled without limits by his wife. Upon returning this time, he found it exceedingly difficult to discipline them. Moreover, his wife relied on her family background from the Wang family and was not afraid of him because she had people in her maternal home. Therefore, witnessing the great conflict between Li Tiangang and Li Hao, he felt a deep empathy in his heart, unconsciously siding with Li Tiangang a bit more, sensing the helplessness of a father in Li Tiangang's heart. In that case, fifth brother, get ready these next few days and set off. The sooner you go and understand the situation, the better. You don't have to worry about Heavenly Gate Pass, Li Tiangang said. Li Xianli appeared startled. What about Hao Heir? He has the protection of the Four Stands realm. If the situation turns sour, he will naturally return. Unless he truly wishes to throw his life away. Li Tiangang said coldly. Li Xianli's expression changed slightly, but he just sighed softly in his heart and remained silent. Elders, take these cultivation techniques to Listening Rain Tower. Li Tiangang said to the several elders, bowing slightly as a gesture. The elders all nodded lightly. They had no intention of meddling in the family affairs of Li Tiangang, having always kept to their duties over the years. Then these three unparalleled techniques. An elder hesitated. Li Tiangang's expression darkened slightly as he remembered the contents of that letter. What about these unparalleled techniques? Asked he Jianlan, puzzled. The elder, with a gentle demeanor, said, Madam, it seems that young Master Li Hao once mentioned that if these three unparalleled techniques are to be included, we must ensure that these cultivation techniques are not practiced by Li Qianfeng before he would allow gifting the unparalleled techniques to us. The group was taken aback and looked at each other in astonishment, not expecting the child to still keep this in mind. However, considering that it was over this matter that the great father-son conflict erupted, it was normal for the other party to remember it deeply. Moreover, there is another option, which is that he may also cultivate these unparalleled techniques, but he cannot inherit the true dragon position of the Li family, another elder spoke up. He Jianlan turned towards Li Tiangang, is that true? Li Tiangang nodded with a stern face. The crowd could not help but exchange glances. It was fortunate that Lu Yurong was not present, or she would have burst into a rage upon hearing this. This child, he sure knows how to calculate. He Jianlan couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. Li Tiangang glanced at her and scoffed, using the three unparalleled techniques to blackmail us is simply a wild fantasy. His scheming is deep, nothing like a child. He is clearly clever and shrewd. How come in your mouth, it turns into being scheming and deep? Li Muxiu couldn't hold back and spoke up again. Li Tiangang's brow furrowed and he remained silent. Li Xianli considered and said, Hao's action is not meant as a threat. The child has simply employed a tactic of open stratagem. If we let Qianfeng cultivate it and he inherits the true dragon position, then with the unparalleled technique originating from him, who knows if he's hidden half a move in it. In the future, if Li Qianfeng uses these unparalleled techniques to battle him, then the true dragon would crumble instantly before Hao. Even if Qianfeng were to learn it, he wouldn't have the true dragon's authority. So, it seems that once Qianfeng learns these techniques, he would be completely at Hao's mercy for the rest of his life. What about the others? Wang Xiangru asked, unable to help herself from changing her expression. She had been thinking of letting her two children learn them as well. Li Xianli gave her a glance and spoke softly, for others, the gap with Hao is so vast that whether they learn it or not it makes little difference. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiangru's face changed, feeling a sense of embarrassment for asking such a question. But she had to admit that she couldn't refute what had been said, at least not right now. Among the next generation, only that young lord directly taught by the Buddha holds some hope of catching up with Li Hao in the future. For the rest, facing Li Hao, even if the unparalleled techniques had no flaws, they would be no match in the face of such an enormous difference in realms. However, she couldn't help feeling a bit indignant deep down. There's a long road ahead, and being one step ahead doesn't mean you will be ahead forever. Once reaching a certain height, there will naturally be a stagnation at the bottleneck, a stagnation that could last decades. By then, the advantage of a few years that exists now would be nullified, which is hardly anything significant. Her two children might not stand out too much, but with the foundation of the Wang and Li families behind them, that was something the child couldn't compare with, and in the future, they might have the opportunity to compete with him. Thinking this, she felt slightly better, but she now viewed Li Xianli with less favor, snorting coldly in her heart. Since that's the case, I think we should include them after all. In the end, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. As for whether to practice them or not, that will be for Qian Feng to decide. If he chooses to cultivate them, he's willing to accept being under house foot. If not, he will have to cultivate other peerless techniques. Indeed, with many peerless techniques available in Listening Rain Tower, as long as one masters another to perfection, mastering one can defeat many, there's no significant difference, they concluded after a short discussion. Seeing this, Li Tiangang also felt this way and said nothing more. Chapter 195, Chapter 16, The Trial of Lu Yurong, Guaranteed Merge of 2 chapters. After the elders took away the cultivation techniques, Li Tiangang sent everyone out of the courtyard, then returned to his study to pick up the interrogation report he had been reading earlier. This was his second time reading it, he just wanted to check for any oversights. Soon, he finished reading it for the second time. Li Tiangang fell silent, standing in place as he gazed at a martial training ground in the courtyard. There stood a target made of dragon tendon grass, but it was tattered and covered with snow. Whiz! An arrow fiercely struck the center of the dragon tendon grass target, its tail quivering slightly. How about that? I told you I could hit it. The child jumped up and down on the spot, shouting excitedly. Haha, not bad, with more practice you might even surpass your second brother from back then. A tall, sword-wearing youth said with a smile. You've already surpassed him, little Seventh's talent in archery is far greater than mine. Another slim-faced young man chuckled, reaching out to touzle the head of the child, who was beaming with joy. Don't flatter me, your arrow exploded the head of a great demon 30 li away, the entire army saw it. The sword-wearing youth looked on admiringly. The slim-faced young man smiled without a word, turning to the child and saying, Last time you said you wanted a saber of your own, what is this? He brought out something from behind his back, holding in his palm a curved blade the length of a dagger. The child's eyes shone brightly, taking it over with excitement. Second brother, did you buy this? It's made from the fangs and scales of a giant serpent your second brother hunted. He had it forged especially for you. The sword-wearing youth said enviously. Thank you, second brother. The child was overjoyed, holding the curved blade in his hand, fondling it lovingly. In another part of the courtyard, the wail of a child suddenly rose, powerful and vigorous. Both young men turned to look, laughing. Little Ninth has wet the bed again. They walked towards that direction, and the child quickly followed, fading into the distance until their figures disappeared. The memories of the past once again fell silent before his eyes, the warm sunlight of those spring days was gone, leaving only the courtyard blanketed in falling snow. The once new dragon tendon grass target had become old and worn. The sounds of laughter were long gone, the target remained, but the one who shot at it never returned. Li Tiangang's palm clenched slightly, he took a deep breath, then turned and walked out of mountain and river courtyard with a stern face. Yuxian and Li Fu wanted to follow, but he raised his hand to stop them. Without a word, he walked away, his figure disappearing outside the courtyard among the falling snowflakes. Before long, Li Tiangang arrived at Shuihua courtyard. As he pushed open the door, the trusted aide at the entrance was taken aback upon seeing Li Tiangang, showing a hint of trepidation, and quickly saluted. Li Tiangang entered the courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back, and soon saw a young figure practicing swordsmanship amidst the whistling sound of the sword wind. He glanced over, and the youth also noticed him, stopping his sword to look over, though his gaze was cold, with a hint of anger. Without saying a word, Li Tiangang withdrew his gaze and headed directly to a pavilion nearby. There, a beautiful woman with a graceful figure, dressed in a green crossed-collar long dress, was leaning against the railing, gazing at the young man practicing his sword in the courtyard. Li Tiangang approached the pavilion from the side, but the expression of the beautiful woman remained largely unchanged, still looking at the young man, not turning around, though her lips tightened slightly, revealing her inner unrest. The pavilion was silent for a moment. After a while, Li Tiangang spoke first. Second sister-in-law, the interrogation results have been delivered to my hands, and you've confirmed them with your personal seal. Do you have anything else to say? Lu Yurong remained motionless for a bit, then slowly said. What do you expect me to say, Li Tiangang? Should I kneel before you to apologize? Or should I kneel before your son and let him kill me and my child?" As she spoke, she slowly turned around, her dark eyes fixed on Li Tiangang. Li Tiangang was silent for a moment before saying, "Since the second sister-in-law admits to the interrogation results without denial, then I must act according to the law." Such righteousness in acting according to the law. Lu Yurong's eyes suddenly filled with passionate emotion, full of resentment and bitterness. "You used the thousand spindle soul gu skill to coerce a confession. If I hadn't spoken, I might have died in that prison." Li Tiangang, oh, Li Tiangang, you are truly ruthless, ruthless to your own son, and to us, a widow and orphan. How can you face your deceased elder brother? Li Tiangang watched the anger and hatred on her face, falling silent once more. Once upon a time, when she and his second brother were always seen together, every time she saw him, she would smile gently like a well-bred lady, bringing him little treats, and when she went to the market, she never forget to bring him a gift. They were all young then, with carefree faces full of youthful exuberance, as if their hearts were unable to conceal any worries. But now, as they looked into each other's eyes, they were unable to peer into the depths of each other's hearts. Times have changed, and nothing remains the same. Second sister-in-law, according to national law, you will be stripped of your first-class ladyship and demoted to the status of a commoner. Li Tiangang took a deep breath and continued in a low voice, according to family law, since you tried to harm a legitimate heir of the family, you should be exiled or executed. But in consideration of my second brother's past merits, from now on you will stay in Shuihua courtyard indefinitely. With the Li family's support, you can still ensure a life of wealth and honor. What wealth and honor? Lu Yurong glared at him with eyes full of resentment. Why was Feng Ping so foolish and naive? His talent was no less than yours, Li Tiangang, and Qian Feng had divine blood in his veins. When he married me, he had already reached the immortal level. Yet, he foolishly did such a stupid thing, taking a sword for you, going to war with grievous wounds, and ending up with no remains to be found. Chapter 196, Chapter 16, The Trial of Lu Yurong, guaranteed to merge 2 chapters in 1_2. As she spoke, she clenched her teeth, her eyes filled with not just hatred but also crimson tears. The year he died, Qian Feng had just been born. He was fatherless from the moment he was born. Li Tiangang's chest heaved slightly as he fell silent, stone-like. If not for you, how would he have died? If he hadn't died, after the death of Little Nine, that true dragon position would have been his. If he were still alive, how could he have allowed you to bully a widow and orphan like us? If he were still alive, why would I have had to go to such lengths, to poison your monstrous son? All of this, it's all your fault. Lu Yurong's emotions crumbled, erupting into angry tears and roars. Outside the courtyard, a youthful figure suddenly appeared, standing between Lu Yurong and Li Tiangang, his eyes filled with cold frost as he stared at the burly men before him. "I will bear the consequences for my mother's actions, you shall not punish her," Li Qianfeng said coldly. Li Tiangang looked into those cold eyes and suddenly felt a sting in his heart, feeling as if he had seen these eyes somewhere recently. By seniority, the one before him was his own nephew, who ought to address him as uncle. But at this moment, the youth's eyes contained nothing but the chill of a stranger, even hostility. Lu Yurong, hearing Li Qianfeng's words, was so frightened that she hurriedly pushed him away. "Don't interfere, stay back, this is none of your business, go away." Li Tiangang had seen that Lu Yurong's confession was not just due to the torture of interrogation, but because she did not want to drag her son back into this, as no one in the house believed she was innocent now, her stubbornness was futile. "Li Tiangang, you can imprison me, but Qian Feng is innocent, he is still young and knows nothing," Lu Yurong glared at Li Tiangang and asserted. Li Tiangang spoke slowly, "I will only deal justly. If Qian Feng has done no wrong, I won't interfere, as long as he doesn't violate the laws or the family rules henceforth." Seeing him say this, Lu Yurong's heart settled down. Her shoulders began to shake, and she began to cry and laugh. "Feng Ping, you have a good brother." Her words were laced with sarcasm and sorrow. Li Tiangang fell silent, offering no explanations, just looking deeply at her and the young men before him. He slowly said, "Qian Feng, the result of the recent struggle for the true dragon does not count, as I have already reported to our ancestors. You and Hao Er can still compete. I've given Hao Er 3 years, and you will have the same. If you can defeat Hao Er in 3 years, the true dragon position is yours." Li Qianfeng trembled, gazing at him. Is that true? Li Tiangang did not repeat himself. The young man before him did not even care to call him uncle, showing the thinness of their emotional connection. He no longer held any enthusiasm. However, Lu Yurong knew Li Tiangang's temperament well and knew his words were genuine. She couldn't help but laugh, saying, Li Tiangang, oh Li Tiangang, since father passed, you really haven't changed a bit over the years. It was your son who won, that monster, who could beat him. You could have simply let your slight bias give him the true dragon position. Why go through all this trouble? The men of the Li family, each and every one, have heads as thick as poplar wood, incomprehensibly dull. Li Tiangang gave her a glance, his emotions already leveled. Dispassionately he said, Perhaps, but the people of Daiyu need such poplar-headed leaders. The scholars of the Lu family have sharp minds, but what solid work have you done over the years? Seizing opportunities for profiteering, relying on the Li family's protection for tax evasion. Do you really think I don't know about it? Lu Yurong was taken aback, her face instantly turned pale. If you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. Li Tiangang turned and walked away, leaving Shuihua courtyard. The captain of the personal guards waiting outside approached, ready to receive orders. Seal off the courtyard, she must not take a single step outside. Li Tiangang dropped these words and left straight away. In Piaoxue courtyard. After returning to the courtyard, Li Xuanli had his wife Gao Qingqing prepare gifts and garments, planning to leave for Liangzhou as soon as possible. Considering the urgency of military matters and the hidden threat of demons in Liangzhou, he had no intention of staying home any longer. Father, are you going to Liangzhou to subdue demons? 3 figures came into the hall, and Li Wushuang, her eyes slightly shining, asked. Li Xuanli looked at the 3, his face breaking into a smile. He beckoned them closer, and once they approached, he said warmly, While I'm away, you must listen to your mother and not be naughty, understand? Father, are you going to Heavenly Gate Pass, to stand guard with him? Li Wushuang quickly asked. Li Yun and Li Jining also watched Li Xuanli intently. Li Xuanli was taken aback and realized whom his daughter was referring to. His expression shifted slightly as he sighed. I'm headed for the Li family military camp in Liangzhou. Heavenly Gate Pass is a perilous spot at the frontier pass and has already been evacuated. I don't know when that child will return, or if he truly intends to stay there for 3 years. If the demons invade, that place could be extremely dangerous. Speaking of this, worry was plainly etched on his face. Li Wushuang and her siblings were taken aback, their expressions changing. Father, if Liangzhou is in danger, should you not inform him? Li Wushuang frowned and spoke. Li Xuanli nodded slightly. After I arrive in Liangzhou, I will send a military report to caution him to be more vigilant. It would be best if he could return directly. That child is indeed stubborn. What is there between father and son that can't be reconciled? Sigh. Gao Qingqing glanced at him. Don't just talk the talk, some matters are best left alone. You should take care of yourself once you're in Liangzhou. If you really want to write to that child, then also tell him that Fifth Lady has prepared his favorite childhood snack, the tender beef and jade pastry, for him to enjoy when he gets back. Chapter 197, Chapter 16, The Trial of Lu Yurong, guaranteed to merge 2 chapters in 1_3. Li Xuanli nodded slightly and couldn't help but gently clasp his wife's palm. Then he said to the 3 of them, now that the demons in the world are in turmoil, it's no longer as stable as in the past. You all need to cultivate as quickly as possible. Don't strut around outside just because you have some abilities, understand? Li Wushuang said, Dad, I want to go to Liangzhou too. I'll go as well, Li Yun hurriedly added. Li Jining didn't speak but gazed at his father with large, expectant eyes. Li Xuanli rolled his eyes, feeling that his words had fallen on deaf ears, and said irritably, I don't have the energy to look after you. Don't add to my troubles. Dad, they might not be capable, but I can go, he said. Li Wushuang decisively betrayed her younger siblings and argued, I also need to experience the mortal world after descending the mountain. Only during the contention for the true dragon did I realize how vast the gap between me and them was. I need to go and slay demons for my cultivation. Li Yun and Li Jining both looked at their eldest sister. Didn't they agree to come together and ask their father to let them travel with him? How could she betray them like this? Both siblings looked at her somewhat annoyed, feeling like they were just a foil for their elder sister. Li Xuanli smiled bitterly at his daughter's words. Don't compare yourself with them. One of them is more exaggerated than your Uncle Nine, and the other is a direct disciple of the Buddha. It's a feat that you have cultivation level at your age. You already stand out among your peers, ranking within the top 30 on the Qianquan list. I'm already very proud of you, he said. It's still not enough. I only want to be number 1. Li Wushuang said determinedly, if I relax like this, sooner or later, I won't even be able to see their heels. Seeing her so stubborn, Li Xuanli thought for a moment and relented. All right, with your cultivation level, it would be good for you to go to the army to gain some experience. Dad. Li Yun and his siblings quickly interjected. Don't even think about it. Dad, you're being partial. Yes, I am being partial. If you don't behave, I'll spank you. Believe it or not. Liangzhou, Heavenly Gate Pass. Inside the small fenced yard of the pass. With the firewood extinguished, Li Hao watched as Song Qiuma and Feng had eaten their fill. He chuckled, patted his buttocks, stood up, and said, the weather is nice today. Should we go out for a walk and kill some demons? Surprised, Song Qiuma said, you've just obtained the sword manual, aren't you going to practice swordsmanship first? Practicing swordsmanship, the most progress is made during real combat, Li Hao laughed. I think you just want to use my help to kill more demons. Song Qiuma exposed him without any irritation but didn't get angry. It's just to help digest the food, Li Hao said with a smile. That's true, I'm getting bored of staying here too. I'll accompany you for a walk, Song Qiuma stood up and said. Feng Bopping said calmly, she's enough company for you, I won't go. Li Hao knew that the old master wanted to stay behind to guard the pass for him. He curbed his smile and nodded slightly, then took the dragon sword from Ren Qianqian's hands. Can I go too? Ren Qianqian quickly asked. You're still too weak. Cultivate well here. When it's time to inherit the divine soul, will you take the path offered by your father's side, or will you go to the martial temple? Li Hao asked. Ren Qianqian immediately answered, the martial temple. The place my father has chosen for me is also the martial temple. All right, once you break through, I'll have Qiuma send you to the martial temple. But you have to hurry, she's only staying for half a year, Li Hao said with a smile. Hearing this, Ren Qianqian knew that her cultivation level was too low and that she couldn't even keep up with Li Hao's pace. Li Hao carried the sword and turned to leave. A white shadow sprang out, and the little white fox scurried up his trouser leg and onto his shoulder as light as a feather. Seeing its clingy demeanor, Li Hao rubbed its little head and didn't drive it away. He casually walked out of the camp, carrying the sword and releasing his divine soul. Centering on the Heavenly Gate Pass, he patrolled around. It wasn't long before Li Hao spotted some lurking demons 40 li away. With Song Qiuma close by to cover, his life was secured, so Li Hao had no worries about attacks from demons of the Four Stands realm. He directly moved forward with his sword to kill them. With a whoosh, the dragon sword was unsheathed. Across 20 li, the flying sword shot out like a rainbow, cutting down several demons lurking in the forest. The sword light was as white as snow, like a howling silver dragon, slicing through the demons' bodies as easily as tofu, obliterating their divine souls as well. These demons didn't even have the chance to see what happened. Li Hao traveled by wind, freely flying in the sky. His senses first projected towards Dragon Pass Road. He used his power to control objects to fling the demon corpses that littered the road into the wilderness and the bushes outside the road. This main road leading to the pass had been occupied by demons before Li Hao's arrival. After he had passed by and cleared them, he noticed several demons had settled in the middle of the road, most likely accompanying others before settling down on the spot. Li Hao didn't hold back and sent out his sword light, directly killing the demons and flinging their bodies away. He wanted these demons to know that this was a road for humans, not a path for demons to tread. After dealing with those demons, Li Hao flew towards the wilderness nearby. Encountering demons of all sizes along the way, he killed them effortlessly. To him, demons of either the divine travel realm or the 15 li realm were no match at all. As for demons of the heavenly human realm, who were considered little demon kings reigning over their territories, they stood no chance against the penetration of the dragon treasured sword. Their rough hides and flesh were torn apart like dry weeds under the sword blade. Li Hao flew over hills and forests, leaving behind a vast expanse of demon corpses on the ground. He wanted to clear out all the nearby demons, to return this place to its state 1,000 years ago, making it a forbidden zone for demons. Song Qiumo followed Li Hao around, barely getting a chance to take action herself. Chapter 198, Chapter 16, The Trial of Lu Yurong, guaranteed to merge 2 chapters in 1_4. She had long seen that Li Hao only wanted her to accompany him as a precaution against a surprise attack from the Great Demon King, as he could easily slay any other demons. Apart from controlling his flying sword, when Li Hao encountered demons around the 15 Li realm, he would mostly use his fishing line and hook to kill them, while incidentally accumulating fishing experience. Several days passed by. Within 100 li of Heavenly Gate Pass, not a single demon could be seen anymore, all having been slain. Li Hao's fishing experience had also reached 20,000 points, still 80,000 short of the 100,000 threshold. Li Hao began to clear areas farther away. Meanwhile, 1,000 li away from Heavenly Gate Pass, at the peak of a huge mountain surrounded by other peaks, there was a Taoist temple. Amid the temple, mist curled around, and morning bells chimed. The vast temple grounds were filled with numerous figures in cultivation, dressed in simple Taoist robes with hair coiled up, resembling a gathering of immortals. But upon closer inspection, one could see various types of horns on their heads or scales protruding, and their robes had holes for tails of all shapes to extend through. Their joined hands uttered chants, some slender like human hands, others gnarled and scaly like claws. This was Longshan Taoist Temple. In front of the devout crowd of demons, atop a dais, a mummified corpse in a Taoist robe, its face mottled red and blue, was preaching. Spirits swirled around it, and insects occasionally crawled out from its robe, wriggling into its ears or nostrils and back into its body. This mummified corpse was the 3 immortal great demons who had fled back from outside Heavenly Gate Pass in a sorry state several days ago. The peacock, bull demon, and the giant frog had all met their end at Heavenly Gate Pass, only it had escaped. Such a tremendous loss was not trivial for Longshan Taoist Temple. In the back mountains of the temple, an old man in worn Taoist robes quietly sat before a waterfall. Suddenly, his eyes opened, revealing a cold light at their depths as he spoke impassively, "Your Excellency has come here, what guidance do you seek?" Behind him, a figure slowly emerged out of thin air, a seductive woman in a bright red dress, but with floral patterns on half her face. Her eyes bewitching, she chuckled. "Dragon Master, I hear that several of your disciples have fallen at Heavenly Gate Pass, what a pity. Have you come here looking for a beating?" The old Taoist's eyes were icy cold. "I'm just feeling sorry for you, why vent your anger on me?" The seductive woman put on an innocently weak facade, blinking as she said, "I came to ask, what do you think of the earlier proposal? Will you join our army? This is a rare opportunity." The old Taoist furrowed his brows, falling into silence. "What are you still worried about? The real person from Gantao Palace doesn't dare to set foot outside." The seductive woman spoke softly, otherwise, that imperial holy city would succumb in an instant, turn to ashes. This is a once-in-a-millennium chance. Those human race characters expanded recklessly in the past, driving us out of our homes, forcing us to live on the edges of the great wilderness heaven. We should have killed our way back long ago. As she spoke, a hint of murder surfaced on her seductive face. The old Taoist slowly said, "If we are to attack Liangzhou, from which direction do you plan to strike? We were hoping that you would work with us and march right through this Heavenly Gate Pass." The seductive woman's expression softened into a gentle allure. "But we received some intelligence a few days ago. The Li family of Qingzhou City has met with great trouble. That talented prodigy, once hailed as a millennium's first of Daiyu, has left home and been exiled here. With 4 Stan's realms secretly protecting him, I believe you have already encountered him. So, to continue attacking from Heavenly Gate Pass would mean an early confrontation with the 4 Stan's realm. The losses would be too great, somewhat pointless. We have already changed our route. Since this pass has become a tough nut to crack, let's bypass it for now. After we flatten Liangzhou, this small pass will be of no significance. Then we can turn back and enjoy the taste of those human race elders." Chapter 199, Chapter 17 Lethal Attribute. The winter snow fluttered down, cloaking the world in a shimmering silver mantle. Gusts of cold wind howled through the mountain pass. Inside a small fenced courtyard, Ren Qianqian practiced her swordsmanship in the snow. The blade sang through the air, whipping up the falling snow around her. She moved with the agility and grace of a butterfly, her sword strokes lithe. The technique is just a facade, you need to comprehend the trajectory, the rhythm, and the true essence of the sword. Beside her, Li Hao squatted on the snowy ground, intently building a snowman. He patted and shaped it with his hands, occasionally clipping and trimming, and every now and then he glanced up at the practicing girl to give her a few pointers. Upon hearing this, Ren Qianqian paused, puzzled, the trajectory of the sword. Li Hao nodded, noticing that his snowman lacked arms made of branches. He immediately stood up, bent down, and picked up a branch from outside the woodshed. Look, like this. He shook the branch gently, and the snow clinging to it fell off. Then, with a swift motion, he flicked the branch, catching all the falling snowflakes back onto it, miraculously restoring it to its original snow-covered state. Ren Qianqian watched, stunned. Your sword should interact with the environment around you, that's how you achieve precision and sharpness, Li Hao explained. He returned to the snowman, shook off the snow from the branch again, and then inserted it as a twiggy arm on the snowman. Deep in thought, Ren Qianqian looked at the sword in her hand and, after a moment, resumed her practice. In the past few days, aside from the occasional pointers from Li Hao, Li Hongzhuang, and Song Qiumo also took the time to guide her. But like Li Hao, their guidance never focused merely on sword techniques, but delved deeper, speaking from a grandmaster's perspective about their understanding of the way of the sword. Such guidance had its pros and cons. The downside was that their words were enigmatic and tough to decipher. But the upside was, if one was perceptive enough, grasping their meaning could lead to rapid advances in swordsmanship. Harnessing sword intent to control the sword was akin to getting a head start on pursuing one's own grandmaster path. Ren Qianqian continued practicing her swordsmanship. And Li Hao continued building his second snowman. Beyond the pass, suddenly, an old horse galloped in. The red-blood horse sped into the pass and came to a stop outside the small courtyard. Li Hongzhuang, who was tending the stove in the kitchen, sensed something amiss and darted out of the courtyard as swift as an arrow. You're from the Xian camp of Liangzhou. Seeing the silver insignia on the veteran soldier's armor, Li Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. Has fifth brother arrived in Liangzhou? Has he come to reinforce us? The old soldier dismounted quickly, bowed respectfully, and handed over a military report. The general has just reached Liangzhou and sent me to deliver this report to the commander. Li Hongzhuang reached out to take it and swiftly scanned through its contents. Soon, her expression changed subtly, her eyes gaining a sharp, frosty edge. These demons really dare to scheme against Liangzhou. Clasping the report closed, she took a deep breath and said to the old soldier, "It's a long journey, do you want to come in and rest for a bit?" "No, the general is awaiting my return with a message." "Do you have news for me to carry back, Commander?" The old man spoke respectfully, his mind also filled with wonder. He had galloped all the way from the frontier, witnessing numerous demon corpses along the way, and even Kanjia City, once majestic, had been destroyed by demons as the rumors said. He had expected to find a desolate military camp, yet here he was, in a cozy, fenced courtyard. A reply Li Hongzhuang thought about how the military report, aside from detailing intelligence on demon activity, also included a letter full of familial concern. It warned her to be wary of demons, inquired about her well-being, and urged her to take good care of Hao Er and to retreat at any time. The words were few, but she could feel her fifth brother's warm care. Just a moment. Li Hongzhuang turned back into the courtyard, asked Li Hao for writing materials, swiftly penned a letter, and handed it to the waiting old soldier in the snowy courtyard outside. The old soldier tucked the rolled-up letter into his sleeve, mounted his horse, bid farewell to Li Hongzhuang, and galloped away. After the soldier departed, Li Hongzhuang called for Li Hao and handed him the military report. Fifth brother says that demons on the outskirts of Liangzhou are stirring and some fortresses have already been infiltrated. These demons plan to coordinate internal and external attacks with the intention of swallowing Liangzhou. He's especially come to take command, she relayed to Li Hao. Li Hongzhuang looked at Li Hao. Our Heavenly Gate Pass may face a major demon invasion soon. Li Hao picked up the report to read and, noticing the concern from his fifth uncle mixed within, his mind flashed back to the impression left during a family dinner when they exchanged pleasantries. He gathered his thoughts and responded to Li Hongzhuang, when the enemy comes, we'll block them, when floods threaten, we'll build dams. If demons come, we'll just fire up the cauldron. Li Hongzhuang gave a wry smile but then thought that with two beings from the four stands realm guarding them, there was no need to panic. If they really encountered trouble, a timely retreat was still manageable. However, it was uncertain when the demons would invade. After storing the military report, Li Hao invited everyone to enjoy lunch. Following the snowfall, the pass had an abundance of water resources. Li Hongzhuang's formerly greasy, coiled hair had been loosened in the absence of demon attacks over the last few days and, after being combed and washed, flowed like silk, smooth as ink, cascading down her back. Her once blood-stained armor had been cleansed and, while still donned for readiness, her flowing hair lent her a freshness, making her appear like a female general walking out of a painting. Li Hao made several large wooden tubs, boiled snow into water at night, and created a homemade hot spring. Soaking in the tub, they would eat barbecued meat, drink wine, and chat leisurely with elder Feng. It was indeed a delightful life. The place at the pass seemed to have turned into a holiday retreat. Despite the heavy snow painting the world a bleak and cold white, they were untroubled, sheltered from the winds and snow. In the days that followed, Li Hao spent his days hunting with Song Qiumo, targeting demons, and nights resting back at the small courtyard, maintaining a regular routine. Chapter 200, Chapter 17 Fatal Attribute _2. The demons he had hunted had given him a significant amount of painting experience, and he was about to level up to the 6th stage. During the hunting process, his fishing experience was also slowly increasing, gradually stretching towards the bottleneck of the 6th stage. Regrettably, the nearby 3 immortal demons seemed to have heard some news and had all evacuated from the vicinity of Heavenly Gate Pass. Li Hao found several caves, which reeked pungently with the scent of the 3 immortal demons, but from the questioning of the lesser demons captured nearby, he learned that the great demons inside had already left days ago. Li Hao casually collapsed these caves and left subtle fish marks as signs, so if any demons passed by, he could come and investigate next time. Days went by, one after another. As Li Hao hunted demons, his grandmaster state of mind was also slowly being perfected. Initially, he was proud and ambitious, addressing all creatures in the world as grandmaster. This was much harder than the usual path to becoming a grandmaster. The door to the heavens he had kicked open revealed a world far broader than he had imagined. What are all things? What is the origin of all things? Li Hao kept pondering this question. Mountains and rivers, fish and insects, wild animals, and so on, they are all things. But there are too many of them. If one were to learn from each individually, even 100,000 years of life would not be enough for a regular person to learn it all. Li Hao had the insight of the 6th stage of the physical body path. He could comprehend the state of mind of all things at a glance, and mastering them one by one was not difficult, but what Li Hao wanted was not diversity, but unity. He wanted to merge the state of mind of all things into one, which was a problem he created for himself and only he could solve. In the process of hunting everywhere, Li Hao and Song Qiumo were also traveling the mountains and rivers beyond this pass. From being enlightened about oneself to glimpsing the universe. Li Hao saw the bushes and flowers, saw the bright moon, and the streams. He saw the snow melting under the sunlight, and the persevering new leaves under the heavy snow. All things have a force, but what is the commonality of this force? Snow can freeze all things, yet a ray of sunlight can penetrate it. New leaves are fragile, but snow cannot kill them. Birds and beasts, though able to walk and destroy great trees, shiver in the snow and hastily return to their nests after seeking food. Therefore, what is the force of all things? A cold wind blew, brushing across his face. As Li Hao gazed at the distant mountains and the nearby woods, he seemed to touch upon something in his heart, but it slipped away in an instant. As the weather gradually turned to winter, the days with snow became more frequent. Today, having hunted 2 demons from the 15 Li realm, Li Hao returned with Song Qiumo. The number of demons in the wilderness outside this pass still far exceeded that within the region. Outside the small fenced courtyard, Li Hao had also casually built a few houses. Now that no demons were attacking, these houses could be built without worrying that they would be destroyed immediately. Li Hongzhuang asked, "Are you planning on rebuilding the original city again?" Li Hao just smiled. "If the demons keep staying away, then it's not impossible." Li Hongzhuang seemed thoughtful. In those days, she occasionally left the camp to search for traces of demons outside. But the nearby demons had all been cleared out by Li Hao, and she ventured to the outskirts of Wan Shan's Demon King territory without daring to go deeper. The number of demons in that area seemed to have decreased a lot, with no signs of a large demon army assembling. This was somewhat inconsistent with the military reports passed on by her fifth brother. However, she didn't doubt her brother's intelligence. Instead, she couldn't help but think. Could it be that these demons, because of the 2-4 stands realm powerhouses stationed at Heavenly Gate Pass, planned to take a detour? This speculation couldn't be confirmed, and she could only plan to wait and see in a while. If there's still no activity outside the Heavenly Gate Pass, she would send a letter to inform her fifth brother to be extra cautious in other areas. Every once in a while, Song Qiumo would go to nearby cities to purchase supplies, vegetables, noodles, seasonings for food and drink, as well as the painting paper Li Hao needed. On this day, upon returning, Song Qiumo brought back some extra treats for Li Hao. A set of chess strategies and 2 famous paintings. These were what Li Hao had asked Song Qiumo to help him find. Li Hao was overjoyed when he received the chess strategies and paintings, and he immediately added them to his panel. The chess strategy was New Studies of Chess. It was a guide that helped beginners to quickly learn the game. After pondering, Li Hao integrated it into his control path, and the corresponding trait immediately emerged. New Studies of Chess, increase in control speed by 20%. Compared to other chess strategies, the trait from this one seemed ordinary, not as exaggerated as something like 7-star lighting, but like the myriad attributes, once equipped, it was always active, a passive skill. It did not require an extra expenditure of Li Hao's power, had no side effects, and offered a percentage-based permanent increase. In the future, when his control speed reaches even higher levels, this 20% increase will be even more significant. As for the 2 famous paintings, Li Hao couldn't determine what special attributes they would bring, so he could only try integrating them one by one into his physical body path and control path. One of the paintings was Shrimp in the Clear Spring, incorporated into the physical body path. It brought the trait 20% affinity to water. Li Hao did not understand what this trait meant, but he could feel an especially warm connection when he touched snowflakes. He also felt more comfortable when soaking in hot springs. If one were to cultivate a cold ice-related cultivation technique, it seemed to have an enhancing effect. Beyond that, it was presently useless. The other painting, when embedded into the control path, was Yellow Bird Catching Insects painting, depicting a classic anecdote where the praying mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The trait it imparted was quite unique. When an attack remains unrevealed, there is a 1% chance for a fatal effect. This effect seemed similar to Hidden Bow, concealing the killing move, which could double the attack power when unrevealed. Chapter 201, Chapter 17 Fatal Attribute _3. But Hidden Bow's effect is doubled, and the chance of activation is 100%. However, this is only 1%, pitifully small. But that phrase, fatal effect, seems to let one's imagination wander. Does it mean that, regardless of realm and defense, once hit, there is a 1% chance of instant kill? If that's the case, then the effect of this famous painting is a bit terrifying. However, after giving it some thought, Li Hao felt that something was amiss. The effect seemed somewhat unimpressive. Against those of a lower realm, they could be easily killed with a flick of the hand, without needing its fatal effect. If facing those of a higher realm, they could easily see through his attack, making it hard to conceal. Unless it was during an intense battle where they failed to notice him and he was able to launch a surprise attack. But such opportunities for a sneak attack were rare, and even if one did occur, the 1% chance was too slim, and to actually strike would consume an outrageous amount of luck, so much so that he would need to be extra careful when walking around, lest he accidentally trip and kill himself. Nevertheless, no matter what, having an additional attribute was certainly better than none. This extra power did not require his cultivation, it was as if he had picked it up for free. When Song Qiumo saw Li Hao's excited demeanor, she smiled and shared more good news. Besides these, I have also learned about the whereabouts of another famous painting. It is said to be in the hands of a grandmaster. On hearing this, Li Hao's eyes immediately lit up. Can it be purchased? What are their demands? It's just hearsay for now, I haven't made contact with that grandmaster yet. However, I've managed to track their movements. They should be heading to Daoism City in Liangzhou soon, Song Qiumo said. I heard that there was a grand event there recently. Hermit Tianji invited masters from all over the Great Yu dynasty to discuss the Tao, and that Grandmaster is likely heading there for the event. Grandmasters discussing the Tao. Li Hao was slightly surprised. According to the interesting tales recorded in Listening Rain Tower, this was a grand event that occurred once every 60 years. They invited grandmasters from all over the world to corroborate martial arts. These grandmasters would also take their juniors along. Even if they merely listened in from outside, it greatly benefited their martial studies. Most grandmasters would seclude themselves in the mountains, focusing solely on cultivation and studying their own grand martial arts. It was only during these grand occasions that they would descend and exchange ideas in martial arts. It is said that during the grand events of previous years, some extraordinary juniors, upon listening, would break open the heavenly gate on the spot and leap from the 15th realm to becoming grandmasters of the Tianren sect, their fame spreading far and wide. Each event never lacked one or two such juniors. Therefore, in addition to the grandmasters, those genius-level talents from the 15th realm would also rush to the event after hearing the news. Daoism City is quite a distance from here. Even if we were to rush at full speed, it would take a day to go there and back, Li Hao mused. Song Qiuma said that Daoism City has city formations. Although I have a pass issued by the Great Yu Dynasty, it only applies within Qingzhou. I can move among the cities of Qingzhou freely, but for Liangzhou, I need to register and undergo verification at the provincial office, and I'll need Song Yufeng to vouch for me. Li Hao knew that Song Qiuma couldn't handle this herself. Registration and verification were quite time-consuming processes. Especially for a 4-stands realm Great Demon King, the states were exceedingly cautious. After all, once a pass was issued and they were allowed into the city, if the Great Demon King suddenly went on a killing spree, it would swiftly destroy the city. The news of the city's destruction might not even be reported before the Great Demon King could rampage elsewhere, causing consecutive destructions, inflicting great damage on the entire province. Moreover, the nobility within the city were extremely averse to such matters. A Great Demon King was like a tiger let out of its cage. Even if you're told it won't hurt people, no one would be willing to take the risk. Li Hao looked at Li Hongzhuang and asked, Elder Hongzhuang, could you make a trip to Daoism City? For me. Li Hongzhuang hadn't expected Li Hao to be so obsessed over a famous painting. But having watched him paint over the past few days, she could somewhat understand. Her nephew seemed to have put all his thoughts into these unconventional practices, and he wasn't particularly enthusiastic about cultivating. Apart from that night, she hadn't seen Li Hao cultivate since. Despite possessing a terrifyingly fast cultivation speed, he had no interest in cultivation, yet his realm was still the highest among his peers. Li Hongzhuang could only say that it was as if the heavens were spoon-feeding Li Hao, forcibly stuffing the food into his mouth. I'm too lazy to make the trip. If you want it, why don't you go yourself? Li Hongzhuang said. She had no interest in these famous paintings. During her childhood, she did enjoy them, even embroidering and copying them onto handkerchiefs. But once she took up the sword, she never touched a needle again. The only images in her eyes were the snowstorms beyond the frontier pass and the countless demons she needed to slay. Li Hao felt somewhat helpless, but after giving it some thought, he found the idea feasible. In recent days, all the demons within 300 li of the frontier pass had been annihilated by him. Even the demons further away seemed to be fleeing and hiding, with him catching only a few on each hunt. Leaving this place for a few days wouldn't make much difference. If you decide to go, I'll look after this place for a few days, Song Qiuma, lounging lazily on the plush fur-covered chair, said as she noticed Li Hao's intentions. Li Hao smiled, then I thank you in advance, Elder. Song Qiuma cast him a slight glare, seemingly dissatisfied with the term elder, but she didn't say anything. With Song Qiuma looking after things, Li Hao felt at ease. His effectiveness in this area was far less than hers. He reasoned that these days' lack of demons was most likely due to the news of Song Qiuma's battle with the Dragon Lord spreading among the demons outside the pass, making them all aware that, although Heavenly Gate Pass was seemingly deserted with the old army gone, it was now more formidable than if an army had been stationed. Without a demon king personally taking the risk of a warrant to breach the pass, this place would remain unshakable. Since that's the case, Qianqian, prepare yourself, and accompany me to Daoism City. It seems there's a martial temple there, and you can undergo soul succession as well, Li Hao said as he stood up. Ren Qianqian's eyes sparkled as she quickly voiced her agreement. Li Hao ruffled the little white fox's head. Now that you've also entered the soul succession realm, I wonder where you should go for soul succession. Chapter 202, Chapter 18, the fifth on the Qianquan list. The little white fox lifted its head and licked the edge of Li Hao's palm, looking up at him with a pitiable expression. Li Hao smiled softly. The little white fox definitely could not go to the martial temple, otherwise, it would be slain as soon as it stepped inside. The path of soul succession for demons is almost the same as that for the human race. Those with a legacy continue the souls of their demonic ancestors. Those without a legacy can only seek to worship under other great demons to receive their heritage. Thus, demons also have their own forces and circles. If they were still living in the divine general mansion, Li Hao could have helped the little white fox by sending it to Qingqiu Mountain, where the fox clan resides. Qingqiu Mountain is also one of the forces affiliated with the Li family. The Qingqiu Mountain elder who measured bones was actually a great demon fox. However, a great war had broken out on Qingqiu Mountain 1,000 years ago, where the Fox Lord perished, and for many years, no demon king of the Four Stands realm had been born, so they could only submit and affiliate with the Dao divine dynasty. Hang on a little longer. When I return, I'll look for an opportunity to see if there are any wild tombs of demon kings outside the frontier, Li Hao said as he caressed the little white fox. If it really doesn't work out, give me some time, and I'll slay a demon king for you in the future so you can succeed its soul. The soul succession realm is very crucial. He himself could fight beyond his realm largely because of the soul succession from heaven and earth, allowing him to condense the soul 360 times, far exceeding others in the same realm by 4 to 5 times, or even 10 times. With the subsequent enhancements at each realm, when taken cumulatively, they granted him this strength. The little white fox nodded obediently and flashed a fox-like smile upon hearing Li Hao's words. Li Hao borrowed a bag of silver coins from Song Qiuma and set off with Ren Qianqian. The little white fox was left behind at the camp, entrusted to Song Qiuma for care. Ren Qianqian helped Li Hao carry his sword, while Li Hao carried Ren Qianqian. However, this carrying involved using the power of object manipulation to lift her up. The two of them, one after the other, flew out of the camp. Feng's figure followed from a distance, stepping silently in the snow and wind. Li He still chose to secretly follow behind Li Hao, continuing his duty as a protector. Although he now knew that this young master's combat strength was second to none compared to his own, it was an order from the military. Daoism City is located at the central northwestern part of Liangzhou. This place has thoroughfares in all directions, and outside the city, there are neither mountains nor forests, just a vast plain, serving as the northwest axis of Liangzhou. Every month, countless escort and merchant caravans come here. The winter snow blankets the land, creating a monochrome world, but the wheels of the carriages create dark streaks on the earth, like deep black tears. On the main road outside the city, carriages gallop from all directions, forming a continuous stream on the wide imperial road and entering the majestic city walls. "Miss, Daoism City is ahead of us," said a plainly dressed maid in simple clothes and soft armor to the young girl beside her. The girl, with a sword at her waist and dressed in white, looks out of the carriage, taking in the sight of the towering walls, as imposing as a mountain range at the horizon. "This Daoism City's momentum is not inferior to Qingzhou City," the girl murmured as she gazed intently. She was none other than Li Wushuang, who accompanied her father to Liangzhou. Having arrived at the military camp and not staying for long, she heard about the Grandmaster's gathering hosted by the hermit Tianji and immediately disguised herself. Taking the 2 female guards her father, Li Xuanli, had arranged for her from the army, she rushed overnight. This city houses one of the 7 major families of Liangzhou and is also where the 3rd wealthiest person in Liangzhou resides, hence its grandeur, explained the maid. Li Wushuang nodded slightly, appearing unconcerned. Any family or noble house paled in comparison to the prestigious divine general mansion. Her gaze swept over the official road and the snowy plains around it, as well as the distant mountains only visible at the edge of the horizon. She muttered to herself. If this place were to engage with demons in battle, a sizable army could be gathered. It's a central area, making it difficult for the demons to hide their tracks. The maid smiled faintly upon hearing this. Indeed, she was a general's daughter, with a focus entirely different from that of the usual noble young ladies. Coming here to learn the Tao could lay a foundation for my entry into the heavenly human realm in the future, and it would also be beneficial for my breakthrough into the 15th realm. There's even the possibility to advance further on the Qian Dragon list. Li Wushuang's eyes sparkled. The Qianquan list is divided into 2 lists. Those over 18 years of age are not Allowed to be recorded in the Qian Phoenix list. Those over 22 years of age are not allowed to be recorded in the Qian Dragon list. The Qian list is primarily for the young. Those prodigies from noble families mainly vie for a spot in the Qian Phoenix list. While those who qualify for the Qian Dragon list are mostly scions of the Divine General Mansion or top forces, such as disciples from Gan Tao Palace and Mount Wuliang, or direct heirs from other first-rate sections. To be listed in the Qian list means to be recognized as the most outstanding youth in the Dayou Divine Dynasty. The only criteria for being listed are the evaluation of one's cultivation realm and actual combat achievements. Hence, many noble offspring enter Jianghu, showcase valor and righteousness, slay demons and monsters, and make a name for themselves, hoping to attract attention and be included in the Qian list. Once listed, they receive invitations from various powers and aid from numerous resources. The path of cultivation becomes smooth, and there's no longer any need to worry about the lack of cultivation techniques, resources, or weapons. One only needs to focus on cultivation. Li Wushuang is currently ranked just outside the top 30 on the Qian Dragon list. Those ahead of her, all the way up to the 28th place, are geniuses of the 15 Li realm. They come from various forces, or are the direct heirs of supreme warriors like Sword Saints or Blade Saints. Among these, Li Wushuang recognizes many by name, some she is even well acquainted with, such as the two from the Divine Travel realm among those who precede her. Ranked at 28th is Li Hao's betrothed, Bian Ruxue. Both are in the Divine Travel realm, but she ranks slightly higher than Wushuang. Chapter 203, Chapter 18 Qian List Number 5_2. The reason for his rise in the rankings was that 3 months ago he desked from the Sword Cottage, tiered the world, destroyed a Mo river, and with a single sword slashed 2 great demons of the Divine Travel realm who had crossed their boundaries. His combat achievements were outstanding, so he was placed ahead of her. Joining the Qian Dragon list at the age of 40 was nothing short of sensational. With a named Mter, there would still be many forces willing to reach out and win him over. If it was just for a favor or acquaintance, it would be worthwhile. The Qian list was updated monthly, and Li Wushuang thought about the latest changes, her mood inevitably complex. The newest rankings were announced, the young martial artists of the 9 states were all shack. Though the Divine General Mansion deliberately concealed the grand battle of Qingzhou, there were too many witnesses, and the news could not be hid. Moreover, Tianji Tower, the establishment responsible for the Qian list rankings, claimed to grasp the heavenly secrets and see through all things in the world. They might know if a certain youngster in the borderlands were to disturb a bird's nest, let alone such a significant battle. With the update of the Qian list, that name naturally made it onto the roster. Ranked 5th. 40 years old and 5th on the Qian Dragon list. Li Hao. Seeing this message and ranking, all the forces paying addition to the Qian list were shocked, especially they saw the description of that young man's realm, having reached the heavenly human realm. A 40-year-old in the heavenly human realm shook the world to its core. No wonder he was ranked 5th on the Qian Dragon list. It should be known that historically, only those in the heavenly human realm were qualified to continue for the top T positions on the Qian Dragon list. For example, the disciples under the true person of Gan Tao Palace, the cherished successors of that Buddha figure, or the newly tacked pupils by a certain wandering beggar, and other young true dragons from the Divine General Mansion. Too many exceptional talts, too few spots available. This was, after all, a selection of just T from the countless martial artists of the Dayou Divine Dynasty. As the ranking was released, some in the Rivers and Lakes Misty Rain Tower predicted that within 2 years, this youth would climb to the top of the Qian Dragon list and remain seated there until the age of he would leave the rankings. Suppression of the Qian Dragon list for 6 years. This prediction, though audacious, didn't seem so far-fetched in light of his record-breaking cultivation speed. Li Wushuang had come to Daoism City primarily to catch up to that silhouette. At another gate of Daoism City, a caravan approached. "Look, we're almost there." The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and out from the caravan's peaked young faces, full of lively vitality. "Yu Yao, this Daoism City is quite impressive indeed." Inside the carriage, Lin Feifei, dressed in GRE, had sparkling eyes full of surprise, as this was her first visit to Liangzhou. Due to the geographical environment of Liangzhou, which is not suitable for agricultural farming, the state often imported food from other states. In her mind this was a poor area. Right angle row. Indeed, in terms of fiscal reviews amongst the 9 states, Liangzhou was among those at the bottom. Song Yueyao, who was traveling with her, nodded slightly, her eyes gleaming with a trace of longing for the upcoming Grand EVT. Yuyao, did you hear that Heavenly Gate Pass, where Master Li sits, is in Liangzhou? Lin Feifei suddenly thought of something and curiously asked, uncertain about her geography. Song Yueyao's gaze sharpened, the light in her eyes seemed to retract, and she grew somewhat silt. That's right. Should we go and see him after this EVT is over? Lin Feifei blurted out with her thoughts. Song Yueyao shook her head, well aware of her Frid's nature, saying, Heavenly Gate Pass is unpredictable and perilous, our press would only cause him trouble. Grandfather said that Aunt Xiaoma has gone to see him, he should be fine. Seeing this, Lin Feifei could only give up with regret, muttering a few words in depths of Li Hao softly, barely above a whisper, and did not dare to continue. These words were only murmured in secrecy, for slandering the divine Gerald presiding over a state was no trivial matter, and if unheard, it made her somewhat uneasy. We're here to cultivate and improve ourselves this time, we need to stay focused. After we reach the fifthly realm, it won't be too late to look for him. Song Yueyao said. Without attaining the fifthly realm, one couldn't fly, and if faced with powerful demons, escape wouldn't be an option. Lin Feifei nodded slightly, understanding the profound significance of the Grand Assembly of Grandmasters for them. It could lay a foundation for their eventual stepping into the heavenly human realm. After all, overcoming the threshold to the heavenly human realm must be achieved on their own, no matter how plentiful the resources. Building up to the fifthly realm is where it is. The carriage curtain fell, and the carriage swayed toward the massive bronze city gates. Outside Daoism City, high in the sky 100 li away, several figures rushed through the air, landing on the desolate a good distance from the official road, unnoticed by anyone. Leading them was a young man dressed in a purple gold robe, with a stalwart build, handsome features, but a long, beard on his lower jaw, and eyes flashing a compelling purple gold light. Young master, that's Daoism City ahead. A gray-robed elder respectfully said. He had dragon horns coiling atop his head and gray scales at his neck, his cheeks were pointed and carried a hint of chilliness. It looks to be a fine platter indeed. The purple gold-robed youth's eyes shimmered with a violet hue, and he licked his lips slightly as he focused his gaze. Once we take down this city, we can join forces with my father inside and outside the northwest, directly tearing through. Together with those people, the garrison troops of Liangzhou won't have time to react. The gray-robed elder smiled. I heard they are holding a grand EVT here, with masters from all states rushing here. These will be sumptuous meals for you, young master, to enjoy at your leisure. Chapter 204, Chapter 18, the fifth on the Qianquan list _3. These reptiles, after cultivating for just dozens of years, can reach the heavenly human realm, and their breeding capacity is rapid. They are truly disgusting. The purple gold-robed youth spoke coldly, a trace of cruelty crossing his face. The few people beside him all wore faint smiles, not speaking. Let's go, let's have some fun in that city first. Have the army stand by, ready to act on our signal. Once we break the city's formation, we can take it down in one fell swoop and minimize casualties. The purple gold-robed youth said, walking towards the city. Young master, if you are going into the city, you need to change your clothes, and your divine eyes. The gray-robed elder hastily interjected. The horns of the dragon above his head also retracted into his hair, while the gray scales at his neck also disappeared, making him look just like a normal elderly man. What a hassle! The purple gold-robed youth frowned, clearly displeased. The purple gold garb is exclusively used by the royalty of the human race, drawing too much addition. The gray-robed elder respectfully advised. Humph, damn reptiles. The purple gold-robed youth's face was full of dissatisfaction, but the color of his clothes still changed slightly, turning into a simple yellow robe, and the purple in his eyes also disappeared, replaced with black. Young master, here is your command talk. The gray-robed elder handed over a talk. The talk was stained with some blood. Two figures flew swiftly, landing on the official road outside Daoism City, paced towards the city. Li Hao casually plucked a blade of grass from the roadside, twirling it idly in his hand. He occasionally hopped over the uneven snow and slush that marked the rutted road, to keep his boots clean. Our Qianqian hugged her sword, following steadily in his steps. The two occasionally stepped wide or leaped to avoid mud puddles, finally arriving at the city gate. After paying the silver for the trance fee, they tiered the cobblestone streets of the city. There sure are a lot of martial artists. Li Hao scanned his shoerings, noting many martial artists along the way, mostly of the divine travel realm with a few from the soul succession realm, probably here for the excitement. The shops and taverns in the city were bustling with crowds, extremely prosperous. As they passed by, Li Hao listened to various conversations and exchanges. Some discussed the Grandmaster's conversion, some gossiped about certain Grandmasters, and in those conversations, Li Hao have heard his own name mentioned. Did you hear about the 5th ranked on the Qian Dragon list? The youngest Grandmaster in history. I heard from my father that this record was broken by a prodigy of the Li family over a decade ago, and now it has been refreshed by someone from the Li family again. The Li family should be the first among the 5 divine Gerald mansions, right? Shoo, keep your voice down. Let me tell you a secret, my Frid told me that the least known of the 5 divine Gerald mansions, the Wang family, is actually the most fearsome. Theta. The topic gradually veered off course. Li Hao was slightly surprised. He was aware of the Qian Dragon list, updated monthly by Tianji Tower. The hermit Tianji, who had issued a broad invitation for Grandmasters to seek the Tao, was one of the masterminds behind Tianji Tower. Tianji Tower was said to know everything, as Li Hao had SCE enlisting Rain Tower, where the vast majority of strange and interesting stories from the Jianghu were the work of Tianji Tower, ever counting the details of a Grandmaster taking revenge and annihilating a family as if they were pressed at the SCE. There were ever accounts of a Grandmaster keeping a beautiful young lady, included in the Chronicle of Romantic Affairs. However, Li Hao had heard from his second uncle that the reason Tianji Tower was so well informed was not due to fabrications, but rather because it was backed by the royal family. Tianji Tower had high prestige in Jianghu, and it was one of the methods the imperial court used to infiltrate Jianghu from the temples. This showed how terrifying the power that the Dayu dynasty actually held. Was it because of that battle? Li Hao's lips twitched slightly, not expecting to be up on the Qian Dragon list because of it. As for the list itself, he didn't care much. Most people fought for a spot on the list for fame and fortune, with fame came wealth. There were also a minority who simply yearned for fame, aiming to be remembered by the world, recognized wherever they went, and mourned after their deaths. But Li Hao had little interest in either fame or fortune. He just wanted to live longer, more leisurely, to be an ordinary guest, wandering through the world. Perhaps the most precious thing in life is to live freely. Let's go, I'll take you to the soul succession in the martial temple first. Li Hao said to our Qianqian. Our Qianqian's eyes lit up, and she immediately nodded in agreement. Li Hao casually asked someone for directions, learning there were 3 martial temples in Daoist City. The largest was on City God Street in the city tour. Immediately, Li Hao took our Qianqian there. Along the streets, they countered many martial artists from various provinces, mostly in small groups led by an elder. City God Street was extremely lively, with temples where many came to burn inks and pray. This temple was also under Mount Wuliang's jurisdiction, belonging to one of Mount Wuliang's subordinate forces. Li Hao glanced at it without any intention of praying, leading our Qianqian straight to the Trao martial temple of the street. At the martial temple, there were also sacrificial altars, but surprisingly fewer people burning inks than at the temple. Li Hao watched with a frown. He and our Qianqian each bought some inks with a few silvers, lit them, and paid their respects to the heroic spirits in the temple. Once done, Li Hao brought our Qianqian to the front of the martial temple and found the temple's keeper. The keeper, an old man, upon seeing our Qianqian's identity, learning her father's status, and verifying her initial try into the soul succession realm, accepted their silver, recorded her name in the register, and granted our Qianqian trance into the martial temple. The heroic spirits inside the martial temple were in a semi-somnolent state, whether one could move them or not depended on personal skill. With nothing better to do, Li Hao strolled to the temple, noticing 2 temple keepers playing chess behind the temple. He squatted down to watch. A pair of stinking chess baskets. After watching for a moment, Li Hao could not bear to look any longer, shook his head, and left disinterestedly. The 2 young keepers just glanced at each other and smiled, treating Li Hao as a youth who didn't understand the intricacies of chess, lacking the patis to play. Chapter 205, Chapter 19 Recommendation. After all, they are just youngsters. People chase after fame and fortune, not elegant like the 2 of us. The 2 young Shrined danced, chuckled and conversed in light laughter. Li Hao, who had walked far away, heard them and turned back. He grabbed a few pieces from the go chip box and tossed them onto 5 spots on the board. He huffed and strode away. "You brash youth, you." The young shrine attendant playing with the pieces was furious and about to scold him. The boy had already gone far. Angrily averting his gaze, he was about to clean up the disrupted pieces but noticed his friend across the board staring blankly at the game. To his surprise, he looked down and immediately realized that the difficult situation he was facing had been reversed. The placement of the 5 pieces had opened up a new territory for him. The key was that one less and they would be isolated pieces, undetectable. This. After wandering Li Hao found himself bored and saw that our Qianqian's soul continuation ritual wasn't over yet. He immediately asked an old shrine attendant to tell the young girl who had just gone in to wait for him here after she comes out and not to wander off. Handing over 2 pieces of silver, the old shrine attendant happily accepted and promised to pass on the message. Li Hao left the martial shrine with his sleeves flapping in the wind, walked confidently into the city, and found a bustling tavern to inquire about Grandmaster Bai Chuanhai. The tavern was packed with guests, buzzing with activity. At a staircase inside, a candle hung suspended, its flame flickering and dancing. Below the candle, about half a meter down the rope, hung an exquisite dagger inlaid with amber gems. Downstairs, many people were egging each other on. Li Hao glanced twice and realized that the tavern was holding a promotion amid the liveliness. If someone could remove the dagger without the candle flickering, it would be given to them for free. Just from the gemstone on the dagger, one could tell that it was worth a fortune. No wonder it attracted so many people. Li Hao had no interest in the dagger. He went up another staircase and found a place by the railing to sit down. He looked filtering out the many noises and continuously selecting the various whispers he could overhear. His hearing was sharp, and the talk outside the tavern, nearby tea houses, and passers-by on the streets didn't escape his ears. The whispers of some people were clearly heard. Like a couple of WOM at a table below and behind him whispering, "The youth by the railing is quite handsome." Li Hao's mood was instantly uplifted. Suddenly, he heard the 3 words, "Bai Chuanhai," coming from a table in front of the window. Curious, he saw 3 figures sitting there, 2 WOM and 1 man, whispering to one another. The master has challenged Grandmaster Bai Chuanhai to a fight. After the Grandmaster's converse is over, they will exchange moves on Heavily Sword Peak. Bai Chuanhai's palm technique is said to be supernatural, able to hit a snow-clad tree and shatter the tree without the snow trembling. I wonder if it's true or false. Maybe it's just his disciple bragging. Li Hao's eyes sparkled, and he immediately got up and approached their table. "Pardon my intrusion, but do you know Grandmaster Bai Chuanhai?" Their conversation abruptly ceased, and their expressions changed slightly, seemingly not expecting someone to overhear them talking behind their backs. "Are you his disciple?" The 3 looked up at Li Hao with unfriendly expressions. They saw he wasn't much older than themselves. They let out a sigh of relief. Talking behind someone's master and actually fighting are different things. Give this youth's age, he probably wasn't a match for them. "No, I just want to meet him," Li Hao replied, shaking his head. The 3 were momentarily stunned and exchanged glances, relaxing a bit. "You're here to seek apprenticeship with him, aren't you?" The girl in a plain dress, who looked clean and spoke softly, asked. Li Hao looked at her in surprise and realized that the Grandmaster's converse, aside from attracting Grandmasters from across the world, also drew many young martial artists who admired and sought apprenticeship. Such as young masters and ladies from declining noble families or newly rich families, all traveling thousands of miles to find a master and learn. After all, with so many Grandmasters, one was bound to meet 1 or 2 if they were lucky. Li Hao smiled, not offering an explanation, and said, "Do you know where I can find him?" "What's it to you whether we know or not? Why should we tell you?" The girl in an orange dress, more delicate but with a fiercer demeanor, glared at Li Hao. She was clearly unhappy that he had just overheard their conversation. The young man in the middle didn't intervene but simply said, "If you wish to seek a master, wait outside the view after the Grandmaster's converse, and you'll naturally get to see him." Seeing their unfriendly attitudes toward Li Hao, the girl in the dress just glanced at him without saying anything more. Li Hao wasn't offended. He pulled out the remaining half bag of silver and said, "Please do me a favor and guide me there." Who cares for such a small amount of money? The girl in the orange dress glanced at it and snorted. As she turned her head, she happened to see the dagger hanging by the spiral staircase. She pointed at it casually. If you're serious, get that dagger down for me, and I'll tell you. The young man, knowing his sister was deliberately making it tough for this youth, had tried himself and couldn't do it. Linger. The girl in the dress softly called the younger girl by her name and apologetically said to Li Hao, I'm sorry, we can't just disclose information about Grandmaster Bai Chuanhai. If we were to be blamed. A dagger, is it? Sure thing, Rho. Theta. Li Hao smiled and hurriedly retrieved the half-bag of silver, to avoid wasting money. Although the dagger was more expensive than the money he had, in his view, money or treasures were just conveniences meant for himself. As long as they were useful, that was all that mattered. With his curt strgth, earning money was easy. He could kill a few demons and accumulate a considerable fortune, always able to live like a wealthy family's scion, free and happy. Seeing Li Hao turn and walk downstairs, the trio was taken aback, exchanging looks in bewilderment. Zhou Linger snapped out of it and couldn't help saying, is he an idiot, really thinking he can get it? He probably didn't read the rules clearly, thinking it's oof to leap up 3 zhang high. The young man shook his head and said with a slight sneer. In the midst of the conversation, the three still got up and WT to the railing to watch. Li Hao reached the downstairs area, where many people were eager to try their luck. To take on the challenge, one had to first order a gold and jade full hall set meal, which served as a challenge ticket. This familiar routine made Li Hao feel somewhat nostalgic. He sptt silvers to buy a set and didn't wait for the food to arrive before stepping into the challenge area. The gazes of the shearing people immediately converged on him. They saw Li Hao's age, the jeering grew louder, thinking he was just another noble scion unable to resist showing off and wanting to give it a try. The money in these young nobles' pockets was always the easiest to earn. A middle-aged man, who seemed to be the restaurant manager, enthusiastically explained the rules to Li Hao, continuing to vigorously enhance the atmosphere. Li Hao didn't wait for the crowd to start their clamor before he lightly leaped up. Under the eyes of the whole floor, he drifted up like a breeze and plucked the dagger tied above the candle. According to the rules, those within the fifthly realm were forbid to compete. One couldn't retrieve the object by controlling it with their power. What was tested was the pure foundation of martial arts. Therefore, if one's cultivation level had reached the divine travel realm, if their martial arts skills were average, it would be difficult to keep the candle flame steady. However, at this moment, as Li Hao landed, the candle flame was still burning quietly, its tip straight as an arrow. Li Hao gave a slight smile to the stunned restaurant manager and turned upstairs with the dagger in hand. A brief silence in the restaurant erupted into noise, and the entire place emitted sounds of shock. Countless gazes followed the young man's figure. Li Hao climbed upstairs and handed the dagger to Zhou Linger, who was standing by the railing with a stunned expression. He smiled and said, "Please show me the way." Zhou Linger and the two regained their seas. They had all seen it clearly, the candle flame had not wavered at all, and Li Hao's approach seemed not to have stirred a single breeze. "How did you do that?" Holding the dagger, Zhou Linger couldn't help but ask dazedly. The young man's eyes wide as he sized up. Li Hao, himself a geas of the Qiankuan list who couldn't achieve such a feat, yet this youth had managed it. Could the other party also be from the Qiankuan list? Li Hao felt the addy in him growing, and once again he said, "Please show me the way." The three snapped to Adian, and the young man took a deep look at Li Hao and said, "Please follow us. Grandmaster Bai Chuanhai should be with our master, but I can't guarantee we will meet him." "All right." The young man led the way, taking them out of the restaurant. The restaurant manager watched them leave and ultimately restrained the urge to come forward and plead. In rec days, it was best not to provoke the young lords visiting Daoism City, as it was easy to kick against an iron plate. Zhou Linger kept sizing up Li Hao along the way. Although she was temperamental, she had great respect and admiration for those with formidable strgth, peppering him with questions one after another. "How exactly did you do that? What's your name? Where are you from?" Li Hao didn't answer, feeling as if a bee was buzzing near his ear. The young lady in the plain dress also stealthily observed Li Hao, her eyes filled with curiosity. Among her peers, she had rarely southeast someone so formidable. Before long, under the young man's lead, they arrived at the Grand Master's debate platform in the city, where the place was bustling and already shored by spectators. All the inns were fully booked. In a restaurant with a stage set up for plays, the young men found their master, a short-statured middle-aged man who looked like a grandmaster, named Zhou Haitong. The young men introduced Li Hao and whispered the F's at the restaurant to him. Zhou Haitong, who was listening to the play, looked up at Li Hao and chuckled, "May I ask, young master, whence you hail and how you are addressed?" "Ji Hao." Li Hao simply said. Zhou Haitong pondered for a moment. This name wasn't on the Qianquan list. It seemed likely he was a new member of a Rhone family, which Li Hao's age seemed to suggest. "You're only a surname away from that unparalleled geas on the Qian dragon list." Zhou Haitong chuckled slightly and said, "Do you wish to become Bai Chuanhai's disciple? I too have some proficiency in martial arts, would you be interested?" Zhou Linger and the others looked at him in surprise, not expecting their master to be so opportunistic and actually wanting to take the young man under his wing right away. However, considering the martial prowess that Li Hao had displayed, if he were to join, perhaps he could have surpassed them in skill more quickly. Thinking this, the three felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation. "I'm not here to become a disciple." Li Hao shook his head slightly. "I would like to purchase a painting from him." Chapter 206, Chapter 20, Ren Qianqian crosses the border. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, Zhou Haitong appeared somewhat astonished. After all, he was a grandmaster of the Tai'er sect, and to have his personal invitation refused was unexpected. However, considering what his APPRTIs had just said, this youth's ability to approach the candle flame without disturbing it demonstrated a solid foundation in martial arts. Once he steps into the fifthly realm, his chances of advancing to the heavily human realm would be much greater than those so-called cultivation prodigies. Such Talt, if not a prodigy, must have been nurtured by a prestigious sect. Buying a painting. What painting? Zhou Haitong asked with a slight lift of his eyebrows. Li Hao shook his head slightly and replied, "The painting is in Bai Chuanhai's possession. I'll need your assistance to introduce me." "You seek him out not to become an APPRTIs, but only to ask for a painting." Zhou Haitong couldn't help but size up Li Hao, while Zhou Linger and the other two beside him also looked at Li Hao with great surprise. With the Grandmaster right before him, all Li Hao had to do was nod, and he could instantly become his disciple, an opportunity of immense value. You'll just have to wait. That old fellow hasn't arrived yet, he's probably on the way here. Wait for the Grandmaster EVT 3 days from now, he will surely appear, and you'll have the chance to meet him. Zhou Haitong picked up a teacup from beside him, sipped lightly, and spoke indifferently. Picking up the tea also signified the act of bidding farewell. Since Li Hao had no intian of APPRTIship, he would not press the matter. A steed oft finds itself, but Bol, the great horse tamer, does not come by oft. Having received the information about Bai Chuanhai, Li Hao had no desire to linger. He obtained the address of Zhou Haitong's inn and left the restaurant. The 3 APPRTIs followed him out, and Zhou Linger said in frustration, "My father rarely wants to take disciples. How can you be so unaware of good fortune, or do you already have a master?" Li Hao looked at her puzzled. The young man hastily pulled Zhou Linger aside and apologized to Li Hao. "I'm sorry, she speaks too directly. Please don't take it to heart." Li Hao couldn't be bothered with them anymore, having already cleared his debt with the gift of the dagger and their guidance. Without saying much more, Li Hao turned and walked towards the martial temple to see if our Qianqian's sole succession had dead. His martial arts foundation is profound, he must come from a famous sect, the young girl in a simple dress murmured as she watched Li Hao's departing figure. Hearing this, Zhou Linger felt some shame and annoyance, retorting, "Is my father not considered a prestigious sect?" "What do you mean by that?" The girl in the dress snapped back to reality, startled, and quickly explained, "Of course, that's not what I meant." Li Hao returned to the martial temple. He saw our Qianqian under the eaves outside the temple, holding her sword and looking Li Hao waved to her. Seeing Li Hao, the girl immediately ran over with a joyful smile. "How'd it go?" "A predecessor from the 4 stands realm noticed my swordsmanship and said I was a worthy candidate." Our Qianqian couldn't hide her delight. That she was chosen by the only spirit of the 4 stands realm in the temple was remarkable. Though her father was a grandmaster, advancing the soul to the 4 stands realm was challenging. This was one of the most elite soul succession qualifications outside the royal family. She had joined Tan Palace Academy to undergo soul succession there, but doing so comes with some constraints. But in the martial temple, the conditions for soul succession are much more relaxed. The spirit's only requirement was generally one, to stand and fight Dao divine dynasty faces danger. But over 3,000 years of the dynasty, if there was a crisis, it usually happened at the borders and was dealt with and resolved by the divine Gerald mansion. Thus, this condition was virtually inconsequential. Unless one voluntarily joined the army and WT to establish themselves on the frontier. For Stan's realm, not bad, Li Hao said with a smile. It's thanks to the sword you taught me. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to catch that predecessor's eye, Qianqian said, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Li Hao. Li Hao responded with a smile, it's all your own understanding, I merely pointed you in a direction, that's all. Qianqian shook her head slightly, she didn't see it that way, but didn't argue with Li Hao, instead, she siltly took note of his words. So, where do we go next? We'll wander eat, play, and wait for the Grandmaster EVT to begin in 3 days, Li Hao said. By the way, we can also listen to what unfolds at the EVT to see how these Grandmasters perform in their martial arts. It will help you step into the heavily human realm. Great. Qianqian's face lit up with joy. Li Hao immediately took her away from the martial temple, and the two strolled leisurely through the streets, casually enjoying the local culture and customs of Liangzhou City. That evening, a boisterous EVT took place in the city. A contest for the rankings. Competitors sparred on fighting stages to achieve rankings and received rewards offered by the city's lord. With grandmasters gathering from all over and attracting talents from different provinces, it was ever more grandiose than the previous 10 palace academies recruitment, and the city was packed with people everywhere. The numerous prodigies had no outlet for their meeting except for idle discussions, so the local city lord launched this EVT as a warm-up for the upcoming Grandmaster gathering. The contest only allowed 3 realms, from the Soul Succession realm to the Fifthly realm. Anyone below the Soul Succession realm need not exhibit their skill, simply cracking seeds and watching from below the stage sufficed. Li Hao had little interest in such excitement. If he were to take the stage, those within the Fifthly realm wouldn't match a single finger of his, a mere bullying of children indeed. However, with Qianqian having just completed her soul succession and brimming with enthusiasm, Li Hao couldn't bear to damp her spirits, so he still accompanied her to the view, arriving at the outskirts of the soul succession realm stage. It's you again. By sheer coincidence, Li Hao countered Zhou Linger from earlier in the day. With her was the dressed girl, Su Wanner, both were of the soul succession realm. After hearing the news, they hurriedly finished dinner and came here, both eager to test their skills. Their sire brother headed for the Divine Soul Realm stage, inting to compete and exchange insights with the talents from various provinces. Young master, do you know them? Square root theta. Qianqian stood on her tiptoes to look ahead, only turning towards the noise with a bit of surprise. Just met. Why are you here? Are you also in the soul succession realm? Zhou Linger, seeing the indifference in Li Hao's expression, raised her eyebrows slightly, saying mockingly. Su Wanner, however, was curiously sizing up Li Hao. Hearing the address of young master, and combining Li Hao's actions during the day, casually giving away a valuable dagger and buying paintings from a grandmaster, he indeed seemed like a wayward and carefree rich young master. Qianqian, detecting the tone of disrespect, took a step forward and said coldly, you shall not be impolite. Zhou Linger was taken aback and seeing her momtum, which was also from the soul succession realm, she couldn't help but say with a solemn face, and who are you, her maid? Qianqian just stared at her coldly without answering. Zhou Linger, irritated by her gaze but also realizing Li Hao's identity wasn't simple, otherwise, why would he casually gift her a roan dagger just for guiding him to Bai Chuanhai, restrained her temper with only a cold snort. At this moment, cheers erupted from the platform as the audience cheered for a match that had just ended, with one contestant admitting defeat. Let's go, we should head over as well. Zhou Linger immediately said to Su Wanner, and after finishing her remark, she glared at Li Hao and said, that skill you showed earlier with the dagger, do you want to get on the stage and spar with me? If you win, I'll admit defeat. Li Hao glanced at her with some boredom. This little girl really hadn't been roughed up before, she had been utterly spoiled. Is someone like you qualified to challenge my young master? Qianqian frowned and responded coldly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Linger's nose flared with anger. If your young master is so formidable, why doesn't he go to the Fifthly Realms platform instead of coming here? If you've got the skill, get up there and let's see the truth through combat. If you want to fight, I move to keep you company. Our Qianqian said. You've only just reached soul succession, haven't you? Don't say I'm bullying you. Zhou Linger laughed with anger and leapt onto the stage. Young master, I will go and deal with her, our Qianqian said to Li Hao. Be careful, Li Hao told her. She's at the 4th layer of the soul succession realm, you've just tiered soul succession and are not yet fully accustomed to it. Be careful, and don't hurt her. Su Wanner, who was nearby, was stunned at Li Hao's words, wondering if she had heard wrong. This young man could obviously see Linger's realm, yet he instructed someone who had just reached soul succession not to injure Linger. I'll be careful, our Qianqian said. She leapt onto the platform as well. The previous victor had already left the stage to rest, and with Zhou Linger and our Qianqian stepping up, cheers immediately burst out from below. Aren't you worried? Su Wanner, seeing the nonchalant expression on Li Hao's face, couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. I am a little worried. Li Hao responded with a smile to the girl in the plain dress, his impression of her not bad. I just hope she doesn't strike too hard and cry she chops up your little treasure. Su Wanner was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the competition on the stage had begun. Zhou Linger showcased her martial display, impressively having reached the 4 stands realm as her cultivation foundation for the soul succession, her press filled with formidable momentum. Our Qianqian also brought forth her martial display to deft against her opponent's intimidation, unsheathed her own sword and dashed forward, the one she wielded was her own. Dragon Sword, however, had been returned to Li Hao before asking the stage. The sword light flickered, with countless sword movements swirling, pouncing forward like beads of rain. Zhou Linger, startled, drew her knife quickly, and a clanging sound of metal against metal ensued. But swiftly, a sword streak slipped through the knife's shadow, resting at Zhou Linger's throat. The battle was over. Below, Su Wanner watched in astonishment. She had truly won. Wasn't that girl just at the beginning of soul succession realm? And what was that swordsmanship? It was so complicated. On the stage, Zhou Linger still gazed at the sword blade in front of her, her face reflected on its snowy edge, filled with confusion. Our Qianqian glanced at her, pulled her sword back into its sheath with a swoosh, turned and said to the crowd below, please grace me with your advice. Clearly, she wished to continue the challenge, inviting other talts to the stage. The exchange with Zhou Linger had been merely a warm-up for her. Despite a discrepancy of 4 layers within the same realm, and having just stepped into the soul succession realm without time to practice and consolidate, her swordsmanship was far superior to that of her opponent. The clash of sword and knife seemed fierce, yet she never truly opposed with direct force, instead using finesse to deflect strgth before securing victory with a single strike. Hearing our Qianqian's words, Zhou Linger snapped out of her daze. She blushed with shame and frustration, her eyes moist, biting her lip as she rushed off the platform. Su Wanner, seeing this and forgetting her desire to compete, hastily followed after her. On the stage, with our Qianqian's call to battle, someone quickly joined her on the platform. Before long, another fierce battle commenced. Our Qianqian defeated 4 opponents in succession but was finally bested by a woman at the 8th layer of the soul succession realm. Seeing our Qianqian stepping off the platform with a slightly disheartened expression, Li Hao chuckled and said, your cultivation level is more solid and you grasp the true essence of your 1,000-feather sword skill, you could have won just now. The true essence it's too difficult, our Qianqian sighed. Li Hao felt somewhat helpless as well. After all, she was defeated only after crossing 8 layers within the same realm against another prodigy. Why did she still feel aggrieved? Young master, if you fought using only the power of the 1st layer of the soul succession realm, how many moves would you need to win? Our Qianqian suddenly looked at Li Hao, her eyes filled with hope and curiosity. She knew that Li Hao was a prodigy, terrifyingly quick in his cultivation. She understood that catching up to him in realm was impossible, but she wanted to chase the shadow of Li Hao's past. Chapter 207, Chapter 21, The Divine General Mansion lost him, 2 in 1 chapter. 1 move. Li Hao thought for a moment, and said with a fairly reasonable tone. Ren Qianqian's eyes sparkled, and she did not doubt Li Hao's words. Since Li Hao's swordsmanship was far beyond hers, she had barely managed to exchange a few blows with him. What about the 10th layer of soul succession realm? She pressed further. And what about someone just stepping into the divine travel realm? Seeing the stunned look on Ren Qianqian's face, Li Hao smiled, turned around, and said, "Let's go. It's time to return and rest after enough fun." Ren Qianqian snapped out of her daze and hastily followed in Li Hao's footsteps, asking, "Young master, are you serious? By swordsmanship?" Li Hao knocked on her head, "Don't compare yourself to me." His Zhou Tian realm had opened up great meridians and he possessed a top-notch qi circulation skill. This power was sufficient to support him in combat across realms. Adding to that, the soul condensing skill from the soul succession heaven and earth was very difficult to replicate. Even just the first layer of the soul succession realm, the frequency of condensing soul figures, could match a person from the 5th layer of the realm. Combined with the yin and yang dual pulse, he could defeat a martial artist who had just entered the divine travel realm in one move. If he were to use swordsmanship, the calculation would become much more complicated. Ren Qianqian held her sword with one hand and covered her head with the other, feeling somewhat aggrieved. But she also knew that Li Hao was right. Comparing herself to him could easily shatter her own martial heart. "You should follow your own sword path without making comparisons to others," Li Hao said. Ren Qianqian was struck by this thought. Follow her own sword path, without comparisons. She looked at the silhouette of the young man ahead and silently wondered to herself, was he doing the same? As the two left, another scene unfolded at the divine travel realm arena. A group of figures gathered, and suddenly, one of the women paused in her step. "What's wrong, Yu Yao?" Lin Feifei asked curiously. "I thought I saw Li just now." Song Yueyao stopped and looked toward another direction. "Isn't that the soul succession realm arena there?" Lin Feifei looked in the direction of her gaze, puzzled. Song Yueyao saw the shifting figures there, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, before she gently shook her head and withdrew her gaze. "Indeed, I must have seen wrong. With someone of his realm, why would he be at the soul succession realm arena?" She redirected her thoughts and said, "Let's take this opportunity to witness the prowess of the divine travel realm warriors from various states." "Yes." Lin Feifei's eyes were keen as she focused on the divine travel realm arena, eager with anticipation. For martial artists, it is rare to be without a competitive spirit. Time passed quickly. Li Hao and Ren Qianqian found an inn to stay in the city. They ate, drank, and roamed about, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Ren Qianqian went to the soul succession realm arena for challenges and exchanges, achieving good rankings but not making it into the top 10. After all, her own realm was too low. She had just stepped into soul succession and hadn't had the opportunity to practice and refine her soul condensing skill, making her hold on the realm superficial, hardly possessing any of the power of the soul succession realm. Those who chased the top 10 rankings were mostly those who had achieved perfection in the soul succession realm, and they were either talented disciples from famous sects or fortunate ones who received opportunities from the old men beneath the cliff. Li Hao did not continue to accompany her afterwards, but wandered around the city in search of famous paintings and chess manuals. The results were somewhat surprising for Li Hao. Although he did not find any chess manuals, in searching, he stumbled upon 2 famous paintings in a wealthy family's home. Regrettably, one of the paintings was a forged imitation and could not be collected, while the other was an authentic work of a great master in the art of painting, titled, "1,000 Sails Passing the River." This wealthy family was not short of money, collecting calligraphy and paintings purely out of personal liking. Li Hao's silver became useless, and to take something someone loved, he had to exchange it for something else. He thought of secretly incorporating the painting before leaving, but once a painting was added to the collection, it would rot away quickly and no longer exist in the world. The wealthy man was warm and generous, so Li Hao dismissed this idea. Luckily, the wealthy man's son was a martial arts fanatic who enjoyed practicing martial arts. Li Hao displayed his skills with ease, suppressing the martial instructors in the man's courtyard, impressing them and the man's son. He then agreed to find a famous master for the son, in exchange for the painting, should the agreement succeed. Therefore, when the Grand Master Conference began on this day, beside Ren Qianqian, Li Hao was also accompanied by this wealthy family's young son, who was of a similar age to Li Hao, named Han Wu. "That over there is the Grand Master Path Arena, but we don't have invitations and can't enter the inner area," Han Wu explained. he seemed quite familiar with the rules of the Grandmaster Conference, having studied them thoroughly. His eyes sparkled with life and admiration as he looked at the figures of the Grandmasters inside with great reverence. "Don't worry, we can get in," Li Hao said. Li Hao had already started walking towards the inner area. He didn't have an invitation, but being in the Celestial Master Realm, he could enter directly. At the entrance, two identical young men from Tianji Tower stopped the trio, their attitude polite, asking Li Hao to show his invitation, treating the three as if they were young disciples accompanying their master or scion seeking to study under a master. Li Hao had no invitation, but he simply lifted his hand and flicked the dragon pattern drum beside him. This drum, wrapped in demon hide and dragon scales, could not be vibrated by anyone below the Grandmaster realm. With a mechanism inside that required a precise touch, even someone at the pinnacle of the 15Li realm would have a hard time creating even a small sound with brute force, to say nothing of Li Hao's seemingly effortless flick. As the drum boomed with a hum, the twin young men were immediately startled and then astonished, their eyes widening as they looked at Li Hao. Han Wu, who had followed behind Li Hao, jumped in shock as well, gaping in amazement. He had seen Li Hao in action, suppressing the martial instructors, but had only thought that Li Hao was in the divine travel realm, since being of such an age and in the divine travel realm was already considered extraordinary. But to think he was actually in the celestial master realm. You couldn't be. The twin young men snapped back to their senses, their pupils suddenly constricting in shock as they stared at Li Hao. Chapter 208, Chapter 21, The Divine General Mansion Lost Him, Chapters Combined, _2. They had never seen the legendary figure of Qing Zhou, but at such a young age, he had reached the Grandmaster realm. In the entire world, apart from that youth, there seemed to be no second person. We should be able to go in now, right? The two youths came to their senses, overwhelmingly excited, and hurriedly made way for Li Hao. Ren Qianqian had long known about Li Hao's realm, she simply wore a smile at this moment. Han Wu, after being momentarily stunned, quickly came to his senses and hurried to catch up, flustered and eager to ask questions but fearful of disturbing Li Hao. After they entered, several figures slowly approached from a distance, noticing the scene of the youth's entry. The young man leading them, wearing a kasaya, narrowed his eyes slightly. This Grandmaster dojo was not set up at the city center but next to a river outside of the protective moat. This river, in the Grand Liang state, was extremely famous, called the Dragon River. The Dragon River meandered for 7,000 miles, crossing over half of Liangzhou, connecting more than a dozen cities. At this moment, the river rushed, churning up layers of muddy yellow water. Next to the Dragon River was a majestic Dao platform, and when the river waters surged rapidly, they would splash some waves on the edge of the platform. In such a grand and dangerous place, one's spirit could soar with grand ambitions and heroic feelings. Grandmasters contending with heaven and earth, such an environment was suitable for resonating with one's state of mind. In the inner area outside the debate platform, figures stirred. Although only Grandmasters and their families could enter this inner area, the number of Grandmasters gathered from all over the world, plus the fact that each Grandmaster could bring 5 others in, made the inner area bustling. Some acquainted Grandmasters recognized each other, exchanged pleasantries, and also introduced their disciples or the young masters and misses brought in with rich sponsors' money. Li Hao looked around and saw not only the atmosphere of martial arts but also the intertwining of fame and fortune. Ren Qianqian and Han Wu looked around, inevitably feeling a bit nervous and uneasy, as everyone present was a powerhouse who had founded schools in various places. Those in the 3 immortal realms were on a level that transcended ordinary people, with one foot stepping into the realm of legends. "Come on, let's find a place to sit down first," Li Hao said, leading the way to an empty table which also had snacks and drinks. He casually tasted one and found the flavor to be average, so he did not take a second piece. "Young master, you couldn't possibly be the 5th-ranking person on the Qian Dragon list from the Divine General Mansion." After sitting down, Han Wu looked around for a moment and, unable to contain his excitement, asked Li Hao in a low voice. Li Hao shook his head slightly. "You're overthinking it." "You can't fool me." Seeing Li Hao deny it, Han Wu silently chuckled, convinced in his mind. Although his father always scolded him, saying, "My foolish son, why do you insist on practicing martial arts? Isn't it better to inherit my vast wealth honestly?" He felt he wasn't foolish at all, it was his father who was foolish. In these times, when demons roam free, what use is mere wealth? Power is supreme. He wanted to turn his family, from his generation onward, from a family of wealthy merchants into a martial arts household. The ancestors of those families, too, had mostly transformed in this way. Once the transformation succeeded, the family records would start being written with him. And right now, the chance to rewrite those family records was right before his eyes. "Young master, why don't you take me as your disciple?" Han Wu said, and was about to rise and kneel before Li Hao to perform the apprentice's salute. But before his knees touched the ground, he was lifted by a force. A smile played on Li Hao's mind. This young fellow wasn't very old, but he had a merchant's shrewdness. "I don't take disciples," Li Hao said. "I am hardworking, charitable, and willing to do anything." Han Wu hurriedly added, about to showcase his virtues. Li Hao quickly stopped him, saying, "I don't have the time to teach, and even if you took me as your master, it would be useless." If it were teaching chess or painting, he might have been interested, but teaching martial arts genuinely bored him and tortured his soul. If it were not for Ren Qianqian's following him for thousands of miles from Qingzhou, he would not have offered guidance. Han Wu showed a sad face, attempting to squeeze out a few tears. "Actually, I lost my mother when I was young." Li Hao was somewhat speechless. Was this kid trying to burst into song? "Huh? How did you guys get in?" Just then, a surprised voice rang out. Li Hao, finding the voice familiar, turned to look and saw Zhou Haitong approaching with his disciples. Zhou Linger's expression changed slightly when she caught Ren Qianqian's gaze, a flash of annoyance flickering in her eyes. She was, after all, a grandmaster's daughter but had been beaten by someone who had just entered the soul succession realm, a humiliation of the highest order. She didn't know whether to avoid the gaze or meet it, and with frustration in her heart, she angrily turned her gaze onto Li Hao. "Zhou." Li Hao didn't look at the young girl beside him but greeted Zhou Haitong with a slight bow, a polite acknowledgement, yet he didn't rise from his seat. After all, they were both grandmasters, and according to the customs of the martial artist world, they could be considered peers. Unless they were from the same family, they would have adhered to seniority in their salutations. Zhou Haitong's eyebrows slightly furrowed at Li Hao's action, interpreting it as a grudge against his previous cold attitude, and decided it was not worth squabbling with a junior. He said, "The Bai Chuanhai you're looking for is over there." He pointed, and Li Hao followed his gesture to see an old man in a gray robe, with a kind face, engaged in conversation. "Thank you." Zhou Haitong then left without further delay. He knew the score well in his heart, aware that his daughter had accepted a dagger as a gift from someone, and with this pointing, he considered it repayment, leaving no debts unbalanced. The Jianghu was not just about fighting, it was also about human relationships and proprieties. Therefore, in the Jianghu, the last thing one wanted was to owe favors. Chapter 209, Chapter 21, Divine General Mansion loses him, combined chapter, _3. Because some favors may have to be repaid with life, even dragging the entire family into it. Seeing the master leave, Su Wanner glanced at Li Hao, nodded slightly to him, and then followed after her departure. Zhou Linger, feeling like she was standing on pins and needles, glared at Li Hao before also following her father to leave. Only after walking away did she indignantly say, "They couldn't have sneaked in, could they? It's infuriating." Zhou Haitong frowned and said, "That child carries himself calmly, facing a grandmaster without being obsequious or arrogant. It seems he comes from a noble family, so having an invitation isn't strange. In the future, try not to provoke him. I heard from Wanner that you couldn't even defeat his maidservant, which is simply disgraceful. Father. On our return, you will devote yourself to closed-door cultivation. Without reaching the divine travel realm, you are not to leave the mountain." Zhou Haitong said sternly, with a stern face. Zhou Linger stamped her foot, looking at Su Wanner with annoyance. Elsewhere, Li Hao, after Zhou Haitong and the others left, stood up and walked toward the Grandmaster Bai Chuanhai. The table the other party was at had 3 or 4 people seated, and behind these grandmasters stood their respective disciples, making the scene quite lively. "Master Bai?" Li Hao tentatively asked. The grey-clothed elder who was engaged in conversation turned his head, looked at Li Hao, and saw a well-composed young man and said, "You are." Seeing the other party's acknowledgement, Li Hao revealed a smile and said, "I have heard that you have a famous painting. I wish to make a purchase. What would the conditions be?" Bai Chuanhai furrowed his brow. Apart from martial arts practice, his only joy was in sketching and collecting famous paintings. Young man, if you wish to become a disciple, just ask outright. Don't beat around the bush. To the side, a burly middle-aged man said. He was at the peak of the 15th realm and had followed his master Bai Chuanhai in the hopes of advancing to the heavenly human realm through enlightenment. The other Grand Master's disciples also chuckled while sizing up Li Hao and the other two, taking them for noble sons and daughters coming to seek apprenticeship. You misunderstand. I'm not here to seek apprenticeship, just for that painting, Li Hao said. The stout middle-aged man's expression changed slightly, and he uttered angrily, Are you here to cause trouble? Bai Chuanhai slightly raised his hand to stop his disciple and said to Li Hao, Young man, I'm not selling the painting. Please leave. Li Hao also knew that it's hard to sway a grandmaster of Bai's stature with money, unless it was an enormous wealth that could rival a nation. Beyond that, only other treasures could serve as a trade. Master Bai, perhaps you could suggest a condition. I'll see if I can meet it. Perhaps a cultivation technique or peerless technique, or some weapon or treasure. Li Hao inquired again. Bai Chuanhai slightly frowned, looked at Li Hao for a moment, and suddenly felt that this young man might indeed have come for the painting, rather than to mock him intentionally. He spoke indifferently, No matter what it is, I lack nothing. All the things in the world cannot buy what I cherish in my heart. You should go back and not bother me further. Li Hao was taken aback, somewhat helpless, as the men seemed determined not to part with it. For all percents %. Or maybe he believed that Li Hao couldn't offer anything enticing enough. Master Bai, I understand it is hard for you to part with what you love. Besides paintings, do you have other objects of affection? I could offer a trade. Li Hao said. Who are you affiliated with? My master asked you to leave, didn't you hear? The burly middle-aged man said, taking a step forward with an angry look on his face. Bai Chuanhai gestured for his disciple to stop and said to Li Hao, Young man, please leave. I've made myself clear. Li Hao looked at him, nodded, and said, I understand. Without insisting further, he turned and went back to his seat. If the other party wasn't willing to trade, then he'd just have to find an opportunity to steal it. A gentleman does not seize the love of others, unless you force me not to act like a gentleman. Just as Li Hao had sat back down, suddenly an excited voice came through. Li. Teacher. Li Hao turned his head and saw a group of people standing not far away, peering over in this direction. Upon seeing Li Hao's face, they all widened their eyes with delight and hurried over. Li Hao recognized them. It was unexpectedly Song Yueyao and the group of Whitehall disciples from Tan Palace Academy. Leading them were Tan Palace Academy's teachers like Shen Yunqing, Zhao Zongyuan, and Su Yehua. It really is you. When Zhou Jing mentioned it, I didn't believe it, Shen Yunqing said excitedly, laughing heartily. Teacher Li. Zhou Jing and disciples like Song Yueyao by his side promptly called out to Li Hao. Although Li Hao was younger and had only taught 2 classes at Whitehall, they had learned immensely and held a deep respect for this talented young man. With sparkling eyes, Song Yueyao suddenly remembered the figure she saw earlier at the spirit succession platform and realized it was not a case of face blindness, but it actually was Li Hao. How come you all are here as well? Li Hao said, somewhat surprised, as he stood up to greet them with a light laugh. When he left the academy, these fellows had come to see him off, and though he did not say goodbye to avoid implicating them, he had remembered their kindness. How could we miss such a grand event? Zhao Zongyuan said with a smile. Weren't you at Heavenly Gate Pass? How come you are here? Su Yehua inquired curiously at Li Hao. The rest were also curious, not expecting to encounter Li Hao at this place. There are no demons there for the time being, so I decided to take a look around here, Li Hao replied. Shen Yunqing's expression turned slightly solemn, and he whispered, if you can't hold out, just humble yourself and apologize to your old father. It's not shameful. Li Hao looked at him. Merely patted his shoulder, and said, let us not dwell on the past. Shen Yunqing sighed inwardly, not pressing the matter further, as they all hoped Li Hao would avoid trouble at Heavenly Gate Pass. Chapter 210, Chapter 21, Divine General Mansion lost him, 2 in 1 chapter, _4. Others, upon hearing Li Hao's words, fell into a respectful silence. It was only this young man before them who could so decisively renounce a status second only to royalty. If you need anything at Heavenly Gate Pass, just find me. I know some people in Liangzhou. Although I can't help you slay demons, there shouldn't be a problem with food and supplies, Su Yehua said to Li Hao. Let's sit down and talk, he replied. Li Hao gestured for them to take a seat. Standing off to the side, Han Wu was visibly trembling with excitement, knowing that all these were geniuses from Ten Palace Academy. He had wanted to attend the apprentice recruitment at Ten Palace Academy, but his own father had locked him up to prevent him from going. The journey from Liangzhou to Qingzhou was long. Even by fast horse, it would take 5 days one way, totaling 10 days for a round trip, and there was the risk of encountering demons on the road, which worried his father for his safety. Li, after we graduate, we will come to Heavenly Gate Pass to find you, Zhou Jing said, taking a seat. Indeed. Song Yueyao nodded, her gaze fixed on Li Hao as she spoke earnestly. Shen Yunqing said with a tinge of annoyance, forget it, you too. Heavenly Gate Pass is an extremely dangerous place. Don't go adding to his troubles. The places he can stay aren't necessarily places you can. After speaking, he turned to Li Hao, old man, it's not that I don't want them to help you or that I'm afraid of involving them. I just don't want them to hold you back. Understood. Li Hao smiled and looked around. Has everyone from Whitehall arrived? They're all here, but Tan Palace only had a limited number of invitations and spots. After making our selections, not everyone was chosen. The others had to rely on their own family connections to come here, Shen Yunqing explained. They should be arriving soon, I reckon. As he spoke, a shout came from the distance, Teacher Su. Teacher Li. Several exclamations of surprise followed, and soon, a group of youths from Whitehall rushed over. Glancing at Li Hao, Su Yehua said, I heard that after just 2 lessons, you've helped them advance a whole rank in strength. These guys really respect you. She was at the 15 Li realm and had graduated from Whitehall not long ago. She stayed to teach at the academy, instructing only the disciples of Alpha Academy. She came to hear the teachings this time also in hopes of stepping into the heavenly human realm. Teacher Li. The disciples came over, and upon seeing Li Hao, they all bowed respectfully. Although Li Hao had left Divine General Mansion, it did not affect the respect they held for him. Li Hao smiled, instructing Han Wu to bring some chairs over and join the tables. As disciples from Whitehall continued to arrive, Li Hao's side became extremely lively. With a total of 50 disciples from Whitehall, aside from the 20 led by Shen Yunqing's group, 30 had arrived relying on their family connections, with only 2 or 3 absent. Meeting in a foreign place, everyone felt a touch of joy. Even though Li Hao hadn't left Qingzhou for long, they felt as if they were reuniting after a long separation. The chatter here attracted the attention of some people in the distance. At Bai Chuanhai's table, several grandmasters noticed the large crowd surrounding Li Hao, listened intently, recognized the identities of Shen Yunqing and the others, and understood Li Hao's identity from their conversation. That kid, is he the genius from Qingzhou? Upon hearing the identity of Li Hao, the grandmasters at the table were visibly startled, looking over in surprise. The young man who had just been gently and politely requesting to buy the painting was actually the once in a millennium cultivation genius recognized across the world. At 14, reaching the 5th rank on the Qian Dragon list, aspiring to be a grandmaster, truly unprecedented in history. The burly middle-aged man behind Bai Chuanhai's face suddenly changed, a mix of shock and trepidation showing. He had just spoken rudely to the young man, only to find out he was actually a young grandmaster. No wonder the other party had ignored him from beginning to end. Apparently, he didn't even register in his eyes. He is Li Hao. A 14-year-old in the heavenly human realm. It was strange that I couldn't detect his cultivation level just now. So it's him, he looks so young, really just 14 years old. He's here too. At the Grandmaster's discussion, I wonder through what gate he has breached the heavens. As the news spread, a wave of murmurs rose, and many eyes from the audience turned to the young man surrounded by 10 Palace Academy disciples. Before their eyes, that spot quickly became the center of attention. Despite the presence of many renowned young talents, if there were to be a name that had risen to prominence in recent months, it would undoubtedly be that of the young man. Zhou Haitong was catching up with an old friend when his grandmaster-level hearing picked up the cacophony and exclamations nearby, drawing his attention. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically as he looked toward the young man who had just greeted him, his gaze filled with shock. Could that young man be the young grandmaster? By his side, Zhou Linger and Su Wanner had also heard the discussions, and now with all eyes converging on the scene, it was difficult for them not to notice. He's actually that person. Zhou Linger stared at the young man, who conversed with a casual and warm demeanor, wearing an effortless smile, in utter disbelief. Her heart pounded furiously, struck by the increased edibility of it all. She had once heard of the young grandmaster on the Qian Dragon list and held him in high regard, longing to see his true face. And yet, she had just ridiculed him with cold words. No wonder he possesses such martial skills, effortlessly subduing that dagger, the young man murmured to himself, soon realizing that such an act was trivial for the other party. Young Grandmaster, Su Wanner's eyes sparkled, a look of wonder in her eyes. In another part of the gathering, Li Wushuang was approached by several grandmasters for pleasantries. Even though Li Wushuang was only in the divine travel realm, his background was so significant that these grandmasters also wanted to take shelter under the divine general mansion's influence. Suddenly, the commotion ahead caused the group to look up, and after listening more closely, they were all stunned. He's here too. Li Wushuang stood up abruptly, shock written all over her face as she looked in that direction, and the next instant, her divine soul flew out from the top of her head, and she saw from a distance the young man at the gathering, his ever-present smile, something she could never forget. With a whoosh, Li Wushuang immediately went over. Mississippi. The two maids from the military quickly followed suit. Li Hao. Li Hao, while reuniting with his fellow disciples from Tan Palace Academy, suddenly heard someone calling out this name and turned his head. The crowd parted, and Li Wushuang's figure rushed over, her expression somewhat excited, her cheeks slightly flushed. You came too. Li Hao was a bit surprised, but considering her level of cultivation, it made sense for her to be here. Li Wushuang had many things she wanted to say, wanted to ask Li Hao why he was here, wanted to urge him to return to the divine general mansion and not be angry with his uncle, but as the words reached her lips and she saw the Tan Palace disciples filling the seats around Li Hao and the young man surrounded by crowds, she suddenly realized that without the glory of the divine general mansion, this young man still seemed to be the focus of everyone's attention. The 14-year-old grandmaster was enough to astonish the world. It wasn't that he had lost the glory of the divine general mansion. Rather, it was the divine general mansion that had lost him. Are you doing well? In the end, that was all Li Wushuang could bring herself to ask. Quite well. Li Hao replied with a slight smile. He felt neither fondness nor ill will towards this cousin whom he had once soundly beaten. It had been nothing more than a lesson to a thoughtless young girl, and now, reunited in a different place, she didn't question him about his actions, but was able to ask him this. He naturally responded with goodwill. Chapter 211, Chapter 22, One Move to Stabilize the World, Grandmaster, Extra Monthly Ticket Update 15-16. Seeing Li Hao's calm smile, Li Wushuang felt somewhat dazed. Beyond that moment of concern, she suddenly felt a sense of estrangement between them, or to put it another way, they had never been close. So much so that after the pleasantries, there was nothing left to say. Even though by blood, they were cousins. But in terms of relationship, they seemed even less connected than the disciples from the Tan Palace around Li Hao, who were more closely knit with him. After a brief silence, Li Wushuang thought of her father's words and the hidden dangers in Liangzhou, and immediately sent a message via telepathy. The demons outside the Liangzhou territory are restless, be careful. If you're in danger, you can send a distress signal. My father is now stationed in Liangzhou and can come to your aid at any time. You too. Li Hao thought of the military report and nodded in response. Li Wushuang looked at him intently and could vaguely sense that this young man would not be constrained by even the illustrious and radiant divine general mansion. If there's a chance, I hope we can meet again in Qingzhou, she said softly. Li Hao's expression remained serene, offering no reply. Li Wushuang sighed softly, bid farewell to Li Hao, and returned to her spot. After Li Wushuang left, the gazes of the others still lingered on Li Hao, and they began whispering among themselves. Before long, several grandmasters came over to exchange pleasantries with Li Hao, looking to befriend him. They had all heard about the incident in Qingzhou and knew that this young man had severed ties with the divine general mansion, but no one took it seriously. After all, everyone wanted to step through the threshold of that divine general mansion. Who would be foolish enough to want to step out? They assumed it was youthful arrogance and that he would eventually come back. By befriending him now, they believed they were providing timely help, which would be a blessing to protect their descendants in the future. Li Hao easily saw through the Grandmaster's calculations. He wasn't disappointed or surprised and simply returned their pleasantries with a distant and cool attitude, which gradually led to fewer people coming over to make small talk. A Grandmaster is detached from mundane affairs, but a Grandmaster also has children, disciples, and sections. With these, there are vulnerabilities. With vulnerabilities, one wishes to cover them up, and so they seek connections, flatter, and enter the pursuit of fame and material gain. When one climbs the steps, it's inevitable to hunch their back. The era of lone fighters is long gone. Even the strong from the Four Stands realm, free in the wide world, must lower their proud heads before the mighty hooves of the Dao divine dynasty. Otherwise, they would have to be driven away like bereft dogs. Before long, as the sun passed the midday mark on the sundial, a figure swept across from the opposite bank of Dragon River and landed on the debate platform ahead. Dressed in a white robe, which was very long and fluttered in the river's breezes, the figure wore a snow-white hooded cloak and had white hair and a youthful face, exuding an immortal bearing and Taoist grace. Hermit Tianji. The many gathered Grandmasters, already waiting, immediately recognized the figure's identity. Omega, M-Tau, and Amp. After landing, Hermit Tianji lifted the white hood to reveal his flowing white hair. With a rosy complexion and a smile, he slowly surveyed the crowd and said, "Grandmasters who have come from afar, all the way from your territories to attend this gathering, I am endlessly grateful. The hermit is too kind." Numerous Grandmasters echoed their pleasantries from below the platform. Li Hao glanced around. There were at least 200 to 300 Grandmasters present. Including their friends and family, there were nearly 2,000 people here. However, now with the arrival of Hermit Tianji, the previously noisy environment had become quiet. After completing the opening pleasantries, Hermit Tianji began to talk about the rewards for this grand event. In addition to the benefits the Grandmasters would receive from reinforcing their martial arts with each other, there were also prizes provided by Tianji Tower, such as cultivation techniques, treasures, spiritual medicines, etc. All things dear to a martial artist's heart. Furthermore, at the end of the debates, the person voted the number 1 Grandmaster will not only receive a spiritual treasure and divine weapon but will also get a chance to enter Tianji Tower's library to choose one peerless technique at will. Such rewards were indeed tempting. After all, the library of Tianji Tower, known for its vast collection, was not one bit less famous than the Listening Rain Tower of the Li family, perhaps even more so. Inside were top-tier peerless techniques that could be useful even for those who had reached the Four Stands realm. But the key was whether one could fully master them. After discussing the rewards, the Grandmaster debates officially commenced. The debates were fairly informal. Not every Grandmaster needed to ascend the platform to partake. It mostly depended on each Grandmaster's own desire to participate. However, most Grandmasters present wanted to check their martial arts flaws and direction against other Grandmasters. This was a rare opportunity. Soon, an elder Grandmaster was the first to step onto the Dao platform, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then began to expound his Grandmaster path. His Grandmaster path was the Yin-Yang Dao, inspired by the alternation of the sun and moon and the voidness and substance of yin and yang. As the Grandmaster presented his path, the audience became increasingly familiar with his martial arts. However, this did not involve any exposure of his peerless techniques and moves. It was merely akin to promoting the philosophy of his sect. Hearing this Grandmaster's exposition, Li Hao thought of the yin-yang inversion swordsmanship. He gained mastery over this swordsmanship through comprehension using the sword, and naturally absorbed the core concept of yin and yang within the technique. This concept was basically the same as that of the Grandmaster before him. But being able to grasp the yin-yang inversion swordsmanship did not necessarily mean one could ascend to the realm of a Grandmaster using its yin and yang philosophy. Conversely, the current Grandmaster managed to create sword techniques, or palm and fist techniques, similar to the yin-yang inversion swordsmanship, using the yin-yang Dao. With the Grandmaster path, the key lies in the Dao. Once one comprehends the Dao, it follows one's intent. Everyday actions such as eating, punching, and even lifting one's hands are imbued with this path. Chapter 212, Chapter 22, A Single Move Stabilizes the World Grandmaster, Extra Monthly Ticket Update 15/16_2. Yin and Yang Divergent Sword is a technique which integrates into sword intent when melded with Yin-Yang Dao. For the Grandmaster path, one becomes the Dao itself, hence every action is a technique. It's easy to cultivate techniques through the Tao, but to comprehend the Tao via techniques is as difficult as sailing against the current or climbing to the heavens. However, with the support of the system panel, Li Hao had already grasped the principles of the yin-yang Tao while cultivating this swordsmanship. Therefore, everything the opponent was saying at the moment, he could understand completely. Moreover, he knew that the opponent had hidden some core aspects, namely their peerless technique. After all, that's a trump card to be conscientiously passed down even to a disciple. As the first Grandmaster finished expounding his Tao and threw out a "please advise" to the audience below, a brief silence was soon broken by another Grandmaster stepping onto the stage to refute with their own Tao, arguing that the yin-yang Tao was not perfect. And the Tao of this Grandmaster was the ape Tao. He named it himself for the very reason that since his youth he had observed monkeys, discerning the principles of heaven and martial arts from them, which led him to the Tao. For his disciples, the first step upon entering his school was often to start by observing apes, too. The cultivation techniques he created were all related to apes. When Grandmasters discussed the Tao, it was not just a matter of eloquence, but also of physical prowess. Soon, the two Grandmasters sparred with each other, both highly restrained, aiming just to touch upon their techniques. It was the kind of spar where it was difficult to tell who was superior. The ape Tao Grandmaster wielded an iron staff with agile and unpredictable moves, devoid of any patterns, while the yin-yang Tao Grandmaster's attacks, merging the illusory with the real, were also enigmatic and elusive, each with their own strengths. While sparring with each other, they were also learning and thinking, and after the exchange, both reaped considerable benefits. But this Tao debate took up an entire hour. Previous Grandmaster Tao debates lasted for at least 3 days, with some even lasting half a month. They were not conferences that could be completed in just a day or two. Li Hao thought it would be fascinating at first, but as he watched, he began to feel somewhat bored. He immediately understood the Tao discussed by the two, but they kept going on, elaborating over and over with lengthy speeches, as if afraid others wouldn't understand. He just wanted to slide the progress bar or click on double speed, but alas, this was reality, and he had no power to manipulate time. He could only sit restlessly, fidgeting uncomfortably. Finally, the next Grandmaster took the stage. Some practiced the feather transformation Tao, entering the Tao through observing the metamorphosis of butterflies. Some followed the 5 elements Tao, using their 5 viscera as a foundation, developing into 5 great mountains with stable and endless offense and defense. Some delved into the crimson flame Tao, utilizing the offensive prowess of the fire element among the 5 elements to break through all techniques. With just a bit of listening, Li Hao could understand the concepts of these Grandmasters' Tao realms. The types of cultivation techniques he practiced were diverse, and many of these had also been established by various Grandmasters, encompassing numerous martial art concepts. It was precisely because of this that he could cultivate an expansive mindset and martial knowledge that embraced all things. And upon listening, Li Hao discovered the simpler the Grandmaster path, the easier it was to comprehend to an incredibly profound level, thus stepping into the great Grandmaster realm more quickly. Epsilon dash. For example, the Grandmaster of the Crimson Flame Tao even managed to gain a slight advantage over the Grandmaster of the 5 Elements Tao. The previous Ape Tao Grandmaster, when sparring with the yin-yang Tao Grandmaster, also saw that the span of Tao intent in yin-yang Tao was broader, but regretfully, the Grandmaster had not comprehended it to the deepest level. The great Tao is the simplest. Li Hao had an epiphany. This was also what he was seeking here. He could grasp the Tao realms of all things one by one, but it would take a lot of time, and the effect on his own power would not be significant. In short, the cost-benefit was not high. Hence, what he sought was the core of all things, a process from complex to simple. If he continued to pursue complex Tao realms, he would find himself in the same situation as the yin-yang Tao Grandmaster, spending time expanding the breadth of his Tao realm, only to ultimately hinder his cultivation and be overtaken by those Grandmasters with a singular Tao realm. The principle of one move fresh beats all applies everywhere. If it doesn't work, it means this move hasn't been practiced to perfection. But if one could condense the complex Tao into a single move, then this move would undoubtedly be incredibly formidable, beyond imagination. Li Hao silently listened, seeking the flash of inspiration in their conversation. This flash was the commonality he sought in all things. Regrettably, that hint of inspiration showed no signs of emerging. The Grandmaster path I cultivate derives from the roots of human nature, the Wrath Tao, being one of the 3 poisons, greed, anger, and delusion. The kasaya-clad young man stepped onto the stage, his garment symbolizing a certain existence that quieted the whispers of the Grandmaster sitting below. The Wrath Tao. Can one enter the Tao through emotions? Worthy of being a direct disciple of the Buddha Lord, what an ingenious angle for entering the Tao. Hearing the other party's speech, many Grandmasters were astonished, experiencing a sudden understanding. Most Grandmasters entered the Tao by observing the heavens and earth, the sun, the moon, the stars, and all creatures. But this young man had entered the Tao through human nature, which was somewhat peculiar and rare. Seeing the kasaya on the other person, Li Hao frowned slightly, a subtle sharpness flashing in his eyes. The poison behind the pill sought by that vile woman was facilitated by Mount Wuliang. In fact, it was very likely that Mount Wuliang intended for this to occur, or even actively enticed it. Otherwise, even if that venomous woman had the inclination, without knowledge of such a pill, she would have had to choose another method. As long as there is life, there are the primal thoughts of greed, anger, and delusion. Demons crave blood, characteristic of greed. Aggressive temperaments signify wrath. Even plants follow suit, growing towards the sun is greed, rooting deeply and spreading is wrath. Chapter 213, Chapter 22, Dropping a Single Piece That Commands the World, Grandmaster, Additional Monthly Ticket Update 15/16_3. On the platform, the kasaya-clad young man continued to expound slowly. His voice was mild and peaceful, like a ray of Buddha's light shining amidst the cold winds by the Dragon River, which made everyone feel as if they were basked in the warm breeze of spring. Li Hao listened quietly to the other's words. He had not cultivated the Buddha's cultivation techniques, but as he listened now, he quickly grasped their essential ideas. This also added a new line of thought to his Tao of all things. Even human nature could be incorporated into the Tao. But what commonality did greed, anger, and delusion share with birds, beasts, and plants? Li Hao fell into contemplation. What, after all, was that common element? Or to put it another way, do all things truly share something in common? If not, then the unity he had been ardently seeking would be an ephemeral phantom, and he would be doomed to never fully realize his Grandmaster path, only to step into the three immortal realms with the status of an ordinary great Grandmaster. While Li Hao was in contemplation, the young man above continued to speak ceaselessly. When he reached the end, he looked towards the many Grandmasters below, but his gaze suddenly shifted to Li Hao, and with a smile, he said, "I've heard that Daiyu has produced a genius once in a millennium, who entered the Grandmaster realm at the age of 14, unparalleled in history. May I have the honor of learning a thing or two from him?" Upon hearing his words, everyone snapped back to reality, and their gazes turned in unison towards Li Hao. They showed expectation and mockery in their eyes, having long wished to see if this legendary youth was truly as remarkable as his reputation suggested. They had been curious before, but the noble surname of this young man had deterred them from rashly offending him. He is one of the direct disciples of the Buddha and is also ranked first on the Qian Dragon list. Shen Yunqing's expression shifted slightly as he warned Li Hao. Being from Qingzhou, he understood the process of that great battle and also knew of Li Hao's friction with Li Qianfeng, who was a disciple of the Buddha. This young man before him was actually Li Qianfeng's senior fellow. Disciple. Suddenly being called out by him was most likely an attempt to win some face for his junior brother or perhaps to stand up for the Buddha himself. Although Shen Yunqing and the other disciples of Tan Palace did not participate in the real dragon competition of the Li family that day, the events that took place at the subsequent banquet had already been widely circulated. Li Hao had nearly killed a direct disciple of the Buddha with a mere chopstick. This news was too shocking and had spread far and wide, impossible to suppress. If it had been merely a rumor, it would have already been quelled, but it was the truth, and all the guests at the banquet were witnesses, which led to the story being discussed with gusto and spreading everywhere. Li Wushuang, who was sitting to the side, also had a change in expression, with anger flashing in her eyes as she stared at the young man on stage. She had just felt that his Grandmaster path had opened up new perspectives for her and had even secretly admired him, but his words had now directly moved to target Li Hao. She could not fail to see that he was deliberately provoking them. Story source Mvilo Mpir. Li Hao's gaze met with that of the young man on stage, and although both of them wore smiles on their faces, Li Hao could see the coldness in the other's eyes. Greed, anger, and delusion, it seemed that the other was committing the error of anger. Li Hao felt an urge to laugh. He had not yet sought trouble with the other, but here the other was coming to him first. If it's just for a discussion of the Tao, I'm not interested, Li Hao said indifferently. This was not a retreat but rather a provocation to the other party. Debates on the Tao were supposed to stop at the point, but he had no interest in dragging things out with the other. If he made a move, it would be best if he could disable the other altogether. Could it be that Li is not here for a Tao debate? Qin Wuk narrowed his eyes slightly and chuckled. He was a revered figure in the Buddha's faith, at the Heavenman Treasure Aspect realm, just half a step away from reaching the Grandmaster Great Perfection, with a pure and unified Tao heart. Coming here to debate was for the purpose of confirming his Tao's perfection. He recognized Li Hao when he saw him beating the drum at the gateway. Whether I debate or not depends on my mood, Li Hao said, also smiling. I just feel that your Tao is too rudimentary to be considered a genuine path, that's all. At these words, everyone was stunned. Qin Wuk, a direct disciple of the Buddha, had expounded a Tao heart that was anything but simple. Merely using anger as an entry point into the Tao demonstrated its profundity, yet Li Hao was calling it rudimentary. The smile on Qin Wuk's face remained unchanged as he said, "Since Li believes my Tao heart to be rudimentary, I would like to ask about Li's Tao heart. I've heard that you attained the heavenly human realm during a sword fight with your father, Duke Xingwu. Could it be that Li's Tao heart is one of murderous intent towards kin and patricide?" At these words, the room fell into a slight silence. People had heard of the incident, but no one dared to mention it in front of the Divine General Mansion, as it was a scandal for the Li family. Now that Qin Wuk had brazenly brought it up, many looked at the young men with expressions of ridicule and amusement. They wouldn't dare to provoke the Divine General Mansion, but Mount Wuliang would, and so these words that only someone from Mount Wuliang dared to utter became their voice by proxy. Li Wushuang's expression shifted subtlety, and rage burned even more in her eyes. The incident was a scandal for the Divine General Mansion, but she understood the circumstance and knew it was not Li Hao's fault. Hence, her indignation at it. Being publicly mentioned was equivalent to a slap in the face to the Divine General Mansion. Li Hao locked gazes with the other, but the smile on his face had disappeared. "Do you really want to discuss the Tao?" Li Hao asked softly. Qin Wuk's smile widened slightly. "Please enlighten me, Li." Li Hao did not respond. Lifting his hand, he beckoned for a pebble from the ground to rise into his palm. The pebble spun rapidly, polished to a shine, and became a snow-white chess piece. All things in heaven and earth can enter the Tao. If you can catch this piece of mine, it will prove that there is still something redeemable in your Grandmaster's Tao, Li Hao said calmly, his words clearly reaching everyone present. As people watched in amazement, Li Hao lifted his hand as if playing chess, pinching the chess piece, and gently pressed it. The chess piece flew out, heading straight for the debate platform. The nail-sized piece suddenly became the focal point for countless energies that gathered around it, encapsulating the chess piece with a soft inner strength and a hard outer layer, radiating divine halos and streams of luminescence. Chapter 214, Chapter 22, A Single Move from the Grandmaster Commands the World, Extra Monthly Ticket Update 15/16_4. At the same moment, Li Hao's back emitted an astonishing presence, revealing a majestic phantom figure. It was the Heaven and Earth Law Manifestation. The 100-jang-tall law manifestation loomed over the entire inner area, exuding an aura of dominance that seemed godlike and unapproachable. The law manifestation raised its hand, and its massive palm, large as a giant fan, seemed to pinch that dust-sized chess piece. At that moment, the chess piece gathered energy, shining like a sun-emitting aurora light, and with the law manifestation's fingers, it pressed down directly onto Qin Wuk's head. Like placing a piece on a chessboard, with no regrets once set. Qin Wuk's face changed abruptly as he felt a terrifying momentum from the towering law manifestation, as if facing mountains and rivers, the sun, moon, and stars. The falling piece was not merely a small stone but appeared to be a mountain with no visible edges. Such a spirit left him shocked and unable to fathom. Immeasurable golden body. Sensing danger, Qin Wuk bellowed furiously, issuing a thunderous Buddhist chant, no longer caring to maintain the solemn and gentle demeanor from before. His divine soul was summoned behind him, radiating golden light, donning a kasaya, and wearing Buddha beads, looking compassionate as if delivering all beings, but at this moment, as he exerted power, his expression twisted ferociously. His wrath Tao was merciless and brutal in its offense, filled with towering rage, like a Vajra consumed by fury. Heaven-opening divine palm. The radiant immeasurable golden body divine soul burned with intense divine might, flames seemingly wrapping around his body, and with both hands raised, he fiercely slapped towards the white chess piece above. But the chess piece at that moment, like a micro-sun emitting ultimate dazzling light, illuminated heaven and earth, flashing in unbearable brilliance. As the heaven and earth law manifestation's fingers pressed down, carrying an aura that could penetrate the nine nether, the entire debate platform shook, and the waves of the Dragon River beside it surged, as if they were being drawn and swept across the debate platform. A massive roar erupted. Under the dazzling light between the law manifestation's fingers, the splendid divine palm was forcefully eroded. That one finger was not merely a chess move but contained the Tao and the object control realm power cultivated by Li Hao. Read -here on -mvlempwire.com. His power of object control surpassed that of the royal family. Even if the opponent was a direct disciple of the Buddha master, the object control chi circulation skill he practiced was incomparable to that of the royal family. Great Buddha Golden Body. The Buddha is immeasurable. Under the collapsing divine palm, Qin Wux's eyes were about to split as he roared to the sky. From his body's 84,000 pores burst waves of energy, as the major meridian surged, and an opened yang meridian was also stimulated to its limit, turning the object control power into a divine palm that once again struck towards that finger. However, the heaven and earth law manifestation's finger seemed unstoppable, pressing down mercilessly with supreme rules. The breath of a mountain's collapse and a tsunami's fury blew Qin Wux's Kasaya into the air. He glared fiercely, only to see his own palm, gathered with all his strength and infused with the rage of his Tao heart and wrath Tao, crumbling and shattering inch by inch under that relentless finger's pressure. The brightly shining chess piece, like a comet from beyond the skies, was reflected in his pupils. It pressed down straight to between his eyebrows. The chess piece was an ordinary stone, untouched by the fierce exchange, protected by the massive and potent object control power surrounding it. This power still had the strength to spare and protect the chess piece from shattering, indicating that it was not Li Hao's full effort. At that moment, this overwhelming force landed directly on Qin Wux's shoulder. With a cracking sound, his shoulder bones were compressed as if shattering, his legs trembling under support, his feet already deeply embedded into the stone slabs of the Tao platform, even causing the vast stone platform to crack slightly. In the end, his physical body was not strong enough, his knees gave way abruptly, and he knelt hard on the ground, blood splattering from his knees onto his face and Kasaya. After that, the force continued without abating, still pressing down with the chess piece relentlessly. His body was forced onto the debate platform, his limbs lying limp, as if paralyzed, pressed tight against the stone floor of the debate platform. From below the platform, it looked as though he was pinned down by a finger of the heaven and earth law manifestation, unable to move. Like a flailing toad. Chapter 215, Chapter 23, a Grandmaster of the World, unable to move even a finger. 6K, Double Chapter. This scene erupted abruptly, extremely sudden, and everyone had not yet reacted. It wasn't until they saw the huge heaven and earth law manifestation burning with divine might, and the Buddha's direct disciple being suppressed by the flick of a finger at the tip of the manifestation, that everyone was shocked and dismayed. This was the Buddha's direct disciple who ranked first on the Qian Dragon list. Famous at a young age, he entered the Grandmaster realm at 19 and suppressed the Qian Dragon list for a full 3 years. During this period, the title of #1 young prodigy in the world was unshakable. And now, just a few months shy of turning 22 and leaving the list, he was suppressed on the platform by a single finger, motionless like a dead dog. Please show mercy. In this deadly silence, where not even the sound of a pin drop could be heard, the only thing that seemed unaffected was the sound of sand and waves from the Dragon River, still surging and scouring the debate platform. Hermit Tianji was the first to react, moving quickly to bear a part of the force of the chess piece. The moment he made contact, he felt an unimaginable terrifying power contained in the seemingly ordinary stone, with the burning divine flame intense like the sun, seeming to incinerate everything. While he was secretly alarmed, he hurriedly said to Li Hao, "Grandmaster debating should stop at the point of contact, please don't take a life." As an immortal of the 3 immortal realms, he naturally couldn't stand by and watch the Buddha's direct disciple be crushed into a pulp by that young man's finger in full view of the public. Otherwise, the Buddha seated in the Brahma Pure Land world would be furious, and his anger was something Tianji Tower wouldn't be able to bear. Blocked by Hermit Tianji, the other 4 companions accompanying Qin Wux also came to their senses. One of the middle-aged arhats clad in red gold kasaya suddenly stepped forward, rushing to Qin Wux's side and angrily said to Li Hao, "This is just a debate, do you also intend to kill?" Li Hao sneered lightly and said, I'm simply debating. As well, why are you so agitated? His response was almost a mirrored retort. Although he indeed harbored the intent to kill, he would not kill a Buddha's son in public, or else the Buddha would have a justified reason to trouble him openly. Moreover, this Buddha's son also probably had a noble rank for protection. Unless the opponent agreed to an unruly sparring, to kill him publicly on the Dao platform would also be a violation of the Daoyu divine dynasty's laws. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, the middle-aged arhat's eyes bulged in fury, like an enraged vajra. A debate? Is pressing someone down on the ground and rubbing their face in it considered a debate? However, this was indeed within the scope of a grandmaster's debate. Blame it on Qin Wux's incompetence or, rather, the terrifying might of this young man. The towering heaven and earth law manifestation even made the middle-aged arhat feel a trace of palpitations, having never seen such a colossal divine soul. To simply let the divine soul swell to such a size, he might be capable, but when it came to power, he was perhaps inferior to its condensed ferocity. In debating, one should stop at the point, "You've gone too far." The middle-aged arhat's chest was bubbling with anger, but his expression was solemn and austere, extremely restrained, like a dignified elder advising Li Hao. Vlemper reader. Li Hao's response was indifferent. "You said yourself, stop at the point." I focused my power at one point on the chess piece. It's a pity he couldn't catch it. Is this your Buddha's son? He's not much different from the one I defeated with chopsticks before. Hearing Li Hao's words, the middle-aged Vajra and the other 3 Mount Wuliang venerables were so furious it felt like their lungs might explode. Years of cultivating their temperament meant that at this moment, they all felt the fury rushing to their heads, their bodies trembling. The one mentioned by Li Hao was naturally Li Qianfeng, the youngest direct disciple of the Buddha. He was also Qin Wux's junior apprentice brother, and the two had a good relationship on ordinary days. Qin Wux's challenge to Li Hao was also to seek justice for Li Qianfeng and to salvage Mount Wuliang's face, especially since the aftermath of that true dragon battle where Li Qianfeng lost terribly, causing great damage to Mount Wuliang's reputation. But to their dismay, Qin Wuk personally stepped up and ended up losing even more embarrassingly than Li Qianfeng had. Moreover, this was under the scrutiny of all, witnessed by the grandmasters of the world. They could hardly imagine the amount of mockery and ridicule Mount Wuliang would receive behind closed doors from this one battle alone. So young, yet so arrogant and rampant, is this the behavior of someone from the divine general mansion? No wonder your father has to personally suppress and sort you out. The middle-aged arhat said angrily, "Withdraw your hand at once, such bullying is unlike a grandmaster's demeanor." A flash of cold light appeared in Li Hao's eyes, which then quickly disappeared, as he spoke with a chill tone. "Are you saying this to beg for mercy on his behalf?" Beg for mercy? Debate inherently has winners and losers. Don't be so unreasonable now that you have the upper hand, said the middle-aged arhat, restraining his anger. At this moment, Qin Wuk was still sprawled on the ground, struggling in vain. The longer he was delayed, the more Mount Wuliang's face was lost. Li Hao sneered, "If I have the upper hand, why should I show mercy? You seem to know you're in the wrong. If so, just apologize properly. If you want to beg for mercy and admit defeat, let him say it to me himself." The eyes of the middle-aged arhat were filled with furious fire, yet his expression remained stern and solemn. If it weren't for concerns about Li Hao's identity and fear of breaking rules, leading to Mount Wuliang losing even more face, he would have personally suppressed Li Hao by now. Fine. Since it's a debate, then let us have a debate as well. At this point, another venerable from Mount Wuliang spoke up. Besides the middle-aged arhat, the 3 other Mount Wuliang venerables also came along with Qin Wuk to attend this Grandmaster's conference. In Mount Wuliang, the Vajra rank is of the 15 Li realm, the venerables are of the Tianren sect Grandmasters, and the arhats are of the 3 immortal realms. Above that are the Bodhisat was seated before the Buddha. Let me demonstrate the folly of your arrogance. Chapter 216, Chapter 23, a Grandmaster of this world, unable to move a finger. 6K, double-length chapter, _2. One of the middle-aged venerables had already made a daring move. His eyes bulged with anger, his body bathed in Buddha's light, and strings of Buddha beads floated up, encircling him. These Buddha beads contained the formidable might of a spiritual treasure, able to bestow upon him half of his strength. He offered up his divine soul and, along with his own body, employed the Grandmaster technique. With a punch, he smashed towards the chess piece atop Qin Wuk's head. That chess piece was like a condensed sun, emitting the ultimate brilliant light, too dazzling to look directly at. The middle-aged venerable's fist contained the doctrine of stillness, the essence of using calm to conquer motion. At this moment, although he struck out in anger, his motion seemed extremely slow. However, his power was not to be underestimated. With a resounding boom, the earth-shattering punch that blasted with a sonic boom ferociously struck the chess piece. Just when everyone thought he was about to shatter that fingertip's brilliant light, suddenly, the middle-aged venerable seemed to have been severely hit. The sleeves of his arms burst apart, his kasaya flowing and his body thrown backward. Blood dripped down profusely from his fist, his skin split open, revealing ghastly white bone. Pupils constricted, everyone was shocked beyond measure. The middle-aged venerable kept retreating, only stopping when the middle-aged arhat supported his back. However, there was a surge of blood flowing in reverse in his face. He violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his pale complexion staring in shock at the chess piece, which was gathering the world's brilliant light. He had felt an incredibly strong reflective force emanating from this small chess piece, like punching an iron plate. At the same time, all the force he had exerted was returned to him in full. He was caught unguarded, which was why he suffered such a severe injury. Although the toughness of his physical body was stronger than an average person in the heavenly human realm, thanks to the Buddhist golden elixirs that fortified his body, it still fell short of a true body refinement practitioner's. At this moment, his internal organs were shaken, his blood flowed erratically, causing his eyes and nose to seep with blood. "Impossible, what kind of Tao is this?" he said, trembling and in disbelief. The middle-aged arhat, hearing his words, had an ugly expression on his face. The other two venerables were also stunned, not expecting that the young man could suppress Chinwok with one move and still have the power to fend them off. Without further ado, the two of them attacked one after another. Both were in the Buddha nature realm, their divine souls like coated with a layer of gold sand, burning with divine flames, their Buddha natures dignified, radiating immense oppressive force. Out of consideration for Mount Wuliang's reputation, they did not attack Li Hao at the same time, but rather one after the other. One tried to lift the placed chess piece, while the other intended to take the opportunity to pull out Chinwok. Li Hao had seen through their intentions. The more Mount Wuliang behaved this way, the more he wanted to ensure they lost all face. The power to control objects transformed into an invisible, insurmountable high wall, and at the same time, Li Hao integrated all the ways of the world that he had comprehended into this force. Yin-yang and the five elements, revolution of the sun, moon, and stars, mountains, rivers, birds, and beasts, and so on. It could deflect power, reduce damage, transfer attacks, redirect strength elsewhere, and even conceal deadly moves in an attack, emerging unpredictably like mushrooms after the rain. With various concepts and martial thoughts merged, his attacks became unpredictable, far surpassing the simple yin-yang Dao or that of the ape technique, encompassing too many variations. Even an ordinary practitioner from the three immortal realms would be slain by his sword, unable to resist the myriad changes in his attacks, let alone these grandmasters. Boom. Mvilo MP your exclusive content. The venerable who swung the demon-subduing pestle at the chess piece felt a surging power collide with him, and he hastily deployed the Buddhist peerless technique, the nine heavens demon-suppressing skill. The demon-subduing pestle sought to crush the small, ordinary stone with the might of countless mountains pressing down. But as he struck his attack, he felt as if his demon-subduing pestle was stuck in an invisible swamp, the great power seemingly disappearing into the sea, devoured, absorbed. Before he could react, an even more ferocious force rebounded back. Caught off guard, the hand that held the demon-subduing pestle trembled, his palm split open, and then an invisible force struck his chest, sweeping him and the demon-subduing pestle out of the debate platform and crashing to the ground. On the other side, the venerable with the kind face of an old man attempted to drag Chinwok out while his companion occupied Li Hao, but when it was time to make his move, he saw his companion being repelled. His expression changed dramatically, and then he heard the whistling sound of the wind approaching. It was another hand of Li Hao's heaven and earth law manifestation slapping down, the fingers flicking a shot. The flicked middle finger was like a sweeping mountain ridge, carrying the momentum of severing heaven and earth as it charged towards him. The old man's face went pale with fright, a trace of terror in his eyes. He hastily threw out a golden disc that grew as the wind caught it, rapidly expanding and spinning in front of him. A beast's head shadow leaped from the disc to roar at the approaching attack, but as it revealed itself, it was immediately struck by the law manifestation's flick. The beast's head crumbled, the the disc resonated like a gong, blown away and hitting the old man's chest, propelling him into the air along with it. He plunged into the Dragon River. The waves of the Dragon River instantly engulfed him, but not long after, he re-emerged, staggering back onto the debate platform, soaked through, his face deathly pale. In just a brief moment, two venerables had made their moves and both been defeated. All the spectators were in shock. Li Hao, while pinning down Qin Wuk with a single move, also managed to defeat 3 Mount Wuliang venerables effortlessly. What sort of monster was this young man? Tianji Tower had previously ranked him 5th on the Qian Dragon list, and many thought it was inflated. But now, it seemed clear that it was the list itself that was undervaluing him. Such terrifying strength, yet only ranked 5th. It was simply a joke. Chapter 217, Chapter 23, The Grandmaster of the World, Unable to Move a Finger. 6K, 2-in-1 Chapter, _3. The original number 1 was now suppressed by a single finger from Li Hao, and they couldn't imagine where Li Hao should be ranked. The middle-aged Arhat looked at Li Hao in shock and anger, having never expected the Qilin son of the Li family to be so terrifying. When he initially heard that Li Qianfeng had been nearly killed by a chopstick, he thought it was an exaggeration, but now it seemed that this young man might be even more fearsome than they imagined. At the tender age of 14, could this young man already be invincible in the Grandmaster realm? The middle-aged Arhat clenched his back teeth tightly, his face turning ashen as he watched the youth down below who wore a cold smile. From the latter's eyes, he saw coldness and mockery. He knew that unless he took action himself, this youth was going to cost Mount Wuliang their face. But if he were to make a move, even if he won, it would be no glorious victory. Taking a deep breath, the middle-aged Arhat looked toward the crowd and loudly said, "The Grandmasters debate the Tao. Esteemed Grandmasters, who is willing to enter a debate with this Qilin son of the Li family? If you can defeat him, Mount Wuliang will reward you with a precious treasure." In his extreme rage, his words still managed to retain decorum as he used the debate as a reason. But everyone could hear that this was a call for help, hoping someone would assist in defeating Li Hao and redeem Mount Wuliang's honor. The so-called precious treasure was likely to be an enormous favor from Mount Wuliang. Suddenly, many spectators' eyes began to shine. After all, we're talking about Mount Wuliang. If the true persons of Gantao Palace do not step forward, even the Buddha Lord who suppresses the world cannot face this edge. If they could earn the favor of Mount Wuliang, as long as they did not kill a prince in public, it would be an absolute talisman for survival. Haha, since it's about debating the Tao, let me bolster the excitement. The vigor of youth, eh? Allow me to experience it for myself. Soon, an inspired Grandmaster jumped onto the debate platform and said with a big laugh. Then, he suddenly drew his sword and with his peerless technique, a divine aura covered the blade, revealing his majestic presence as if he could split mountains and rivers. He aimed a direct slash at Li Hao's finger. The sword's blade contained an annihilating force, a power of decay that seemed could wilt all things. This too was an extremely strong expression of the Grandmaster path. But where there is decay, there is also rebirth. Like the growth of grass and the blooming of flowers. The decaying force did not affect Li Hao, on the contrary, under the reversal of yin and yang, an even more overwhelming philosophy enveloped him, instantly oppressing the sword-wielding Grandmaster and shaking him off the debate platform. Defeat. I'll give it a try too. Immediately, another Grandmaster stepped up to the platform. Without first-hand contact, it was difficult to sense the mystery within Li Hao's finger, but soon, this second Grandmaster to ascend was also flung away by Li Hao's Grandmaster ambience and the power of controlling objects. Vlemper only. One after another. Grandmasters continued to climb onto the platform from the crowd below, and some had already seen that the young man's strength was unimaginably powerful, likely unbeatable within the same realm. But then they thought, after so many people's consumption, even a Grandmaster has moments of exhaustion. If they could take advantage of a weakness and earn Mount Wuliang's favor, then offending this young master was of no concern. As one Grandmaster after another ascended, they too were rapidly sent flying back. It's Lin Qingfeng. The great Grandmaster from 30 years ago, is he going to step onto the platform too? The crowd looked toward a person, a thin old man who upon standing up seemed to be shouldering the world, his presence as a Grandmaster stepping forth from remote snowy mountains, lofty and untainted. Many grew tense, uncertain whether the young man could withstand the challenge. Soon, the old man took to the platform. He carried no weapon but simply reached casually toward the brilliant light at the tip of the finger, as if plucking a fruit with ease. However, many grandmasters who saw his action had a change in their expression. That effortless bearing, that sense of perfection, impregnable, was indicative of the grandmaster perfection realm. Perhaps with just a sliver of opportunity, he could break free and step into an even higher realm. That was a realm on the verge of transcending the worldly dust. The seemingly casual plucking by his hands was teeming with myriad changes. Surely no bird could escape his grasp as if it were a caged sparrow. His palm was like a realm itself, capable of suppressing everything. However, as his palm approached the vibrant light of the chess piece, suddenly, his hand began to blister and burn, his skin seemed to rot, slashed by countless blades, blood splashing forth. The casual look on Lin Qingfeng's face faded, his eyes growing serious, but his hand did not shrink back and continued to reach out. As he drew closer, more wounds appeared on his arm, the magnificent light in front seemed like myriad sharp blades. His fingernails fell off, and the nails flipped, the sleeves on his arms completely burst, torn apart. Until at last, just as his hand was about to touch the chess piece, a wild force surged out, roaring like a tiger, reverberating in his eardrums. Lin Qingfeng's pupils contracted sharply, his spirit shaken, his aged body, suddenly sent flying like a burst burlap sack, as if brutally kicked away. With a thud, Lin Qingfeng's body fell outside the debate platform, his arm a bloody mess, flesh laid open, a sight too ghastly to endure. He rose, his formerly otherworldly robes and carefully groomed flowing hair now in disarray and tattered, making him appear utterly disheveled. Lin Qingfeng lifted his head, a wisp of blood seeping from his mouth, concealed by the disordered hair, shocked beyond words deep in his heart. His gaze moved slowly away from the debate platform and landed on another youth seated elsewhere. He suddenly realized that all along, the true self of that young man had not made a move. Chapter 218, Chapter 23, A Grandmaster of This World, Unable to Move a Finger. 6K, double-length chapter, _4. A terrifying thought emerged at the bottom of his heart. Could it be that this youth, at the age of 14, had already reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm, with half a foot into the three immortals? Thinking these thoughts, he felt his heart violently convulse and contract, unable to bear it. Those who could step into the celestial master realm, which one wasn't a genius? Which one hadn't become famous at a young age, hadn't ascended the Qianquan list? But now, as time was heartless and their years were growing, they were considered the older generation, but given the long lifespan of the heavenly human realm, their mentality was still young, still in pursuit of higher martial arts. Therefore, they also had a heart full of ambition. However, at this moment, his heart full of ambition was shattered by that single move. When Lin Qingfeng was defeated, everyone also briefly fell silent. After all, this was a great grandmaster who had been famous for many years. Mvlemper hosted. But before long, people's gazes shifted away from him, and soon, another person took to the stage. Having a powerful contender like Lin Qingfeng to collide with, even if one couldn't win, the consumption it caused at the same realm was enormous. This might be an opportunity. But in the next instant, the grandmaster who took to the stage again was also sent flying out, spitting fresh blood. Down below, Li Wushuang stared blankly at this scene. From the moment Qin Wuk challenged Li Hao, her full heart of anger was replaced by shock when Li Hao made his move, suppressing Qin Wuk with a single gesture. The peculiar divine soul that had been revealed in the battle with Li Tiangang, which had shocked the entire divine general mansion, she now saw again. Compared to that time, this was even more terrifying. Previously, there was no divine aura of fire covering him, but now, his entire body burned with divine light, like an angry deity descending into the world. And the power he displayed was beyond her imagination and knowledge. To think he could, on his own, consecutively defeat many famous grandmasters present. While she was still pursuing the 15Li realm, looking forward to the heavenly human realm from afar, that youth already had the demeanor and power to look down upon grandmasters of the world. Was this the gap between them? On the other side, Zhou Haitong stood up and walked towards the stage. Beside him, Zhou Linger and the others came to their senses. Zhou Linger called out urgently, "Father, are you also going?" "No, you can't." She wanted to say, "You can't beat him." But as the words came to her lips, she suddenly felt a bitter and sour taste in her mouth. In her heart, her father was an imposing and steadfast figure, her strongest and most reliable support. But now, she had to admit that her father was no match for the young man she had once looked down upon. Su Wan'er and the youth also urgently tried to discourage him. Zhou Haitong shook his head, took a deep breath, and said, I want to try and also use this opportunity to gauge how far my grandmaster's Tao is from perfection. He was challenging, not only for the promise of Mount Wuliang but also because of the ambition within his grandmaster's heart. Seeing such an extraordinary youth, witnessing such astonishing power with a single gesture, the Tao realm it contained, he wanted to personally experience and feel it. Ignoring his daughter and disciples' attempts to stop him, Zhou Haitong took to the stage. He mobilized his entire body's strength, his pores opened wide, bringing his bodily energy to its peak, achieving unity with the heavens. Then, he drew his sword, unleashing his most powerful peerless technique, and slashed fiercely. With a loud thud. The moment the sword light touched the chess piece, an immense and vast martial Tao intent enveloped him, and in an instant, Zhou Haitong seemed to feel the surge of heaven and earth directed at his body, engulfing and crushing him. His pupils dilated, then contracted, and he was so horrified that he found himself speechless. So, the martial Tao intent of that youth wasn't just one kind. His body was suddenly thrown backward, landing outside the arena, vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood. His chest clothing was torn to shreds, his appearance extremely pitiable. Father. Zhou Linger hurriedly approached, her eyes moistening. Zhou Haitong struggled to get up, coughing out fresh blood, quickly took out a vial of precious medicine and swallowed it, stabilizing his condition, and said softly, I'm all right. He turned his head, looking towards the youth sitting elsewhere. That youth quietly sat in an ordinary chair, yet emitted the sense of being alone atop the summit of peaks, overlooking everything in the world with a transcendental and indifferent air. Chapter 219, Chapter 24, The City Falls, The Demons Rise, Extra Chapter for Alliance Hierarch, Cao Xiaoxiong. Zhou Haitong was defeated. From body to spirit, he was completely defeated. Defeated by the martial arts conception concentrated in that single finger, defeated by the invincible youth's grandmaster strength. But after Zhou Haitong's defeat, another grandmaster immediately stepped onto the debate platform, by the roaring waves of Dragon River, to contend against that dazzling figure. The grandmasters present also mostly shared Zhou Haitong's sentiment. Apart from Mount Wuliang's promise, they desired to engage with the martial arts conceptions and strength exhibited by the youth who had vanquished them all, to seek and see the ultimate power beyond their imagination. The grandmasters advancing to the platform were subsequently crushed and sent flying one after another. They demonstrated their peerless techniques, wielding sabers, swords, spears, staves, fists, palms, and divine skills, but in front of that dazzling figure, all sorts of martial transformations seemed to have corresponding countermeasures. In the end, no one seemed able to shake him. With one young man, the world's grandmasters were suppressed. The crowd could not budge the tip of that finger. As no more grandmasters ascended the stage, all the grandmasters present, including their kin and prodigies from the 19 states gathered at Daiyu, fell silent, as quiet as the dead. The only thing standing was that heaven and earth law manifestation, cloaked in divine and fierce flames, sitting tranquilly like a cold-eyed deity, looking down at all beings. No one else came to the stage, unable to contend any longer. Whether it was martial arts conception, physical strength, vast spiritual thought, or divine authority of grandmasters, that 14-year-old youth had already reached the pinnacle of them all. This challenge, initiated by Qin Wuk, had lasted 4 hours, but the youth had not needed to lift a finger from beginning to end. His external divine soul alone was enough to suppress everyone and even protect that chess piece carved from fragile stone. One must know, with the strength of a grandmaster, even a sneeze could shatter that stone piece. Yet, that otherwise ordinary little stone suppressed all the grandmasters under heaven, pinning the esteemed Bodhisattva ranked first on the Qian dragon list to the ground, unable to move, like a despairing worm. Indeed, aside from the many grandmasters, the most shocked and affected was Qin Wuk himself. For 4 hours, he watched grandmasters successively come forward and then defeat, yet he himself remained suppressed without any capacity for resistance. Not only had the youth crushed his body, but he also shattered his Tao heart. Qin Wuk's eyes had lost their luster. As a fellow pride of heaven, he had topped the Qian dragon list for 3 years uncontested, and at 19, he had become a grandmaster, the envy of all. Consider, the famous Duke of Martial Punishment from the Li family's divine general mansion, Li Tiangang, had also only entered the heavenly human realm at 19. In other words, his talent was equal to that of the other. If nothing went awry, he would surely ascend to the peak in the future, becoming world-renowned, revered and worshipped as a bodhisattva seated on the lotus platform, receiving billions of devoted prayers. But now, his Tao heart was shattered. The sun had set, and the twilight glow of the setting sun cast a tragic layer of gold paper onto the faces of everyone outside the debate platform. This was not just the twilight of the world but also of the grandmasters. Check out Mvilo MP year. Henceforth, a legend unparalleled in history will rise. A young man will ascend on the wind, suppressing the world at 14 with a single finger. They also understood that from today on, that name on the Qianquan list will shine like a blazing sun, dominating over all the pride of Daiyu for 8 years. This record, no one could break. The middle-aged Arhat's face was ashen, his eyes filled with shock, anger, and a trace of fear and wariness. Not only was that youth's cultivation speed extraordinary, but his actual combat strength and martial arts conception were unimaginable, a talent so divine it seemed as if a sage had reincarnated, incomparable to anyone. Given time, perhaps within a decade, he might even stand shoulder to shoulder with those old fellows from the Four Stands realm. He took a deep breath, suppressing the rage in his heart, and said solemnly and earnestly, "Donor, since no one can debate with you now, you should let go, right?" Li Hao responded indifferently, "I said before, I need to hear it from him personally. Otherwise, how would I know he has conceded? Perhaps he still has a trump card up his sleeve. You should give him a chance to express himself, don't hinder him." Even with 30 years of serenity nurtured through reading scriptures, the middle-aged Arhat nearly spewed blood in anger upon hearing Li Hao's words. Even the Buddha is about to get angry. I hinder him. To hell with you. Qin Wuk was on the verge of losing consciousness, his Tao heart dissolving, yet Li Hao was unrelenting. To admit defeat out loud. That was the last vestige of Qin Wuk's determination, and if that too were shattered, he'd live forever in the shadow of Li Hao. The middle-aged Arhat clenched his teeth, restraining his fury, and said, "Li, mercy should be shown where it can. Do you really want to make an enemy of Mount Wuliang?" Li Hao sneered inwardly, weren't they enemies already? But these things could be done behind the scenes while not so easily spoken of outright. He replied blandly, "Elder, you're overstating. This is merely a normal martial debate. How can we speak of making enemies? He challenged me, and if it's to end, he should be the one to say so. If you wish to seek justice, why didn't you speak up when he challenged me? Using his first place on the Qian Dragon list to challenge me, ranked 5th, clearly it was bullying. Why didn't you object then?" The middle-aged Arhat was at a loss for words, agitated inside. He glanced at the hermit Tianji beside him. Tianji Tower was said to grasp the secrets of heaven. Omnicompetent, with nothing in the world hidden from their sight. But, this youth had made his name known throughout Qingzhou, revealing his 15 Li realm cultivation level, and only then did the world recognize such a demonic talent. Chapter 220, Chapter 24 The City Falls, Demons Rise, Extra for Alliance Hierarch, _2. He reached the divine travel realm at an even younger age, yet no one knew. Now, after that great battle, everyone thought that the father went easy during the father-son duel, which is why Li Hao was ranked 5th. But who would have thought, based on the portion of strength that Li Hao displayed today, that if he were to go all out, he could possibly contend with those from the 3 immortal realms? After all, at that time, Li Tiangang had broken his hard oath, was severely injured, and his realm had fallen, no longer as invincible and undefeated as he was during the Northern Yen campaigns. It's one thing for the world to underestimate him, but for Tianji Tower to do so as well. Isn't that harmful? Feeling the angry gaze from the middle-aged Arhat, Hermit Tianji came back to his senses, realizing the anger and feeling somewhat embarrassed, so he had no choice but to step forward. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, a huge booming sound erupted from afar. The sound was earth-shattering as if a meteorite had struck the ground. Everyone was jolted, including Li Hao. They all turned their heads to look, only to see that on the nearby city wall, a dazzling purple array pattern emerged. However, it quickly extinguished, like flames passing over it. At the same time, a huge arrow tower and cannon tower within the city had their tops violently shattered. The faces of the people present all turned pale, and then they swiftly changed color, looking shocked at this scene. The way the array disappeared clearly indicated it had been breached. This was the divine array that protected Daoist city. With this array, Even if only a heavenly human realm grandmaster were sitting in the city, they could use the city protecting formation to fend off a 3 immortal realm demon leading a monster invasion for half a day. With half a day's time, it would be enough to call for reinforcements and obtain support from powerful allies. But now, this city protecting divine array had actually been broken. And since the array had been breached before it was even activated, it meant it was broken from the inside. Only people or demons that had infiltrated the city could achieve such a feat. However, if a demon were to enter the city, they must be registered and carry a pass, otherwise, the divine array would have already been triggered to kill them. As everyone was in doubt, 2 more arrow towers were also suddenly reduced to rubble. When one of the arrow towers was destroyed, 2 shadowy figures violently shot out from the inside. One silhouette flew straight towards the city wall and smashed into it, while the other shadow pursued and killed, wearing a long robe and having a tall and bulky figure. He held down the head of the person who had hit the wall, and then crushed it with a squeeze. After cultivating the bright jade true demon skill, Li Hao's vision had become sharper than before. Even from a distance of over a dozen miles, he could clearly see the scene there, even the gaps between the bricks on the city wall. The one whose head was crushed was, unmistakably, a city defending officer in armor. The towering figure, with his robe lifting, revealed large patches of crimson muscles, dense body hair, and slightly protruding pointed horns on his head. He was unmistakably a demon. Moreover, his aura was as vigorous and powerful as a furnace, not of the heavenly human realm but of the 3 immortal realms' great demons. And for this reason, without transforming, he easily crushed the heavenly human realm officer. It's a demon. A demon has invaded the city. Not only Li Hao, but others with Grandmaster realm visual strength could also barely make out the scene, and some invoked their divine soul to scrutinize and discern the situation. In an instant, at the edge of the debate platform, all the Grandmasters' faces changed color. A demon had actually taken advantage of the opportunity to attack Daoism City, which was the heartland of the northwest, some distance from the border. It's a great demon from the 3 immortal realms. The middle-aged Arhat named Wen Tianen immediately had a very grave expression. Such a great demon attacking and destroying the array spelled out too much alarming information. He realized that something was not right. He glanced at Hermit Tianji, and as their eyes met, they both sensed a certain crisis. The unrest at the Liangzhou border was not only known to the Li family, Tianji Tower had also detected some information. Before embarking on his journey to attend this Grandmaster Assembly, when Tianen's Bodhisattva master had told him about this matter, instructing him to be careful on the way and not to linger at the border. But unexpectedly, a demon had actually been so bold as to invade the city, and judging by the situation, it seemed as if they were attempting to breach the city. See Mormvlemper. Damn, there's a demon army shadow outside the city. Suddenly, a Grandmaster exclaimed. Several Grandmasters had their divine souls ascend and had already probed other directions, sensing the commotion outside the city. The area outside Daoism City was an extensive plain, with a view that stretched for 100 miles, leaving no place for demons to hide. But now, at the edge of the sky, there was a black tide-like line rolling in. These demons have plotted their approach, hurry and contact the city lord's mansion. Damn it, the city protecting formation has broken, how can we defend now? What's there to fear? These demons have picked the wrong time to attack, with all the Grandmasters from across the world gathered here they've kicked an iron board. Gentlemen, as the demons close in, we martial practitioners are duty-bound to slay demons and eradicate evil. Who will join me in demon hunting? There were many Grandmasters present. Although not all Grandmasters in the world had arrived, at least 80% of them were there, so there was no fear. As they finished speaking, the last cannon tower on the eastern wall also shattered, and a figure in grey robes flew out of it, merely glancing over at the Dragon River side. Just that glance, though only from a distance of over a dozen miles, sent a chill down the spines of Wen Tianen and Hermit Tianji, who had just been preparing to take action, causing their bodies to stiffen. That glance brought such a coldness that they felt a terrifying shadow of death. The next moment, a multitude of screams erupted from a distance within the city. The tall figure revealed its true form, turning into a bull demon of immense size. Its body rammed at will, destroying houses. It opened its mouth to inhale, and a demon wind swept through, sucking up the citizens trying to flee from the ground. It swallowed dozens of people in one gulp, and as it chewed, vivid red blood sprayed from the corners of its mouth, like the juice of ripe fruit. Refreshing. The bold demon laughed loudly and chased after more prey. Upon witnessing this, everyone was filled with rage. Lin Qingfeng, who had been previously defeated by Li Hao, now swallowed a pill. His arm injury healed at an astonishing rate, visibly to the naked eye. He stepped forward, the power of a fully realized great grandmaster realm giving him the courage to confront that immortal realm bull demon, hoping to stop it. With the strength of the many grandmasters, there might be a chance to stop the demon's charge. But just as he took his first step, a shadow flew out from the distant horizon and came crashing down onto the debate platform, smashing the platform's stone into a deep pit. Inside the pit was an armored figure with a broken helmet, glazed eyes, and a cracked skull. Recognizing the face, Hermit Tianji's complexion changed drastically. It was none other than the lord of Daoism City. With a thunderous noise, the ground shook violently. Two figures descended from the sky, landing in front of everyone, creating deep craters in the ground. As the dust rose, one of them waved his hand, dissipating the dust cloud to reveal his tall and sturdy form. His face was handsome, but his cheeks were covered with thick hair, his eyes a purplish hue, radiating a demonic light. He looked around at everyone casually, his gaze pausing for a moment on Li Hao's heaven and earth law manifestation. Such delicious essence. The robes he wore now revealed their true color, a purple gold long garment, looking extraordinarily noble. Behind him stood the gray-robed elder. The elder smiled, his gaze seemingly on everyone, but at the same time, as if they weren't really there. Two great demons. Everyone's heart quaked, feeling the intense presence, causing a tremble in their hearts and minds. While the grandmasters there were all powerful figures in their own right, they were somewhat at their wits' end in front of the three immortal realm great demons. Fortunately, their numbers were also substantial, and with the presence of Wen Tianen and Hermit Tianji, they were not at a disadvantage. Finally, I can release myself. I've been suffocating these past few days. The purple gold-robed bearded young man stretched out his arms and twisted his neck, a playful smile on his lips as he walked straight toward the crowd. The disciples and relatives of these grandmasters involuntarily stepped back, their faces deathly pale. They were not Tianren grandmasters, under the presence of these great demons, they trembled uncontrollably, as if they were in an ice cave. At that moment, the 200 to 300 grandmasters there felt utterly oppressed by the presence of these two great demons, experiencing a sense of terror. And the heaven and earth law manifestation that had been pressing its finger upon Qin Wuk now withdrew its hand, and the chess piece in its hand shone brightly. It was suddenly thrown, shooting towards the purple-robed young man like a shooting star, tearing a gap through the terrifying and overwhelming demonic presence. Chapter 221, Chapter 25, Battle at the Summit, 6K Combined Chapter. The young man in the purple robe raised his eyebrows slightly, a playful arc appeared on the corners of his mouth, and he reached out to catch. He grasped the chess piece that had previously suppressed the grandmasters of the world. The dazzling, magnificent light, which he caught casually, extinguished like the sun going out. The crowd's color changed in unison, but at that moment, a burst of bursting sound suddenly came from the palm of the youth in the purple robe, like a thunder exploding, and a little ash-white smoke dispersed from between his fingers, resembling stone powder. The expression of mild amusement on the face of the young man in the purple robe froze slightly, and he loosened his fingers, revealing his palm which was a blur of flesh and blood, as if slashed by numerous sharp blades. He was injured. Thank you for using Mvilo Empire. The many grandmasters were all stunned, they had all crossed swords with Li Hao's chess pieces before and knew how terrifying the martial Dao intent contained within them was. Just when they saw it being effortlessly crushed by the great demon, their hearts had trembled with fear, and to their astonishment, even this immortal of the three immortal realms had been injured. Seeing their young master injured, the expression of the gray-robed elder standing behind the youth in the purple robe turned cold, and he slowly stepped forward. It seemed as if darkness fell upon the world, like dark clouds rolling in overhead. Everyone present felt their hearts skip a beat, struggling to breathe. However, the young man in purple raised his hand to halt the elder. He gently rubbed between his fingers the remaining powder, and the wounds in his palm healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He looked up at the calm young man sitting before him, a smile appearing in his purple, starry eyes. Interesting. You are the little demon king of Wanshan. At that moment, an astonished voice rang out. Belonging to the hermit Tianji. He had now recognized the origins of these two great demons, his face full of amazement. It was the son of the demon king of Wanshan from beyond Heavenly Gate Pass. This little demon king was rumored to have extraordinary talent, cultivated wholeheartedly by his father, and in mere centuries, had already reached the pinnacle of the three immortals. Moreover, he had several records of devouring generals of the three immortal realms in the borderlands. Decades ago, this little demon king was notorious for attacking multiple border towns in the Liangzhou territory, a terribly restless and fearsome demon. The little demon king of Wanshan. Hearing Hermit Tianji's words, the dozens of grandmasters from the Liangzhou territory all had a drastic change in expression, revealing shock and fear. This little demon king, notoriously rampant and high-profile, had attacked borderlands repeatedly, and they were well aware of his notoriety and realm. If it was only the undying realm, they could have joined forces to defeat him. But the unwithering realm, the gap was too wide, and even the tactics of overwhelming numbers would not work, as the opponent possessed unwithering strength. Why would this demon come here? Damn it, they wouldn't be targeting us, would they? Known for his murderous nature and enormous appetite, how could such a monster sneak in? The grandmasters turned pale, though revered in status. Before such great demons, they were merely appetizing prey. Some already considered retreat, with despair in their eyes. Had the city-protecting formation still been intact, they could have relied on the power of the formation to defend against such great demons. But the formation was broken, and even the Lord of Daoism City had fallen in battle, leaving their only hope now resting on Wen Tianen of Mount Wuliang, the immortal of the three immortal realms. With this thought, numerous grandmasters turned their gaze toward Wen Tianen and Hermit Tianji, who might currently be the last pillars of support for Daoism City. Only, facing the immortal demons, including the distant bull demon, there were three. Numbers aside, they had the advantage in strength. And beyond the city, there was a relentless tide of demons, clearly intent on surrounding the entire city to slaughter its inhabitants. Everyone, let's fight to the death. Not all grandmasters placed their hopes on others. Some stepped forward, and after the initial shock and despair, their eyes gleamed with a resolute readiness for death. To run is to die, let's break out a bloody path before the tide of demons closes in. If some of us can get away, we can request aid from the nearest garrison. It's not too late, the city won't be completely lost. That's right, cowardice only leads to a quicker death. As some took the lead, more grandmasters collected their wits from the shock and despair. After all, they were leaders of their own domains, and though they knew the battle would be incredibly brutal, what choice did they have? Run away. If they scattered like birds and beasts, they would only be slaughtered and captured by these great demons. After all, they were grandmasters, not pigs or dogs. They were not ants that would flee in a panic just because they were threatened. Long waves churned in Dragon River, surging and crashing against the shores outside the debate platform, as if roaring with fury. In that moment, numerous grandmasters stepped forth, determination in their eyes. Zhou Haitang raised his hand to shield his daughter and two disciples behind him. He took a deep breath. Although he was only at the Buddha nature realm of the Grandmaster realm and not even considered a great Grandmaster, even facing a common immortal demon would usually send him fleeing. But now, how could he flee? Behind him were his daughter and his disciples. With his own flesh and spirit, with all his life's cultivation of Grandmaster martial arts, he must fight to carve out a slim chance of survival for them. It seems our spar must wait until next time. Zhou Haitang saw Bai Chuanhai, who had also stepped forward, not far away. The two longtime rivals, in this moment, shared a look as if understanding each other's resolve, and in the solemnity of their eyes, there was also a faint smile of relief. It might not have to wait until next time. Let's see which of us can inflict more damage on it, shall we? Chapter 222, Chapter 25 Peak Battle, 6K Combined Chapter, _2. Bai Chuanhai smiled, his hunched body straightened abruptly with a series of cracking sounds from his spine, exhibiting the elegance of a grandmaster. Zhou Haitang's eyes burst with light and the will to fight. Among the other grandmasters, many shared Zhou Haitang's mentality. None who came for the grandmaster's debate anticipated facing such a dreadful situation. They all brought their disciples or family members, with only a few arriving alone. Yet now, there was no way back. In the crowd, Li Wushuang's face was pale. She didn't have her distress signal on her, for it was in her carriage outside the arena, far too distant to retrieve now. At her side, two maidservants of the 15 Li realm stood protectively behind her, their eyes showing not only shock and anger but a resolute killing intent. In the military, they had seen many great demons and developed nerves of steel. Even now, prepared to die, they would safeguard Li Wushuang. Jiao, go play with them first. Wan Shan, the minor demon king, saw the Grandmaster's fighting spirits and, with a smile showing no concern, his gaze fell on Li Hao, curiously remarking, "How curious that a mere little bug of the Grandmaster realm could injure me." The grey-robed elder glanced at the human youth, merely of the heavenly human realm and nothing more than a toy before the young master. He respectfully consented, and then his body began to exude a terrifying demon aura. This aura above his head condensed into a colossal, 100-zhang-long Jiao dragon's phantom, its scales like molten iron casting a fearsome presence. His cultivation level was also revealed at this moment to be at the pinnacle of the three immortals' peak. Witnessing this, the Grandmasters, who had just ignited their will to fight, had their faces cloud over again, but then a more intense, yet more tragic, fighting spirit reignited within them. Take the Buddha's son and leave. On the debate platform, when Tiananmen's complexion turned ugly as he quickly conveyed a message to the three venerated ones beside him. He looked at Qin Wuk, lying on the ground with a scattered consciousness, and silently sighed to himself, fearing that just this one battle would leave an indelible scar on the young Buddha's heart. After giving his instructions, he sprung into the air, heading towards the ranks of Grandmasters, his body radiating golden Buddha light, hoping to take the lead and draw the attention of the two great demons. "Don't get in the young master's way," the grey-robed elder said indifferently, raising his hand to strike, as the demon aura transformed into dragon claws, swiping through the air in their direction. When Tiananmen's face changed drastically, he threw out his Buddha beads, creating a golden shield, and emitting his solemn visage, resembling a Buddha, he used one of Mount Wuliang's peerless techniques, the heavenly Buddha demon-subduing palm. The Buddha's palm, shining with divine flames and light like a radiant sun, pressed down fiercely, as if to suppress all demons of this world. Discover Stories novel Fire. However, the moment the Buddha's palm collided with the dragon claw phantom, the claw tore the palm apart and dimmed the golden shield around Wen Tianmen. The terrifying impact sent Wen Tianmen's body flying across the air, tumbling into the crowd. Several Grandmasters reached out to catch him, but the residual force sent 7 or 8 of them flying before it finally stopped. Each of these Grandmasters, who had caught Wen Tianmen, had their blood and energy roiling, injuries compounded upon injuries. Previously, during their debates on the platform, they had barely held back and were already injured. None expected a demon attack, and now in poor condition, they couldn't recover in a short time, their eyes reflecting deeper despair. The great battle erupted instantly, with Shen Yunqing, Su Yehua, and others' faces turning pale yet solemn as they stood up to protect the disciples of the White Hall behind them. If they had known there would be such an accident, they would not have attended the banquet. But now there were no ifs, nor was there a way back. "Look for a chance to escape," Shen Yunqing said softly to the disciples. These White Hall disciples, mostly in the divine travel realm, stood no chance against the horrifying demonic might, looking as pale as paper and trembling uncontrollably. But at that moment, Li Hao, who had been sitting silently, stood up. His expression was solemn and icy cold. The bull demon continued its unrestrained rampage in the distance. He couldn't delay any longer, he had to fight quickly and decisively. He lifted his hand in a sword-grasping gesture. With a sharp ringing sound, like a dragon's roar, suddenly reverberated within the arena. A dragon's cry burst forth from within Ren Qianqian's embrace, surging with an unstoppable momentum, soaring to the heavens before plummeting down, howling as it dived into the young man's palm. The dragon's soaring divine sword, ranked first among the world's 10 famous swords, shone with brilliant divine light at that moment, carrying the heaven's sword chi and killing intent, like an ancient true dragon awakening and spiraling into the sky, then swiftly descending, roaring into the young man's grasp. The sword was in hand. In an instant, the surging waves of Dragon River seemed to pause for a moment. The once smugly smiling Wan Shan, the minor demon king, now had his smile wiped away, his expression growing serious, betraying a hint of surprise. The grey-robed elder who had struck down Wen Tianmen was also looking at the young man in amazement. But Li Hao didn't hesitate, suddenly taking a step forward, his 98 major channels surging instantly, circulating his cultivation technique rapidly 7 times within his body with the special effect of 7 stars lighting up. At the same time, the power of yin and yang dual pulse coursed through his body. With this step, the ground outside the Dao platform seemed to tremble beneath the millions of pounds of pressure from his foot. A sword light burst forth, splitting the ground as if gouging out a trench, the sword chi turning into a dragon's roar as it ferociously sliced towards Wan Shan, the minor demon king. Chapter 223, Chapter 25 Battle at the Summit, 6K Combined Chapter, _3. The gray-robed elder's face suddenly changed. He had thought that this heavenly human realm individual from the human race was merely a delicious treat, but to his astonishment, he felt threatened by the sword chi. Ha ha! Wan Shan, the lesser demon king, burst into laughter, then suddenly roared and swung his fist. His robes exploded apart, revealing thick, bulging fur all over his body. Purple demonic chi covered his fist as he smashed it down. The sound was like the heavens and earth shattering. The dragon's roar of sword chi dissipated, and the body of Wan Shan, the lesser demon king, revealed a form close to complete demonization. He had transformed from a handsome young man into a 4 to 5 meter tall half-beast with a robust figure. A deep gash appeared between the knuckles of his enormous fist, cutting to the bone, with blood freely flowing. The gray-robed elder's face transformed with concern. Then his robe suddenly tore apart, emitting a long dragon's roar, as he revealed his true body, which intertwined with the 100-meter-long demonic chi behind him and furiously glared at Li Hao. "You stay out of this, I'll handle him personally." The eerie voice carried an intense emotion as Wan Shan, the lesser demon king, showed a sky-high desire to kill and a ferocious look on his face, along with rich greed and bloodlust, fixating his gaze on Li Hao. "Such a delicious flavor, I must savor you slowly." In response, Li Hao slashed out with his second sword. With one slash, the ground seemed to blossom with countless flowers. The space between them flattened in an instant, and the moment the sword chi was released, it had already reached Wan Shan, the lesser demon king. Wan Shan, the lesser demon king's pupils shrank dramatically, but he reacted extremely quickly, issuing a roar like a lion's roar that disrupted the sword chi. Then he clapped his hands, and a palm print roiling with dark chi rushed out, neutralizing the sword chi. Their exchange was lightning fast and terrifying. Other grandmasters and Wen Tianen, among others, all stood dumbfounded, shocked by the youth. They had witnessed this young man's extreme martial arts prowess before, which was invincible at the Grandmaster realm, but his true strength was such that he could actually engage in combat with one of the top immortals among the demons. It wasn't just them, even Shen Yunqing, Su Yehua, and others who knew Li Hao were flabbergasted and incredulous. "You all should leave first." Li Hao spoke softly, then charged straight at Wan Shan, the lesser demon king. With just 2 sword strikes, Li Hao had felt that this lesser demon king was much stronger than Qi Hu Jun whom he had previously slain, and its flesh was even tougher. Novel Fire Chapter. Even with the dragon sword, he was unable to severely wound it. If it had been the previous Pig Fang sword, it would probably have barely managed to break through the defense. Both being in the unwithering realm, the gap was somewhat large. Interesting, you must be one of the top prodigies of your human race, right? Are you royalty, or are you a disciple of that immortal? A fierce and excited light shone in the eyes of Wan Shan, the lesser demon king. His ferocity was stimulated. He thought that if he could eat a prince, he wondered how it would taste, as he had never savored one. Like countless shooting stars flickering, Li Hao advanced with the sword in hand. The soul of the true dragon sealed in the dragon sword also revealed its momentum, ignited with fervor. Although he could not yet unleash the sword's full potential at the Grandmaster realm, the mere presence of the true dragon's aura was enough to deter many Grandmasters. Lionheart shatters the sky fist. Wan Shan, the lesser demon king, roared, and the shadow of his fist roared like one, shattering countless meteor-like lights. Yet that sword light, like a meteor, fell with the force of 1,000 mountains. His recently half-healed fist was once again cleaved with a gigantic crack, extending over the previous wound and nearly reaching the wrist. The excruciating pain enraged Wan Shan, the lesser demon king. If the previous strike was due to carelessness, he had intended to kill with the most recent attack, yet he failed to take down this little grandmaster. Li Hao didn't pause, his chi force surged excessively, and he slashed with the third sword. The intent of his sword transformed once more, like a droplet of water, containing an invincible force. This slash went straight for the opponent's chest, and the sensation of immediate peril made all the hairs on Wan Shan, the lesser demon king, stand on end. His pupils contracted, and with an infuriated roar, his body rapidly demonized, exploding on the spot and growing into an upright giant lion. His entire body's demonic chi formed into a treasured gang, and from his thick fur, a piece of iron-like armor flew out to block the dragon's sword. A clang rang out and fierce sparks flew as the iron piece was pierced, but the time it bought allowed Wan Shan, the lesser demon king, to raise a huge, sharp claw, the size of a small hut, and swipe down at Li Hao's head. Li Hao met the swipe with a backhand punch, the power of the half-step invincible fist erupting. Despite the disproportion in their sizes, the tremendous force of the punch pushed Wan Shan, the lesser demon king, several steps back. Li Hao landed on the ground, his feet creating deep pits. His face was ice-cold, the thickness of the little demon king's hide far beyond his expectation, much tougher than Qi Hu Jun. Not far away, his heaven and earth law manifestation turned and strode over, standing behind Li Hao, then rapidly condensed and entered Li Hao's body. As the law manifestation united with the flesh, the power within him surged to even higher levels. Feeling the aura emanating from Li Hao, Wan Shan, the lesser demon king's expression turned grave, his eyes burning with rage. He no longer had any intent to jest or play, all he wanted was to tear Li Hao to pieces. A mere human race, of a lower realm than himself, had forced him to show his true form. This was a great disgrace for him as a future demon king. While Li Hao and Wan Shan, the lesser demon king, faced off, the grey-robed elder transformed into his true dragon form and charged straight at Hermit Tianji and the many grandmasters, entering the crowd. His massive dragon-like body moved like a tiger among wolves. Many grandmasters stood to confront him, but they crumbled upon contact, no match for his strength. Chapter 224, Chapter 25 Battle at the Summit, 6K Combined Chapter, _4. Numerous blades, divine soul attacks, and the suppression of controlling objects rained down on the Jiao Fiend's body, failing to inflict even the slightest injury. After reaching the indestructible realm within the three immortal realms, one's physical body could compare to divine weapons and armor, remaining unharmed amidst a million soldiers. Although great grandmasters are known as the enemies of 10,000, capable of decapitating foes in the midst of armies, they rely on the refined flow of their martial arts aura to evade, in simple terms, through dodging. The indestructible realm, however, allows one to face and withstand attacks head-on, emerging unscathed under a barrage of arrows and bolts. The grandmasters had thought that by joining forces they could at least inflict some damage on the great demon, but its flesh proved to be even more terrifying than that of the ordinary indestructible realm. Hermit Tianji made a move, he too was in the indestructible realm. But with one strike, the Jiao Fiend sent him flying, spewing blood. "All of you, die!" The Jiao Fiend roared, venting the rage of the young master's injury onto these grandmasters. Check out novel Fire. But at this moment, two figures broke into the fray from the outside of the crowd. One of them was none other than Li He, who had been secretly protecting Li Hao. Together with another person, he fought to hold back the Jiao Fiend, calling out loudly for the numerous grandmasters to scatter and defend the city walls. It turned out that a surge of demons from outside the city was about to approach. Without the city protecting formation, if these grandmasters did not help defend, the entire city would fall instantly, submerged within the tide of demons, and the millions of civilians within would become the food of demons, with no one able to escape. Li Wushuang recognized Li He in the crowd, and she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Her eyes hastily swept over the silhouette of the young man in the distance, but she had no time to ponder and quickly led the two sword attendants beside her in a fast charge out from the other side. She knew staying here was useless, she had to quickly release a signal to call for her father's help. Besides Li He, the other immortal from the three immortal realms was an elder from the Hulian clan, who knew Li He. He came to secretly protect a talented young master from his clan, who, being in the 15th realm, came to hear the Tao in hopes of stepping into the heavenly human realm. Now, both of them made their move at the same time, barely holding off the Jiao Fiend and buying time for the many grandmasters to flee for their lives. Seeing a glimmer of hope for survival, these grandmasters abandoned their resolve to fight to the death and hurriedly took their disciples and families to leave quickly. This battle was not for them to engage in. If it were a common immortal realm demon, with their numbers, they could still offer assistance, but the gap between them and these two great demons was too large, with the Grandmaster realm being utterly useless, except for that young man. Before leaving, many glanced over at the young man confronting the little demon king, pressing down the shock in their hearts, and left swiftly. In the distance, the bold demon seemed to have encountered a hidden immortal realm opponent, becoming entangled in a fierce fight with him. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was divided into 3 parts. Seeing this, Li Hao also let out a silent sigh of relief. He was planning to deal with the bull demon first, since the temperament of the young demon king would only focus on him, which would not cause worry about it recklessly harming others. The young demon king Wan Shan scoffed coldly at the sight of the emerging immortals, but paid them no heed. His body billowed with demonic chi as he strode directly towards Li Hao. Li Hao, too, did not pause, his thoughts whirring as he integrated some newly comprehended aspects of the Tao realm into his swordsmanship. His figure flashed, and he swiftly struck at the young demon king Wan Shan, infusing the power of the invincible fist and the force of yin and yang into his sword. Great obliterating fist. Wan Shan's eyes emitted an intimidating light as he fiercely smashed out with his fist, creating a force that changed Li He's expression as he fought the Jiao fiend, making him want to rush to Li Hao's aid. But in the next moment, Li Hao's sword edge sliced out, with what seemed like a giant fist accompanying it as it crashed down, tearing straight through the demonic chi-filled lion fist, and cleanly cutting into the enormous fist to a depth of 4 or 5 meters. Li Hao quickly withdrew his sword to avoid being stuck inside, astonished at the young demon king's incredibly tough body, which was beyond his expectations. Sliced open nearly halfway up his forearm, the 100-meter-tall young demon king Wan Shan couldn't help but let out a pained groan. Li Hao didn't give him the chance to recover as he struck out with his sword again, this time aiming directly for his throat. Chapter 225, Chapter 26 The Last Lesson I Teach You, Extra Updates for Monthly Ticket 17-18. You dare seek death? As Li Hao's sword light flew out, a thunderous voice suddenly came from the void. Immediately after, a sound of tearing through the air arrived abruptly, revealing a resplendent golden feather. This flying feather pierced through the void, incredibly abrupt and fast as lightning. By the time Li Hao saw it, it was already about to puncture his eyeball, almost at his face. Unblockable. Li Hao's pupils contracted, feeling as if his blood had frozen. In that instant, death loomed so closely he had never before felt its ominous presence so clearly. But in the blink of an eye, the flying feather vanished. An old palm, as if scooping the moon from the seabed, appeared to be extremely slow, trailing after images, yet in reality, snatched the feather away in a flash. A figure appeared in front of Li Hao, dressed in a simple gray robe, with an ordinary, worn wooden hairpin on his head, but standing erect. It was Feng Bopping, who had been following secretly. Li Hao realized what was happening, his face suddenly changing as he rapidly looked forward, only to see a shadow like a specter appearing above the little demon king's head at some unknown time, clad in black with eyes full of cold, raging fury. Demon King, overstepping your bounds, you truly wish for death. Feng Bopping looked indifferently at the other party, his hand clenching tight, the splendidly radiant feather crumbling into dust within his grasp. Gao. The Wan Shan little demon king also reacted, urgently calling out to the men in black. Since I've made a move, all of you must die. The man in black had a murderous look in his eyes, his body emitting an overwhelming demonic chi, causing the entire sky to darken. Li Hao, feeling the surging demonic presence, couldn't control his heart from beating faster. The figure was indeed a demon king. Listening to the little demon king's cry, it seemed he was not the Wan Shan demon king, but another one. That's going to be a bit difficult. Feng Bopping's expression remained unchanged, even letting out a light chuckle. Then, with his hands behind his back, not looking back, he said to Li Hao, "Little Hao, I'll leave this place to you. Can you hold out for a quarter of an hour?" Li Hao said solemnly. Feng had not shown himself before, most likely because he had sensed the demon king in secret. There shouldn't be a second demon king here, there was no need to hide any longer. The men in black also knew Feng Bopping's thoughts. They could not battle here, otherwise, attacking each other's charges would only result in mutual destruction. He was also worried that the little demon king might be slapped to death with one palm. What are you dallying for? Don't delay and quickly deal with it, protect the young master. The man in black transmitted his voice coldly. The Jiao fiend, who was fighting Li He, saw the men appear, his face changing dramatically as his body slightly shook, hastily responding, "Yes." The bull demon was also scared into trembling, responding just as quickly. "Then let's see who dies first within a quarter of an hour." The man in black finished giving his silent orders and coldly said to Feng Bopping. The two looked at each other and then both disappeared in an instant, leaving no trace behind. However, the majestic demonic aura that loomed over the sky did not dissipate, instead, it grew denser, as thick as ink. "Bastard, you deserve to die." The Wan Shan little demon king looked up as the man in black left, then turned his furious and fierce gaze towards Li Hao. He had been holding back his true power all this time, which had almost led to him being severely wounded by Li Hao. Because of this, Gao, who had been following in secret, had to make a move. But once Gao intervened, it meant that he would be put on the Daiyu Divine Dynasty's kill list for Demon Kings, with the 4 Stan's realm's most top-tier fighters dispatched to suppress him, unless he hid in the great wilderness heaven to possibly escape. Due to his own carelessness and underestimation, Gao would have to live a life of hiding and fleeing. The Wanshan Little Demon King was now thoroughly enraged. His fur trembled, and red, flame-like meridians appeared on his chest and arms. It was an extremely powerful demon refining body skill obtained from a fragment of an ancient scroll. It was this body refining skill that made his physical body as strong as divine iron, indestructible, with few in the same realm who were immortal able to hurt him. Yet today, he had been wounded by a human race grandmaster. Novel Fire exclusive content. I want you dead. He roared and finally drew the saber on his back. The saber, originally small and hidden in his fur, now absorbed divine power and grew massively upon the wind, transforming into a dozens of meters long golden saber. The mere wind from the saber was enough to overturn houses and cleave the earth. Boom, boom, boom. As he swung the massive saber towards Li Hao's head with explosive force, it contained the power of his grandmaster martial realm, the force of wind and thunder. Under the massive blade, Li Hao seemed like a tiny ant, but in his eyes lay a profound glint. During the Grandmaster's debate, he hadn't come away empty-handed. Fighting against Grandmasters from all over, he had also absorbed their understanding of the Grandmaster martial realm, digging a step deeper into the comprehension of all things. Sword intent rises with the wind. Facing the thunderous and ferocious blow of the giant saber, Li Hao's sword light was like a gentle breeze, and he himself became like a floating butterfly, elegantly evading under the blustering saber wind. Then, like speeding lightning, he bypassed the large saber, his sword light as thunder, stabbing towards the eyes of the Wanshan Little Demon King. My wind and thunder path. Seeing the intent behind Li Hao's sword, the Wanshan Little Demon King's pupils contracted, revealing shock and anger. How could you possibly know it? 2. As the sword light was about to pierce his eyeball, suddenly a grey bone shard flew out, emitting a hazy fog, and blocked in front of the sword light. The bone shard was knocked away but did not break. However, Li Hao himself was also impacted. During that brief pause, the Wanshan Little Demon King hurriedly dodged to the side. Chapter 226, Chapter 26 The last lesson I teach you, additional updates for monthly ticket boost 17/18_2. He was too late to retrieve the bone shard that had been sent flying. It was a fragment of an extremely terrifying Demon King's skull, which his father had polished into a precious weapon for him to carry for self-defense. Unexpectedly, at this moment, it truly blocked a lethal blow. His face flushed with a mix of shame and anger, his eyes red with fury. Lion Heart 9 transforms. He roared as he executed the secret technique, and his aura suddenly surged once more. With a sweeping slash toward Li Hao, the blade seemed to ignite with a flame-like illusion, a clear sign that he had cultivated a blade technique to the level of true state. Li Hao's expression shifted slightly as he swiftly evaded, employing the movement techniques of the Thousand Mountains Birds Flying painting and the Snow Mountain Spirit Fox painting, which made his movements nimble and his speed enhanced. Combined with the body refinement integrated into his movement technique, he danced away like a breeze, elegantly escaping the roaring sweep of the giant blade. Wanshan, the Little Demon King, roared as he chased and repeatedly swung his weapon, but Li Hao simply kept dodging, avoiding the sharp edge temporarily. Perhaps the blade technique was extremely draining, for after a brief moment, Wanshan, the Little Demon King, began to pant heavily. He seemed to see through Li Hao's strategy, his eyes fierce. Do you think you can wear me down to death? Don't forget, I'm in the unwithering realm. He activated the unwithering strength, and the wounds on his arms healed at a visible rate. At the same time, his breath also steadied quickly. Once again stimulating his flesh and blood, he executed the Lion Heart 9 transforms. At the same time, the Treasure Gang Divine Might protecting his body transformed into fierce flames, adhering to the blade as he madly charged toward Li Hao. With the ceaseless support of his strength, his offensive became even more ferocious and ruthless than before, and the ground continued to crack into deep pits under the pounding of his feet. But the previously retreating Li Hao now, instead, came to a halt. The things he had been contemplating had already taken shape in his thoughts during the brief moment of evasion. Endless sea, the peak as heaven. Originating from this sword, Li Hao named his new move the Heavenly Peak Sword. This sword's might was comparable to the other shore, yet with a different philosophy. The other shore could cut through spatial distances to achieve the ultimate speed and also had the capacity for ambush attacks. While the Heavenly Peak Sword represented the ultimate power, condensing the waves of the vast sea's sword intent into a singular unmatched peak. But this was not what Li Hao had just been pondering. He had been attempting to merge the other shore, the Heavenly Peak Sword, with the Taiji Qianquan sword from the Tan Palace techniques. Yin and Yang, death, ultimate slaying. The three peerless techniques melded together in Li Hao's mind, discarding their superfluous parts, and formed a new swordsmanship peerless technique. Li Hao named it Reincarnation. Watching Wan Shan, the little demon king, roaring as he charged, Li Hao took a deep breath. Once more, the power in his body's major channels ran at their peak, and the characteristics of the 7 stars lighting technique released for the second time. Having expended it once, he should have been physically exhausted, but after cultivating 2 demonic body refinement techniques, his physique had greatly strengthened, allowing him to bear the usage of the move once again in a short period. As the cultivation technique operated rapidly, the power within him surged and intensified, and the ability to control objects integrated within the heaven and earth law manifestation also became fully augmented in Li Hao himself. Physical strength, chi force, divine power, all reached their peaks in this moment. The dragon sword resonated, the dragon figure coiling around the blade, as if sensing the intention of its master, let out a cold, deep roar. Li Hao suddenly stepped forward, the sword light abruptly shining as if it cut through the night sky. The circular arc of the sword light, like a full moon, resembled a gate of death. The great golden blade wielded by Wan Shan, the little demon king, under the whirlpool-like sword light, had its trajectory altered, its divine fiery might completely worn away. As the blade was flung aside, the sword's arc of light pressed forward, rolling down his arm, and in an instant, countless hairs and flesh were torn and reduced to fragments. The sword's arc of light rolled straight toward Wan Shan, the little demon king's head. His pupils constricted, showing shock, horror, and a trace of fear. M_V_LE_MPYR reader. Young master. Not far away, the Jiao fiend roared to the sky, its divine soul suddenly flaring up like blazing flames, rushing over with unimaginable speed, knocking Wan Shan, the little demon king's body away while itself slamming into the sword's arc of light. With a loud crash, its divine soul shattered bit by bit, the 100-foot body of the Jiao breaking into several segments, dissolving like snow and ice. Young master, run! In the distance, the dissipating soul of the Jiao fiend, its eyes fading, let out a feeble and mournful call. Then, its body was taken advantage of by Li He and members of the Hulian clan from the 3 immortal realms, who quickly decapitated it. The massive head of the Jiao rolled to the ground, its blood spraying and spattering all around. Wan Shan, the little demon king who had fallen at a distance, was stunned, the blood spraying from the severed neck of the Jiao splashed onto him, hot and scalding. That was Jiao's blood. Young master, run! The fading soul, with a final flicker of weak sound, dissipated into the heavens and earth, completely extinguishing. Wan Shan, the little demon king, felt his blood run cold, somewhat in a daze. After hundreds of years of cultivation, protected by his father, he was talented and smart, his cultivation going extremely smooth, breaking through the realms. He was born with a physique at cycle heaven realm perfection. Then divine traveling, stepping into the 15-mile range. It took only 10 years. In the world of demons, he was counted among the top geniuses. Then it took him another 60 years to step into the heavenly human realm. Another 100 years passed, and he stepped into the 3 immortal realms. When he reached the 2nd realm of the immortal realm, the indestructible realm, he went down the mountain, took Jiao and the bull demon, and waged wars all over the Liangzhou border. First, he subdued other 3 immortal demons on different mountains, bringing them under his command. Conquering one mountain after another, he was full of glory and high-spirited. At last, when he entered the unwithering realm 100 years ago, he shifted his gaze towards Liangzhou, eyeing this place deemed untouchable by demons. Chapter 227, Chapter 26. The last lesson I'll teach you, additional updates for monthly ticket 17/18_3. He ignited his ambition, wanting conquest, wanting to devour. For decades he had made moves at the border, time and again tasting success, his audacity growing with each victory. This invasion into the heart of Liangzhou was spurred by received information and his own daring courage. He thought everything would go smoothly, but now, he suddenly felt a strange sensation. It was the feeling of death, fear, and trembling. MVLEMPYR article. From afar, an earth-shattering roar came, carrying an urgent call. Wan Shan, the young demon king, snapped back to reality, his pupils constricting. He had just been caught off guard. Looking up, he saw the small human grandmaster charging at him again, the long sword in his hand casting a shadowy arc, like opening a door made of swords in the darkness. Wan Shan, the young demon king, came to his senses, his rage overwhelming, but his instinct for self-preservation even stronger. He knew that with his talent, he was destined to become a great demon king, far surpassing his father. Then, he would have the chance to lightly touch the highest and most unreachable peak. He could not die. Not here. Wan Shan, the young demon king, let out a fierce roar, unleashing the lion's roar skill, a sound wave attack that had little effect on the shadowy arc of sword chi. His body no longer maintained a humanoid form and he reverted to his complete lion state, sprouting a pair of wings on his back, a power inherited from his mother's bloodline. But the wings were too small to carry him aloft, they could only increase his speed as he charged toward the city gates not far away, choosing to flee. His heart filled with sorrow and fury, he, who had conquered one peak after another amidst hundreds of years of warfare, had never been so disgraced. Li Hao slightly raised an eyebrow, seeing the other's recent roaring fury, claiming that he must kill him, appearing to have an unyielding spirit, yet turning tail to run. He had thought that the other would stubbornly continue to attack. Indeed, one should never trust demons lightly. Li Hao paused briefly, then swiftly gave chase, while the dragon sword left his hand. Controlling it remotely, he slashed out at extreme speed. From a distance, the bull demon roared, crashing through the three immortal realms barrier and charging at Li Hao, releasing countless needle-like hairs shooting towards the dragon sword. The dragon sword, incomparably sharp, sliced through these hair needles easily, yet with the continuous needle barrage, like rain pounding, it was still somewhat hindered. The bull demon lunged forward, as if it had the power to move mountains. Li Hao felt a sharp momentum piercing at him, he frowned slightly, recalled the dragon sword, and once again sent out a sweeping reincarnation slash. The sword light whirled, like a vortex, grinding away the sharp momentum, then it charged at the bull demon's head. The bull demon roared, its body burning with a blazing light, choosing to burn its divine soul. It lifted its hoof and stomped down hard on the sword light. But the sharpness of the sword light exceeded its expectations. Although it was in the indestructible realm, with an extremely hard body, it was far less resilient than Wan Shan, the young demon king. Under the tearing of the dragon sword chi, the hoof was swiftly cleaved off, as easily as cutting tofu, seemingly without any resistance. The hoof tumbled down as the sword light slashed through, cleaving half of its body. The bull demon's eyes widened in disbelief, looking at the young man before it. Was this just a grandmaster realm? Its body fell, but it let out an ear-splitting roar, the sound waves causing the nearby houses to explode. Its divine soul detached from its body, burning like flames, executing a peerless technique of the demons it had created, rushing over like a massive mountain. Li Hao raised his sword and cut straight down. The dragon soul on the dragon sword emerged, wrapping around and suddenly biting the bull demon's divine soul's head, pinning it to the ground. Then the sword light came down, and the divine soul instantly dimmed. Young master. The fallen bull demon's eyes reflected only the image of the giant lion fleeing frantically into the distance, with a mixture of sorrow and desperation. Uncle He is useless. The flames spread, the divine might of the dragon sword enveloping it, burning and erasing the divine soul. The middle-aged men from the three immortal realms who had been fighting the bull demon hurried over, pausing as he noticed the scene, his complexion changing slightly, as he looked at Li Hao. He naturally knew the identity of this young man. However, he couldn't fathom how a 14-year-old from the Li family could be so powerful. Li Hao didn't look at him. Instead, he charged directly with his sword towards the fleeing Wan Shan, the young demon king. Letting the lion return to the mountain spelled endless troubles. As he was about to give chase, the ground began to tremble. Li Hao's expression changed, his divine soul flew out above his head, hovering over Daoism City, and he could see the tide of demons from 100 miles away had already surged forward. And atop the city walls, the figures of the grandmasters who had discussed the Tao before stood, joining the city defense army, preparing to meet this tide of demons. The men from the 3 immortal realms noticed as well, his expression changing as he quickly rushed off. In that tide of demons, there were great demons from the 3 immortal realms. The grandmasters alone could hardly resist them. Li Hao only glanced once, then pursued Wan Shan, the young demon king once more, the dragon sword flying from his hand, chasing to kill. Wan Shan, the young demon king, thrust back a palm, which was shattered by the dragon sword, his heart filled with sorrow and anger, yet he didn't dare to look back, feeling that a quarter of an hour had never been so long. Gao still hadn't returned. The city gate was right before his eyes. Wan Shan, the young demon king, could already see the demon army outside the city. As long as he could join the large army, he could conceal his breath and hide among them, making it hard to be pursued. But just then, a chilling sense of death approached from behind. Wan Shan, the young demon king, suddenly turned, and saw the dazzling shadowy arc of sword chi smash towards him. His heart lurched with fright, his eyes revealing shock and disbelief. Chapter 228, Chapter 26. The last lesson I teach you. Additional update for monthly ticket boost 17/18_4. His speed was already fast enough. How could the young man's control over his flying object reach such a level? With a loud bang, the sword light slashed out, and the head of the Wan Shan little demon king burst open, brain matter spraying out, and its huge body tumbling forward, destroying and crushing all the buildings and shops in its path. The next moment, a divine light burst out from the headless lion body, fleeing swiftly into the distance. Dragon sword chased after it like a golden light, instantly cleaving the divine light apart, followed by a scream of agony. The injured divine soul, no longer able to consider any other thoughts, ignited itself in desperation. The Wan Shan little demon king panicked, never having felt such terror before, with only one thought in his mind: to survive. As the divine soul burned, his speed surged. Even though he might be forever stuck at his current cultivation level, nothing was more important than living at this moment. A sword chi, like a phantom, suddenly extended over, striking his divine soul. How is this possible? The consciousness of the Wan Shan little demon king trembled, on the brink of collapse and extinction. He couldn't believe it as he looked back and saw the young man far in the distance, and that famous sword also far from him, a range that should have been impossible to be attacked from. But why was he still hit? Unable to comprehend, his thoughts dispersed, and he could think no more. Seeing that the divine soul of the Wan Shan little demon king had completely perished, Li Hao also breathed a sigh of relief. Since he couldn't catch up just now, he had no choice but to use the flying phase. It had to be said, the flying phase, when unexpected, had a remarkably good effect. His range of attack with his flying object doubled, reaching 100 miles. Li Hao called back Dragon Soar, and flew over to the corpse of the Wan Shan little demon king, inspected it closely and confirmed it was completely dead before he relaxed. At this time, the shaking outside had intensified, and the angry, desperate roars of demons came over. The great demons outside the city, who had also used their divine souls to witness the battle here, had seen the Wan Shan little demon king burn his divine soul in vain trying to escape the attacks of the young man, and they roared furiously. In response, countless demons echoed back, unafraid and even more ferocious and wild after losing their demon king. Li Hao's gaze shifted, realizing that these demons seemed to be as well trained as a demon army, and not like a hastily assembled group that would scatter like birds and beasts upon the death of their leader. It seems the demon forces are more troublesome than I imagined, Li Hao mused to himself. If the demons led by other demon kings were as vicious as human soldiers, then a full-scale battle between the two sides would surely be extremely brutal. Li Hao didn't linger any longer. He looked up as his divine soul stepped out from behind him, flying high into the sky, scanning the surroundings. Quickly, he found Shen Yunqing and the others, as well as the disciples from Whitehall, on a city tower. As he took notice, the demons from outside the city had already swept over, and at the western and northern gates, demons had already climbed onto the city walls. Li Hao's figure flashed, heading towards where Shen Yunqing and the others were. He glanced around the city once more. Aside from the bull demon, 3 great demons from the immortal realms had attacked in other places, causing tremendous destruction, and the city lord's mansion had already collapsed and cracked. However, at this moment, the great demons inside the city had all rushed out, merging with the torrential wave of demons from outside. Li Hao's gaze swept around but did not see Li Wushuang's figure. He then glanced at Ren Qianqian and saw she was still in the debate platform, and only then did he relax. In such a grand battle with demons, those of the soul succession realm were no different from cannon fodder, and even a grandmaster realm would fall in an instant. Li Hao rushed to Shen Yunqing and the other's side. Upon seeing Li Hao sprinting over, everyone was taken aback, but then they visibly relaxed with relief. You actually killed that great demon. Shen Yunqing's divine soul was soaring high, constantly monitoring the surroundings. As Li Hao flew over, he looked toward the previous battlefield and noticed the dead Wanshan little demon king, and he couldn't help but be astounded. That was a great demon from the 3 immortal realms, and it was rumored to be of the unwithering realm. This young man was merely in the heavenly human realm, but he managed to defy the odds and slay one of the top beings from the 3 immortal realms. The other disciples from Whitehall were also in the divine soul realm, with their divine souls similarly aloft, and upon hearing Shen Yunqing's remark, they too noticed the mess on the debate platform battlefield and were shocked. They're coming, Li Hao said, his gaze fixed on the approaching tide of demons. At his words, everyone snapped back to reality, growing more serious and tense. Li Hao took one more look and then stepped out into the high sky beyond the city walls. Waiting for the demon tide to get close would mean chaotic combat, with countless soldiers potentially falling, and Shen Yunqing and the others would also be in danger. He couldn't look after everyone at once. Unless he could annihilate them in advance. Suddenly, Li Hao seemed to remember something. He paused mid-step, then turned his head to look at the familiar faces on the city tower. Li Sir. Song Yueyao, Zhou Zheng, and many others, taken aback, looked back at Li Hao as he turned around. I only taught you 2 lessons before I left Qingzhou. Li Hao's fingers tightened slightly around the dragon sword as he spoke slowly. Now is the perfect opportunity. This will be your final lesson. Watch closely. Tan Palace had come from afar to present a peerless technique, and he had to fulfill his promise to the palace master. Chapter 229, Chapter 27. Li Tiangang, he defeated you when you were young, 2-in-1 guaranteed chapter. The final lesson. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, numerous disciples of the Whitehall were stunned. In the face of the vast demon tide, at this crucial moment when Daoism City was on the verge of collapse, Li Hao actually hadn't forgotten that he still owed them a lesson. Before the crowd could react, the dragon sword in Li Hao's hand buzzed like cracking ice, emitting streaks of sword chi that coiled around Li Hao's arm. Endless sea emerges. Li Hao stepped onto the city wall and tread the air, like a peerless celestial banished from heaven, carrying an air of transcendence and calm amidst the dust of the mortal world. The cultivation technique within his body whirred into action, forcibly initiating the third 7 stars lighting. The energy bursting from all the major meridians in his body converged into his palm, and for a moment, it seemed as though the sound of sea birds and waves could be heard, yet it was just the sound created by the sword chi as it frayed the air. The dragon sword flew from his hand, and at the same time, an illusion of waves seemed to diffuse across the city wall. Endless sword chi gathered there with Li Hao's stroke of the sword. The roaring dragon sword transformed into a writhing, roaring true dragon, encircled by dragons, bringing with it a sky filled with sea tides, colliding with the demon tide a dozen li away. In an instant, the sword tide surged like waves, inundating everything. Within the waves, the dragon sword like a joyful true dragon frolicking in the water, roared and galloped, flipping and piercing through a vast expanse of blood mist in the blink of an eye, as countless demons perished in an instant. Such a terrifying sight left all the soldiers on the city wall, including Shen Yunqing and the others, staring in astonishment. With his own strength, he subdued a horde of demons. This sword incorporated elements from Bright Moon Rising and Endless Sea, as well as the fusion of the Falling Snow sword skill, with the essence of waves and an avalanche, its intricacy and level of peerless technique barely comparable to the newfound Reincarnation sword skill. But Reincarnation was a single burst, whereas this was a sword tide with an expansive range. Thud 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 thud. Series of sonic booms echoed throughout the place, numerous blood mists in the demon tide burst, swept up in the sword tide. The soul succession realm, divine travel realm, and even the 15 Li realm were like gravel washed away by the tide, unable to cause the slightest disturbance nor prevent it, undergoing a one-sided slaughter. Only some demons in the heavenly human realm struggled to resist within, using demon arts and spiritual treasures to barely preserve themselves. But as the sword tide cleansed the fields, more and more demons perished, allowing many of the sword chis to merge and focus their attacks on some of the great demons. In addition, these condensed massive strands of sword chi gradually manifested different aspects of the Grandmaster martial realm. Stars and moon, flowers and birds, falling leaves. Decay, sharpness, speed. The various imageries of the Grandmaster realm were on display within the sword tide, like waves crashing violently into the demon tide. Shen Yunqing and the others' pupils constricted, their eyes widened, and Zhao Zongyuan hurriedly said, "Quick, watch closely." All the disciples of the White Hall tried their best to keep their eyes wide open, both shocked and eager to understand how this sword came into existence, causing such a sweeping momentum and spectacle. "Don't look at the sword moves, you won't understand them. He's not teaching moves, he's teaching the way of the sword." Shen Yunqing also shouted excitedly, his own eyes filled with intense focus as he fervently memorized those sword intents. Is this the extreme of the Grandmaster martial realm that he comprehended, encompassing so much? Su Yehua stared in astonishment, finding it unbelievable, her mind racing and captivated by the countless waves within the sword tide. Each wave representing a Grandmaster path in the martial arts. Among the defenders on the city wall, there were also Grandmasters, including the Grandmaster who had previously been defeated by Li Hao, by Chuanhai, and his disciple, who were also present, watching this scene in utter shock. The youth standing aloof from the world, simply standing there, seemingly possessed a calm and unstoppable might. The surging sword tide was terrifying beyond measure, unheard of before. "Quick, pay close attention." Bai Chuanhai reacted, hastily telling his stout male disciple behind him. The stout man was already stupefied, completely lost in the majestic sword intent of the waves. Is this the limit of the Grandmaster realm? Bai Chuanhai murmured to himself, suddenly recalling the painting the young men had earlier sought to buy. If they could survive this time, what would giving it up matter? Outside the city, the carnage within the demon tide was extreme. The sweeping waves had forcefully held them back 10 li from the city, unable to advance an inch. The demon army that had been rushing forward had all turned into blood-stained bones, their bodies pierced through, some with tiny wounds that were instantly fatal. In the midst of the demon tide, there was one of the 3 immortal demons leading. Shock filled its eyes, it could hardly believe this was an attack that a human race Grandmaster could unleash. To sustain such a large range of sword chi attacks, it was impossible on chi force alone, unless one had reached the unwithering realm. Damn it! Its gaze filled with ferocity and resentment. With the minor demon king perishing, it couldn't withdraw easily. Kill! It roared, charging out recklessly towards the divine sword that had transformed into a true dragon. At the same time, Dragon Soar sensed this immortal realm demon emerging, buzzed sharply, and soared up from the midst of the demon horde, slashing rapidly toward it. Demon swamp over heaven. The great demon roared, releasing countless black mire lights, causing the ground beneath it to rot and transform into a swamp, from which a mud dragon extended, charging towards Dragon Soar. With a bang, the brilliant divine light that exploded from Dragon Soar struck like a thunderclap, slicing the mud dragon apart, piercing through the great demon's body in an instant. The countless bits of mud were washed away by the sword tide, utterly submerged. The great demon panicked. Unlike an indestructible realm demon, its body was not strong enough, and the divine sword was terrifyingly sharp. Although resentful, its desire to live surged, and it chose to flee. Chapter 230, Chapter 27, Li Tian Gang, he defeated you when you were young, 2-in-1 guaranteed Chapter, _2. Dragon Soar gave chase, but quickly vanished without a trace. Just as the great demon was puzzled, suddenly, a dragon's roar surged from behind. It was like a giant dragon leaping out of the sword tide, ferociously tearing into its body and shattering its flesh. Countless sword chi swept across, instantly unleashing 1,000 swords, chopping the demon's body to pieces. Its divine soul was exposed with nowhere to hide. It screamed miserably, burning its divine soul to escape into the distance, but Dragon Soar's tail lashed out, smacking it into oblivion. After dealing with the great demon, Dragon Soar returned to the onslaught of demons, continuing to roar in battle, severing countless demons. The vast tide of demons, within moments, was reduced to disarray, leaving behind only a scattered 1,000 or so who finally came to their senses and chose to flee in terror. Dragon Soar pursued, and within 100-mile range, all fell within Li Hao's attack distance. The sword tide dissipated, and like golden needles, Dragon Soar weaved through the remaining demons. In the blink of an eye, all were slain without a single escapee. The previously anxious defenders at the top of the city, their palms sweating heavily, were now waking from a dream, feeling as if all had been an illusion. Such a hopeless situation was reversed by one man with a single sword, unbelievable. A buzzing sound of whooshing through the air came in rapid approach, like a golden beam of divine light, reversing from dozens of miles away and landing in Li Hao's hand. Li Hao looked slightly pale. A single person slaughtering so many demons took a tremendous toll on him. Earlier, outside Sangyu City, he had also single-handedly slain numerous demons, nearly the same number as today, but his prior battle with the demon king Wan Shan had already greatly drained him. Moreover, the quality of this tide of demons was much stronger than Sangyu City's. It seemed the leaders among them at the 15 Li realm were merely minor squad leaders, and with 7 or 8 heavenly human realm demons, along with that immortal great demon, any of them were capable of easily annihilating an ordinary city. Li Hao took a moment to smooth out his breath, turned his head to look at Su Yehua, the disciples of Whitehall, and others behind him. He had done his best to showcase his abilities. How much they could learn and remember was dependent on their aptitude. "I will go and check elsewhere," said Li Hao. With those words, his figure stepped forward, heading towards other gates of the city. His divine soul emerged behind him, surveying the heavens and the earth. Li Hao saw that on the other 3 walls, the demon tides had arrived, with chaotic battles erupting. Immediately, he exerted sword control and entered the fray. This time, however, he lacked the chi force to unleash another wave of sword chi, and could only rely on the sharpness of the dragon sword, along with the remnants of his sword control power, to rapidly weave through and slaughter the enemies. Still, with the addition of the dragon sword, the pressure on the defenders on the western city wall reduced significantly. Many grandmasters who were on the brink of being surrounded and slaughtered by the demons were rescued, as the golden divine sword sped around them, swiftly cutting down the demons. These grandmasters recognized the sword, their expressions changed, and they instinctively looked around, only to see Li Hao, exhausted, flying over from the distance. Previously, when grandmasters exchanged views, 90% of them had taken the stage and sparred with Li Hao. They bore no animosity towards this young man. It was part relationship driven by Mount Wuliang, and partly a desire to use the fought matches to reflect on their own shortcomings. Nonetheless, they had sided with Mount Wuliang, and now, unexpectedly, this young man treated everyone with equal consideration, willing to extend a helping hand. The grandmasters had complex expressions, casting a deep glance at the young man, and then after stabilizing themselves, they plunged back into the demon tide, reinforcing others. Before long, the onslaught on the western city wall was alleviated, and then, with everyone working together and coordinating with Li Hao, all the demons were slain. Once the crisis on the western wall eased, Li Hao again exerted sword control, rushing towards the northern side. There, the city gate had been breached, and demons had slain their way inside. The dragon sword flashed by rapidly, killing those few demons who had breached the defenses and surged into the city. Then the sword light streaked into the midst of the demon horde, cutting them down like slicing vegetables. Relying on the sharpness and intimidation of dragon sword alone, Li Hao only needed to give a push with his sword control to create terrifying lethality. At this moment, his chi force was nearly exhausted, and he felt quite fatigued. Without the dragon sword, if he used the earlier self-carved boar tusk sword, the effect would have been greatly reduced. It has to be said that this divine weapon was extremely terrifying. If it fell into the hands of a strong wielder, in such a defensive battle, it could compare to a super war weapon. Li He, the Helian clan, and another immortal, restrained the immortal great demons amid the demon tide, while Li Hao just coordinated with the others to resolve the remaining demons. The soldiers from the previously liberated western and eastern gates also came to aid. The situation quickly reversed, the tide of demons no longer capable of turning the tide of defeat. Li Hao looked around, and unnoticed, the corpse of the demon king Wan Shan had disappeared, presumably stolen by some demon that had seized the opportunity to sneak in. He shook his head with slight regret. But with his unique condition, the corpse and blood of the enemy would be of no use to him, only a sword in hand was enough. As the demon calamity gradually subsided, Li Hao also put away the sword in his hand, and with a casual toss, the dragon sword flew out and landed in Ren Qianqian's embrace at the debate arena more than a dozen miles away, sheathing itself like a falling autumn leaf. Ren Qianqian saw the divine sword return to its sheath and heaved a sigh of relief, knowing that Li Hao was unharmed. She was unable to probe the situation outside from here. After all, she had not yet reached the divine travel realm to separate her soul from her body over great distances. Li Hao stood suspended in the air, looking up at his surroundings, the once oppressive dark clouds of demon energy, at this moment, were gone. Chapter 231, Chapter 27, Li Tian Gang, he defeated you when you were young, 2-in-1 guaranteed Chapter, _3. Unsure of Feng's victory or defeat. Li Hao was somewhat worried in his heart, but considering Feng's peerless technique, his ability to escape from danger was unmatched even by the second master. The demon probably hadn't been able to harm him. As Li Hao waited and contemplated, a light laughter suddenly came. Kid, I told you to hang on for a quarter of an hour, but look at you, you actually went ahead and beheaded that little demon king. Li Hao turned to look and saw a plainly dressed figure appear behind him. His clothes were somewhat tattered, and the edges were stained with blood, but it seemed not to be his own. Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately asked, what about that demon? Ran away. Feng Boping said casually, although I could catch up, it would take me away from here, and once at the border, it's hard to say. It's good that you're unharmed. Li Hao said with a smile, not minding the life or death of that demon king. If it was not killed today, it could be killed in the future. Given time, he would be capable of dealing with it himself. You're worried about me, kid? Your killing that little demon king exposed its weakness, allowing me to severely injure it, otherwise, it might have gone crazy trying to kill you. Feng Boping laughed. With a few words, Li Hao could imagine how intense the battle had been on Feng's side when he was fighting. Judging by the little demon king's title, the demon king is mostly from the Wanshan side. I didn't expect there to be two great demon kings in Wanshan, it seems some information isn't very accurate, Li Hao said. Feng Boping nodded slightly. If the demon king doesn't show up and deliberately hides, it's not easy to detect. Speaking of this, he glanced at Li Hao, you also need to quickly increase your strength, kid. In half a year, there might be trouble coming. Li Hao was slightly taken aback, then immediately understood the meaning of Feng's words, his eyes solemn. The news of slaying this little demon king today would certainly spread among the demons and reach that Wanshan demon king. If there were only that Wanshan demon king, Feng's protection wouldn't be feared, but now with two demon kings, once Song Qiumo left in half a year. The other party was likely to choose that time to attack. If the other party was even more desperate, they might attack soon. Regardless of which scenario, a feud with that Wanshan demon king was now established. Half a year, huh? Li Hao sighed. If he gave up pursuing the Grandmaster Extreme Boundary, in half a year's time, focusing on his enlightenment, he might reach spiritual awakening and step into the 3 Immortals Peak or even the 4 Stands realm. But by missing the Grandmaster Extreme Boundary and turning back to refine his Dao heart afterward, it would be difficult to achieve with a fragmented Dao heart. Feng's figure disappeared again, hiding in the shadows. Li Hao also returned to the debate platform to meet Ren Qianqian. Young master, are you all right? Ren Qianqian hurriedly expressed her concern upon seeing Li Hao. Li Hao's complexion was somewhat pale and didn't look good, the strain he had suppressed with his physique was beginning to show. After all, he had faced challenges from grandmasters all over the world, slain a little demon king at the 3 Immortals Peak, and cut down nearly 100,000 demon hordes. The toll was too great. I'm fine, I just need to rest. Li Hao reassured Ren Qianqian and then sat down to recover. Before long, grandmasters returned one after another. Seeing Li Hao resting there, their expressions turned serious, and many came forward to thank him, all having been saved by Li Hao's reinforcements. Li Hao's impartial assistance won him the solemn respect and admiration of these grandmasters, inspiring respect and admiration within them. In addition to his exceptional talent, this young man's character was equally admirable. The other grandmasters also heard about Li Hao single-handedly defending one side of the city wall, annihilating 100,000 demons, and then moving to aid other battlefields. They all looked at this young man with complex expressions in their eyes. A prodigy of the age, not even characters fabricated in folktales could aspire to the level of the young men before them. Young Master Li, please forgive my previous rudeness. Thank you for your magnanimity. Zhou Haitong stepped forward and bowed slightly to Li Hao. For a grandmaster, this was the highest form of courtesy. Li Hao frowned slightly and said indifferently, I am not surnamed Li. Do not call me by that surname anymore, my surname is Ji. Hearing the young man's words, the crowd froze for a moment, then recalled the sensational fight in Qingzhou City and their expressions changed, remembering that this talented young man had cut ties with the Li family. They had previously assumed it was just a temporary act of emotion. Once the young man encountered obstacles and difficulties outside, he would understand the protection the divine general mansion offered him and would inevitably choose to return. But now, it seemed this young man was no longer a caged bird. To describe him as a genius was becoming somewhat inaccurate. He had already become a first-class powerhouse capable of slaying great demons alone. Invincible among grandmasters, slaying the little demon king, just these 2 points were enough to show that he needed no protection and could hold his own. For a moment, everyone was left speechless. The process and reasons for that great battle were many and varied, and they were unaware, but what happened today they had witnessed with their own eyes. They could not imagine what could have led the Li family to treat such an extraordinary prodigy in such a manner, to the point of forcing him to renounce his surname and leave the family. Zhou Haitang was slightly startled, looking somewhat embarrassed, nodded and set the topic aside. In the future, if you have a need, you can always write to Iron Sword Peak or Pear Blossom Sect. I'll remember this favor. Li Hao nodded slightly, accepting the offer. While he may not need it, no one can be sure about the future. The other grandmasters also came up to thank Li Hao one by one, avoiding calling him by his former surname as Li Hao preferred. Instead, they referred to him simply as Young Master Hao. Chapter 232, Chapter 27 Li Tiangang, he defeated you in your youth, 2-in-1 guaranteed chapter, _4. As for the G surname, they also wouldn't dare claim it, otherwise if the matter reached the divine general mansion, there would likely be repercussions. How, the painting you expressed interest in purchasing earlier, I have given it some thought and would like to offer it to you as a gift, would you still care to have it? Bai Chuanhai, accompanied by his disciple, stepped forward with a smile and said. His disciple, a burly man, looking at the imposingly seated youth, felt anxious and hastily said, earlier, I was blind and failed to recognize Mount Tai, please forgive me. After speaking, he bowed his head deeply. A grandmaster must not be humiliated, as it easily leads to bloodshed. But Li Hao didn't take the other party to heart and said to Bai Chuanhai with a smile, since that's the case, I thank you. Seeing Li Hao willing to accept the gift, Bai Chuanhai felt an inexplicable joy and a smile appeared on his face. If it had been anybody else asking for his painting before, they would have certainly been met with disdain, but this young man was an exception. From the outskirts of the crowd, Li Wushuang had already released the signal, and as the city defense came to an end, she also withdrew from the battle. She had heard all that Li Hao just said, her expression exceedingly complex, as she clutched the sword in her hands, biting her lower lip. This cousin of hers was actually serious about breaking away from the Li family, making such a statement in public would surely spread even further. If he truly severs ties completely in the future, would she and Li Hao still be considered cousins? She felt a mysterious heartache. Before long, Li Hao received the famous painting sent by Bai Chuanhai. After glancing at it, he naturally wouldn't take it up in public but handed it to Ren Qianqian to hold. Afterwards, he bid farewell to these grandmasters with a cupped fist salute and then took Ren Qianqian, departing the debating grounds and walking towards the outside of Daoism City. Having achieved his purpose for coming here and having had an extra debate, which was quite fruitful, Li Hao needed to hurry back to Heavenly Gate Pass. Leaving the city, Li Hao saw a tumultuous army of iron hooves rolling in from afar, within which he spotted the banner with the character Xian, probably triggered by his cousin's distress signal, calling that uncle over. However, the camp where he was stationed was some distance from here and could not arrive so swiftly. Li Hao had no intention of greeting the other party and quietly flew away with Ren Qianqian through another high-altitude route. Daoism City nearly fell. Wan Shan, the minor demon king, led a large demon army in a sneak attack, startling with the appearance of a 4-stands realm demon king. They were repelled by a mysterious powerhouse. This news spread across all the states, and a more detailed military report was swiftly sent to Daoism State, the sacred imperial city. At the same time, another military report traveled over thousands of mountains and waters, returning to Qingzhou, delivered to the heavenly origin divine general mansion. Within the mansion's council hall, Li Tiangang summoned the family's retainers, the ladies of various households, and Li Muxiu to discuss matters. On the table was a massive map of Liangzhou's rivers and mountains. Li Tiangang had also taken out the several secret reports they had received earlier. The situation in Liangzhou was more grim than others had imagined. Among them, Gao Qingqing wore the gravest and most solemn expression. Because her husband, Li Xuanli, was currently stationed in Liangzhou, with 6 of the Li family's 9 sons fallen in battle, she was extremely concerned that her own husband would become the 7th to perish. Ever since Li Xuanli was ordered to set out for Liangzhou, she had not slept well, invariably waking from nightmares, where she saw herself appearing at a spirit tablet, attending funerals that had once been for other people. But upon lifting the lid of the coffin, she saw the person lying inside was none other than her own husband, with a ghastly pale face. She woke up from the nightmare screaming several times, her hair soaked with tears. Li Tiangang, while discussing strategies and the traces of demons on the map, also noticed that his fifth sister-in-law looked unsettled and couldn't help but inwardly sigh. He was even more anxious than her and didn't want his fifth brother to come to harm. In the midst of their conversation, a war report from Liangzhou arrived. Hearing it was from Liangzhou, everyone's gaze shifted over. However, the war report was first handed to Li Tiangang. His heart sank as he quickly opened it. There were actually 3 of them. He looked over each report quickly, yet attentively. The first report talked about the demon activities detected outside Liangzhou. The second was about the discussions of martial arts masters in Daoism City. The third detailed the attack by demons on Daoism City. Li Tiangang's brow furrowed upon finishing the first report and his eyes slightly widened with the second. Upon reading the third report, a look of shock couldn't help but show on his face. Seeing the change in Li Tiangang's expression, everyone else started to become tense. Tiangang, what's the situation? Li Muxiu asked with a frown. Although he was not fond of the other party, such serious matters could require his intervention at any moment. He may need to set out to aid Liangzhou and needed to understand the situation. Li Tiangang held the war report for a long time without speaking. Only after everybody else expressed their concern did he pass the reports to them to read for themselves. Gao Qingqing read through them quickly, and only after confirming that the reports did not mention what she was most anxious and fearful about, did she breathe a sigh of relief, then was immediately stunned into silence by the information inside. How Er actually participated in the Tournament of Masters? How is that possible? He actually defeated Li Qianfeng's senior brother, Qin Wak, who dominated the Qian Dragon list for 3 years as a demon talent. In this period, he was revered as the number 1 in Dayu. And he also fought and defeated all the grandmasters present. Wasn't Hao Er just a recent entrant into the heavenly human realm? How could he beat a great grandmaster? Everyone who saw the report about the Tournament of Masters was shocked, and they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Li Muxiu also read it and his face instantly lit up with joy, his eyes sparkling as he said repeatedly, "Good, good, good." He burst into laughter. At this moment, he felt the most relieved and happy he had in a long time. That pesky kid, he's always full of surprises. Li Muxiu laughed heartily, also secretly astounded by Li Hao's terrifying rate of growth. He had experienced it before, but now it seemed even faster. That child used to only care about having fun. Has he finally decided to put in effort and cultivate earnestly? Is this his true speed of cultivation? Li Muxiu laughed joyously and looked towards Li Tiangang. Seeing his silent and speechless demeanor, he let out a cold chuckle and said, Li Tiangang, that direct disciple of the Buddha Lord, Qin Wak, entered the heavenly human realm at the age of 19 with extremely high aptitude. Back in the day, you also entered the heavenly human realm at 19, didn't you? Now, Hao has defeated you at your prime. And with just a single finger. Chapter 233, Chapter 28, Offer a Way Out, Additional Update 19/25 for monthly ticket. Hearing Li Muxiu's words, the others slightly changed color, some looking towards Li Tiangang, while others simply kept their heads down without speaking. Facing Li Muxiu's mockery, Li Tiangang had no response, he just remained silent. Seeing his reaction, Li Muxiu was somewhat taken aback, he had thought his words would enrage the other party. Was it regret? His heart stirred, and suddenly, he heard He Jianlan say, "Second uncle, please take another look at this letter sent by Xianli." Li Muxiu was surprised and glanced at He Jianlan, noticing a strange expression on her face. He quickly opened the military report. Soon, his pupils contracted slightly, and a trace of horror appeared in his eyes. That damn brat actually killed 3 immortal great demons. Li Muxiu felt he knew Li Hao well enough, but now, this young man's rate of improvement still surpassed his expectations, or rather, broke the talent ceiling of the Dayu divine dynasty once again. Defeating all the grandmasters in the world was already incredible enough, yet he was also able to kill 3 immortals, and they were the young kings of the unwithering realm to boot. If it hadn't been for the numerous grandmasters witnessing the event as written in the report, Li Muxiu would have suspected a mistake in the intelligence. How air? Li Muxiu's lips trembled slightly, feeling more excited than anyone in this moment, as if he could see the Li family approaching its most glorious zenith. His gaze quickly turned sorrowful again, and his heart ached. Turning his angry gaze towards Li Tiangang, seeing the other's silent demeanor, he felt both frustrated and amused, but above all, saddened. Blaming Li Tiangang was already meaningless. He didn't know if that child would ever turn back. The dragon sword, that famous blade, is said to be in the imperial treasury, yet now it's in Hao Er's hands. Is it a gift from Emperor Yu, and when did this happen? Gao Qingqing murmured to herself while holding the envelope. Hearing this, Chen Hafang, who was sitting beside her, was taken aback and immediately thought of Eternal Night. If Eternal Night were in that child's hands now, it would certainly become renowned with him throughout the world. But now, Eternal Night lay dormant here, like Xiaojiu, lying quietly in the dark, sealed in dust. Silence fell upon the council hall. Everyone remained quiet, digesting the news. No one had anticipated that the child who had just left the Divine General Mansion would shock the entire world in the blink of an eye. Back when Li Tiangang furiously scolded the youngster, accusing him of leveraging the Divine General Mansion's reputation, although they remained silent, deep down, did they not have some measure of agreement? Every person present, basking in the glory of a millennium, watched as dignitaries of higher rank treated them with the utmost respect. Was it not because of the Divine General Mansion that stood behind them? But now, the focus wasn't on the youngster's identity anymore but on his talent, which was preposterously monstrous. Tiangang, why are you silent? Li Muxiu looked at the silent Li Tiangang and said, if you regret it now, it's still not too late to go to Heavenly Gate Pass and apologize to that child. Don't wait until the 3 years are over and by then, everything becomes empty talk. Hearing this from the second uncle, many of the ladies were momentarily stunned, involuntarily turning to look at Li Tiangang. Li Tiangang slowly came back to his senses. He glanced at Li Muxiu and saw the anger hidden in his eyes. His lips twitched slightly. Second uncle, you've seen the kid's talent, but do you approve of his behavior? Li Muxiu's brows furrowed slightly. What do you mean? Publicly suppressing the Buddhist child, disgracing Mount Wuliang, becoming enemies with the Buddha Lord, also suppressing the grandmasters of the world. How many connections and powers lie behind these grandmasters? How many people can he offend? Li Tiangang said slowly. Li Muxiu retorted angrily, are we to let others bully us without resistance? Are you afraid? Li Tiangang shook his head slightly. Second uncle, the reason you lost to my father in the competition for the true dragon was because grandfather's choice was right. Your sense of the bigger picture really isn't enough. Are you lecturing me? Coldness and rage surged in Li Muxiu's eyes. Li Tiangang calmly looked at him and said, our Li family respects the imperial family, of course, and naturally need not fear anyone else. Mount Wuliang meddling in our family affairs behind the scenes. I haven't even settled this account yet. What's the status of the world's grandmasters and their numerous connections beneath the iron hooves of Fatsi Camp and Yuan Camp? Who would dare speak half a word against my Divine General Mansion? Li Muxiu coldly said, then what do you mean by your previous words? Li Tiangang replied, I have said that Hao Er's talent is sufficient. I have never felt his aptitude was lacking. But his way of doing things is too extreme and reckless. He is still young, and there is much I can understand, but understanding does not mean allowing and indulging, or else wouldn't that be the same as you all? If he can't accept even a hint of criticism, what future can he have? Take this incident, for instance. He picked up the envelope in his hand and tossed it in front of Li Muxiu, saying, that Buddhist child from Mount Wuliang provoked him. Defeating him would have been enough to raise his reputation. Even if the other party was angry, it would not lead to immediate retaliation, or at least, if they retaliate later, others would only think Mount Wuliang was petty. But with such humiliation, once they retaliate, and it becomes public, others will find it justified. And the same goes for the world's grandmasters. On the surface, they are nothing before the Li family, but what about their scheming in the shadows? Must we always be vigilant against these underhanded tactics? He always has better options, but he always picks the worst one. Li Tiangang gazed at Li Muxiu, saying, this is the problem with how you've spoiled him. His actions really let off steam, truly exhilarating, but what about the consequences? Children can act willfully, but as adults, we must learn restraint. To release anger recklessly, without regard for consequences, if he were carrying the identity of the Li family's true dragon right now, his actions would represent the Li family's stance. The Li family deliberately took the opportunity to suppress the martial heroes of the world, preventing these grandmasters from raising their heads. Public opinion is like water. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. The world reveres our divine general mansion, not just because we defend Daiyu, not just because we shed our blood on the battlefield, but also because we never oppress the common folk, we never bend the law for personal gain. Put plainly, force can suppress rebellion, but it takes a truly broad heart to win over the people's hearts. He is destined to lead armies and wage wars. Second uncle, you've also heard of generals who, by often beating and berating their subordinates, get their heads chopped off by those very men when drunk, haven't you? Li Muxio was taken aback. He took a deep breath, and said, well said. You do indeed possess a broad enough heart for your soldiers, for your subordinates, and you could bear the entire population of Qingzhou in your heart, so why can't you make room for one more child, especially when he's your own son? Because he's my son, he is different, Li Tiangang spelled out word by word. Li Muxio began to laugh and said, he saved the people of Daoism City and previously saved Sanyu City, for which he was ennobled. Did you have such merits when you were 14? And how do you know that he does not have the people's hearts or the world's adoration? Common folk are the water, and grandmasters are the hands. Water can be led and directed by the hands. Sometimes, the way the water flows depends on how the hands move it, Li Tiangang said coldly. Li Muxio stared at him. So, what do you mean, you really want to wait 3 more years? Li Tiangang glanced at him, his gaze moved to the letter in front of him, and after a moment of silence, he slowly said. With the help of your friend, combined with his own strength, guarding Heavenly Gate Pass indeed presents no difficulty. But now that he has killed that small demon king of Wanshan, the demon king of Wanshan won't easily let him off the hook. Even with the protection of your old friend, it is difficult, and if other demon kings join forces to avenge their child's death, it could be very dangerous for him. Li Muxio arched an eyebrow and said calmly, I thought you wouldn't consider that. Li Tiangang ignored his sarcasm and simply said, I will write him a letter. If he's young and impetuous, then I'll give him a way out. Li Muxio breathed a sigh of relief internally and said, since you have the intention, I suggest it would be better for you to go in person. I don't have the time. Li Tiangang slightly shook his head, tapping his fingers on the tabletop. Second uncle, let's not forget what we were just discussing. The Liangzhou territory is so vast, and that the demons have appeared as far as Daoism City shows that they can no longer restrain themselves. I need to go to Daiyu State to see His Majesty. Li Muxio frowned and looked at him, then remembering his temperament, a direct confrontation might backfire. He no longer insisted. No matter what, his willingness to compromise was a good thing. He sighed internally, and then his thoughts turned to phone bopping. In his mind, he could almost see the face and smile of that old friend. And instantly, he felt a wave of irritation. That guy must have known about the situation with Li Hao but chose not to inform him, probably just waiting to see him panic now. Old guy, wait until I see you next time, see how I deal with you, Li Muxio thought to himself. In Mount Wuliang, the Brahma Pure Land. Deep among the peaks, within the highest pure land of Spirit Mountain. The golden light of the Buddha shone far and wide, and there are stairs leading from the secular world, but only to the foot of the mountain, for those suffering commoners and influential dignitaries to come and burn incense to pray to the Buddha. At the summit, within a pure land covered in the light of spiritual energy and barrier arrays. The infinite Buddha Lord sat serenely on a lotus pedestal, his demeanor gentle and compassionate. To his left and right were 2 bodhisattvas, one was Lin Wujing, and the other bodhisattva, a woman, her expression tranquil, yet at the moment, her brow was lightly furrowed. Before them, in the shining light of the Buddha hall, several figures were kneeling, including 2 Buddha's disciples. I am already aware of what happened in Liangzhou. The infinite Buddha Lord spoke in a gentle tone, his voice ringing like a great bell but without being deafening or harsh, as smooth as flowing water. That young man's talent is unprecedented, the first of Daiyu. It is no shame for you to be defeated by his hands, do not be irritated, nor should you take it to heart. All is predetermined. The 2 disciples were Qin Wuk and Li Qianfeng. At the words of their teacher, the Buddha Lord, both felt a shock in their hearts, filled with shame, but at the same time, also somewhat relieved and sorrowful. They were each a prodigy, and yet they had been soundly defeated. Listening to the teacher, it seemed to imply they were simply not in the same league as their opponent. Chimkuin Vajra. The infinite Buddha Lord said softly, there are 3 years left. Stay on the mountain and cultivate earnestly. If you can step into the heavenly human realm, you will have a chance to compete with him for the true dragon status. If you don't enter the heavenly human realm, then live peacefully at my side as an Arhat Bodhisattva. The karma of the world need not touch you. The divine general mansion you defend is the commoners. My Buddhist teachings, too, are salvation for all living beings. Li Qianfeng was shaken and bowed his head deeply in worship. Yes, teacher. Next to him, Qin Wak, his eyes tinged with bitter melancholy, suddenly brightened as he looked towards the Buddha Lord in confusion. Teacher, I am incompetent. The young man's grandmaster martial realm is extremely formidable. Even if Qianquan steps into the heavenly human realm, I fear it may not be enough to overcome him. His question was not a doubt but a plea for an answer. He knew that the teacher's words to Li Qianfeng had a reason behind them. Strength in this world has no constant rule. Flowers bloom in March, and they wither in September. If you can find your bloom in September, even if it's not as dazzling, what harm is there? The dragon and elephant are strong but cannot cross the river. Birds, though weak, are not hindered by 1,000 mountains and rivers. The infinite Buddha Lord said softly, there are rules in this world. Heaven envies the gifted, and too much rigidity leads to breaking. That child has potential, but he has already stepped onto a dead-end path. His journey will surely be difficult. The two were puzzled, not understanding what he meant. Was he saying that Li Hao was too arrogant, attracting a path that leads to death? The infinite Buddha Lord said softly, you may go now. Contemplate well and free yourselves from your inner demons, then you may advance further. Know that all thoughts are like illusions, all worldly actions are like dreams. Only by recognizing them as such can one be liberated. Chapter 234, Chapter 29 Li Achu. In Liangzhou, within Heavenly Gate Pass, at the campsite of Kanjia City. In the firewood house covered with thick snow on its roof, Feng Bopping, who was adding new firewood, suddenly sneezed so hard that the fire in the hearth nearly went out. He rubbed the tip of his nose and mumbled to himself in confusion, why does my nose suddenly itch? Could someone be talking about me? Li Hao was nearby, kneading dough. Once the dough was ready, he tossed it onto another piece of warm stone to ferment. Then he waved his hand calling over the dragon sword and started chopping the selected demon flesh alongside it, swiftly cutting it into mince with sword chops. Such a good sword, and you're using it as a kitchen knife. Feng Bopping shook his head as he watched. Make the most of what you have. Li Hao said with a smile. After preparing all the ingredients, he started to cook. Since returning from Daoism City, they had resumed their peaceful life within Heavenly Gate Pass. As for the demons outside the pass and the worries inside, they were all isolated by the endless snow, with only the daily hunting, fishing, and 3 meals to think about. As lunchtime approached, Li Hao asked Little White Fox to call Song Qiuma and Li Hongzhuang over to get ready for the meal. Delicious. Li Hao's cooking skills won high praise from everyone. By Li Hao's side, aside from their own concerns, they looked forward to the deliciousness of these 3 meals every day. While dining and chatting, Li Hao asked Song Qiuma to help and go to the nearby city in the afternoon to purchase some civilian supplies. Now, in this campsite, aside from their fenced courtyard, Li Hao had gradually been constructing additional dwellings for other residents. With his 15 Li realm capability in controlling objects, participating in construction was extremely convenient. He split open a distant mountain, transported the rocks here, and fashioned them into simple stone houses. Are you really planning to build another city here? Before Song Qiuma could speak, Li Hongzhuang was the one who spoke up first. She swallowed a piece of meat she was chewing on and gazed intently at Li Hao. Not rebuilding, just restoring the original city, Li Hao said with a smile. Anyway, I've got nothing better to do. Since we're supposed to guard a pass, it's only right to have a city. Li Hongzhuang looked deep into his eyes and remained silent, but deep inside, she couldn't help but feel a surge of hope. If the city could be built again, if all the demons outside the pass were suppressed and deterred, returning to its might of 100 years ago, making those ferocious and bloodthirsty demons dare not invade, seeing that scene would surely bring tears to the eyes of the 3rd and 6th brothers. She lowered her head and tore at a piece of roasted meat tendon with her teeth, yet she tasted a hint of saltiness. I heard that you slew that Wan Shan's little demon king. If I leave, what will we do if Wan Shan's demon king takes the opportunity to launch a sneak attack? Song Qiumo frowned. After Li Hao returned from Daoism City, when the others asked, he briefly mentioned what had happened there, and that was how she learned about Li Hao killing the son of a demon king. Moreover, that little demon king was of high caliber. As she was from the demon kind herself, she understood the potential of the little demon king very well. Translated to the human race, his abilities could even barely rival those of Li Hao. As a result, such a prodigy among demons was killed by Li Hao. One could only imagine how furious that Wan Shan's demon king must be. The fact that another demon king had been secretly protecting the little demon king indicated the importance they placed on him. Even if faced with a lone four-stands realm, it might not result in trouble, but they did not expect to run into the combination of Feng Boping and Li Hao. There are traps I've set within 300 li, I will be alerted if demons attack, and there will be enough time to retreat, said Li Hao, smiling. The fishing 6th stage traps were hidden, and combined with the attributes of hidden bow, they were not easy for even the four-stands realm to detect. Also, the river snow painting, received from Grandmaster Bai Chuanhai, was embedded into the control path, providing a camouflaging attribute where it harmonized with the environmental power of controlling objects. The chi force attacks he used were camouflaged and hard to detect, which was a perfect match with the fishing line. Even if the four-stands realm conducted a close inspection, it would be difficult to discover, not to mention from 300 li away without any precautions. However, to maintain a fishing line over such a long distance, Li Hao's chi force was constantly being consumed. If not for the fact that 98 main channels had been opened in his body, coupled with the yin and yang dual pulse, it would be impossible to sustain. Now, he was just barely managing to compensate for the chi force during the process of absorbing and transferring. I'll go, said Li Hongzhuang to Li Hao. Song is right. Although you have this senior's protection, you killed the little demon king. I've heard that Wan Shan's demon king was extremely fond of his sole son, treating him like a treasure. If he hasn't come over these days, it's most likely because he's waiting for Song to leave. Song Qiumo's gaze flickered slightly as she looked at Li Hao and said softly, I originally planned to stay for just half a year. Now that you're dealing with this, I will stay with you for 3 years. Li Hao was slightly shaken, looked at her, but joked with a teasing smile, then what about your Tan Palace? It's just 3 years, I have been looking after it for nearly 1,000 years, it won't make much difference, Song Qiumo said indifferently. Li Hao knew it wasn't as easy as she said. Song Qiumo was a recorded demon king of Qingzhou, and she couldn't leave for a long time. Being able to come here for half a year was probably the extent of what she could manage. 3 years would be too much of a burden for her. We'll see, maybe they can't endure even half a year, Li Hao said, feeling an urgent need to strengthen his own power. Of course, he had another way out. That meant temporarily abandoning this place. But he was reluctant to break the 3-year pact unless he faced certain death. Song Qiumo nodded slightly, speaking softly, if the Wan Shan demon king comes, we will most likely face 3 demon kings. She had mentioned this before. Li Hao and Li Hongzhuang's eyes narrowed gravely. In addition to the 2 demon kings from Wan Shan's domain, the dragon lord who had previously clashed with Song Qiumo was also likely to intervene. This seemingly calm heavenly gate pass was actually on the verge of a horrifying disaster of annihilation. Li Hao simply nodded and said nothing more. In the following days, everyone continued to lead a seemingly normal life in the courtyard, but they were all secretly on guard for the possible sudden attack of the Demon King. However, it appeared that the Wan Shan Demon King was not so enraged as to lose control and attack. Perhaps seeing that Li Hao still dared to move within Heavenly Gate Pass, the Demon King was wary, suspecting hidden support behind the youth, so he chose a more secure method, which was to wait for Song Qiumo to leave. Or perhaps, he was waiting for a lapse or opportunity. On this day, 2 secret letters arrived at the courtyard. Both were from the Divine General Mansion in Qingzhou. One of the letters was personally penned by Li Tiangang. Upon seeing the name on the envelope, Li Hao pinched it and threw the letter into the stove to burn as kindling. The other letter bore no signature. When Li Hao opened it, he saw it was from his second uncle. Beyond expressing longing and concern, the letter also discussed the matter of the Wan Shan Demon King. Li Muxiu had considered that the Demon King, grieving the loss of his son, might do something drastic and urged Li Hao to prepare for an attack by 3 or 4 Demon Kings. At the same time, he pointed out a way for Li Hao, if faced with danger and the situation turned dire, have Feng rush to take him to escape to another place outside of the Liangzhou territory. That place was a secret realm, within which flowed the Mo River, and it was of the ghost capital level. Only those in the Four Stands realm could hope to escape from this extremely perilous land, which stretched far and wide, virtually unstoppable, warranting its confinement and designation as a forbidden zone. But Li Muxiu's pointing out this secret realm with the Mo River was not for Li Hao to use it to counterkill the Demon King. Instead, within this secret land was Li Muxiu's younger brother stationed. That was Li of the Li family, Li Xiaoran. Of the 6 sons in Li Muxiu's generation, 3 had perished, leaving 3 remaining. Li Qingjing stationed in the ancestral temple, Li Muxiu looking after listening rain tower and sitting at divine general mansion, and the last was Li Xiaoran from the Li family. He was stationed just outside that ghost capital level Mo River. The territory where the ghost capital level Mo River extended, once belonged within Liangzhou territory, but since the river could not be navigated nor easily destroyed, it was designated a forbidden zone and separated from the territory. A ghost capital level Mo River caused even the Daiyu divine dynasty to officially announce the loss of that piece of land. However, the reason for his stationing there was not to watch over the river, but because within it were the submerged ancestral spirits of the Li family. Those spirits included Li Hao's grandfather, Li Tianzong. Li Hao had heard from his second uncle, while fishing, that his fourth uncle was rarely at the divine general mansion, but was instead repeatedly challenging and attempting to navigate that Mo River, trying to bring back the ancestral spirit of his elder brother who had fallen within. It was unexpected that this Mo River was just outside the Liangzhou territory. Li Hao pondered for a moment before putting away the letter. In the days that followed, the Wanshan Demon King remained inactive, yet Li Hao received yet another reward from the Emperor Yu in the capital, delivered once again by eunuch Chu Jiuyue. "Count, we meet again." Chu Jiuyue, seeing the familiar figures inside the small fenced courtyard, identical to the last visit, but now there was an added sense of domestic life, comfortable like a rural idyll. Li Hao smiled and welcomed him into the courtyard, receiving the decree and learning that it was a promotion of his title, from a third-rank count to a first-rank one. In addition, he was bestowed a hefty amount of gold, treasured artifacts, and servants. Li Hao had not yet checked on the domain he was granted from his previous title, which was probably still managed by servants on his behalf. He wasn't particularly interested in these rewards, but considering he would be leaving Heavenly Gate. Pass in 3 years, having his own domain to settle down in wasn't a bad thing. After accepting the decree, Li Hao treated Chu Jiuyue to a meal, and this time Chu Jiuyue did not decline. During the hearty meal, he rolled up his sleeves, sat sideways by the pot, completely devoid of any image. After eating his fill, Chu Jiuyue left contentedly on horseback. Before departing, he stealthily handed Li Hao a precious charm, informing him that it was what Emperor Yu truly intended to bestow, a Saint Heart charm. In times of peril, it could save his life. Li Hao was astonished, having often chatted with his second and fifth uncles about such an item, and was familiar with it. This was something used by those in the Four Stands realm, and exceedingly rare. Weapons and armor in the world were categorized by rank, such as the treasure artifacts used by those with inherited souls. Spiritual objects used from the divine travel realm to the celestial master realm. Then there were the divine weapons and armor for the 3 immortal realms and the Four Stands realm. Li Hao's dragon sword, for example, was a divine weapon, recognized as one of the most renowned. But here, the fame referred to was not necessarily indicative of the highest quality. Some divine weapons were forged and seldom witnessed, those who had seen them might already be dead. Regardless, this sword was among the pinnacle of divine weapons. Above them were the Saint Heart heavenly treasures, extremely limited in number, and not all of the Four Stands realm possessed them, only a few top-strong practitioners did. This Saint Heart charm was even more precious. As a consumable, it was incredibly valuable even to those in the Four Stands realm. The Saint Heart charm in Li Hao's possession was not meant for offense but rather for protection. If it was an offensive type of Saint Heart charm, it could even threaten and harm those in the Four Stands realm. Chapter 235, Chapter 30, Asking Heaven and Earth for a Breath of Life. After receiving the Sacred Heart Talisman, Li Hao once again thanked Chu Jiuyue and asked him to express his gratitude on his behalf to His Majesty Emperor Yu. To Li Hao, his impression of the supreme and noble existence of the Daiyu divine dynasty still remained as it was when he was an infant, the snapshot image from when he first arrived here. It was a towering figure with a majestic stature, seated on the dragon throne, with an aura capable of swallowing mountains and rivers and an imperious spirit that looked down on all living beings. It seemed one could only worship from afar, never to approach or offend. However, the numerous awards granted by the other party made Li Hao feel that this austere figure was not so cold and heartless, and not so unattainable. The snow was still falling. The burned letter had not received a response and thus quietly faded away. No more letters came from Qingzhou City. Li Hao remained focused on his daily cultivation, sketching the snowy landscape and mountains outside the gates, fishing for little demons in the wilderness, while also exploring the vast and profound Tao of the universe, still unwilling in the depths of his heart to miss out on the ultimate pursuit. Perhaps, did he also harbor a heart for martial arts? Time hurriedly passed. In the blink of an eye, half a year went by. From the early winter when he first arrived at the camp, to now deep winter, the snow accumulation on the ground had thickened even more. But like yin and yang, when the fallen snow accumulates to a certain depth, it is time for the clouds and moon to break open. In the snowy land, demons stealthily emerge from their caves in the distance, preparing to hunt for their food. Between the trees, two wild mountain tigers fight over a deer's carcass. The river's surface is frozen, but beneath the ice, small fish swim up and down freely. Atop a snowy mountain peak, Li Hao sits, sensing every minute detail and movement within tens of miles, as if his body has merged with the mountaintop. He watches the clouds and the morning sun, silently listening to the sound of the snow melting. The snowflakes fall from the sky, yet they originate from the steam that rises and solidifies from the earth. Seeds buried deep in the soil sprout and grow strong, eventually becoming towering trees. Come autumn, with just a breeze, the leaves can drift towards the unreachable sky. Fish trapped in water live in the lowlands of the earth, but move about as freely as if flying in the sky. While people on land seem to be busily moving east and west, enjoying their freedom, they are restrained by various orders, as if wearing invisible chains around their ankles, unable to free themselves. All beings are part of life, but life is not just all beings. In these past 6 months, Li Hao had touched the bottleneck of the Tao of all things. The elusive brilliance was before his eyes, just a bit more, and he could break through the barrier and integrate it fully. Now he, with the fusion of the essence of all things and the reassembling of various swordsmanship techniques, although his cultivation level remained at the celestial master realm, had truly stepped to the edge of the great grandmaster realm, with his actual combat strength being about 50% stronger than when he was in Daoism City. If he were to encounter that young demon king again, with the sword moves he comprehended in these 6 months, he could easily slay it. Initially, during the brief moments of respite in battle, his melding of the self-created reincarnation sword skill had already proven to be frighteningly lethal, and now, after 6 months of contemplation, he had refined and improved this swordsmanship even further. At this moment, a gust of cold wind blew in, brushing past his face and whipping up the surface snow. Wind. A flicker of thought seemed to pass before Li Hao's eyes. He narrowed them slightly and sat quietly for a moment, but that thought slipped away. He had been feeling this recently, but it always seemed to lack just a little strength to grasp it. Raising his hand to brush off the snow, Li Hao picked up the little white fox that was snuggled up beside his knees and stood up to leave. He flew back to the camp by controlling the air. Over the past 6 months, the number of stone houses built around the camp had also increased. Considering the impending battle that could occur at any time after half a year, Li Hao had not put too much effort into constructing residential houses, treating it more as a form of enjoyment or a process of comprehending nature. He was still cooking the midday meal by himself. During the meal break, Li Hao once again urged Song Qiuma to return to Tan Palace, advising her that there was no need to stay here with him anymore. Considering the Wanshan Demon King was able to endure the pain of losing his child for half a year, it showed he had an extremely cunning and stable nature. If Song Qiuma continued to stay, the Demon King might spend a considerable sum to hire other Demon Kings to entangle her. Therefore, Li Hao felt there was no need for her to continue wasting time with him. Guarding the Heavenly Gate Pass was a private matter he had accepted. He didn't wish to involve too many people in it. Song Qiuma didn't utter a word, merely silently eating her meal. After finishing, she looked up at Li Hao and said, "Since you say so, then I'll leave today." Li Hao sighed with relief, saying, "If you do go, please convey my regards to the palace master." "Okay," Song Qiuma nodded, her agreement crisp and clear. After the meal, she packed up the trinkets she had acquired during her stay, all of which were small items she had picked up while procuring supplies from nearby cities, such as silk hairbands, wrist bells, and so on. With everything packed away, Song Qiumo then bid farewell to Li Hao. Got no regrets. Li Hongzhuang accompanied Li Hao to see her off, and after watching Song Qiumo's figure disappear entirely into the sky, Li Hongzhuang looked at Li Hao and asked, "Regrets?" Li Hao was perplexed. "Deep down, you must have hoped she would stay, right?" Li Hongzhuang said softly. Li Hao laughed, shaking his head slightly. "Then you are mistaken. I am sincerely happy for her departure, at least she won't have to face danger." Li Hongzhuang looked at him in surprise, gazing intently at Li Hao. Li Hao said, "If possible, I hope you could leave too. There's no need for you to stay for the burial. I might be able to get away, but you might not." Chapter 236, Chapter 30, Asking Heaven and Earth for a Breath of Life _2. Li Hongzhuang slightly frowned, staring at Li Hao, and said, "Do you have any other methods? Relying on that senior alone, I'm afraid he might not be able to hold them off, unless he's like my second uncle, a being who has reached the peerless technique realm, perhaps capable of suppressing them with a single punch. There are 4 distinct levels within the 4 stands realm, and the gap between each level is enormous." Li Hongzhuang could not determine at what level that senior was. "There's only one way. If we can't beat them, we run." Li Hao smiled and returned to the camp. Li Hongzhuang quickly followed after him, speaking seriously, "What time is it for jokes now? Why don't you go find your 4th uncle?" Uncle Shaoren stepping in would mean that ordinary 4 stands realm demons are no match. Li Hao's eyes flickered, and he shook his head slightly. When he had left the Li family, he was alone, taking nothing with him except the clothes on his back, not even the famous sword Eternal Night. He didn't want to take anything from the Li family or rely on any connections with them. Now is not the time for stubbornness. Seeing Li Hao shake his head, Li Hongzhuang urgently said, "We previously speculated that if the Demon King of Wanshan comes, we might face an attack from 3 Demon Kings. If they double up on that senior, even if just for a brief moment, the other one could kill you." "I understand." Li Hao looked at her quietly. "That's why I said, if things go south, I'll make an early escape. As for you, you might become a burden, and I won't be able to concern myself with you at that time. If you don't want to die, it's best if you also leave as soon as possible. By the time you realize, it will be too late," Li Hongzhuang hurriedly said. Li Hao shook his head slightly, not continuing the conversation with her. Seeing Li Hao's stubbornness, Li Hongzhuang sighed, began to pack her luggage, and said, "I can't persuade you. I will go back to Qingzhou to find your father, your second uncle, your 5th uncle, and have them come to persuade you. I hope by then the Demon King of Wanshan hasn't arrived yet." Li Hao was a bit helpless and speechless towards his little aunt, shook his head and paid her no more attention. After packing her luggage, Li Hongzhuang also left. No one could withstand the wrath of the Demon King of Wanshan, and as Li Hao had said, she would only be a burden if she stayed. On the other side, Li He was anxious, continuously sending messages to Qingzhou, but like dropping stones into the sea, there was no response. He did not know what the Duke was thinking, but his orders were to protect Li Hao, and he could not leave as easily as Li Hongzhuang. At this moment, Li He pondered whether he should knock Li Hao unconscious and forcefully take him away. But after the battle at Daoism City, he knew he was no match for this young master. Once the demons attacked, it wasn't sure who would be protecting whom. As he was considering whether to launch a surprise attack, suddenly, his vision went dark. Following that, he fell straight into the snow, face first. The figure of Feng Bopping emerged from behind Li He, patted his hands, and said to Li Hao, "This base-born old chap from the Li family, stubborn as a mule, not much different from those other Li family members. We had better send him away first." The very Li He who was just contemplating how to knock Li Hao unconscious and carry him away, was now knocked out himself. Li Hao smiled, handing Li He over to Ren Qianqian. There were fast horses in the camp, and he said to Ren Qianqian, "Take him out of Liangzhou, to any place, go to Qi State, wait for me in Sangyu City." Ren Qianqian's face was full of worry. She wanted to persuade him, but these past few days, she had seen both Song Qiumo and Li Hongzhuang attempt repeatedly to no avail, knowing the young man's pride would not allow him to yield. She could only agree, looking at Li Hao intently, "Young master, I will wait for you in Sangyu City. You must survive." Li Hao, seeing the clear lake-like eyes of the young girl and feeling the pure concern in them, smiled slightly. Don't worry, you followed me to learn swordsmanship, and I haven't yet taught you the true sword arts. I won't die so easily. Ren Qianqian bit her lip quietly, not saying a word. She deeply gazed at Li Hao, thinking to herself, even if you don't teach me swordsmanship, I don't want to see you die. These thoughts remained unspoken in her heart. There weren't many words of farewell. Li Hao patted the red blood horse's rump, sending the young girl on her way. Li Yi's body was also loaded onto the horse's back, and together, they left via Dragon Pass Road. This Dragon Pass Road had been cleared by Li Hao. Demons occasionally passed through, but were slain. It was relatively safe. Little fellow, if something happens to me, you'll have to find a cave in this wilderness and practice on your own. Li Hao bent down, looking at the little white fox that clung to his leg with both of its paws. The little white fox looked up, its watery eyes pitifully gazing at Li Hao, making a distinctive fox's whimper. Li Hao returned to the small fenced courtyard. With everyone else gone, the yard suddenly seemed empty. In the nearby snowfield, the figure of the sword-practicing girl was gone. In the side bedroom, there was no trace of Song Qiuma's enchanting figure. And by that solitary grave 1,000 miles away, the vivid red figure that used to sit quietly, drinking, was also absent. Feng, you've never fished for a demon king before, have you? Li Hao looked at the old man leaning on the armchair in the courtyard and smiled. After so many years of acquaintance, they had become friends unconcerned with age. He owed so much that it was beyond words of thanks. This time I might give it a try. Feng Bopping chuckled lightly, holding a jug of wine and gently swaying it. Li Hao sat next to him, took the jug and drank a couple of sips, and asked, Feng, you've been here for so long, yet you seem to have never urged me to cultivate. He knew how others viewed his daily actions as frivolous, losing ambition through indulgence. At the mansion, he had some concerns, but here he had let go completely. Let go of cultivation. Cultivation is also for the sake of joy. Since you are joyful, what does it matter if you cultivate or not? Feng Bopping said with a light chuckle. Li Hao knew that Feng was naturally carefree and unconcerned with trivial matters. Hearing this, he still turned to look at him and then smiled. If I could become a bit stronger, you wouldn't have to work so hard. Feng Bopping shook his head slightly, his demeanor serene. A mere 3 years of trials and tribulations are not worth mentioning. Li Hao looked at him and didn't speak again. The elder and the younger sat quietly drinking wine, watching the snow scene. Although there were fewer people in the courtyard, it had become even more tranquil. To prepare for the arrival of the Wan Shan Demon King, Li Hao and Feng had made some preparations, laying many secret plans outside the Heavenly Gate Pass. Both were adept at fishing, and they were also waiting for the other's arrival. Whether they could match the opponent would depend on the size and quantity of the catch. If the line broke, it would be time to let go. Another half-month passed in the blink of an eye. Li Hao sat on the mountain top, basking in the cold wind. The wind today seemed exceptionally strong and cold. Li Hao sat quietly, with the little white fox curled up in his arms. With Li Hao's physique, he naturally didn't mind the chilly wind. He watched the countless falling snow being swept up by the cold wind from the sky, swirling and fluttering, landing among all things. Suddenly, a sense of enlightenment, as if surging up all at once, filled him. Days of accumulated thoughts, the sediment of reflection, and the repeated impacts at the door of his heart, at this moment, abruptly broke through the last barrier in his mind. He suddenly understood what it was he had been tirelessly seeking. He also suddenly understood what was common among all things in this vast world. It was a breath. Mountains, rivers, birds, beasts, and all living creatures are animated by this breath. So too is the cultivation of martial artists. Ordinary people rely on this breath to live. Martial artists rely on chi force traveling through their meridians to exert power. Emotions and desires, all are a breath. The growth of all things, too, is a breath. But this breath is not the breath understood by ordinary people, this is a breath of the heavens and earth. This breath can evolve all things, nourish all things, transform into mountains, rivers, birds, beasts, and into life itself. Li Hao closed his eyes, and the qi within his body rapidly contracted and transformed, merging with the heavens and the earth. This sensation was similar to cultivation, yet also different. His chi melded with the heavens and the earth, dispersing, transforming under the refinement of the world, like washing off all adornments, revealing a dazzling brilliance. This brilliance was ethereal and illusory as if it didn't exist in the real world. Li Hao presented all his chi to the heavens and the earth and then asked the world to lend him a breath, which he integrated into himself. Li Hao called this breath immortal chi. The Grand Master limit, the land immortal realm, achieved. Chapter 237, Chapter 31, A Sword Cleaves the Heavens. When this breath of immortal chi entered his body, Li Hao's every pore emitted billions of dazzling lights, as if a splendid, divine, flaming sun had been engulfed within him. The accumulated snow around his body began to rapidly evaporate and melt away. His flesh and blood throbbed and writhed, transforming and refining, purging impurity from the bone and marrow, with a silvery white radiance seeping from his pores, shrouding his figure within a mist of immortal light. His physical body was transforming, so too was his true force, and even Li Hao's spiritual soul and dharma aspect transcended because of this breath of immortal chi. His golden divine soul shrank, shifting from the form of a youth to that of an infant. It then grew from infancy back to the form of a youth. Only now, the originally staunch and vigorous spirit had acquired a few more traces of an ethereal, detached from dust aura. The little white fox leaped out of Li Hao's embrace in shock, sensing that vast immortal might and showing a look of fear in its eyes, wanting to approach yet not daring to. It just raised its tiny paw, tentatively and gently touching it. But the immortal mist appeared like an illusion, unaffected by the touch of its small paw, it seemed untouchable. The transformation continued, the snow between the mountain peaks boiling and melting, turning into clear mountain springs, flowing down through the gullies and crevices, making the entire mountain look as if it had been rejuvenated. The sweeping bitter cold wind turned into gentle rainwater. As it approached within several yards of Li Hao's body, the rainwater quietly changed its course, falling elsewhere. The area where the youth sat alone remained clean and quiet. The rain, like nourishing spirit rain, fell on the newly brightened mountain peak cleared of snow, and gradually, the ground began to sprout a lush green glow, tender shoots emerging with great vigor from the solid mountain, drawing upon a certain power. They grew rapidly under the nourishment of the rain. In the depths of winter, yet this mountain flowed with warm springs, in stark contrast to the pure white snow outside, standing out like a striking peak. The mist of immortal light that surrounded Li Hao gradually dissipated. Returning into his body, contracting through his pores, when all the light was hidden away, Li Hao also slowly opened his eyes. In his eyes, a silver-white brilliance gently bloomed, his skin as clear as glaze, as white as dawn's light, containing a restrained luminance, with each pore filled to the brim, holding boundless strength. Li Hao understood that this was the limit of the Grand Master realm. After spending the better part of a year, he had finally taken this step. He looked at the mountain he sat on, where tufts of green grass clustered, and new tender green buds sprouted on the branches of old trees that had withered in autumn and winter. This was the manifestation of his current power. Before, his chi force was purely strength, devoid of property unless he cultivated various specific properties of cultivation techniques, such as cold or blazing flames, polishing them over a long time, could he imbue his chi force with some special dark forces. Just like Song Qiuma, her attacks inherently carried an undercurrent of the ultimate Yin cold force. After a prolonged engagement, it could even freeze an enemy's body, slowing down the movement of their chi force. Li Hao had mastered various cultivation techniques before, and his chi force also contained these dark forces, but most of the time, Li Hao didn't need them. His fights were often resolved swiftly with fast sword slashes cutting through complications in just a few moves. But now, all these characteristics had fused into this breath of immortal chi. All myriad changes arise from the heart. His power could cover all kinds of properties and could freely switch between any of them. A realization dawned upon him. All that I've lost was never mine to start. All that I seek only traps me within its grasp. All things serve my purpose, but none belong to me. A gentleman uses things but is not used by them. The great Tao is simple, desirelessness is firmness. Without action, all actions are possible. At this moment, Li Hao's Grandmaster state of mind reached perfection in the extreme realm. From seeing one's true self to seeing the world, and then all living beings, he came to understand the simplicity of the great Tao, where all things converge into one. His understanding and application of power had transcended that of a typical great Grandmaster. Just as with the tender shoots on the mountain, his power did not inherently possess the effect of reviving plants. He merely cleared the falling snow from this mountain. allowing it to transition from the depth of winter into spring and autumn. Thus, the flowers and plants on the mountain grew on their own. While the outcome was the same, the application of power was different. This shift in philosophy was extremely important. A typical celestial master would absorb the power of the heavens and earth into themselves and then slay their enemies. But how limited would that be to carry within oneself? Li Hao dispersed all his personal chi force, leaving only this breath of immortal chi standing within his body. If he needed power, he could draw it from the vast world at any time. This was the principle of, all things serve my purpose, but none belong to me. He no longer absorbed the power of the heavens and earth into his body, leaving the power with the world. Whenever he needed it, he would merely borrow a bit. This was, a gentleman uses things but is not used by them, he controls the force without being restricted by it. If one treats this power as their own, greedily drawing from the world, they're bound by it and also by the limitations of their body. After all, if the body is a container, it has a point of overflowing. Li Hao lifted his hand, slowly assuming a stance, moving his fists and feet, and self-contemplating his state of mind. What is the world? Between his fists and feet lay the world. As long as a breath of immortal chi endures, he could establish his own world. Li Hao's martial arts realm had transcended the great Grandmaster realm. He hadn't reached the three immortal states, but he already surpassed them. He called a dried branch to serve as a sword. Between the sword's blade and his breast lay the world. He stepped forward, and between his 2 feet, again lay the world. Li Hao casually swung the dry branch, unleashing a surge of sword chi. In an instant, the falling snow in the sky seemed to split quietly. The sword chi, as if formless, light, and airy, pierced through dozens of miles in a flash, extending even further, soon reaching 100 miles away, tearing through the clouds in the sky, slicing open a trail of sword light within the dense clouds that continuously spilled out heavy snowflakes. Chapter 238, Chapter 31. A sword opens the sky. 2. A sword cleaves the heavens. The clouds parted, revealing a brilliant sunrise-like radiance, and the great snow unexpectedly ceased. With a casual punch, Li Hao unleashed endless winds, sweeping away the snow from the mountainous landscape. Wherever his gaze landed, the snow swirled and soared, forming a blizzard that forcefully pushed dozens of miles away. Without the snow, the ambient temperature across dozens of miles seemed to have risen. Spring began to reveal itself on the earth slowly. A smile emerged on Li Hao's face, feeling as though he could inhale and exhale the essence of the heavens and the earth. Lend me a spring breeze worth 100,000, bold enough to change the face of heaven and earth. He casually tossed a withered branch, bent down, and picked up the stunned little white fox at his feet, rubbing its ears while smiling. Have you learned it? It's a lost cause. The little white fox's eyes were blank. Li Hao chuckled, carried it in his arms, and turned to leave, stepping so lightly that each stride spanned 10 miles, his speed through the air increasing even more. A few steps later, Li Hao returned to Heavenly Gate Pass, inside the small courtyard. On a rocking chair in the courtyard, Feng Bopping lay swaying gently. Hearing the movement, he slightly opened one eye and looked towards Li Hao. Then, he gradually opened the other eye and sat up straight, surprised as he asked, "Have you reached the 3 immortal realms?" "Not yet." Li Hao put down the little white fox. "Great Grandmaster realm." Feng Bopping took another look and sensed that Li Hao's casual demeanor seemed perfectly seamless, as if he could react to an attack at any moment, a kind of aura only present in the Great Grandmaster realm. Li Hao slightly nodded. Feng Bopping was momentarily speechless. Dear boy, he hadn't even reached the Great Grandmaster realm when he suppressed all the Grandmasters under the heavens before. But that was expected since from the battle in Qingzhou, Li Hao had just entered the heavenly human realm, and it had been barely over half a year. Feng was feeling a bit jealous again, despite having already witnessed Li Hao's cultivation speed. From heavenly human realm to heavenly man perfection in just over half a year, that was still quite exaggerated. This kid, I haven't even seen him cultivate much. Feng Bopping pondered inwardly. If it wasn't for watching Li Hao grow up, he might have felt quite envious. But with Li Hao's current pace, he felt that soon this little wretch would truly be able to sit equally with them old-timers. The next 10 years of the Daiyu divine dynasty would belong to this young lad. Thinking this, Feng Bopping's lips slightly curled into a smile, but then he thought of the imminent threat of Wan Shan, the Demon King, and his brows furrowed slightly. If something happens, we'll leave immediately, Feng Bopping told Li Hao solemnly. Li Hao nodded slightly. Although he had now reached the limit of Grandmaster realm, self-proclaiming the land immortal realm, he still wasn't confident about clashing with a demon king from the Four Stands realm. He had heard Feng talk about the distinctions within the Four Stands realm. The Four Stands realm, though it's called one realm, actually consists of 4 distinct stages. The first stage is the Tao Heart realm, the second is the Defying Fate realm, and the third is the Ultimate Study realm. The final stage is the Grand Tao of Peace realm, opening up Taoist sects and possessing the power of Ask Sage. The gap between each stage is tremendous. Feng belongs to the second stage, the Defying Fate realm, having the power to alter fate for others or himself once. This ability to defy fate is not only capable of transforming a frail constitution into an extraordinary prodigy. It also allows one to reverse dire situations when faced with a life-threatening crisis, thus securing a sliver of survival chance. In other words, reaching the Defying Fate realm grants one a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to avoid death in extreme circumstances. Most in the Defying Fate realm keep this opportunity for themselves, but many elders from the 5 great divine general mansions have given this chance to their descendants to continue their legacy. Like Second Uncle, who is in the Ultimate Study realm, such as the Seacoming Divine Needle, situated in the Divine General Mansion. The final step, the Grand Tao of Peace realm, represents the pinnacle of existence within the Daoyu Divine Dynasty, few and far between, and the most well-known among them currently is the Buddha Lord of Mount Wuliang, who is of this realm. The others are either not well-known or have long since fallen. Such as the ancestors of the 5 great divine general mansions, all were in the Grand Tao of Peace realm, ushering in an era of peace for the Daoyu Divine Dynasty. Feng had previously engaged a demon king, who was only at Tao Heart realm but adept at escaping, so Feng refrained from pursuing deeply due to concerns for Li Hao's safety. If the Wanshan demon king were to strike this time, Feng speculated that the demon king himself might be in the Defying Fate realm. Coupled with the previous demon king from the Tao Heart realm, that would make 2, if the Wanshan demon king managed to engage Feng while the previous demon king attacked Li Hao would struggle to defend. Beings of the Tao Heart realm carry attacks imbued with the laws of Taoist charm, which are bound to hit their mark. That is to say, as long as the opponent strikes, Li Hao must endure the attack. Currently, Li Hao is only in the heavenly human realm, and even the indestructible realm of the immortal realm could hardly withstand it. A casual strike could cripple him. In the unwithering realm, he could barely withstand a hit or 2, assuming the opponent isn't using full force. Hopefully they'll take their time coming. If he could enter into spiritual awakening, he could add points and advance directly into the 3 immortal realms. Feng Boping looked at Li Hao, his heart slightly stirred. Given time, it wouldn't be difficult for Li Hao to step into the 3 immortal realms. Although the leap from heavenly human realm to the 3 immortal realm is also an immensely challenging milestone, numerous prodigies have stepped into the heavenly human realm at a young age, yet it took them over 100 years to enter the 3 immortal realm. Such examples are abundant. However, he had great confidence in Li Hao. Still, even if he entered the 3 immortal realm, the gap with the 4 Stands realm would still be too vast. And with the water Qilin gone, these demon kings might not be patient for long. No matter what, you focus on your cultivation, leave the rest to me, Feng Boping said. Chapter 239, Chapter 31, A Sword Cleaves the Heavens _3. Li Hao nodded, then grabbed some ingredients to simply make some barbecue before taking out his painting boards to start sketching in the courtyard. Now, his art of painting and fishing Tao were both nearing 100,000 experience points. Once the experience points were full, he would need an uplift in his state of mind to continue gaining experience points, but he could start exploring the state of mind beforehand. I must settle on one path. I can't ponder both art of painting and fishing at the same time, otherwise dividing attention between both won't allow for focus and will just be a waste of time. Understanding the importance of focus, Li Hao had originally planned to attain spiritual awakening through fishing, but now that the demons near the outskirts had been cleared and there were no targets for fishing, he found it slower to comprehend. On the contrary, his skills in art of painting allowed him to sketch effortlessly. Heavy snow flew in all directions. Li Hao stood in the courtyard, capturing the snow scene. Feng Boping had thought Li Hao would go to cultivate, but seeing him still immersed in past amusements, he couldn't help but be surprised. Yet, he seemed to discern something. Li Hao's swift progress in cultivation appeared to be related to these daily leisure activities. But the specifics of how it translated, he couldn't figure out. After all, some genius behaviors are eccentric, beyond the understanding of ordinary people. he didn't demand Li Hao to cultivate, letting him be as he wished. Time passed by. Another month went by outside the pass. The pervasive snow seemed to be letting up gradually, and in another month, spring would arrive. In the courtyard, Li Hao held a bowl, eating slices of meat from the pot. His painting experience was full, earning a skill point, but his state of mind had yet to reach the transcendent spirit realm. His artistic skill had reached its peak, but it remained within the worldly realm, capturing the essence of subjects but not transcendent. Suddenly, Li Hao felt that a hidden thread he had set up miles away in the air had been brushed by the wind. This was no natural breeze but as if something had passed by. His eyes narrowed for a moment as he immediately looked to Feng Boping. At the same time, Feng Boping also looked towards Li Hao. Without words, both read the other's thoughts in an instant. They're coming. To actually appear 100 miles away, it seems there are 3. Feng had hidden threads spread around as well, but although he had been fishing for many years, his technique might not be as good as Li Hao's, who benefited from the experience enhancements from the board, insights from 6th stage fishing, mastery over numerous fishing techniques, and the special attributes from the river snow painting. The hidden threads belonged to an object-controlling force that could vanish unseen, something Feng Boping couldn't do. Therefore, Feng's threads were only touched once, while Li Hao had 4 or 5 triggered. But even though only one was touched, it had already felt the force of 3 beings. This old guy, he really did call for reinforcements. Let's go. Feng Boping immediately wrapped up Li Hao and the little white fox in his robes and used his movement technique, heaven and earth traceless skill. If it were only the 2 demon kings from Wanshan district, Li Hao had discussed with Feng and had planned to hold the ground and scare them away with the protective charm. After all, guarding the frontier pass was also a strategy. Not purely relying on brute force. But against 3 demon kings, there was no need to think about it, trouble was bound to happen. And now, as those 3 demon kings drew nearer, most of the densely woven hidden threads Li Hao had set within miles began to be touched and torn apart by the bodies of these demon kings. Fishing experience plus 546, plus 523, plus 632. Despite the tearing of the threads, he still gained experience. A series of prompts appeared, which Li Hao chose to ignore. His experience points soared, and by the time the demon kings reached the outskirts of the camp, his experience points were almost at 6th stage perfection. Just then, a figure darted from another direction. Li Hao and Feng Boping immediately looked over, only to see a person in a deep blue dress with watery blue hair, a figure charming and stunning. It was Song Qiumo. What are you doing here? Li Hao's face changed abruptly, he couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Song Qiumo smiled faintly. Of course, I came to see how these fellows plan to take revenge on you. You never left. Li Hao was furious. Now is not the time to talk about that, right? Whether we choose to retreat or stand our ground, I'm with you, Song Qiumo said with a charming light laugh. Li Hao, seeing her like this, couldn't say he wasn't moved, his feelings incredibly mixed. What virtue or ability did he possess? It was merely the gift of some small fragrant pastries that earned him such favor. But with things as they were, Li Hao knew that now wasn't the time to discuss it. Clenching his teeth and taking a deep breath, he felt the rapidly approaching 3 demon kings through the hidden threads and said, 3 against 3, we can try it. If we can't scare them off, it's not too late to retreat. With Song Qiumo and Feng protecting him, plus the protective charm, Li Hao felt they had the means to parley. I'm okay with that, Song Qiumo said with a smile. Feng Boping smiled indifferently, then let's have a talk. No sooner had they flown out of the camp than they rapidly returned to it. At the same time, the 3 demon kings had appeared within the camp, sensing that Li Hao had already left. The burly elder with dark golden fur at the center, letting out an angry roar. His voice was like that of lions and dragons, shaking the entire heavenly gate pass. With an angry swipe of his palm, the small courtyard still emitting wisps of smoke was instantly covered by his enormous divine palm, about to be shattered. Out of nowhere, a streak of water light sped forth, crashing against the divine palm. A vast curtain of water passed over, forming a dome that protected the small yard below. If we're fighting, let's not ruin this place. Song Qiumo emerged, her face wearing a soft smile. I quite like this small courtyard, so let's not break it, shall we? The burly golden-furred elder saw her and his eyes emitted an icy light. Another old man beside him in a Taoist robe, with white hair and beard, gently stroked his beard, his eyes squinting. You didn't leave. Good, we can finally settle our previous unfinished business. Chapter 240, Chapter 32, Battle on Four Fronts. Behind Song Qiumo, Li Hao and Feng also appeared. Upon hearing the words of the robed old man, Li Hao immediately understood that this elder was the Dragon Master from Longshan Taoist Temple. I also anticipated that you might be lurking in the dark, deliberately luring us in. I just didn't expect you to actually have such self-restraint. For this young man of the human race, is it worth it? The golden-haired and burly elder's eyes were cold and fierce. He had come searching for the Dragon Master precisely to deal with this unexpected situation. Song Qiumo said indifferently, even if I can endure, I can't endure as much as you. Your own son died, yet you managed to hold back for half a year before coming. Are you really that wary of me, or is it because you have so many sons that losing one doesn't matter? Wary of you? You're not worthy. Wan Shan, the Demon King, suddenly let out a roar like a lion's, sending shockwaves through heaven and earth, causing the snow on the nearby mountain peaks to collapse. This divine intimidation was enough to make anyone below the Stan's realm tremble in their hearts and minds, but besides Li Hao, only the little white fox remained. The little white fox had been stealthily placed outside the camp by Li Hao when he returned. As for Li Hao, he didn't feel much about this direct and fierce intimidation, he merely found it somewhat deafening. Why bother with so much useless talk? What else are you afraid of? Are you worried that we still have an ambush? Li Hao spoke up, don't worry, we have no ambush. The others have already left, there are just the three of us here. The golden-haired and burly elder, upon seeing Li Hao, had murderous intent almost spilling from his eyes as he stared at him, but Li Hao's words managed to contain the elder's explosive rage, calming him down slightly. The more Li Hao spoke like this, the more uncomfortable the elder felt. You think you can intimidate me? I've lived for 10,000 years, how old are you? You don't even amount to the smallest fraction of my life, you think you can scare me? The golden-haired and burly elder growled lowly. Listening to the other party, Li Hao couldn't help but smile inwardly, aware that the other party was already wary. He had purposely said such things, playing a bluffing strategy, guessing that this old demon king had been hesitant to avenge his son, indicating a suspicious and extremely cautious nature. Caution naturally comes with doubts and suspicions. Even if the other party still decided to attack, these doubts would cause him to be on guard, providing some help to Li Hao's side in the battle. Ignoring the old monster's retort, Li Hao instead looked at the Dragon Master beside him, and with a smile that hinted at confidence, he said, "This must be the Dragon Master, a name I've long heard of. The three of you have now transgressed our territory. If we don't die today and one of us manages to escape, you will be relentlessly hunted by the Dao divine dynasty. Is it worth it?" The robed elder looked at Li Hao, who had now withdrawn his myriad attributes, revealing the aura of a celestial master. Seeing Li Hao's realm and combining it with the information he had received, the Dragon Master felt a measure of surprise and solemnity. Learning of the killing of the little demon king by someone in the heavenly human realm, he was initially taken aback and stunned, but he ultimately felt pleased and slept well that night, even having a pleasant dream. Why? The little demon king was too monstrous. If it were to truly grow up and join forces with Wan Shan, the demon king, then the area outside Heavenly Gate Pass would be under Wan Shan's control. Despite having had a bit of rapport with Wan Shan in the past. But rapport is rapport, brotherhood is brotherhood, your son's death doesn't prevent me from rejoicing. Therefore, the Dragon Master held a fairly positive impression of this young man from the human race. However, this positive impression did not prevent him from taking the Demon King's offer to kill the youngster. If you all die here today, naturally there will be no wind to spread the news. The Dragon Master spoke nonchalantly. Li Hao chuckled, "You're that confident, huh? Killing me might not be difficult, but if these two beside me want to leave, you really think you can stop them?" The Dragon Master sneered but did not reply. He was prepared to be hunted by the Dao divine dynasty for coming here. Although I don't know what benefits he promised you, I can offer you our benefits. Li Hao, without any hesitation and in front of Wan Shan, the Demon King, directly tempted the Dragon Master with benefits. If you join us and help us kill Wan Shan, the Demon King, his domain will belong to you. Moreover, your transgression today will not be considered as such. Instead, you'll be seen as abhorring evil as if it were your enemy, coming to assist us. With that, you would also receive an order from my Daoism dynasty, granting you military merits, allowing you free entry into our lands from now on. Additionally, I will personally provide you with some help. You know my talent, favored by His Majesty, my future is boundless. As long as you agree, from now on, you will be my brother. Do you think such petty tricks can sway us? Wan Shan, the Demon King, chuckled coldly, but intense anger burned within him. The Dragon Master stared deeply at Li Hao, then indifferently said, "What you offer is tempting, but unfortunately, your tactics are too naive. I have lived for tens of thousands of years. We have known each other for thousands of years. How could you grasp this? He is my brother. I can add more money." Li Hao said with a smile, "Whatever you need, feel free to ask for it." "Humph, don't bother." The Dragon Master gave a faint sneer and turned to Wan Shan, the Demon King. "I'll take care of that water Qilin, you can personally deal with this youngster yourself." Wan Shan, the Demon King, nodded, fixing his gaze on Li Hao, about to speak, when he saw Li Hao unexpectedly giving the Dragon Master a meaningful look. His expression shifted, and he glanced at the Dragon Master. The Dragon Master, puzzled by the look from Li Hao, was unaware of any message from him. Only when he met the gaze of Wan Shan, the Demon King, turning towards him did he come to his senses and immediately said in a deep voice, "Big bro, this kid is full of tricks, cunning and sharp-witted, don't let him speak any longer. Since I promised you, I won't go back on my word." Wan Shan, the Demon King, stared at him for a moment, nodded slightly, but even though he said that, he felt an extremely uncomfortable sensation in his heart. He didn't dare to easily turn his back on the Dragon Sovereign next to him anymore. Their relationship had not really reached that level of familiarity, it was mainly a union of interests. Taking a deep breath, he realized that this youngster, with just a few words, had made him wary and defensive, and he had fallen into the youngster's verbal trap, which further angered him. He wished he could tear him to pieces. "Leave this Qilin that serves as a dog for the human race to you," the Demon King said, intending to divide the battlefield. The Dragon Sovereign also realized that the other party had been influenced and sighed inwardly, while also secretly admiring the cunning of this young human, who, apart from his incredible talent, was also cunning as a ghost. "All right," he consented with a voice, and at this point, with suspicion aroused, further words were useless, he could only prove himself with action. Song Qiuma transmitted a message to Li Hao, "Should I lure him away, or stay here?" She was worried that in the heat of battle, the opponent might unexpectedly lash out at Li Hao, or use Li Hao as a target for an attack. In such a case, Li Hao would become her weak point, forcing her to exhaust herself defending him, and she herself would become more vulnerable to attack. "Lure him away," Li Hao transmitted back. Song Qiuma nodded slightly and said to the Dragon Sovereign, "Then let's take it outside and finish that fight from earlier." "That suits me fine," the Dragon Sovereign said with a cold laugh as he turned and flew away. Song Qiuma immediately followed suit. Seeing them leave, Wan Shan, the Demon King, heaved a sigh of relief and immediately turned to Li Hao with a cold smile, "Boy, you're going to die." He didn't give Li Hao another chance to speak. As soon as his words fell, he ferociously attacked Li Hao. "Do you think it's just the two of us over here?" Li Hao quickly retorted. Wan Shan, the Demon King, laughed loudly, "The more you say that, the more you're just bluffing." He attacked fiercely, aiming to kill Li Hao. Feng Bopping stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Li Hao. He raised his hand and released a beam of green light, blocking Wan Shan's attack. Li Hao then flew to another side to avoid distracting Feng. "You, go kill him." Wan Shan, the Demon King, had this intention and said to the men in the black robe beside him. There was a chill in the man's eyes. As Li Hao retreated, his body flashed abruptly, vanishing in an instant, reappearing in front of Li Hao. Li Hao's pupils constricted, but he was already prepared. If it had been before, he wouldn't have been able to detect such a teleportation technique used by someone in the Four Stands realm, but now, with a breath of immortal qi in his body observing the world, he could sense the fluctuations of the opponent's attack. Feng had said that attacks from the Tao Heart realm cannot be dodged. The man in the black robe was using his own body as a weapon, attacking the air directly in front of Li Hao. Since the air offered no resistance, he could easily hit it. When he hit it, it meant that his body would appear at that point of attack, thus achieving the effect of teleportation. This was the principle behind the teleportation of the Four Stands realm. The reason why the attack anchor wasn't directly set on Li Hao was because the further the distance of the attack and the stronger the target itself, the weaker this inevitable attack would be. After all, teleportation had its distance limitations. Therefore, getting closer first, then striking at close range with full power, would be the best way to deliver a fatal blow. But Li Hao had anticipated all of this. Hence, at the point where the attack was aimed in front of him, there were many invisible lines and a condensed large fishhook. When the man in the black robe appeared in rage the next moment, these lines immediately snapped out, entangling on him, and the big fishhook swung and immediately caught on the rib of his chest. The man in the black robe hadn't expected his teleportation to be anticipated by the young man. The stinging pain in his chest made him pause briefly, and then a surge of even greater murderous intent welled up. Suddenly, he struck out with his palm, which tore like an eagle's claw, ripping dark shadows into the space in front of Li Hao. This strike followed a trajectory of the Dao and was sure to hit its mark. Reacting with extreme speed, Li Hao's strength surged in an instant, with the 7 stars lighting effect, which had already been released as soon as he left Feng's side. The singular breath of immortal qi inside him doubled, then with the stirrings of the yin and yang dual pulse, the immortal qi grew even more immense. From one breath, it became 3. Like 3 silver dragons swirling inside his body, converging and separating at will, all happening in an instant. As the immortal qi spread through the pores into the world, Li Hao seemed to become one with the entire world, experiencing an extremely close connection. His body was no longer a mere leaf on the ocean, but turned into the surf, rising and falling with the waves. As the opponent's attack tore through the air, Li Hao drew his sword, and the dragon sword slashed furiously, gathering the force of heaven and earth, roaring like a dragon's cry. Chapter 241, Chapter 33, Becoming an Immortal, 2 in 1 chapter. At close range, the sword clashed with the claws in an instant. Majestic power of heaven and earth cascaded down the blade's edge as if tearing open a breach, surging forth. The perfectly aligned Dao intent was severed by the dragon sword. The man in the black robe had thought that a mere sword strike from someone in the heavenly human realm could not withstand the attack and would crumble as easily as dry twigs before a storm. However, the moment they made contact, the vast power transmitted from the sword's edge nearly overwhelmed him. The destructive impact rippled out, forcing both Li Hao and the man in the black robe to stagger back. As Li Hao retreated, he manipulated the hidden line to tug at the fishhook embedded in the man's ribs, sinking it deeper with the pull. The pain in the man's chest caused him to raise his hand and chop down, his palm edge sharp like a blade, severing the hidden line. But as it was severed, the attached fishhook tore out a chunk of flesh, making him inhale sharply in pain. At the same time, he felt an uncontrollable surge of anger. As a demon king, to be wounded in just a brief encounter by a human race member of the heavenly human realm was utterly inconceivable. In a fit of rage, the man in the black robe launched another attack, pointing a finger to strike Li Hao down. 9-fold cloud-shattering finger. Guided by the Dao intent, this finger was certain to hit, infusing fearsome demonic might that seemed to press down the snow and wind in the sky into silence. Li Hao's expression tightened as hidden lines extended, laying out in the surroundings. At the same time, he unleashed the power of the yin and yang dual pulse. Immortal qi coursed into him from the forces between heaven and earth, then using his own major channels like a spinning top to draw in the power from his surroundings, all concentrated on the blade. The dragon soul sealed within the dragon sword, like parched ground welcoming rain, eagerly absorbed this surge of power. Dragon might emerged from the blade, a condensed and concentrated true dragon coiling around Li Hao's sword-wielding arm, reinforcing it with the terrifying strength of a true dragon. Li Hao felt his heart contract as if it were throbbing violently, even painfully. He knew that the earth-shattering finger was aimed precisely at his heart. The enemy sought a one-hit kill. He stepped forward, his sword raging down in a cleave. Immortal Tao, Taiji Qin Kuan sword. In front of the sword, a yin-yang illusion evolved as if forming an ethereal formation that roared towards the attack with the sword's edge. A cataclysmic collision erupted, scattering countless ribbons of light in the air as the ground behind Li Hao cratered from the impact. Li Hao's body didn't retreat an inch, his black hair fluttered wildly as the yin-yang formation in front of the blade shattered under rapid rotation, dissipating much of the vast force of the finger strike. He took another step forward and his sword light violently slashed onto the diminishing illusion, completely shattering it. High above, the man in the black robe trembled with his internal energy in disarray, his eyes shifting from rage to shock. As a demon king, to have his attack blocked by someone beneath the four stands realm, and not just anyone, but one who was not even among the immortals, merely in the heavenly human realm, was astonishing. While he was shocked, he also felt fear and trepidation. If such a freak of the human race were to grow and cultivate, wouldn't he become the second true human within the Dao divine dynasty? If so, he dared not imagine, how could there be any space left for demons to dwell around the Dao divine dynasty in the future? Incredible speed. The man's eyes were filled with coldness as murderous intent raged within him. Unleashing his martial will, he lifted his hand and pointed another deathly strike. The second finger fell, just as turbulent and terrifying as before, pulling at the endless currents of qi around him. Li Hao was somewhat surprised to see the same move again, his heart tinged with shock and joy, suggesting that the previous attack may very well have been the opponent's strongest move. In these brief exchanges, Li Hao had realized that although this four stands realm demon king was powerful, he was not as invincible as he had imagined. Had it been half a month ago, he might not have been able to withstand the onslaught, but now, by borrowing the power of heaven and earth, he was capable of battle. This realization excited Li Hao, and without the slightest hesitation, he wielded his sword again. The same sword move as before, the yin-yang illusion appeared once more. But as his sword light struck halfway, the finger was already upon him, faster than before. Li Hao's pupils contracted for a moment. At this critical instant, he utilized the hidden lines he had set up around the area as a contingency to restrain the opponent. They quickly pulled, yanking his body away. Then, leveraging his own strength, he retreated at breakneck speed, like a marionette being pulled by its strings. At the same time, his sword technique was ready. There was a booming collision, and the entire camp trembled. The men in the black robes' face changed, his anger flaring as he pressed down once more with his hand. He refused to believe that a mere member of the human race could possess such vast energy to continuously unleash such terrifying sword moves. Under the relentless assault of the ninefold cloud-shattering finger, complemented by the swift martial intent, Li Hao could only dodge around within the campsite, but as he dodged and created distance, he would retaliate with a sword strike. The qi within him was prolonged, a constant stream of immortal qi maintaining communication with the power of heaven and earth, meaning he would not be drained of energy in a short time, effectively half immortal. But the duration was permanent. After 7 or 8 successive strikes, the original camp area and fenced courtyard had been shattered by the battle. But at this moment, Li Hao had no time to be concerned, focusing all his attention on the battle at hand. The more the men in the black robe fought, the angrier and more astonished he became. After repeatedly unleashing his strongest strikes, he felt a sense of fatigue and was on the cusp of invoking his unwithering strength. And yet, this human race youngster was still bounding around with life. Finally, seeing that he could not kill Li Hao after so much effort, the men in the black robe cast aside any shame. Facing this human from the heavenly human realm, he erupted with his true power, unleashing his unwithering strength. Chapter 242, Chapter 33, Becoming an Immortal, 2-in-1 Chapter, _2. With the surge of unwithering power, his body's depleted strength was quickly replenished, his spirit became full again, and his eyes emitted a terrifying light as he roared and charged into the fray. With a raise of his hand, he struck down a palm print, and within it was a ninefold cloud-shattering finger pressing down. At the same time, he spat out a ball of black demon wind from his mouth, as if countless blades were sweeping through the wind. As power continuously gathered, his deadly moves erupted simultaneously. Li Hao's face suddenly changed, his swordsmanship shifted, and the barely balanced power in his body tilted at this moment. Immortal Tao, Reincarnation. Li Hao slashed down again, the sword light curved like an arc, the arc light like a round moon, swiftly pushing forward. The black demon wind was instantly extinguished, the huge palm print met the sword arc and shattered, but the sword arc also flickered with lightning, as if it couldn't bear the strain. The finger that followed the palm and pierced through completely shattered the sword light, but at the same time, the finger was also disrupted. Several bouts of force burst forth, overturning tents in the distant camp. Li Hao's inner energy slightly churned, but he quickly contained it and backhandedly slashed out a second sword. The robed man's pupils contracted, and his face lost its color in shock. "You're still not dead." This kid was actually holding back earlier. He felt his blood rush to the top of his head as if he were about to explode in a mad rage, his eyes turned blood red and vicious, and his body gradually underwent semi-demonization, his hands transforming into sharp claws, screeching sharply. Similarly relentless attacks bombarded continuously, black feathers emerging on his skin. The more he fought, the deeper his demonization. Both sides were unleashing ruthless moves, causing the earth to quake and heaven to thunder with their might. Yet both seemed to enter a deadlock, neither able to best the other. Under the unwithering state, the robed man revealed his true form. Transforming into a huge black bird, but on its back were golden feathers, the thin bloodline of an ancient demon king within its body. It roared, flapping its wings, the heavens and earth changing color as towering demonic chi suppressed from above like dark clouds, a gigantic finger extending from within. Li Hao stamped on the ground, soaring into the sky, carrying the might of the immortal Tao reincarnation, and attacked the apocalyptic finger. His body plunged into the demonic fog, then cleaved through the black mist and shattered the finger, but he himself spat out a mouthful of blood. Under the reincarnation sword's skill, his body's immortal chi fluctuated, and he was barely keeping up, relying solely on his strong constitution. The Black Bird Demon King's assault was broken. Enraging it further, its unwithering state wouldn't last long. Once the state declined, it might even be weaker than before. This filled it with insufferable anger and shame. Was it, a prestigious demon king, going to be counter-killed by a junior from the heavenly human realm? As both sides were gathering strength, ready to launch a new round of the most intense collision, suddenly from the horizon a gray shadow shot towards them, smashing violently into the nearby camp. Li Hao turned to look and saw through the dust a figure in a gray robe clambering out of a deep pit looking extremely wretched, with shredded clothes and an exceedingly large bloody hole torn through his gaunt chest. It was Feng. Li Hao's pupils contracted to pinpoints, his blood feeling instantly cold and solidified. But then, as if a fiery blaze was kindling from the bottom of his heart, it almost tore his entire soul apart with its burning rage. Feng. He let out a distorted roar and rushed over. Feng bopping climbed unsteadily out of the pit, spitting out blood, his complexion pale and ugly. Hearing Li Hao's shout, he turned to look and noticed the black bird in its true form. His heart skipped a beat. Li Hao had forced the Demon King to reveal its real self. Run! As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Feng bopping urgently bellowed at Li Hao. Li Hao's body, however, didn't stop. Just as he reached Feng, he suddenly felt two immense demonic chi bearing down on him. Turning his head, he saw two demonic figures racing across the sky. One revealed its original form, a giant lion with golden fur and scales covering its four limbs. The other wore a dark silver robe, brilliantly patterned on the chest, tall and handsome in figure, a young man in appearance. At the moment, his hand smeared with blood, he was toying with a rib bone. "Old man, you have quick reflexes," ducking out of the way. The silver-robed youth sneered, but there was a cold murderous intent in his eyes. Li Hao's complexion turned grave. There was yet another demon king. Beyond the dragon lord, the Wanshan demon king had actually summoned another. Seeing the gravely injured Feng bopping next to Li Hao, the golden lion that was Wanshan stomped out of the void. Seeing Li Hao's changed expression, it burst out with a fierce and exhilarating laugh. "To prevent your high-level experts from being in charge, I specially asked him to join the fray, but now it seems, all your earlier bluffs were just a show of strength. Competing in strategy with me? Don't worry. I won't kill you easily. I'll refine your soul and imprison you in the Mo River, where you'll beg for death but won't find it." Li Hao felt a chill surge up from deep within. This old demon king was too careful. He had guessed that his opponent was suspicious and cautious, but he didn't expect him to be this prudent. Having the Dragon Lord show up might have been meant to lull them into thinking there were only three. But in reality, another was lying in wait in the shadows. Their lines of defense were compromised and destroyed by Wanshan, and during the battle, some of it receded, morphing into combat power, preventing them from noticing this one hidden in the dark. 4 demon kings. To kill him, a mere heavenly human realm, they had actually mobilized so many demon kings. It was nothing like the villains in stories, coming out one by one, allowing the hero to defeat them one step at a time. Chapter 243, Chapter 33, Becoming an Immortal, 2 in 1 Chapter, _3. This ancient great demon struck to kill, leaving no hope or way out for him. Just like when he was a 6-year-old child, he was targeted for assassination by demons from the Zhou Tian realm, but this time the gap and peril far exceeded that. "Go quickly, I'll hold them off." Feng bopping grasped Li Hao, standing in front of him, his aged face no longer the rosy hue of usual days, but rather pale, yet his gaze was as sharp as a blade, firmly fixed on the opponent. That demon king ambushed me, luckily I dodged it, there shouldn't be a fifth one nearby. Li Hao looked at the withered body standing in front of him, a blood cavity the size of a fist in the old man's abdomen, piercing through his ribs, and tearing apart the worn robe on his back. If it had been any higher, it would have hit the heart. Li Hao felt all the blood in his body trembling, veins on his forehead throbbing violently, a sensation of acute pain and madness welled up inside him. Together, Li Hao clenched his fists, his gaze firmly fixed upon the three demon kings in the sky, filled with an urge to destroy everything. I can defy the heavens and change my fate, I can find life in a dead end, don't worry about me, you go first. Feng Boping didn't dare to look back, but spoke hurriedly, with an unquestionable seriousness in his voice. When Li Hao heard this, he bit through his lip, his heart bleeding with sorrow, and clenched the sword in his hand. Feng, have you forgotten? 5 or 6 years ago, you said that if you had a chance to defy the heavens and change fate, you would give it to me. Back then, he was still seen as useless by others. A casual remark made by Feng while fishing, but Li Hao remembered it. But it seemed that Feng had forgotten. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, Feng's body trembled, as if startled for a moment, and then suddenly burst out with a power like a gale, enveloping Li Hao and sending his body flying. Just take revenge for me, go. For the first time, Feng Boping roared at Li Hao. Ha, no one can escape, still thinking of fleeing. Wan Shan, the demon king, sneered coldly, giving a glance to Gao beside him. In his heart, he was also somewhat surprised and puzzled, it had been so long, yet Gao had still not dealt with the kid. Although he had told Gao not to kill him but to capture him alive first, since he wanted to slowly torture this damned member of the human race to death. But it seemed that Gao had also become a bit too excited in his play. The Black Bird Demon King, without saying much, felt only shame and anger, and as Li Hao flew out, he immediately used his swiftness to pursue. Feng Boping's aged and withered body roared up to the sky, his flesh seemed to swell, while more blood oozed from the gaping wound beneath his abdomen, staining the ragged robe on his body with red. He leapt up, attempting to block the way. But Wan Shan, the Demon King, and the silvery-robed youth seized the opportunity and killed their way forward simultaneously. From afar, Li Hao waved his hand to disperse the wind and saw Feng's aged body alone before 3 powerful demons. His eyes nearly split open, and he let out a mournful and piercing roar to the sky. The immortal power inside him was released at that moment. Li Hao unlocked the shackles and restrictions of his body, desperately drawing upon the power of heaven and earth. When he accessed the land immortal realm, he borrowed the strength of heaven and earth. Feeling that vast mighty force, he could vaguely sense that if he overdrew the power of heaven and earth, his body would merge into it. The more he merged into heaven and earth, the deeper he became a part of it, the stronger the power he could borrow. But in doing so, his body would also disintegrate, fully merging into heaven and earth, completely losing oneself, becoming a force amongst heaven and earth. He may disintegrate and become mountains and rivers, beasts, or even just a snowflake. Assimilate with heaven and earth. This was a forbidden move that Li Hao dared not step into, the land immortal realm's deadly limit. But at this moment, he took that step. His body absorbed the power of heaven and earth to a great degree, his flesh tearing, his size swelling rapidly. The wild power surged like a hurricane, rolling towards Li Hao. In the midst of heaven and earth, the atmosphere changed, all was silent as death. A vast oppressive force suddenly dominated the entire scene. At that moment, the 3 demons attacking Feng Boping all shockingly raised their heads. Feng Boping also paused, turning to look. He then saw the energy between heaven and earth gathering like a flood, converging rapidly into the frenzied youth. The youth's black hair thickened, his eyes bleeding tears, flashing a terrifying luster. His figure swelled as if an ancient god or demon had awakened. Ah! Li Hao let out a roar that shook Heavenly Gate Pass, filled with pain, rage, and madness. He raised the sword in his hand, and at that moment, the dragon sword, bearing the mighty force of heaven and earth, was fully invoked by Li Hao, revealing its true sword might. The divine sword unleashed dazzling divine light as if unsealed, all the power between heaven and earth gathering towards the blade, condensing and intensifying. Then, as the youth stepped forward, a vast sword might swept out with a slash. Cycle of heaven and earth. The fearsome sword might turned into a vortex that seemed poised to swallow everything like a black hole, sweeping forth. The space around it twisted, slashing towards the three demon kings. Behind the vortex, the dragon's soaring sword soul flew out, transforming into a resplendent true dragon, biting down on the black bird demon king in one gulp, its body instantly coiling around and entangling it. "Shatter for me." The black bird demon king, horrified, struggled fiercely, but the blood within it felt a sense of reverence and trembling before the true dragon coiling around. It struggled in anger, watching as the swallowing sword shadow came closer, with a looming shadow of death. "Brother Nya, help me." Letting go of the dignity of a demon king, it yelled urgently. Wan Shan, the demon king, without needing a plea, had already moved, shocked by the youth's terrifying might, but his body did not stop. With a roar, he struck out several palm prints, which overlapped like a demonic hand, smashing towards the sword shadow. Chapter 244, Chapter 33, Becoming an Immortal, 2-in-1 Chapter, _4. With a loud boom, the heavens and earth exploded, and the reincarnation sword shadow emitted a roaring sound. The demonic hand contained a terrifying might, but its palm was constantly being abraded and finally burst apart. Wan Shan, the demon king, only felt his blood surge in reverse, a look of horror in his eyes. The black hole formed by the reincarnation sword shadow was shaken by the demonic hand and also showed signs of fluctuation and disintegration. It suddenly autonomously split, transforming into countless sword shadows that shot out like swimming dragons. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the black bird demon king's body withstood a baptism of countless sword chi. These sword chi fell like raindrops, piercing through the demon's wings leaving small puncture wounds, but the damage dealt was not significant. However, an inconspicuous thread of sword chi followed a hole in the torn wing, entering the black bird demon king's body, and in an instant, its pupils shrank violently. It felt as though its bones were being suddenly pulled out, and it had a sensation of being powerless. The strength within its body, divine soul, and will, all rapidly decayed and waned. What is this situation? It could not believe what was happening, and its eyes widened in shock. Subsequently, its huge body fell straight down, crashing heavily onto the ground. Even as the life faded from its eyes, still filled with disbelief, the light within them quickly dimmed, and its life force swiftly declined, dead. This scene stunned Wan Shan, who was just catching his breath, and the silver-robed youth prepared to act was also frozen in place. Then, they both widened their eyes in shock, staring at the black bird demon king who died in the blink of an eye on the ground. Dead. The most terrifying posture of the previous sword technique had been fully blocked by Wan Shan, which caused it to disperse, leaving only the residual sword chi reign. They could feel that the lethality within the sword chi was not strong, but even so it actually killed him. Wan Shan and the silver-robed youth both turned their heads in horror, looking at the youth who was stepping forward. The crumbling, godlike figure seemed to use some secret technique, revealing an exceedingly frightening aura. They felt as if the youth was carrying the entire heavens and earth on his back, pressing down upon them. Only at the heavenly human realm, how could he possess such might? They could not understand, everything before their eyes was too strange. At this moment, Li Hao had already raised his hand, roaring as he swung the second sword strike. This sword's might was even greater than before, like the gates of hell unleashing death, with sword shadows racing like dragons toward Wan Shan, the demon king. Wan Shan's face changed dramatically, unable to imagine what kind of secret technique could allow a heavenly human realm to be elevated to such a level and be used for a second time. In anger, he roared and slapped out his demonic hand again, crashing into the reincarnation sword shadow. The sword shadow dispersed, and then, together with the dragon's soaring sword soul, it struck at Wan Shan, the demon king. Wan Shan, feeling the deathly aura creeping over him, felt his hair stand on end, and, with a chilling dread swelling in his heart, he abruptly contracted his body and turned to flee. He did not confront the strange sword rain head-on but chose to escape instead. The death of the Black Bird Demon King had been too bizarre, and faced with a similar scene, his scalp tingled with horror. Although he could not sense much power in the sword rain, it was this very fact that made it so eerie. Seeing this, the silver-robed youth also changed his expression slightly and, without staying any longer, quickly retreated. The reincarnation sword shadow chased after them, but their escape was incredibly fast, and Li Hao could only dismantle the reincarnation sword shadow into countless beams of sword light that flew out. Though their speed increased, it was still not fast enough, and they failed to catch up. In the blink of an eye, both great demons had left Heavenly Gate Pass. At the same time, a violent trembling was transmitted from the distance, where it appeared the Dragon Lord was battling with Song Qiumo. Li Hao saw that before the two great demons left, they sneak-attacked Song Qiumo, severely wounding her, and while the Dragon Lord hesitated, Wan Shan had already beckoned him to retreat. Chapter 245, Chapter 34 Blocking Heaven and Earth, Extra Update 20/25 for monthly ticket bonus. Li Hao, sword in hand, chased after the three demon kings who had fled beyond Heavenly Gate Pass, vanishing into the distance 100 miles away. Li Hao hurried to Song Qiumo's side and saw her azure dress drenched in blood. Her shoulder blades displayed several exceedingly deep claw marks. At the moment, she was weak and pale, but was staunching her blood and stabilizing her condition, seemingly without the threat of losing her life. "What happened to you?" Seeing Li Hao approaching like a divine demon, Song Qiumo was startled. She struggled to steady her breath and quickly said, "Is this some kind of secret technique?" Even as she asked, she had never seen any secret technique that could cause such a transformation. Moreover, the aura radiating from Li Hao's body was so oppressive that even she felt overwhelmed, as if the entire sky above was about to come crashing down with his every move. Seeing that Song Qiumo was safe, Li Hao managed to slightly restrain the raging killing intent in his heart. Her words also reminded him of his situation, and he quickly reined in his strength, stopping the influx of immortal qi and the borrowing of the earth's energy. But as easy as it was to say, his body had already been collapsing and deteriorating. Now, as he forcibly blocked the flow of the earth's power, his pores seemed to have broken open, and his body couldn't close up like a released floodgate. Li Hao crouched down, biting down hard on his teeth. His eyes reddened with bloodshed, knowing that if he couldn't control himself, what awaited him was complete disintegration, becoming nothing more than a breeze in this world. He did not want to die. Yet the pain of collapsing and tearing apart assaulted him from all over his body. The endless power of the earth seemed intent on crushing his bones, pulverizing his flesh, and grinding his viscera and entire body into dust, eventually merging him with the earth and sky. Aya! Li Hao let out a bestial roar, his vocal cords already torn asunder. His voice was a blood-curdling scream of sorrow and agony. Song Qiumo, sensing that something was terribly wrong with Li Hao's condition, showed a panicked expression on her weak and pale face, and urgently asked, "How can I help you?" But Li Hao was already unable to speak. Seeing this, Song Qiumo could only attempt to manipulate her own power, transforming it into a soft sheet of water encircling Li Hao, hoping to heal and delay the disintegration and collapse of his body. However, the soft deep water, which possessed healing powers, accelerated the disintegration of Li Hao's body upon contact. At this moment, he was in an excessively saturated state. The more power he absorbed, the faster his body disintegrated. Then, Feng Bopping, dragging his injured body, rushed over. On seeing this scene, he paused for a moment but then promptly realized something. "Quick, cut off this part of the world." Song Qiumo was quick to respond. Upon seeing that her power was useless, even worsening Li Hao's pain, she swiftly withdrew her energy. Upon retracting it, she was horrified to notice that some of her power had been savagely and dominantly absorbed by Li Hao. At Feng Bopping's shout, she swiftly collected her thoughts, took a deep breath, and redirected the part of her power used for self-healing, joining forces with Feng Bopping to form a barrier cage to trap Li Hao within. But what shocked both of them was that after their barrier cage was formed, it did indeed slow down the disintegration of Li Hao's body, yet their barrier began to tremble and shake as if it was slowly disintegrating. Even their barrier power was being absorbed by Li Hao. This outcome stunned both of them. It was their very own power that was being plundered. Not even demons were this terrifying, unless it was a great demon beyond the four stands realm, draining them as a ghost would a mere mortal. And Li Hao's behavior at the moment was just like that. While they were shocked, Li Hao was biting down hard, using every ounce of his strength to control his body. The barrier formed by Feng Bopping and Song Qiumo joining hands had an effect, momentarily interrupting the power of this part of the world. Although power continued to pour incessantly into Li Hao's body, it was no longer as turbulent as before. Li Hao groaned low, continually suppressing his body and the immortal qi within, transforming the power absorbed into his body and dispersing it from another part. Such rapid circulation was possible, fortunately, because he had opened enough major channels within his body, aided by the yin and yang dual pulse, which barely allowed him to transform part of the vast and immense power of the earth and sky, reducing the rest of the damage to his body significantly. In the extreme agony of being torn apart, Li Hao was attempting to bring both his body and mind to a state of calm. Only then could he trigger the property of laying low, allowing his body to slowly heal. This was a self-healing power comparable to the undying realm. But with the pain of being torn apart in both flesh and divine soul, the peace of mind Li Hao sought was excruciatingly difficult, utterly elusive. He clenched his teeth tightly, closed his eyes in pain, clenched his fists, and hunched over on the ground like a curled-up shrimp. He felt the wind between heaven and earth and thought how nice it would be if that gentle breeze could whisk away the pain from his body. But the wind merely brushed by lightly, taking nothing with it, leaving nothing behind. Would he just die like this? Li Hao couldn't help but wonder. He thought of the brilliant courtyard under the starry sky, of the many faces that had seen him off on both sides of the road when he left the resplendent divine general mansion. He thought of the little white fox, of Ren Qianqian, of Feng who had just shielded him, a fist-sized hole gaping open in his chest, and also of Song Qiuma, pale and weak. Scalding tears fell like beads of sweat from his face. Li Hao breathed slowly, thinking of the tranquility he had felt at the peak of the snowy mountain when he perceived the essence of the world. He knew that merely resisting and converting was not enough, he needed to guide and transfer this energy out. Just like a snowflake in the cosmos, rising with the wind and falling when it ceases. His breathing, initially deep, became rapid, then gradually transitioned from rapid to slow. His tightly curled body was slowly relaxing until he finally sat down on the ground. The body that had swelled to 4 or 5 meters slowly shrank back down. But as his skeleton and flesh contracted and reverted to their original form, his cracked skin was ragged, and his body was drenched in blood, like a blood-soaked figure. Song Qiuma gazed intently at him, silent, her delicate hand buried in the snow, clenching tighter bit by bit. Within her clear, stream-like eyes, deep anger and intent to kill gradually emerged. Feng Boping, seeing that Li Hao seemed to have stabilized, let out a slight sigh of relief. At this moment, the barrier he had set up with Song Qiuma had fallen to pieces, riddled with holes. The power of the universe continued to pour into Li Hao's body, but upon reaching his surroundings, except for a little that entered, the rest swirled around like a whirlwind, transferring elsewhere after revolving. On the face of the young man, bathed in a sea of blood and with skin flayed open, Feng Boping saw the pain slowly recede, revealing a sense of tranquility amidst his features. Feng Boping couldn't ease his heart, on the contrary, his eyes moistened, and a single tear trickled down. If it weren't for the boy's departure from the glorious and noble mansion, how could he have encountered such peril and faced the great demon king of the frontier pass at such a young age? He wondered how many people in that mansion would genuinely feel sorry for the boy if they saw this scene. The energy of the universe whirled past, picking up the snow and the dead leaves within it, but near Li Hao, it formed a hurricane-like force, encircling him. And there, in the eye of the hurricane, sat Li Hao, his face becoming more tranquil and peaceful, his torn skin still seeping blood. Yet gradually, the bleeding started to cease. The attribute of concealing one's prowess and biding time activated at this moment. In that hellish torture, Li Hao achieved inner peace and relaxation. His breathing grew smoother and longer. The broken flesh all over his body seemed to scab over. Below him, the snow was dyed red. Time passed, unknown how long. Li Hao slowly opened his eyes, and what met his gaze were the concerned expressions of Feng and Song Qiuma. Li Hao revealed a faint smile. "I'm all right. You were nearly dead, and you say you're all right." Feng Boping clenched his teeth slightly, wanting to lift his hand and knock hard on Li Hao's head, but he held back. His tense body relaxed at this moment, and he sat down with a thump next to him. Song Qiuma gazed deeply at Li Hao, remaining silent without saying a word. Li Hao raised his hand, dispersing the energy of the world swirling around him. At this moment, he had already controlled the runaway immortal qi within his body, no longer borrowing from it. The turbulent energy of the world also settled down, like autumn leaves falling in the breeze. "I've involved you both." Li Hao looked at the two, and now all three were severely injured and in a sorry state. "Don't talk nonsense. Once we recover from our wounds, we'll take the fight to them." Feng slightly bared his teeth, and now that he had relaxed, he flipped his palm and took out some medicines from within his robe, pouring out bottles and jars, and picking and stuffing them into his mouth. Though these medicines were extremely precious, they couldn't take immediate effect, as they required time to be absorbed. Still, they could make one recover in just a day or two if taken after a big battle. Exactly. Song Qiumao also took her own healing medicine and swallowed it, responding softly to Feng Boping's words. Li Hao nodded. Today's score, of course, could not be settled so easily. Little mouse. Feng Boping tossed some medicines to Li Hao, but Li Hao didn't catch them and just shook his head. He was immune to these medicines, and they wouldn't work on him. He could only rely on himself. Luckily, his special attribute of concealing prowess surpassed these medicines, and if he could step into the immortal realm of the undying, combined with this attribute, he felt his self-healing ability would reach unimaginable levels. Just as Feng Boping was about to speak, a sudden whooshing sound approached rapidly from afar. The three of them looked up, their expressions changing dramatically. In the distant horizon, the three demon kings that had fled were returning. Looks like you're all not in great shape, haha. Wan Shan, the demon king, charged ahead, his eyes revealing a ferocious killing intent and joy. Seeing the trio's condition, Li Hao needn't be mentioned, looking like a bloodied figure as if his skin had been peeled off. The other two seemed like flickering candles in the wind, still unable to adjust. Chapter 246, Chapter 35 coming for him, 2 in 1 chapter. Seeing the three demon kings return for a counterslaughter, Li Hao's heart sank to the bottom. You never thought we'd counterslaughter back, did you? Wan Shan, the demon king, bared his teeth, but his eyes were unusually ferocious. Having seen Li Hao's eerie posture before, he had guessed that it was some secret technique, which was why he decisively retreated. But undoubtedly, no matter what secret technique it was, such an exaggerated boost in power was bound to not last long. Thus, he had waited for the energy here to settle before turning around to strike back, intending to devour all three of them and avenge his brothers and son. I haven't tasted qilin meat yet, fellow Daoist. The Dragon Lord looked towards Song Qiumao with a smile on his face, but that smile was somewhat unsettling. Song Qiumao and Feng Boping's complexions turned ugly, but they immediately stood up, their auras surging, showing an unyielding stance and shielding Li Hao behind them. However, at this moment, they were at the end of their tether, with little strength remaining. Song Qiumao's expression was complicated. She too was in the defying fate realm, but the chance to defy fate had already been used up, otherwise, she could have restrained the three demon kings a little with her own power. Just a paper tiger, kill. The silver-robed young man took the lead in stepping forward, ready to make a move, when suddenly, an overwhelming and vast aura swept over them. All that could be seen behind Song Qiumao and Feng Boping was the figure of the blood-soaked youth. His body cracked again, his bones making a cacophony like shattering glass. His body, not yet fully healed and covered in cracks, was now slowly swelling up once more. Feeling this aura, both Feng Boping and Song Qiumao were startled and turned their heads, only to see Li Hao's blood-red eyes, blood rolling down, and his body constantly splintering and spurting out a large splash of blood. However, Feng lost his voice. Li Hao slowly took a step forward. The previously silent immortal qi was mobilized again, drawing on the power of heaven and earth. His body, on the verge of collapsing, yet lifted his head and stared boldly at the three demon kings in the sky, his voice cold. You don't think my secret technique can only be used once, do you? All three of Wan Shan's group were shocked. The silver-robed young man halted his steps. Looking at the figure of the youth that looked like it could collapse at any moment, feeling the terrifying collapsing power emanating from his body, he dared not act rashly. The Black Bird Demon King had died unclearly, and he still hadn't figured out the cause of its death. The longer they lived, the more they treasured their lives. Confronted with such unheard-of and peculiar circumstances, he chose to act with caution. It's merely for show, humph. Wan Shan, the Demon King, snorted coldly. Although he was furious inside and thought of retreating, his expression seemed dismissive as he vehemently raised his hand and unleashed a vast demonic palm smash down. Billowing demonic qi rolled like clouds, intent on annihilating everything within hundreds of meters around them. In Li Hao's hand, the dragon sword burst forth with a sharp cry, fiercely slashing down. The dragon's soul soared into the sky, colliding with the demonic palm, then tore it apart. Countless scales ejected from the dragon's soul were innumerable strands of sword qi. Wan Shan's expression changed slightly, and he swiftly slapped out his palm again, blocking these sword qis and quickly retreating once more, fleeing again. Kid, just you wait. The silver-robed young man also quickly followed his lead, leaving swiftly. Only the Dragon Lord was slightly puzzled. Although he felt the power Li Hao was emitting was extremely strong, comparable to the peak of the Tao Heart Realm, it didn't seem to have a reason to fear. However, since Wan Shan had chosen to retreat, he saw no reason to stay any longer. Seems it'll have to wait until next time. With regret in his heart, the Dragon Lord glanced at Song Qiumo and quickly flew away. The three great demon kings had come quickly and left just as quickly. In the blink of an eye, the world was clear again, and the demon chi had dissipated. Li Hao spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, swiftly closed his pores, sealed his entire body, and cut off the heaven and earth again. But this time, it was even more laborious. Feng and Song Qiumo also lent their strength again, squeezing out some power to erect a barrier for Li Hao. Luckily, the confrontation this time was not intense. After half a stick of incense had passed, Li Hao barely managed to control his fracturing body. Yet compared to before, this second fracturing caused far greater damage. The flesh on his body's surface had all peeled off, dissolving into the heaven and earth. If it happened again, he feared he would be left with nothing but a skin-wrapped skeleton. His organs and the like would be exposed. The caution and slyness of these demon kings were unmatched by ordinary people. Li Hao, enduring the extreme pain, but forced himself to remain calm, and slowly entered the state of hiding one's abilities and biding time, stopping the injuries throughout his body. We must leave quickly, they'll definitely come back. Upon seeing that Li Hao's aura had stabilized and there was no immediate danger to his life, Feng Boping immediately spoke up. Song Qiumo also nodded slightly. Although she did not know why Li Hao could still deploy this strange secret technique, there was no doubt that another time would be too much for Li Hao to bear. They could only take the chance to leave now. Li Hao did not refuse. He also knew that staying now was pointless and would only lead to their deaths at Heavenly Gate Pass. The agreement was likely to be broken. Thinking of this, his heart, which had regained tranquility, started to fluctuate, and he almost broke the state of hiding one's abilities and biding time. However, just as the three were retreating deep into the mountain pass, the ground suddenly began to shake. The many hidden lines Li Hao had set up, outside the pass, when entering the transformed to immortal state had already dissipated, lacking the strength to maintain those buried at a distance. Now, the tremors in the ground could only be felt physically. It's the demon tide. Feng Boping was the first to investigate, his finger retracting from the ground, his expression changing as he said, "It's 100 miles away, moving very fast. It will be here in a minute." Song Qiumo, supporting Li Hao's bloody body, felt her finger touch the sticky, cracked flesh, causing her to tremble with emotion and reluctance. Her eyes filled with hatred, she immediately said. Chapter 247, Chapter 35, Coming for Him, 2-in-1 Chapter, _2. Let's go now. She took Li Hao and was about to fly to another location, but suddenly, three figures appeared instantaneously, blocking their way forward, and it was the three demon kings that had left earlier. It seems this secret technique takes a huge toll on oneself. Wan Shan, the demon king, noticed that Li Hao's condition was even more miserable than before, realizing the tremendous damage the technique did to the body. He figured it couldn't be used many more times and felt a sense of relief. I didn't expect that the next time I mentioned would come so quickly. Dragon Soar wore a smile, his tone tinged with mockery. Feng Boping's expression darkened, and he transmitted his voice to Song Qiumo, "You take Hao air and run first, I will hold them off." Song Qiumo looked at him, her complexion slightly changing, as if she understood what he was about to do. Li Hao's face was ugly, he could see the demon king's intention to trap them, relying on the demon's tide to exhaust their strength and then finish them off. Brutal, cunning, and desperate. Perhaps, he could only release completely, no longer holding back, and enter the final moment of transforming into an immortal. That was the limit of fusing one's body with the power of heaven and earth, retaining only a sliver of consciousness, yet it was also the most powerful instant. Maybe at that moment, his strength could surpass the three demon kings and win a chance of survival for Feng and the others. At that thought, Li Hao took a deep breath. He looked at Feng, who quietly stepped forward to protect him, and slowly said, "You all go, I'll handle this." Feng Boping spoke solemnly, "Hao heir, you have a bright future ahead of you. Just listen to me this time." A smile tugged at Li Hao's lips, This was originally my own affair, I've already involved you all. This time, let's do as I say. Speaking, he was about to release the immortal chi again, channeling the power of heaven and earth. But at that moment, the ground suddenly began to shake again, growing more intense. More demons. The expressions of Li Hao and his companions changed slightly, but they realized the rumbling was coming from the direction of Dragon Pass Road within Qingzhou. The expressions of the three demon kings shifted slightly as they turned to look. As the ground shook, waves of battle cries also gradually approached, at first faint but growing louder and more powerful until they swept through Heavenly Gate Pass. Kill! Kill! Master Hao, we've arrived. Demons, move faster. A group of figures on horseback charged forward, wearing various clothing from all 19 provinces. Above their heads flew those of the 15 Li realm and masters from the Tianren sect. Additionally, among them were 2 from the 3 immortal realms, also racing over. However, upon seeing the 3 demon kings in front of Li Hao, the 2 from the 3 immortal realms' previously angry expressions suddenly stiffened, feeling somewhat astonished and unsure whether to advance or retreat. They had anticipated an attack by the demon king but hadn't expected 3. The rest of the figures on horseback only saw the appearances of the 3 demon kings, unable to perceive the extent of the demon king's aura due to the huge difference in their realms. With a thunderous charge, a multitude of figures poured into the pass and galloped into the camp. On seeing the ravaged scene within the camp, strewn with destruction, those who had rushed over were shocked, unable to imagine the carnage beyond the pass was so severe. Master Hao, we are here. Many from the heavenly human realm flew in, and when they saw Li Hao's body riddled with gaping wounds, looking like a bloodied wretch, they were struck with horrified amazement. On the debate platform of Dragon River, this young man had once used a single finger to suppress all grandmasters, a peerless elegance unmatched in history. Now, he was reduced to such a pitiable state. Could these 3 demons be? Someone managed to sense the aura of the 3 demon kings, feeling an unusually dreadful sense of fear, and a terrible thought began to surface. Could it be that they were facing a great demon king, the one who had driven Li Hao to such extremities? We've arrived too late. In the crowd, Bai Chuanhai stepped forward, and next to him was another great grandmaster, Lin Qingfeng. When they had parted in Daoism City, having learned of Li Hao's slaying of the lesser demon king of Wanshan, they surmised that Li Hao might face Wanshan's vengeance. Thus, they kept a close eye on the young man to whom they owed a life-saving favor. At the same time, they also gathered details from various sources about the battle in Qingzhou City, as well as Li Hao's commitment to defending Heavenly Gate Pass. As a result, many headed over, joining forces in Liangzhou, hoping to offer their support at Heavenly Gate Pass. In doing so, it would serve the country, defend the frontier pass, and repay Li Hao for saving their lives. Recently, news had somehow spread that Wanshan, the Demon King, was planning to attack Heavenly Gate Pass, prompting them to assemble in nearby cities and rush over. Now, it seemed they had arrived just in time. On seeing these figures charging forward, Li Hao's expression slightly changed, and he quickly said, "This is not a place for you, hurry and leave." Are these 3 demon kings? Lin Qingfeng had already detected the concealed yet terrifying aura of the 3 demon kings, his gaze shifting with concern. If he had known this earlier, he might have reconsidered, but now he had come anyway. Retreating now would be embarrassing. Besides, looking at the 2 figures beside Li Hao, he recognized one as the Demon King from Tan Palace Academy. Many of them had graduated from Tan Palace Academy in earlier years. They were no strangers to this Demon King. As for the other, although he didn't recognize them, they seemed to be a powerful figure from the 4 Stands realm, which meant there might still be a possibility of putting up a fight. Master Hao, we will hold off the demon tide, you get away first. A Grandmaster came forward. He was almost surrounded and killed by demons during the defense but was rescued by Li Hao's dragon sword that penetrated through 7 demons with a single thrust. Chapter 248, Chapter 35, Coming for Him, 2-in-1 Chapter, _3. He knew Li Hao might not remember him, it was just a casual gesture, but he remembered the favor. As a Grandmaster, although he also revered life and death, he was not truly decrepit. The strongest young Grandmaster in our Dayu divine dynasty for 1,000 years cannot die here. Master Hao, you go first. Brothers, don't we want to achieve great things? Now is a great opportunity. Let's also take on the wind and snow of this frontier pass. I want my name to be carved into Heavenly Gate Pass too. In the crowd, many people roared with passion. Some started to shrink back, quietly moving to the edge of the crowd, ready to find an opportunity to leave with complex emotions. As people gathered, several flare bombs shot up into the sky from within the crowd, turning into streaks of purple smoke, the signal for the most urgent call for reinforcements during a siege. When the beacon fires soared, all who saw it rushed to assist. One call is met, and countless voices unite. Wan Shan, the Demon King, his face showing a slight change, quickly looked towards the rear of the crowd. He didn't care about these disorganized masses, but he was worried there might be people from the Li family among them. After all, behind this little human sprite was the divine general mansion. It seemed unlikely to him that the old generation of the Li family wouldn't be following and protecting such an extraordinary individual in secret. Meanwhile, the tide of demons beyond the pass had swept forward, all being groups of demons from the Wanshan district under the command of the Demon King Wanshan. As for the Dragon Lord, he had come himself without deploying a large army to stand by for battle. Seeing the demons outside the pass, the people who had rushed here quickly drew their weapons, ready for battle, only to suddenly realize something: where was the city that should have been here? There were no city walls, no arrays, only an open camp. The crowd immediately realized something, and beyond the shock in their hearts, they couldn't help but feel the desolate sorrow of a blood-soaked battle. It turned out that defending the frontier was this bitter. And yet, this young man, who had startled the entire Daiyu, was standing guard alone, silently taking on the burden. One man to guard the lone city, one man to hold the heavenly pass. Some who had hesitated and shrunk back now felt ashamed, their martial artists' blood still hot. Standing at the edge of the nation's territory, they suddenly felt as if they could sense the hardships and tears of their ancestors who had fought to claim this land. The blood-born pride passed down through 1,000 years seemed to clothe them at this moment. Today, they were the defenders of this place. Many grandmasters led the charge. Without a city, without arrays, they themselves became the city, the array. A resounding war cry erupted, among which were young heroes who had come upon hearing the news, seeking glory and the chance to establish a lasting reputation, and they too rushed into the tide of demons, fighting recklessly. Master Hao, we are also going. Bai Chuanhai gave Li Hao a slight bow and then turned solemnly, rushing towards the battlefield at the pass. Lin Qingfeng nodded slightly to Li Hao, then took to the air, his sword emitting a faint hum as it cleaved through the void. I never expected that I would have a day to serve the dynasty. Zhou Haitong showed a smile to Li Hao, then turned and charged towards the battlefield. He had come alone, not bringing disciples or his daughter. Anticipating the peril of this battle, he had made sure his daughter and wife were well settled. Unburdened by concerns, why fear shedding tears and blood? Master Hao, you protected the spirits of the Zhao family, we're indebted to you, and may our strength carve out a path of blood for you. Our Feng family ancestor spirits received your protection, though the Feng family is small, we're eternally grateful. Grandpa Wei's spirit pushed me to join the army. It's great these demons have come. The Yan family owes a great debt to you. We wish to offer our strength for Heavenly Gate Pass. Apart from the grandmasters from Daoism City that Li Hao had saved, there were also many other grandmasters in the crowd, including those from the 15 Li realm. They had never met Li Hao before, but they had traveled thousands of miles just because Li Hao had defended Daoism City, securing the city's 3 martial temples and the many heroic spirits within them. These spirits came from many powerful families and sects, some descendants were fallen, but upon hearing the news, they also rushed here, willing to contribute what little they could. Beyond that, there were commanding and deputy officers from Daoism City among the crowd, all who had sped over with their troops. Such was the momentum that formed this vast assembly of people. Feng Boping and Song Qiuma's auras remained locked on the 3 demon kings, but seeing the many figures that had come to meet Li Hao, they couldn't help feeling a bit of size and complexity. All these people came because of this young man, willing to fight alongside him in life and death. When the young man set off from the most illustrious and noble divine general mansion during the darkest time, many students had competed to bid him farewell. Now, as this young man sat guarding the snowy frontier pass alone, countless people were willing to rush to his side to join in battle. Perhaps, this was the natural charisma that this young man carried with him. Nothing but trash. The Demon King Wan Shan's eyes darkened. He had wanted to use the demon tide to hold Li Hao and the others at bay, to exhaust them. If they took action against the demon tide, they would inevitably expose weaknesses, which they could exploit. The best outcome would be for the demon tide to completely deplete Li Hao's mysterious state. But now, his demons were blocked outside the pass, unable to get close to the young men. A matter of a slap. The Dragon Lord murmured, raising his hand towards the many figures fighting the demons outside the pass. But as his hand lifted, he felt a killing intent lock onto him. It was Feng Bopping and Song Qiuma down below. Though they were at the end of their strength, they maintained their combat power. Chapter 249, Chapter 35, Coming for Him, 2-in-1 Chapter, _4. If the Dragon Lord were to make a move, they would surely seize the opportunity to strike like lightning. The Dragon Lord sensed the killing intent of the two, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, as the enemy was at the end of their rope. But the more desperate they became, the more fearsome they were, not knowing whether they would be pushed to a dead end and resort to some irreversible attack, dragging them down together. In their journey of cultivation, they had experienced countless battles over 10,000 years. With abundant experience and a broadened horizon, they had grown more cautious and prudent. After all, if they suffered grievous injuries, even if they managed to take down Li Hao and his group, they might be swallowed by others upon their return. Although the three demon kings were temporary allies, they were not of one mind. Such concerns were the reason they did not choose to fight Li Hao and his group to the death. Otherwise, without these concerns, they would have already fought with all their might. Beyond the pass, the sounds of battle roared, but on Li Hao's side, the three stood in confrontation with the three demon kings, none of them making a move. Each party's energy was locked onto the other, waiting for a gap and an opportunity. If the demons outside the pass were to reach Li Hao and the others at this moment, it would be the opportunity for the three demon kings to attack. But as the slaughter continued, neither side moved. Compared with the fierce battles outside the pass, this place seemed unusually silent. The battle still raged on, and the number of grandmasters who had come to reinforce was not small since, at that time, more than half of the world's grandmasters had convened for the discussion. However, the number of grandmasters under the demon king Wan Shan was not as numerous, primarily relying on several great demons of the three immortal realms leading the charge, causing grandmasters to perish one after another outside the pass. Demon King Wan Shan narrowed his eyes, and a slight smile curled on his lips as he saw his forces gaining the upper hand. But just then, outside Dragon Pass Road, a thundering of horse hooves approached. Demon King Wan Shan's face changed drastically, and looking up, he saw reinforcements arriving, a vast banner gradually becoming visible atop Dragon Pass Road, fluttering proudly in the wind. It was indeed an official army that had come to the rescue. Demon King Wan Shan's face looked awful, as this place was after all the border of the Daiyu divine dynasty, where it was not surprising for armies to come to reinforce. However, he hadn't expected them to arrive so fast. The several beacon signals from earlier would cause nearby reinforcements to arrive one after another. The longer the delay, the more disadvantageous it became. Shall we try? The silver-robed youth glanced and said with a frown to Demon King Wan Shan. His words meant for Demon King Wan Shan to take the initiative and test out Li Hao's mysterious attack. If Demon King Wan Shan himself did not act, neither he nor the Dragon Lord would naturally charge forward for him. After all, it wasn't their own sons who would be dying. Demon King Wan Shan had an ugly expression. The death of Brother Gao had left him apprehensive, feeling as though he had been killed by a mere mung bean, in an inexplicably tragic manner. But he also knew that if he didn't break the stalemate, they could only retreat if they dragged it out any longer. And the reason he had summoned the army without a moment's delay was precisely because he didn't want to give the other side a chance to breathe. After all, with Brother Gao dead and their combat strength reduced, if the human race were given a chance to catch their breath, there would be no opportunity for revenge anymore. I'll do it. Thinking of his deceased child, Demon King Wan Shan's eyes emitted a fierce light, and with a roar, he took the initiative to break the deadlock. His body swelled dramatically, unleashing an overwhelming demonic aura, revealing his true form, and then he slammed a giant palm ferociously towards the ground. Feng Bopping and Song Qiuma both changed colors, knowing that in their current state, they could not withstand the blow. If they were to act, the two demon kings at their side would seize the chance to strike at them. Li Hao took a deep breath and offered up the Sacred Heart talisman awarded to him by His Majesty. The talisman absorbed a trace of his power, quickly activated the runes, and burst forth with divine light that spanned thousands of feet, transforming into a dazzling sun that rose in front of Li Hao, enveloping the three of them and blocking that demonic hand that spanned hundreds of meters. Chapter 250, Chapter 36, Arrangements, 7K 2-in-1 chapter. With a loud bang, the demonic hand was incinerated by the fierce sun, the demonic chi steamed away, and the void quaked. The dazzling sun did not fade but instead continued to radiate scorching golden light, enveloping Li Hao and the other two. The Sacred Heart Talisman. Seeing the blossoming talisman light, Wan Shan, the Demon King's expression changed slightly, not expecting Li Hao to possess such a precious item. However, considering the divine general mansion behind him, it was not so surprising. It's just buying a few extra breaths. He realized that this was not an offensive Sacred Heart Talisman and inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. If it had been offensive, the higher the quality of the talisman, the more terrifying the attack would be, even comparable to a strike from someone in the ultimate study realm, which they could not possibly withstand. But talismans of that level, there weren't likely many throughout the Daiyu divine dynasty. Attack, tear that talisman apart for me. Wan Shan, the Demon King, immediately summoned the Dragon Lord and the young men in the silver robe to strike together. The void churned with demonic chi, the presence of 3 Demon Kings fully revealed, causing all the grandmasters and reinforcements nearby on the battlefield to feel chills in their hearts. Previously, the martial artists below the heavenly human realm even assumed these 3 demons were from the 3 immortal realms, not expecting that the demonic might they now exuded could make their hearts feel like bursting. Some grandmasters now turned pale, their surging blood as if quenched, already contemplating retreat. Each person had different thoughts. Some were willing to risk their lives for a favor, but other grandmasters valued their own lives more dearly. They all expected Wan Shan, the Demon King, to attack, but not to this crazed extent, and certainly not inviting 2 other Demon Kings. If it was just Wan Shan, the Demon King, they thought, relying on the power of the divine general mansion behind Li Hao and his combat strength nearing half a 4-stands realm, combined with their help, fighting back was not impossible. But the current situation at Heavenly Gate Pass was more desolate than they imagined. There was no city left, barely any people. Now they could only see the dense hordes of demons, but what truly drove them to despair were the 3 great Demon Kings. Nevertheless, aside from a few, the majority of the grandmasters had identified the 3 Demon Kings as soon as they arrived. Shocked, they realized it was too late to run and were prepared to fight to the death. Thus, there were those who shouted for Li Hao to leave first. Nothing was more important than preserving Li Hao, their hope. In that case, their bones could someday be collected, and someone could still slay these demons. Feng, you guys go first. Seeing the attack of the 3 Demon Kings, Li Hao handed the burning Sacred Heart Talisman to Feng, knowing the talisman could deflect attacks from the 4-stands realm, but it was only meant for critical moments to save one's life. Escaping was difficult, especially when facing 3 Demon Kings. Someone had to stay behind. And the most suitable person to hold the Demon Kings back was himself. Any of the 3 faced the possibility of death by staying behind, so it might as well be him. At least, if he fought to the death, by activating the extreme immortal conversion, in the instant before his body dissipated, he might even have a chance to counter-kill the enemy. Don't be foolish. Feng Bopping shouted angrily, refusing to take the talisman. Li Hao's immortal chi had already begun to release, ready to use action to force Feng and the others back. But just then, a sudden rush of wind arrived, followed by the tolling of a massive bell. The bell's toll sounded like a chant, like an evening drum, echoing in everyone's hearts. The many demons outside the pass were shaken, their demonic aura fluctuating wildly, and those of lower rank had their demonic power collapse, unable to muster any strength. The 3 Demon Kings affected by the bell's toll all changed complexion, the Dragon Lord emitting a deep dragon's groan, squeezing it out from the throat before it bellowed across the entire battlefield, filled with rage. A figure in white clothes floated down, positioning himself in front of Li Hao and the 2 others. The Chief Tower Master of Tianji Tower. Song Qiuma's eyes focused immediately upon seeing the individual's appearance. Feng Bopping's face changed drastically, with complexity, making eye contact with the Chief Tower Master. They exchanged fleeting glances. Decades ago, Feng Bopping had stolen from Tianji Tower, and thus he was an old acquaintance of the Chief Tower Master, but not the kind that got along. Instead, they were the kind that would brawl upon meeting. He just had not expected that in this dire situation, it would be the other party who stepped forward. You've got guts. The Chief Tower Master of Tianji Tower, in his fluttering white attire, stood tall. He looked to be a middle-aged man, but he was actually several hundred years old. At that moment, his expression was detached, but his eyes shot out cold glints, staring at the three demons before him. I gave you a place to dwell beyond the gate, yet you dare to invade our lands, seeking trouble. What peace is there to speak of when Donghuan continent isn't ruled by the Jiangs? Why should we be confined to such a small space? Upon seeing the chief tower master, Wan Shan, the demon king's face turned a shade of iron blue, knowing that today he likely wouldn't get his way. Our Daiyu territory was carved out inch by the late emperor. Should I give it to you? Could you even handle it? Lu Chunsheng, the chief tower master of Tianji Tower, scoffed coldly. A bunch of ants, who need only a pellet of land to survive, dare occupy such vast territory. Aren't you afraid of being crushed to death? Wan Shan, the demon king, growled indignantly, now too lazy to pretend, openly expressing his innermost grievances. Today, he realized he could not silence his enemies, nor avenge the murder of his offspring and sibling, and would even become a wanted fugitive by the Daiyu divine dynasty, a regrettable loss indeed. Chapter 251, Chapter 36, Arrangements, 7K2 in 1 Chapter, _2. For the Daiyu divine dynasty, these demons beyond the frontier pass had long nurtured deep-seated hatred. They were but a group of ants, yet they had occupied all the scenery visible to them. While it would have taken but a simple lifting of their feet to crush a great many, among these ants were some exceptionally ferocious beings that could deter them. All they could do was to watch helplessly as those vicious beings protected the weak ants, living under their very noses without any restraint. They gritted their teeth in hatred, powerless to do anything, and even had to force a smile and exchange pleasantries when facing the patrolling suppression envoys. How utterly stifling. Let's go, don't waste words with him. The Dragon Lord's face grew dark, and the young men in the silver robe also looked grave, knowing that today they would not gain any advantage, especially with the Grand Master of Heavenly Secrets present, who knew if there would be other 4 Stan's realm experts. This human race youngster carried the bloodline of the Li family. Wan Shan, the Demon King, ground his teeth in rage, his heart boiling with hatred, yet he restrained himself with extreme rationality. The three of them quickly retreated together. As for those subordinate demons in the distance, Wan Shan, the Demon King, could no longer concern himself with them. This battle would put them on the wanted list. He dared not linger in these borderlands and instead had to flee to a farther place or seek refuge with other powerful demon forces. In this case, it would be inconvenient to bring his original subordinates along, and it was better for them to die here. It might even buy him some time. Of course, these were all his own thoughts, and the distant tide of demons knew nothing of this, still fiercely fighting for their king. Humph, you think you can escape that easily? Lu Chunsheng snorted coldly and suddenly propelled the ancient dark silver bell in his hand, shooting out to envelop Wan Shan, the Demon King. The Dragon Lord opened his mouth, suddenly expelling a burst of sword chi, which surged at the side of the bell and stalled it. The young man in the silver robe, however, waved his hand and released a stream of silver light, accelerating the escape of the three, who were about to vanish over the horizon. But just at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared, like a ghost materializing on their path, and violently smashed out a punch. The whole world seemed to be swept up in a storm. The previous clamor quieted before this raging storm. Then a violent collision sounded, and a black light flashed on Wan Shan, the Demon King, followed by a mysterious yellow glow. But both shattered successively. His body shot out like a cannonball, crashing into the foot of a mountain in the distance, creating a deep pit. This abrupt change caused both the young men in silver and the Dragon Lord to change color dramatically, as they stared at the newcomer in shock, then quickly distanced themselves, rushing towards Wan Shan, the Demon King. This old fellow, finally willing to come out. Feng Bopping hesitated for a moment upon seeing the figure, then joy lit up in his eyes as he burst into laughter. Li Hao recognized the person at a glance. It was second uncle Li Muxiu. Such formidable punch power, nowhere else in the whole Daiyu divine dynasty would there be a second. The sword saint does not resemble the invincible fist, for the sword has no first, and the fist has no second. There is only one invincible fist. And that is Li Muxiu. Li Muxiu had rushed over and struck Wan Shan, the Demon King, flying with a punch, but he could not even be bothered to look again, his gaze swiftly landing on the camp below. Soon, he saw Li Hao. Upon seeing Li Hao in a bloody, miserable state, he froze, his mind buzzing. Was this still the same youth he remembered, who spent his days fishing and laughing by the lakeside? Li Muxio roared furiously, like 100,000 thunders exploding simultaneously. His roar shook the entire battlefield, and then Li Muxio noticed Feng bopping nearby, also gravely injured. He gasped for breath, his fists clenched so hard they cracked, and turned his head to glare at the three demon kings. He stepped out, and the ground hundreds of yards below dipped into a deep footprint. His speed exploded to its limit as he chased after the three demon kings. With a raise of his hand, he unleashed his most powerful peerless technique, the half-step invincible fist. As this punch struck, the heavens and earth paled, the sunlight dimmed, and myriad glimmers and strength seemed to converge on this punch all at once. The space before the fist ripped open like a twisted rag in a spiral, and the horrifying fist power made the three demons' hearts skip a beat. Wan Shan, the demon king, who had just been hit, had his pupils contract, revealing a look of terror. He had two defensive talismans, but just now, under a single punch, they shattered one after another. He had even sustained some injuries. Now facing this furious punch, he felt as if he was nailed to the ground by the fist power, with an unavoidable sensation. Death was imminent. Wan Shan, the demon king, screamed in terror and rage, as he suddenly gathered all his demonic chi at the center of his palm, igniting a divine demonic flame and desperately smacking down. Dharma glittering palm. This palm emitted an overwhelming demonic chi, but in its formation, a Buddha's light indicating the mass liberation of souls was hidden within, fusing the powers of yin and yang, merging good and evil, emitting a strange aura. The fist and palm collided in an instant, but rather than an expected explosion, there was just a shattering sound of collapse, and the fist power, like a world-shaking mountain, pressed down inexorably. The demonic chi scattered, the golden light burst, and guided by the way of the Tao, the punch pressed down straight and true. The silver-robed young men and the dragon lord beside Wan Shan, the demon king, were terrified, for that one punch now engulfed them as well, indicating that this elder of the Li family was determined to slay them all with a single infuriated punch. Go. The young men in silver, when Wan Shan's palm was shattered, violently tossed out a silver light, enveloping all three of them. Then, he brought out another purplish banner, flinging it forth. Chapter 252, Chapter 36, Arrangements, 7K2 in 1 Chapter, _3. The flag was emitting a surging demon chi, swelling in the wind as if it were about to cover the fist. But when the flag touched the fist, it tore instantly, like a piece of rag, its patterns warping and collapsing, offering almost no resistance. However, in the moment the flag attempted to block, the silver-robed youth activated a streak of flowing light that caught them up, shooting towards the sky like an aurora. Don't you dare escape! Li Muxio roared furiously, his body's strength surging like angry waves. He abruptly raised his hand and, in the distant void where the silver light had fled, he conjured a massive palm that smashed down fiercely. The three demon kings inside the aurora were horrified. Could this even be possible? The dragon lord spoke again, spitting out a breath of true dragon sword chi that collided with the giant palm, slowing its momentum slightly. Using this brief window, the silver light sped away, but its edges were still grazed by the palm. Simultaneously, the three of them spat out mouthfuls of blood, their eyes showing a glint of terror. Was this the power of the ultimate study realm? Without pausing, the silver light continued, fading somewhat before flying beyond the sky and disappearing from view. Tan Palace. Seeing the silver light vanish into the horizon, Li Muxio's eyes nearly breathed fire, recognizing the identity of the silver-robed youth and the escape talisman employed. Li Tiangang had been stationed in northern Yen for over a decade, largely because of Tan Palace. And now he had seen an elder from Tan Palace again. If it weren't for the fact that Li Tiangang's generation had suffered too many casualties and the third generation's youngsters hadn't yet risen, leaving no one to spare to preside over the divine general mansion, he would wish nothing more than to visit Tan Palace and turn it upside down right now. Hearing the demonic tide still roaring in the distance, Li Muxio's residual anger was hard to quell. He raised his fist and struck out. The fist was radiant as the blazing sun, suppressing from above the tide of demons and carrying the force of thousands of mountains falling. In an instant, a huge expanse was crushed within the demonic tide, the ground littered with fresh blood, and the torn bodies of slaughtered demons, some of which were annihilated completely, leaving only scattered remnants. It was as if he had punched to death a swarm of mosquitoes. Such terrifying momentum caused the remaining demons to be utterly petrified and trembling in fear. Everyone present was shocked, having witnessed the terrible power of the older generation of the Li family. Was this the strongest combat force currently in the divine general mansion? Li Muxiu's face was twisted with rage. He did not pursue the three demon kings any further. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted a huge demon king corpse in the camp and his pupils slightly constricted. The small heavenly gate pass had actually faced the incursion of 4 demon kings at the same time. No wonder Feng Bopping had been so gravely injured. No wonder Li Hao's situation had been so dire. Li Muxiu turned and headed back, appearing instantaneously before Li Hao. Observing Li Hao's mutilated body, tears welled up in the eyes of a man who hadn't cried even on the battlefield for years. The last time he was this angry was when his elder brother died. Quick, take the medicine. Li Muxiu quickly pulled out numerous medicines from his sleeve, many spilling to the ground, all precious treasures that would make anyone envious. Li Hao's heart had settled down a bit. From the moment that the master of the Heavenly Secrets Tower appeared, he knew he would survive this battle. Seeing that his second uncle had also come, he revealed a smile and said, "Sorry for the worry. What silly things are you saying?" Li Muxiu nearly choked up. "It is I who arrived too late." "You are indeed quite late. How come you only arrived now?" Feng Bopping did not indulge Li Muxiu. The feeling of being snatched from the jaws of death brought a smile to his face as he spoke somewhat irritably. Li Muxiu glanced at the hole in Feng's abdomen and shared some medicine with him. "Say fewer words, don't run out of breath. Don't curse me. We agreed to die together in the future. If you don't die, how can I possibly die?" Feng laughed as he spoke, yet he did not refuse the precious medicine handed to him and swallowed it down immediately. Li Muxiu paid him no mind and turned to look at Song Qiumo, offering her a share as well, and whispered, "This favor, the Li family will remember." Song Qiumo smiled enchantingly, her cheeks still pale and weak, but now that the situation was stabilizing, she did not need to maintain tight control over her body. Her inner qi began to circulate quietly, turning to heal her own injuries. "This favor isn't intended for the Li family, it's for him," she said with a light laugh. Li Muxiu was taken aback, his expression changing slightly. The favor of the Li family was exceedingly precious, but the demon king of Tan Palace chose to ask for a favor from Li Hao instead. However, Li Muxiu knew that there was some teasing in her words. She hadn't seriously considered it as a favor. Otherwise, would she have persevered here to such an extent? What favor could be more important than one's life? Li Muxiu turned his head to look deeply at Li Hao. That this demon king from Tan Palace was willing to sacrifice so much for Li Hao showed the depths of their friendship. Considering these things, he felt reassured yet also somewhat bitter. "Eat it, why aren't you eating?" Li Muxiu saw that Li Hao was only holding the medicine without ingesting it and urged him immediately. Li Hao shook his head gently, handing the treasures to Feng. It would be a waste for him to ingest them, as it wasn't necessary. Now that the demon kings were driven away, and their lives were no longer in immediate danger, he could heal himself by leveraging the nature of his recuperative abilities, although it would take some time, especially since he had been so severely injured this time. Seeing Li Hao's actions, Li Muxiu's expression changed slightly. Remembering the words Li Hao had said when he left the mansion, he said bitterly, "Won't you even accept what your second uncle offers you?" Li Hao quickly responded, "Second uncle, you misunderstand. These treasures would be somewhat wasted on me, as I can heal myself." "What nonsense about waste, no amount of treasures would be too much for you," Li Muxiu said angrily. Chapter 253, Chapter 36, Arrangements, 7K2 in 1 Chapter, _4. Li Hao felt the old man's sentiment and revealed a smile. "Second uncle, you needn't worry. I have my own ways to recover." Li Muxiu wanted to say more, but Feng Bopping's eyes flickered, diverting the topic. "Why did you come so late? Did that kid not let you come?" Li Muxiu's face slightly changed. He glanced at him, then at Li Hao, and said, "Hong Zhuang returned home to ask for help and gather troops. I had just been to the Xia family and had just returned to the clan not long ago. After hearing the news, Tiangang asked me to come as reinforcements, insisting that we must protect Hao Heir." Feng Bopping slightly raised his eyebrows, glanced at him, and after a brief silence, he said, "What did you go to the Xia family for?" "It's the divine general mansion's business, why are you asking so many questions?" Li Muxiu glared at him. Feng Bopping chuckled lightly, which also sounded somewhat scornful. He didn't continue with the pleasantries but looked up at the white-clothed tower master and said, "May I leave now?" Lu Chunqing looked at him coldly and said, "Considering your actions this time in warding off demons and defending the border, I will let you off for now. But next time I see you, I will show no mercy." "Hey, then I should thank you," Feng Boping said mockingly with a chuckle. He laughed in a strange tone, then cupped his hands together, turned around, and drifted away, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Lu Chunqing glanced at Li Muxiu. He had clearly heard the conversation between the two earlier and was surprised to learn such astonishing news today. Could it be that the old boxing saint of the Li family was actually friends with this saint of thieves? If the news got out that the divine general mansion was colluding with a great thief, the Li family could end up bearing countless curses. However, he naturally had no interest in revealing this. But such information could serve as a secret dossier, adding another bargaining chip to Tianji Tower. Don't listen to the old madman's nonsense. Tiangang may be hot-tempered and stubborn, but he wouldn't be careless about such matters. Li Muxiu turned his head and said to Li Hao. Li Hao called out softly, interrupting him. With Li Muxiu's eyes slightly stunned, Li Hao smiled at him and said, "I'm very happy that you could come. I will repay this favor." Li Muxiu's face slightly changed, and he was taken aback. He naturally detected the implication in Li Hao's words, treating the act of assistance he received as a favor, rather than the aid of Li Muxiu being close friends with Li Hao. Because he had mentioned that person, it led the kid to set boundaries for his visit. Li Muxiu felt a bitter taste in his heart and sighed, "How heir, do you really plan to stand guard here for 3 years?" Li Hao nodded. "Today, I almost died. I was almost forced to flee, breaking the agreement." Li Muxiu's face subtly changed once more, catching the underlying meaning, unless at the brink of death, he would be unwilling to break the agreement. At that moment, Li Hao looked at the Tower Master, bowed slightly, and said, "Thank you for your help, Tower Master." Lu Chunqing replied with a smile, "Heavenly Gate Pass is a pass in my Liangzhou, and it is the territory of the Daiyu Divine Dynasty. My coming here is not entirely to assist you. As martial artists, we should also take part in defending the border." Li Hao said with a smile, that said, "You are also helping His Majesty to solve problems and relieve his concerns." Lu Chunqing was momentarily taken aback, his eyes suddenly sharp as he stared at the 14-year-old boy. The casualness in the other's words made it instantly clear to him that this boy seemed to understand everything and see through all. His arrival was no coincidence. The grandmasters who came here, the martial artists from various states, it was all no coincidence either, they were all led by information spread by Tianji Tower, through subtle guidance. Guiding these martial artists of Jianghu was not difficult. And Tianji Tower, under the control of His Majesty, was the power of the royal family. This, only a few people knew. And the older generation of the Divine General Mansion happened to be among those few. The youth in front felt as though he had learned of this matter from the elders of Li family. With this in mind, the gathering of these grandmasters and martial artists from various states, along with his appearance, made it not difficult to guess that this was all prearranged. It was the arrangement of His Majesty. In Daoism City, the youth had slain a minor demon king and become famous throughout the world. How could Emperor Yu not take notice? However, Liangzhou was a place guarded by the Li family, and the royal family couldn't rashly intervene, especially not overstepping the Li family. And in that battle at Qingzhou City, Li Hao had a special relationship with the Li family. At first, everyone thought it was a farce, but as the youth killed the demon king and suppressed grandmasters with a single finger, nobody any longer regarded his leaving home as mere childishness. This youth had the ability to stand alone against an entire region. Given this, who would dare say that the youth would hit a wall, would bow his head, or need to turn back and rely on the glory of Divine General Mansion? At 14, suppressing grandmasters and slaying demons of the 3 immortal realms. This alone was enough to fill one with pride. Given time, this youth was bound to be a significant figure in the world's future. By then, it would be uncertain whether the Divine General Mansion would be borrowing glory from the youth or vice versa. And His Majesty did not send the Divine General Mansion to reinforce but instead utilized Tianji Tower to gather the strength of Jianghu's martial artists to support the youth. There were several possible intentions behind this arrangement. As for which one it was, that depended on how one interpreted the situation. Regardless, I will remember this favor, said Li Hao to Lu Chunqing with a salute, speaking earnestly. Lu Chunqing looked deeply at him. The gratitude and acknowledgement in the youth's words were not attributed to Tianji Tower. They had to be directed elsewhere. He finally understood why His Majesty valued this young man so much that even during the struggle for the true dragon of the Li family, he intervened to award a decree, and when the young man was guarding the frontier pass, His Majesty bestowed upon him a named sword. The youth's talents were unmistakable, but even more so, his wisdom was far beyond what one would expect of a 14-year-old boy. Indulged but not arrogant, sharp-minded and cautious, as well as humble and polite. He suddenly found himself unable to comprehend what the Duke who now controlled the divine general mansion was thinking. To abandon such a treasure in the wilderness, allowing him to almost lose his life. Could it be that the glory of the Li family over the past millennium was too overwhelming, and there was a desire to diminish it somewhat? Lu Chunqing shook his head, feeling a headache brewing at the thought of the deep grudges within the divine general mansion. He cast aside these thoughts and said calmly to the youth. I heard that you were unrivaled as the foremost among grandmasters in the debate of martial paths, and Tianji Tower still owes you a reward. When will you have time to visit Tianji Tower for fun? As soon as my injuries are healed, I'll go, Li Hao said with a smile. Good, I'll prepare the tea and wait for you, Lu Chunqing replied with a smile. He did not adopt the posture of an elder towards such an extraordinary individual. In time, it was very likely that this young man would enter the Four Stands realm. If he could maintain this momentum and break through without being hindered by bottlenecks, perhaps in a future generation, he could suppress the whole world and stand shoulder to shoulder with the Buddha himself. Li Hao smiled and once again thanked the head of Tianji Tower. Li Muxiu listened to the conversation, feeling an indescribable discomfort in his heart. He too quickly understood that His Majesty had also secretly meddled in these affairs. Yet, it seemed that His Majesty had no intention of reconciling Li Hao with the Li family, which was quite thought-provoking. Could it be that His Majesty was aware that Li Hao had not continued the soul of the Li family ancestral hall? Or was it that there were plans to support the rise of a sixth divine general mansion? Or perhaps His Majesty simply liked Li Hao and didn't want to see him wronged? Li Muxiu felt that the last possibility was not very practical and frowned slightly, feeling somewhat worried. While his affection for Li Hao was beyond doubt, he did not wish to see the child caught up in royal affairs and become a pawn of His Majesty. If everything had never happened, and the boy was still at the estate every day painting, playing chess, and accompanying him while fishing by the lake, Li Muxiu sighed inwardly, feeling sentimental. Chapter 254, Chapter 37 The Rise of the City, Supplementary Update 21/25. Following the retreat of the three demon kings, the tide of demons beyond the frontier pass also collapsed in a one-sided defeat, scattering in flight, but the majority were left behind and chopped to death by chaotic blades and swords. Many grandmasters returned to the camp and successively paid homage to Lu Chunqing and Li Muxiu, then all gathered before Li Hao. Most of them were covered in blood, some with grave injuries, arms severed, others with lower legs torn open, bandaged, and even some with eyeballs or half of their faces torn off by demons, their flesh a blurred mess. All had been treated with medicinal powder. If it was not for Lu Chunqing's timely arrival, the majority of them would have likely perished completely. We won, someone said, and immediately the spirits of the others were somewhat lifted. Compared to them, there were even more demons slain here. However, among the dead were also many passionate souls from various states who had come together and now lay eternally. Li Hao did not speak, but bowed deeply to them. Despite the guidance and arrangements by Tianji Tower, the sacrifices these people made were genuine and substantial. Lu Chunqing did not linger at the site, and said to Li Hao, I will be waiting for you at Tianji Tower. Then he turned and floated away, disappearing without a trace. In the distance, a group of war horses galloped in, led by a figure in bright red armor. It was Li Hongzhuang, who had previously returned to Qingzhou. Seeing Li Hao's bloodied state, she, who had seen countless soldiers fall in battle, also felt her eyes moisten and stepped forward, saying, I arrived too late. Li Hao shook his head slightly, saying, Thank you for the reinforcements. What thanks? Li Hongzhuang said with reddened eyes. Li Hao did not continue the conversation, but turned to the great grandmaster Lin Qingfeng beside him and said, Please trouble you, senior, to count our fallen heroes. It would be even better if their identities could be determined. Lin Qingfeng nodded slightly, beckoned a few people, and left. Li Hongzhuang said, Leave this task to me. She turned and instructed, Brothers, go count the battlefield, bring back all the fallen brothers, and try to reassemble the limbs and fragments as completely as possible. The Bloodsha army behind her responded in unison, and immediately set off on their horses. Li Hao sat down on the ground, the Holy Heart talisman in his hand already burned to ashes. Thinking back to when Chu Juyue had given him the talisman, he guessed she had probably anticipated today's events. And that Supreme Tower Master Lu Chunsheng, who just happened to appear when he activated the Holy Heart talisman, it all seemed too coincidental. Li Hao sat carelessly on the sandy ground, legs apart, looking towards the calm evening sunlight in the distance, a bitter smile playing on his lips. No matter what, the support of the other party had indeed been delivered effectively. If not for that, he might not have died today, but he would have been gravely injured, and that agreement would definitely have been broken. If Emperor Yu was indeed the old man he had played chess with by the Willow River, Li Hao could only say that he had won the chess games at the time, but the move the opponent made today was pressing on his lifeline, utterly ruthless. Yuzhou, the imperial capital. In the towering palace's back garden, a secluded royal garden with thinly accumulated snow. Within it was a flower bed that was already showing new branches, indicating that the severe winter was soon coming to an end. Your Majesty, the plum blossoms stand tall, and the spring blossoms are about to open too, said Chu Juyue, her voice soft and submissive, observing the emerging faint yellow in the flower bed. The snow in the garden had been cleared, and the flower bed was meticulously cared for. The seeds were carefully selected from countless varieties, thus all were of excellent types. Yes, the harsh winter is nearing its end, and the spring rain will soon come. Emperor Yu walked leisurely in the garden, pausing in front of this flower bed following Chu Juyue's voice, and after taking a glance, he looked up toward the distant horizon. A flicker crossed his eyes and he spoke in a soft voice. The situation at Heavenly Gate Pass should be coming to a close. Chu Juyue calculated the time and nodded, saying, in 2 days, the news from Chunqing should arrive. This time the intent was too obvious, that child will likely have noticed. Emperor Yu's lips curled up slightly, thinking of the youth by the river who had spoken the words, all glory and wealth are as dust, all honor and riches are as clouds. The fact that the young man dared to shed the surname of the Li family seemed to indeed reflect his words, a youth has his youthful recklessness. While he appeared indifferent to glory and fame, his heart harbored a spirited pride, which Emperor Yu found very endearing. Wasn't your Majesty intending for him to realize this? Chu Juyue playfully pretended confusion, knowing that flattery such as saying, Your Majesty's schemes are unfathomable, was too cliché and inferior. Besides, Emperor Yu held that young men in high regard, and such words might be demeaning to him, which was not clever at all. If he sees through it, will he develop different thoughts and blame your Majesty? Chu Juyue asked. She knew that Emperor Yu wanted to hear more than just her flattery. Upon hearing Chu Juyue's words, Emperor Yu chuckled, any plan has its path, and thus can be easy for someone to see through. All schemes in the world are inferior to sincerity. Only a genuine heart is impenetrable. Chu Juyue blinked, then looked at His Majesty. Does this mean, Your Majesty truly cares for that young man? His gaze flickered, uncertain whether to believe those words. But since His Majesty had spoken so, he could only choose to believe. In Liangzhou, at Heavenly Gate Pass. Within the camp of Kanjia City, a third of the martial artists and grandmasters who had come to assist had perished, and another third had bid farewell to Li Hao and departed. Of those remaining, a portion decided to stay behind to aid Li Hao in guarding the area for a while longer. Everyone had seen Li Hao's grievous injuries and were waiting for his recovery. Within the cemetery inside the frontier pass, many new graves had been added. Among those fallen grandmasters, there were those whose wives and disciples had received the news and rushed over, wishing to take their bodies back for burial. Li Hao naturally consented. On a mountain outside the pass, 2 figures sat there, surrounded by tranquility without wind or snow, only 2 flasks of wine between them. It was Li Muxiu and Feng Bopping. Caught any good fish lately? Feng Bopping took a sip of wine, gazing at the snow before him and asked casually. Li Muxiu shook his head slightly, don't feel like fishing. Feng Bopping was taken aback and sized up his old friend, then suddenly asked, did you rush here to reinforce because the true dragon of the Li family arranged it? Li Muxiu kept his head down, fiddling with the snow on the ground, and remained silent. Feng Bopping seemed to expect the answer and sighed, by saying this, do you intend to persuade Hao Heir to return? Are you sure you want him to go back to that place? Even I, as an outsider, can't stand to watch it. I don't believe you truly bear to do so. Li Muxiu stopped tracing circles in the snow with his finger, lifted his head, and turned to look at Feng Bopping. If I don't put it this way, would Hao Er return? You saw how perilous it was for Hao this time, both of you nearly died. Even if he has to hold his nose and go back, at least it's safe there. Once Hao inherits the true dragon's mantle and surpasses his father in strength, why would he need to care about others' attitudes anymore? Feng Bopping fell into silence for a moment before responding. What does the true dragon truly intend, then? Since you weren't sent by him, what has he done? He surely must know what Heavenly Gate Pass faced, right? Li Muxiu sighed and said, he went to the eastern frontier of Liangzhou. The military camps there suffered attacks, and Xianli, who was stationed in the west, couldn't provide reinforcements in time. Moreover, the attacks there were likely a feint by the demons to create a diversion, so he personally led the troops out to battle. When Hongzhuang returned, he had just set out. These are turbulent times, and who knows what the next few years will bring. Feng Bopping expressed his surprise. Has it really become so chaotic? If we've detected the demons outside the Liangzhou territory, they should no longer resort to sneak attacks, or move their base, right? There's no need to keep a watch over this place. And didn't His Majesty send reinforcements? This is a rare opportunity for a strategic ambush. Li Muxiu shook his head. His Majesty can't spare any forces. It's not just Liangzhou that was attacked, several other major states are in a precarious state as well. You wouldn't know, but 3 months ago in Qi State, the frontier was close to being overrun. 3 cities were destroyed overnight with not a single survivor. That's the territory of the Xia family. Now they too are on high alert. Was your visit to the Xia family because of this? Li Muxiu picked up a flask and took a drink, saying no more. Talking too much about these military matters wouldn't benefit his old friend, Feng Bopping. Feng Bopping also realized he had asked too much. Although they were close friends, there were certain lines they did not cross. Don't worry about Hao Er, this old life of mine can still hold on for a few more years, Feng Bopping assured him. Li Muxiu looked at him and nodded. You've been tied to this place for 3 years, it's indeed an inconvenience for you. Stop it. If you really feel sorry, let me take a look inside the Li family's ancestral treasury, Feng Bopping huffed. Li Muxiu gave him a look. Don't even think about it. The people who stayed at Heavenly Gate Pass, looking at the Kanjia city, reduced to nothing more than a small mound and the cemetery sprawling endlessly like a city wall, were utterly speechless and shaken. At that moment, they finally understood what a true frontier city was. This was a city built of flesh and blood, a city of heroic spirits. Many were moved and chose to stay to help rebuild Kanjia city. With the aid of those martial artists, the reconstruction project began swiftly and progressed rapidly. Indeed, many hands make light work. Their extensive networks enabled them not only to provide the stones and wood needed for construction from beyond the pass, but other living supplies were also transported from various cities. Thus, merchant caravans bearing flags began to appear on the once deserted Dragon Pass road that had been quiet for decades. Even escort agencies with their banners passed through. This silent thoroughfare was now finally frequented by people, becoming a real road. This road led to the end, towards Kanjia city. Outside the former mound, tall walls had already been erected. With the aid of many 15th realm martial artists and grandmasters, transporting large stones was effortless, making the construction of the city walls incredibly fast and efficient. High-rise buildings sprang up from flat ground, the city rose as well. Building after building was erected, decorated with dragons and phoenixes, exquisitely crafted. At the top of the city walls, as ropes were pulled, a military flag unfurled in the wind. On it were 2 large, dark characters. Chapter 255, Chapter 38, Demon King's Blood. When Kanjia city was being rebuilt, Li Muxiu quietly bid farewell to Li Hao. He recognized Li Hao's nature, unwilling to return to Qingzhou and reluctant to submit. Fortunately, now that the 3 demon kings had been driven off and the danger at Heavenly Gate Pass was temporarily resolved, he could rest easy. Moreover, upon learning that Li Hao had slain the Black Bird Demon King, he was shocked, and he realized that Li Hao no longer needed the protection of the Li family. Had it not been for the attack of 4 demon kings, under other circumstances, Li Hao could have protected himself through his own strength. After all, an assault by 4 demon kings posed a risk to even those in the 4 stands realm, let alone Li Hao, who was merely in the heavenly human realm. Regarding the rate of Li Hao's growth, apart from feeling reassured, Li Muxiu couldn't help but feel a hint of loss and regret. However, seeing the many martial artists from various states that surrounded Li Hao, he understood that this might be the best outcome for him. Not long after Li Muxiu left, people from the Monster Suppression Department arrived. The one who came was a commandant, as well as 3 monster suppression generals. This commandant was in the 4 stands realm, and the 3 monster suppression generals were powerful beings from the 3 immortal realms. It's worth mentioning that Li Hao had actually seen this commandant before. He was Xiang Yuguang, who had backed Li Qianfeng, his opponent, at the True Dragon Banquet. As one of the 7 commandants in the Monster Suppression Department, Xiang Yuguang, having backed the wrong side previously, hastened over upon hearing the news about Heavenly Gate Pass to meet the youth whom he had hastily parted ways with more than half a year ago at the True Dragon Banquet. When Xiang Yuguang arrived, Li Hao's body had already healed superficially under his restrained cultivation, and he had changed into new garments, appearing quite neat and refined. In the rebuilt bamboo-fenced courtyard, Li Hao sat on a bamboo mat in the gallery, lightly swinging his feet over the edge into the empty air. On the small table beside him, a pot of tea was brewed, accompanied by a few pastries, giving off a somewhat serene vibe. "Young master, I heard that demon kings have invaded the territory, so I've come to register and investigate," Xiang Yuguang stated from within the courtyard, his attitude gentle, yet feeling somewhat awkward. Last time, he had backed the wrong side, and he wasn't sure how deep of an impression this left on the young man. He didn't expect to befriend Li Hao on this visit, he only hoped to mitigate the past incident and regain some distance. After all, there was a long road ahead. Just take it slow. Li Hao was amiable and didn't take the opportunity to ridicule or trouble the other, as if he had forgotten the previous events, asking, "What do I need to do to assist?" "I'll show you the investigation results, and you'll just need to confirm them," Xiang Yuguang said with a smile. Yet inside, he was muttering. Despite being a commandant of the Monster Suppression Department, he wasn't even invited to sit down. This young man indeed held some grudges against him. Li Hao agreed, then picked up his teacup and gently sipped. Picking up the teacup was a sign of seeing the guest off. Xiang Yuguang couldn't help but feel a bit helpless, managing only to smile and bid farewell to Li Hao. The 3 monster suppression generals at the entrance of the courtyard were covertly observing this young prodigy whose fame had spread far and wide, their eyes filled with curiosity and astonishment. This young master didn't even give face to a commandant, truly a sign of youthful arrogance. However, they had also heard about how Li Hao had slain the minor demon king in the presence of a crowd. His strength was no less than any of the 3 of them, and given time, he would be able to stand on equal footing with those in the 4 stands realm. Thus, there was no need to be overly humble. Only 14 years old, truly preposterous. Indeed, what were we doing when we were 14? I don't know about you two, but I was still playing a game of wits and bravery against demons in the divine travel realm. The 3 monster suppression generals exchanged whispers until Xiang Yuguang approached. They ceased their covert communication and stood up straight, behaving themselves. While Xiang Yuguang and his party went to investigate the details, Song Qiumo entered the courtyard, and Li Hao immediately invited her to sit and poured her a cup of tea. Song Qiumo took a sip and said, "Refreshing and sweet, not bad." "I'm preparing to return to Qingzhou," Song Qiumo mentioned, glancing at Li Hao. Li Hao had expected as much. With the retreat of the 3 demon kings, there was no immediate danger, and the arrival of the people from the Monster Suppression Department would somewhat deter the demons, considering that Xiang Yuguang, after all, was in the 4 stands realm. These demons dared to provoke the Divine General Mansion at the frontier, acting brazenly, but they feared the Monster Suppression Department even more. Because the Divine General Mansion guarded the borders, facing numerous demons, but the Monster Suppression Department was different. If you provoked them, they would focus on you intently. After all, their duty was to capture demons and suppress evil. They had no other business all day, just focusing on you, tracking you everywhere. The demons despised it. "You don't need to worry about me here. Rather, you, having left for so long because of me, probably need to go through the registration and authorization procedure again," Li Hao said. Even though Tan Palace would intervene, the formalities would still require some work, especially since it was adjacent to official land, and the being admitted was a 4 stands realm demon king. The scrutiny was stringent. "Minor issue," Song Qiumo replied with a smile, then looked intently at Li Hao and said softly, "For now, it seems that there won't be any more troubles here. 3 years from now, I'll wait for you in Qingzhou." Li Hao nodded slightly. Although he was reluctant to return to Qingzhou, since his sizable old friend was there, he didn't mind making the trip. Song Qiuma smiled slightly, her lips curling like a gentle spring breeze, and she offered her empty teacup, saying, "More, please." Li Hao refilled her cup. One cup, then another. Song Qiuma finished his drink, stood up, glanced at Li Hao once more, and then left without looking back, his figure drifting away and vanishing into the courtyard. Not long after Song Qiuma's departure, the small enclosed courtyard welcomed new visitors and became quite lively. This time the arrivals were from the Heavenly Observatory. They mastered the secret arts of arrays, and most arrays in various cities were carved and laid out by the Heavenly Observatory. The leader this time was the Star Bureau official of the 3 immortal realms, holding an extremely high status. In terms of official rank, he was even half a grade higher than Xiang Yuguang, who had just left. After all, the secret arts of arrays are extremely complex, not only requiring martial arts talent but also tremendous insight. One must dedicate a lifetime to study, equivalent to reaching the apex in 2 different disciplines to be qualified. 1,000 years ago, demons stealthily infiltrated the Heavenly Observatory and stole several scrolls of secret array manuscripts. However, the array mastery demons controlled in recent years has been very rudimentary, because learning these things requires more brains than they have. Arrays are involved with the heavenly stems and earthly branches, the changes of the stars, and the principles of divination. Even after studying for hundreds of years, one might not dare to claim they have comprehended them. The Star Bureau official, with his white and sparse hair, had an air of solemnity and dullness. Li Hao got up to welcome him, intending to offer him tea, but the elder waved his hand, saying they were here to work on orders, not to eat and drink. After meeting Li Hao and receiving the city lord's command from his hand, he turned to get busy. His demeanor had quite the feeling of an old scholar. Ignoring worldly manners, he focused solely on research into arrays. The several accompanying educators also mostly had a dull look, but occasionally their eyes would flicker with contemplative light. Only one girl appeared more vivacious. As the others left, she lingered at the very end and said to Li Hao with a smile, "Please don't blame my master, young master. He is just like that by nature." Li Hao noticed the official embroidery on her chest, indicating the lowest rank among them, an assistant. He smiled and said, "You should learn from your master and delve more into the study of arrays." The girl's radiant smile immediately withered, and she pouted, "Why do you also talk so stiffly like my master?" Li Hao chuckled lightly, without saying more. The girl gave him a look, originally thinking this talented young master of similar age would be lively, but he unexpectedly carried an air of mature calmness. She secretly pursed her lips, turned, and walked away with her hands behind her back to catch up with her master outside the courtyard. "Xiang Lan, don't run around, it's time to get to work," said one of her educator senior brothers. Although from the same school, their ages seemed vastly different, with the educator senior brother appearing to be in his 50s. "I know, okay." With her head swaying like a pendulum, the girl drew out her reply in a sing-song voice, one word at a time. After speaking, however, her gaze wandered around the new city, examining the bustling martial artists, a scene she had seen before when accompanying her master to other cities to lay out arrays. It was nothing unusual to her. Soon, under the guidance of Li Hongzhuang, they arrived at a part of the city wall. Just stepping onto the rampart, a chill wind hit, and Xiang Lan shrank her neck. Then, her gaze naturally wandered forward, and she instantly saw an endless graveyard. She was taken aback for a moment and subconsciously said, These are. Li Hongzhuang, after discussing the array matters in a low voice with the elder Star Bureau official ahead, turned to look at the young girl upon hearing her murmurs, and gently said, "These are all our sons of Daiyu." Xiang Lan felt a jolt in her heart, her pupils slightly constricted, and her breath seemed to catch. This was her first visit to the frontier pass, the first time witnessing such a sight. Could it be true what the book said, that beyond the Great Wall lay thousands of miles of lonely graves? The image of that young man with a serene smile in the courtyard suddenly surfaced in her mind, and that sense of maturity and detachment now seemed to hide countless scars beneath that calm facade. Her fingers clenched involuntarily, and her eyes took on a much more solemn look. Back in the courtyard, Li Hao summoned Ren Qianqian and the little white fox to deal with the corpse of the Demon King. Ren Qianqian had ridden back on the second day after the great battle had concluded. Although she didn't say much, Li Hao guessed that she must not have returned to Qi State but had stayed in a nearby city, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so quick to come from Qi State to here. About this, Li Hao didn't say much, and everything felt very natural. At this moment, they went to a cordoned-off area within the city, where the Black Bird Demon King's corpse was lying, like a small hill, the area sealed off. The Demon King's body is a treasure all over. How do you plan to handle it? Feng Bopping silently appeared beside Li Hao, eyeing the Demon King in front of him, still full of sighs. The battle that took place here was known only to him and Song Qiumo. It had not been widely publicized, and not many people knew that the Demon King was actually slain by Li Hao. After all, a heavenly human realm defeating a Demon King from the Four Stands realm was a bit too astonishing to hear. This kind of information was considered a secret, and it was better to keep it as contained as possible. Feng Bopping also didn't ask much about Li Hao's bizarre state in the martial arts, for he had watched him grow up, but many things were beyond his comprehension, like this monstrous talent. But these things were unimportant. What was important was that Li Hao still remained the familiar little rat he knew. Make a nice meal for everyone. Li Hao replied. Feng Bopping was taken aback, looking at Li Hao in astonishment. When he saw the young man's serious expression, he couldn't help but laugh, and soon burst into laughter. You lad, you really have your ways, he said. Li Hao said, the taste of the Demon King should be quite good. It serves as a decent way to thank everyone for their help. That's true, Feng Bopping agreed with a smile. That's far from a mere compensation. If they had known there would be Demon King meat to feast on, probably even more martial artists would have wanted to come. Besides the flesh, the Demon King's heart is a treasure. It can help you comprehend the essence of its way and lay the foundation for your ascension to the Four Stands realm, Feng Bopping said. The gilt feathers on its back are the essence of an ancient Demon King's bloodline and excellent material for forging divine weapons. You can collect them and send your dragon sword along with them to the 10,000 Artifacts Tower to have them help you refine it a second time. Li Hao nodded, he had also thought about this. These were indeed the most precious treasures on the body of the Demon King, coveted by countless people. Prepare a container, I have a use for the blood of this Demon King, Li Hao said. Chapter 256, Chapter 39, Spiritual Awakening. When Ren Qianqian brought several large cauldrons for the blood, Li Hao waved his hand, and the dragon sword flew out. Its sword chi piercing the heavens, it charged towards the Black Bird. Under the blade of this divine weapon, the body of the Black Bird Demon King was sliced open. Li Hao severed its neck, and the life-rich treasured blood gushed forth, but Li Hao covered it with his power to manipulate objects, drawing it into the large cauldrons. During this process, he also used his object-controlling power to wring out the moisture from the treasured blood, simply refining it, so that only the thick, fishy, and viscous alien blood remained. The huge bronze cauldrons were filled to the brim, a total of 9 cauldrons. Afterwards, Li Hao sealed the cauldrons with iron water and set them aside for the time being. Next, following the advice of Elder Feng, Li Hao plucked the gold-inlaid feathers from the back of the Black Bird Demon King. The feathers were glittering with gold. Although the Demon King was dead, the feathers still flickered with faint golden light. Li Hao collected all 7 gold-inlaid feathers, then proceeded to cut out the heart of the Demon King. This heart from the Tao Heart realm was covered with divine patterns and contained a profound and vast aura, with natural patterns formed by the power of heaven and earth on it. If one could comprehend it, they would be able to understand the Tao Heart that the Demon King had comprehended. Li Hao found a large white jade tray and caught the heart, half a meter in diameter, on it. The flowing dark gold divine patterns still contained surging power, and even if left to sit naturally, they would not decay for 100 years. Apart from these, the other parts were also extremely precious, but Li Hao planned to share them with the martial artists of the entire city. The other black feathers, though not suitable for crafting divine weapons, could still be forged into decent weapons, good enough for use up to the heavenly human realm. The flesh of the body was also extremely precious, and eating it raw could have great medicinal effects, but the demonic chi contained within was too powerful. It would be better to refine it before absorption. After all, there are some differences between the human race and the demon's constitutions. The little white fox could eat it raw, but having grown up by Li Hao's side, it had become accustomed to cooked food. Elder Feng will take care of setting up the pot and lighting the fire, Li Hao said with a smile, rolling up his sleeves, ready to prepare the Blackbird Demon King for the feast. Feng Boping also became excited about this shocking venture. All the martial artists of the city were in for a treat that evening. Li Hao manipulated the dragon sword, starting to pluck and debone the Demon King. Ren Qianqian assisted Li Hao, searching for containers to hold the various parts. When Li Hongzhuang learned of the news and rushed over, she was dumbfounded upon seeing Li Hao truly using his sword to cut meat, and beside him, preparations being made, setting up a huge pile of firewood and an enormous iron pot that had been sourced from who knows where. This was a Tao Heart Realm Demon King, whose body's value was inestimable, saying that a tael of gold per tael of meat was not an exaggeration. Li Hao was actually planning to waste it like this. "How are you really going to cook with this Demon King?" Li Hongzhuang approached Li Hao and asked, astonished. Li Hao turned his head to look at her. Just before, this little ant had also rushed to reinforce them, contributing to their side in the battle outside. Smiling at her, he said, "What flavor do you like? Spicy or steamed?" Li Hongzhuang had nothing to say in response. Having defended the frontier pass for over a decade, she never imagined that one day she would have the opportunity to feast on the flesh of a Demon King, something she wouldn't even dare to dream of. Seeing Ren Qianqian struggling to find the right utensils, Li Hongzhuang stopped being coy. As a tiger girl from a military family, her disposition was rather forthright like a man's, and she immediately waved over a deputy from the Bloodsha army. Soon, the canteen squad that always accompanied the Bloodsha army arrived. They brought bowls and chopsticks, serving utensils, and a vast array of condiments. Watching Li Hao handle the corpse of the Demon King, the soldiers of the canteen squad all exclaimed in awe, feeling as if they were seeing something new. They wanted to step forward to help, but they were all declined by Li Hao, who only allowed them to assist with menial tasks such as arranging ingredients. Li Hao preferred to have full control over the cooking himself. He dismantled the Demon King's thighs and wings one by one and then chopped them into smaller pieces. The dragon sword, the foremost among the 10 famous swords, now served the role of a kitchen knife, skillfully dismembering the Demon King's body under Li Hao's hands. Seeing such high-end ingredients, Li Hao couldn't help feeling a bit of regret. If only he had broken through the bottleneck in his cooking path, how much experience would cooking a Demon King from the 4 Stands realm have added? Perhaps tens of thousands. Although it was his first time making a communal meal, Li Hao was not careless or perfunctory, he was extraordinarily serious instead. Carrying the essence of cooking in his heart, he strove to make each dish as exquisite and delicious as if it were a specialty item. Therefore, cooking a good communal meal was a deeper challenge. Li Hao threw himself entirely into the process. The ordinary roaring flames of the firewood were not hot enough to stew the Demon King's flesh and blood to tenderness, and stir-frying was even more difficult. While cooking, Li Hao was also massaging the ingredients, softening them, and making them easier to cook. When necessary, he would employ the Zixiao palm to raise the temperature. Now, having stepped into the Grandmaster limit of martial arts, each of his many cultivation techniques was accompanied by another state, the Immortal Tao. By harnessing immortal power, he could unleash more formidable might from the techniques. This superior purple sky palm had also transformed into an immortal force purple sky palm, whose steaming heat could easily melt demons and monsters of the heavenly human realm. Against demons of the 3 immortal realms, it could inflict tremendous damage. Used in cooking, it was a godsend for Li Hao. During the cooking process, the residual will within the flesh of the Demon King would sometimes manifest, and Li Hao used his spiritual thought to shatter it. The remnant thoughts within the pores and channels of the Demon King were gradually fading away. At first, Li Hao didn't notice, but later he suddenly had a peculiar feeling. The ingredient itself seemed to possess a transcendent flavor. At the 6th stage of cooking, Li Hao's culinary skills had already reached the peak of taste buds, the ultimate enjoyment for his tongue. Even in the best restaurants of the Imperial Holy City, Li Hao could take to the kitchen and assume the role of head chef. But this was not the limit of culinary arts. Spiritual awakening. At this moment, Li Hao suddenly realized that spiritual awakening in cooking wasn't just about the ingredients themselves. It was about cooking something else, something beyond what the flesh could feel, the soul of the ingredients. Li Hao's culinary arts had already reached the 6th stage, but he had never thought he would be the first to primarily focus on culinary arts as a means of spiritual awakening. And now, it was an unintentional act, a spontaneously started cooking session that suddenly seemed to touch the elusive bottleneck. Li Hao gradually lost himself to the process. He no longer eradicated the lingering thoughts in the Demon King's flesh. Instead, he soothed them with his own will, calming them from an enraged screaming state to gradual tranquility. Those lingering thoughts still remained within the ingredients. At this moment, what he was cooking was no longer mere flesh, but the residual spirit of the Black Bird Demon King. The divine soul of the Black Bird Demon King had long been erased. This residual spirit could be considered soul dust, merely unconscious emotions and thoughts. Therefore, most of the lingering thoughts were filled with violent and bloodthirsty auras. But now, under the manipulation of Li Hao's spiritual thought, they gradually softened and embedded themselves into the ingredients. Meanwhile, these lingering thoughts also became a vessel, much like pores in meat, capable of absorbing seasoning and broth, bringing delight to the taste buds. And so these lingering thoughts did, as Li Hao infused them with his grateful thoughts towards the many martial artists, allowing them to be absorbed, then immersed into the ingredients. Unnoticed, panel prompts started to float before Li Hao's eyes. Culinary Experience plus 2712. Culinary Experience plus 2539. Culinary Experience plus 2934. He took that step, culinary arts, spiritual awakening. The bottleneck of his culinary arts was also broken, and he could once again gain culinary experience points. But at this moment, Li Hao was wholly immersed in his cooking, ignoring these prompts. Just like when he had an epiphany at the Grandmaster limit, he did not seek, therefore, he achieved. The most precious things in the world often don't come from seeking but naturally occur. Just like life, conceived from the womb without asking for it. Just like the sunlight that bathes the world, and the alternation of the sun and the moon, without soliciting it. Mountains and rivers follow natural rules. To seek is to row against the current, causing water at the foot of a mountain to flow uphill, which can be accomplished with vast human effort, but it is not lasting. And the ultimate Tao is natural and completes itself, just like this. Li Hao's mind had been on achieving spiritual awakening through the art of painting and fishing, but he hadn't placed hopes on culinary arts, yet it was this art that surprisingly came to fruition. As the sun set and the evening glow spread across the sky like the blush of a young girl. All the martial artists in the city, upon receiving the news, gathered in the center of the town. The scent of the food had already spread, covering the entire Kanjia city. Even the Star Bureau officials and other elderly scholars on the city walls, who were still studying the carvings of arrays, smelled it. Xia Xianglan exclaimed, lifting her head and sniffing with her delicate, fair nose. She smelled the aroma coming from within the city and couldn't help but look up, but being too far away and her realm too low, she couldn't see clearly. That young master seems to have cooked the Demon King and is inviting everyone to dine. Next to her, one of the scholars projected his divine soul into the air, seeing and hearing the commotion in the distance, showing a hint of surprise on his otherwise expressionless face. What, stewing the Demon King? The others were all stunned, and the Star Bureau officials also appeared contemplative, looking up and murmuring, "That gentleman really is mad." Xia Xianglan thought of the gentle and jade-like young man in the courtyard, somewhat bewildered, finding it hard to associate him with such a wild act as cooking a Demon King. In the center of the city, the scene was set with many tables and chairs. The soldiers of the cooking squad helped serve the dishes. A variety of Demon King flesh cuisines were presented. Stir-fried meat slices, steamed fatty liver, braised tendons, and more. The Demon King was turned by Li Hao into more than 50 different dishes, with a diverse array of styles including hot dishes, cold dishes, and pastries made from a mixture of mussels and other ingredients. A total of over 100 tables were prepared, with more than 50 servings per table. In the afterglow of the setting sun, Li Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead and sat down at a table with Feng, beginning to eat. There were no special speeches or words of thanks, all the emotions were invested in the dining table. But Li Hongzhuang still spoke on behalf of Li Hao, saying a few words of thanks before announcing the start of the meal. When the food was tasted, the flavors blossomed on the tip of the tongue, and the emotions and intent infused by Li Hao into the Demon King's lingering thoughts were also conveyed. In an instant, everyone understood the young man's heartfelt gratitude, a collision of souls that surpassed words. Some of the more sentimental women even had their eyes moistened with tears while they ate. The only sound remaining was the clinking of bowls and utensils. This kid. Feng bopping, as usual, picked up some stir-fried meat slices and ate them. Soon, it seemed as if something flew out of the spicy meat, giving him an indescribable feeling. It was like a consciousness injected straight into his heart, without the need for verbal communication, yet he could taste the intensity of the emotion within. This was no simple dish anymore. Li Hao had written Qianqian prepare some food boxes to send to the people of the heavenly observatory on the city walls. At this time, he ate his own cooking, sipped his liquor, and although he couldn't absorb the essence of the Demon King's flesh like the others, he could attest that the flavor was indeed excellent. In his leisure time, Li Hao pulled up his panel to check it, and upon seeing that his culinary arts had risen from the 6th to the 7th stage, he showed a hint of a smile. The feeling was not one of surprise but rather a smile of satisfaction, as if everything had naturally fallen into place. The spiritual awakening of culinary arts also helped Li Hao find the way to spiritual awakening in the art of painting and other arts. However, it would still require some trials and errors. After all, talking about it and doing it were two different things. No matter what, he was now finally able to continue leveling up. Chapter 257, Chapter 40, The Three Immortals, The Pinnacle of Transcendence, 2 in 1 chapter. Outside of Heavenly Gate Pass, 3,000 miles to the north. There is a river called Red Water River, the water an ominous dark red, its bed studded with many red stones, and inhabited by water demons. By the lakeshore stands a mountain, at the foot of which there is a solitary thatched hut, where an idle old man often sits, a demon of the three immortal realms who calls himself the Red God. The Red God commands the demons within 1,000 miles. This Red Water River is his ancestral ground, originally a red blood python in the river, which, after swallowing the sun and moon for 300 years, transformed into a flood dragon and then hunted for food everywhere, eventually reaching the three immortal realms. But now, the Red God in front of that thatched hut was kneeling on the ground, quivering. There sat 3 figures resting beside the hut, all emitting tremendous pressure. Although they deliberately restrained their power, it still made the Red God's heart tremble, not knowing how he had managed to provoke these 3 demon kings. Damn the Li family, damn that old fart, damn that brat. Wan Shan, the demon king, clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot, breaths heavy. He was gravely wounded, currently suppressing not only his injuries but also his rage. His vengeance for his son's murder had not been carried out, and he had also lost a brother in the process. Furthermore, the cooperation with these 2 beside him had come at a great cost, with all his subordinates wiped out. The Millennium Foundation he had built in the Wan Shan demon territory, all ruined in an instant. His hatred for that young man in his heart was almost driving him mad. With that old Li family geezer showing up here, the Divine General Mansion should be at its weakest in defense. I heard the Li family still has 2 old biddies who married off years ago, one's whereabouts unknown, the other stationed in the ancestral hall. It's a pity, but sending a message now might be too late. We should have foreseen this point. If we had contacted the Holy Palace or the Dragon Gate in advance, and had them lie in wait outside Qingzhou City while we executed that young one, we could have struck a heavy blow during this opportunity. The silver-robed youth squinted as he spoke, a hint of regret in his eyes. It was a rare opportunity. Hard to say, if the Punch Saint dared to show up here, it's possible he might ask those 2 old dames from the Li family to return and help guard. Beside him, the Dragon Lord shook his head slightly, saying, besides, those old fellows in the ancestral hall are no pushovers. If the Holy Palace and Dragon Gate are willing to join forces, then there might be some hope. They've already been in touch with each other in secret. The silver-robed youth revealed shocking news, stating, the people who came looking for us before, do you think they could have been summoned by merely the Great Void Realm? If I'm not mistaken, they must be banding together by now, and this Divine dynasty should be split into 10 states to let us have some comfort. They are cooperating. The Dragon Lord froze, looking perplexedly at the silver-robed youth. These few powers, usually non-interfering and competitors for many years, could actually come together one day. The silver-robed youth shook his head slightly and didn't elaborate further, saying, let's talk about us now. The Monster Suppression Department at the Frontier Pass will probably soon be on their way and put us on the wanted list. Those dogs from the Monster Suppression Department have very keen noses. Shall we continue together, or shall we part ways? Upon hearing these words, both the Dragon Lord and Wan Shan the Demon King remained silent. If we are to stick together, do you plan to take us to the Holy Palace? The Dragon Lord looked at him and asked. The silver-robed youth nodded slightly, sighing, I left the Holy Palace in the past, hoping to live at ease. I didn't expect that for Wan Shan brothers matter, I'd be forced to return, bowing our heads. Aside from the holy palace, I wouldn't want to go to the great wilderness heaven, the lot there is too frightening. Wan Shan, the demon king, had a chilling gaze, his heart still grieving over his inability to exact revenge, as well as Gao's death. Meanwhile, his two companions were already considering their escape routes and destinations. To put it bluntly, they came only because of the deal they had made earlier, indifferent to his feelings. I have no interest in the Holy Palace. What about you? If you were to go, you would probably choose the Dragon Gate. Wan Shan the Demon King said to the Dragon Lord. The Dragon Lord nodded slightly, sighing, going to the Dragon Gate isn't great either. The Dragon Gate sent an invitation years ago, but I wanted some freedom and declined. Now, showing up there with my tail between my legs doesn't look good. Wan Shan, the Demon King, sneered. One talks about wanting peace, the other about wanting freedom, what bullshit. They simply weren't tempted by the benefits. They had all anticipated the worst outcomes of this operation and had their fallback plans ready. Since both of you have a destination, then let's part ways here. Wan Shan, the Demon King, said. He was injured more severely than the other two at his side and held some trepidation about traveling together. What about you? Where do you plan to go, the Great Void Realm? The Dragon Lord asked. Wan Shan, the Demon King nodded. Given the circumstances, that's the only option. I hear those people are all about purity and detachment from the worldly affairs, ha. The Dragon Lord picked up on his scorn, unsure if it was directed at the Great Void Realm or at himself, but he didn't mind and said, the Great Void Realm is about to attack Liangzhou, you could take that opportunity for your revenge. Revenge my ass. Wan Shan, the Demon King, had an icy look. Those fools' battle plans deliberately bypass Heavenly Gate Pass, avoiding this thorn and deciding to fill their bellies first. Nothing but a bunch of brainless clowns, he thought to himself, but he didn't vocalize this lest it reach the Great Void Realm and cause discomfort for himself. They have been in seclusion for many years, coming out now, naturally, they want to start with a full meal. It's normal. The silver-robed youth said. He then stood up, saying, if that's the case, I wish both of you a journey of 1,000 miles and hope that when we meet again, we can still share a drink and a piece of meat. Well said, we three have known each other for many years and have had some camaraderie. The Dragon Lord said with a light laugh, presenting an amiable smile. Chapter 258, Chapter 40 The Three Immortals, the Pinnacle of Transcendence, 2-in-1 Chapter, _2. The young man in the silver robe smiled indifferently, not saying another word, glanced at the kneeling red god on the ground, and without looking back, he turned and raced away. Seeing this, the Dragon Lord said to the Wan Shan Demon King, old brother, I'll be on my way too, until we meet again. The Wan Shan Demon King nodded slightly. The Dragon Lord looked at the red god and asked, are you willing to come with me to Dragon Gate? The red god felt a bitterness in his mouth. He had cultivated for thousands of years, had adventured all over in his early years, and had heard of the demon powers mentioned by these great demon kings, having received invitations from them in the past. However, like these demon kings, he had declined because he wanted a quiet life. He had been guarding this ancestral river for 400 or 500 years, meditating and apprehending the way here comfortably. But now, he could feel the implied threat in the gaze of the Dragon Lord Demon King when he spoke. If he did not agree, he would most likely lose his life. These three demon kings were wanted by the Daiyu divine dynasty, and since he knew of their whereabouts, he would certainly not be left alive. I am willing. The red god bowed his head, expressing gratitude, though bitterness filled his heart. Good, since that is the case, then come with me, said the Dragon Lord. May I pack my belongings? Asked the red god. Granted. Moments later, the Dragon Lord had taken the red god and left. Only the Wan Shan Demon King remained seated in front of the thatched cottage, his expression particularly dark. Suddenly, a breeze drifted by and a figure in clean clothes slowly emerged from behind him. The Wan Shan Demon King's expression changed slightly, but he did not turn around. You have caused such a calamity this time, do you still insist on going your own way? The figure in clean clothes said flatly. Hey, did he send you to take me back? Asked the Wan Shan Demon King, his eyes displaying ridicule. If you're willing to eliminate your demonic nature and cultivate kindness, you can still be redeemed, said the figure in clean clothes. You've never lost a son before, have you? The Wan Shan Demon King scoffed. But this time, he wasn't your first, responded the figure indifferently. But he was my last. The Wanshan Demon King suddenly turned and roared. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the figure in clean clothes. I will never be able to cultivate another son as bright as him, do you understand? You should know just how terrible my son's talents were. With time, he could have united the entire clan. What damned holy palace, what dragon gate, they would all grovel at my son's feet and listen to his commands. The figure in clean clothes faced his roaring without changing expression, calmly stating. Although your son was bright, reaching such a level would require at least 1,000 years. And given the current situation, I'm afraid he won't have 1,000 years. Wanshan Demon King glared at him angrily, but he knew that what the other party said was the truth. To reach that level, at least 1,000 years were needed, and that would be considered incredibly rapid progress. But those guys have become restless. He took a deep breath, restraining his anger, and said in a low voice, I cannot go back with you, I want revenge, I also have to avenge Gao. You are obstinate and unrepentant, do you truly seek death? The figure's gaze turned sharp. The Wanshan Demon King sneered, looking straight at him, if you want to stop me, come and try. The figure in clean clothes stared at him for a moment, then slowly said, your demonic nature is profound, and you refuse to repent. If you continue to be confused, I can't stop you, but some cultivation techniques you should not use in front of others, otherwise don't blame me for coming to capture you. The Wanshan Demon King's expression was stern, but he said nothing. This is a Saint Heart talisman, keep it to save your life, this is your last chance. A talisman wrapped in dark green light was handed out by the figure in clean clothes, coldly warning, before his figure vanished in a flash. The Wanshan Demon King took the talisman and put it away, his gaze turning dark as he sneered. Do they really think I'm a dog? I've cultivated for 10,000 years, I am a king, the king of the mountains and forests, the king of demons. Infuriated, he looked towards the south, where Heavenly Gate Pass lay, and then, turning, he soared into the sky. When he crossed the red water river below, he raised his hand and furiously slapped down. Demonic chi churned within his palm, surging into the river. The figures of demons playing in the river were suddenly filled with panic and terror as they looked to the sky in horror. Red God, save us! Some of the demons called out in fear, but their voices were drowned out. In an instant, the entire red water river turned into a river of blood, its bright red color visible from the sky, resembling a sinuous trail of tears on the land. And the figure of the Wanshan Demon King had vanished from the sky. Shortly after his departure, the figure in clean clothes appeared high above. Looking down at the river of blood below, he softly chanted a verse and mused to himself, is this also considered subduing demons and eliminating evil? Li Hao had the 9 cauldrons Demon King's treasured blood escorted back to Qingzhou by Li Hongzhuang. This was the second favor he was repaying to the Li family. Although he heard that they were no longer in Qingzhou, it did not matter, as long as the item was returned to that courtyard. What followed was only the last agreement, to guard for 3 years. Since it was already past half a year, and spring was about to begin. Only slightly more than 2 years were left. The snow outside the frontier pass had stopped, but the cold wind still cut to the bone. In 2 months' time, the regions to the south would welcome the spring rains. And Liangzhou, being part of the southern regions of the Daiyu Divine Dynasty, would see the arrival of spring earlier than places like Yanzhou. Kanjia City was still being built and perfected, the residential buildings within the city continued to rise. People from the Heavenly Observatory were constructing arrays on the city walls, and Li Hao flew out of the city to a solitary peak 100 miles away. He laid some hidden traps around him and then called up his system panel to check his attributes. Now, his physical body path, control path, sword technique, and fist technique were all at level 6. Chapter 259, Chapter 40, The 3 Immortals, The Pinnacle of Transcendence, 2-in-1 Chapter, _3. His movement technique was at the 3rd stage. As for the fishing Tao and art of painting, both were at the 6th stage, with experience points also nearly maxed out. Chess was at the 5th stage, musical rhythm at the 3rd stage, poetry and books at the 3rd stage, and the carving arts had also reached the 3rd stage, which Li Hao had honed during his spare time over the last half a year while polishing the pig's tooth sword. The pig's tooth sword had been polished into the shape of a sword, but with the dragon sword, the pig's tooth sword had completely become an ornamental piece, or rather, an artistic piece crafted through carving. With his now 7th stage cooking art, the total skill points he had accumulated were 33. He had already spent 27 points, leaving 6 points remaining. The abundance of skill points and the movement technique stagnating at stage 3 was because he had no energy to immerse himself in poetry and books or musical rhythm to break through to the 4th stage. Without acquiring a new state of mind to help break through the stage 3 bottleneck of his movement technique, he was temporarily stuck there. However, in his attribute panel state of mind section, aside from the already expended states like the chess state of mind, there was a new state that had appeared. State of mind, cooking spiritual awakening, available for use. Without a doubt, Li Hao chose to use this state on the physical body path. First, he would raise his own realm. Following the prompt to add points, Li Hao chose to use it, and afterward, the skill points disappeared. At the same time, his physical body path broke through from the 6th stage to the 7th stage. A long-awaited advancement. In an instant, a torrent of majestic information poured into his mind. The amount of information received this time made Li Hao feel slightly dazed. But his present constitution meant these messages didn't give him a headache, it was just that the sheer volume was like trying to cram the knowledge of 100 books all at once. Li Hao methodically digested and absorbed this information, and as he integrated it, his body also subconsciously adjusted and transformed according to these insights. His bones and flesh squirmed slowly. The 3 immortal realms. Undying, indestructible, and unfading. At this moment, as the skill point was invested, all the information about the 3 realms was revealed. After a long time, Li Hao opened his eyes. He stood up and the many physical cultivation skills on his panel had all transformed, reaching heights far beyond their original levels. Physical skills. Golden skin 100 refinement, Vajra, true state, which he originally practiced casually as a low-grade cultivation technique, had transformed to a high-grade one at the 6th stage of the physical body path. Now, it had transformed again, 100 refined invulnerable body, immovable Ming King, transcendent. Compared to the initial, stone skin 100 refinements, the name had completely changed. What's most important is that Li Hao saw a new realm level behind it. Beyond perfection, beyond true state, a transcendent level. Spiritual awakening, transcendent. Li Hao understood and comprehended in an instant. If the true state represented the ultimate manifestation of a technique by worldly standards, then the transcendent level was no longer in the realm of ordinary cultivation techniques. Li Hao took a deep breath and, all of a sudden, displayed the profoundness of this technique, immovable Ming King. Suddenly, as if a cold wind had stirred up the entire world, Li Hao's muscles and flesh bulged, like countless small plates swelling and coming together. Every inch of his skin contained thumbnail-sized chunks of muscle, coalescing and pulsing. In the end, the surface of his body had grown slightly larger, increasing his height from 1 meter 80 to nearly 2 meters. This size was incomparable to that of demons, but the aura emanating from his body was far more terrifying. Those congregated physical strength and muscle seemed to be outlined on his body as fleshly talismans. Behind him, a shadowy figure appeared, as if born from the power of heaven and earth. The figure was like a divine soul, like a Dharma aspect, 8 meters tall, standing majestically with hands in prayer, like a silent and peaceful deity, its presence so profound that even the wind stopped, not daring to disturb it. That was the transcendent force revealed by cultivating this technique to the transcendent level. Surpassing the technique itself, it was another power formed by resonating with the marvelous forces between heaven and earth. Li Hao raised his hand and slowly pressed forward with a palm. The immovable Ming King shadow behind him also slowly lifted its palm, pushing it forward. But the force generated by the two motions was starkly different. The shadow's movement seemed to transform the entire world into a sea and thick cloth, moving extremely slowly yet possessing an unstoppable force. On the ground 200 meters in front of the mountain, the earth gradually depressed into a huge palm imprint crater. Without any sound of impact, just slowly pressured into subsidence. In no time, there was a palm imprint about 4 to 5 meters in diameter on the ground. And Li Hao felt as if he had barely exerted any effort, merely lifting his hand. Li Hao took a deep breath, feeling the surging power within his body, and a glow flashed in his eyes, overflowing with the urge to have another battle with the great Demon King. At this moment, as his practice came to an end, his physical realm had also experienced a long-awaited climb. Of course, this long-awaited is relative to Li Hao. For others, breaking through the bottleneck from the heavenly human realm to the three immortal realms in just over half a year would be too far-fetched even for a play, and they would be booed off the stage. But at this very moment, that blockade had naturally dissolved away, like ice and snow melting. From the limit of the Grandmaster realm, through the land immortal realm, he had officially stepped into the three immortal realms. And directly surpassed the undying realm, reaching the indestructible realm. His body was transforming, with the power of the universe pouring into it, constantly hammering at his physical form. This mountain was engulfed by the power of the universe, like a hurricane enveloping it, shrouding the entire peak. The vast aura alerted the people in Kanjia City 100 miles away. Many headed out to investigate, and Ren Qianqian, who was waiting at the foot of the mountain, immediately stopped the crowd to prevent them from disturbing Li Hao. Chapter 260, Chapter 40, The Three Immortals, The Pinnacle of Transcendence, 2 in 1 Chapter, _4. Upon learning from this little girl that it was Li Hao who was cultivating, these martial artists were finally able to breathe easy, having initially thought it was some sort of demon attack. However, even as they relaxed, the sight of this energy hurricane left them feeling both shocked and astounded. Was this the cultivation of Dao, the unparalleled genius of all ages? This was like absorbing the power of heaven and earth as if downing a huge gulp. No wonder the gap between them was so vast. Compared to Li Hao, their cultivation was like counting rice grains while eating, one per bite, whereas Li Hao was feasting from an entire table with a full plate. Li Hongzhuang also hurried over, and upon learning that it was Li Hao who was cultivating, she heaved a sigh of relief and quickly sealed off the area, instructing the onlookers to leave. Despite these martial artists having come earlier to assist, the matter of cultivation was extremely secretive. Even she, if not out of curiosity, ought to avoid the situation. However, having previously witnessed Li Hao's cultivation, Hongzhuang now felt mentally prepared for it. Meanwhile, in the mist outside the mountain, Feng, holding a small wine pot, had been leisurely sipping now and then, but now he stopped in his tracks. He stared blankly at the mountain, eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. That kid broke through to the three immortal realms. 14 years old in the three immortal realms. Even for Feng Bopping, who had seen much of the world and could bear a lot, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes. When that kid enters the four stands realm, he won't be 20 years old yet, will he? Thinking this, he felt as if his heart had been struck yet again. It's just as well, as long as I'm old enough, I won't be considered his peer, that's not too embarrassing. Consoling himself with these thoughts, Feng Bopping felt his mind broaden once again. Taking another hearty swig, he slapped his thigh, his face filled with mirth. In the midst of the mountain, after practicing the mysteries of the 100 refined indestructible body and the immovable Ming King, Li Hao went on to practice other cultivation techniques. The original 1,000 flood dragon sage transform into dragon had now evolved into the 10,000 flood dragon's body true dragon, true form. This cultivation technique was inherently of a high level, meaning with his 7th stage physical body path, he had not yet grasped its transcendent level. Yet, its true form was no less remarkable than the immovable Ming King. As he practiced, Li Hao's flesh and blood throbbed, no longer confined by his body. Every part of his flesh seemed to harbor its own independent power and consciousness. Li Hao's physique rapidly grew more robust, his bones elongating, while the power of heaven and earth swiftly nourished him, astonishingly forming patches of true dragon scales on his body. These scales, condensed by the flesh gathering the power of heaven and earth, had already broken the boundaries of ordinary men. Ordinary mortals are also referred to as those with common skin. Upon entering the immortal realm, one's body ceases to be mortal, capable of regrowing limbs, with an indestructible body and unwithering true strength, all signs of a transcendent level. At that moment, Li Hao's body broke free from its previous physical constraints, similar to how demons, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, could use demonic energy and illusions to transform into humans, while still essentially remaining demons. Now, Li Hao was able to transform himself, a more genuine change than that of demons, not an illusion, but through the reconfiguration of flesh and blood, altering the original structure of the body. The exterior could change. Accompanied by a low roar, Li Hao's eyes emitted frightening golden light, his pupils turning a reddish-gold color, his hands became claws, and his body transformed into a small true dragon. This was the incredible perception brought by the 7th stage of Dao in the physical body path. It was an understanding of the body far beyond that of a normal individual in the immortal realm. As the body changed, the 48,000 pores all over transformed into 96,000 true scales, increasing the speed at which he absorbed the power of heaven and earth. Li Hao instantly understood why the dragon clan was so dominant. Their innate body structure made for a cultivation speed unmatched by humans. The key was that the power absorbed by these scales could be rapidly transformed within the body. Some demons, by their very physical makeup, could easily absorb power, but their internal pathways were fragile. If they absorbed too quickly, they would burst and die. Thus, they had to actively weaken their absorption rate to maintain balance. This is also the principle of yin and yang that underlies all things. The dragon clan, however, was different, rough and simple, absorbing quickly and digesting even faster. In an instant, the aura within Li Hao's body climbed once more, moving from the indestructible realm to the unwithering realm. Chapter 261, Chapter 41, Repaying the Second Debt of Gratitude to the Li family, make up for 22-23. With the bottleneck broken and the gate of life within his flesh pierced, a robust life aura diffused from within Li Hao's body, circulating outside before retracting back into his body. This life force gradually sank into the acupoints and flesh throughout his body, transforming into unwithering power. This unwithering power spread throughout his entire body, ready to activate in times of peril and unleash the maximum extent of strength. Normally, the three realms of the three immortal realms are vastly different from one another. The undying realm breaks through the mortal coil, allowing for limb regeneration, but the indestructible realm doesn't even suffer bodily damage, akin to a divine weapon. One can strike without any worries and need not consider the damage the cultivation technique does to oneself, enabling many cultivation techniques to be executed to even more violent extremes. Thus, in terms of explosive power, the indestructible realm naturally surpasses the undying realm, nearly doubling its crushing force. And the unwithering realm represents a complete release, akin to having two lives while also being able to vent endless strength and execute moves that exceed the normal limits of the body. This is also the deterrent power that makes the unwithering realm so formidable. At this moment, after 2 cultivation sessions, Li Hao had reached the pinnacle of the 3 immortal realms. But Li Hao could feel that this was still far from the true limit. If all other realms had their limits, then the 3 immortal realms also had their limit. The 3 immortal realms take body cultivation to the transcending mortality and entering sainthood stage, a transformation of the body's essence. This is an extremely critical watershed realm in cultivation. Li Hao also wanted to explore the limits of the 3 immortal realms. He did not stop, he continued to practice the 3rd physical cultivation skill. Originally, by relying on the incomplete primordial cultivation skill extrapolated from the 6th stage of the physical body path, the 5th level was the primordial body. Having the cultivation technique named after it could also be considered as perfection. But now, as the insights from the 7th stage of the physical body path surged in, this technique subtly evolved again, transforming into the supreme body. Primordial returns to the root, while supreme remains peerless. If the primordial gathers strength into unity, then the supreme represents transcendence. A breath of immortal chi flowed in and out of Li Hao's body, connecting with the power of heaven and earth, refining his being. His flesh seemed to be imbued with divinity, harboring a faint golden glow. Within his pores, a golden ocean seemed to churn, his flesh rapid transforming as his physical strength continually climbed. The life aura within him grew increasingly rich, constantly churning and condensing. In the unwithering realm, if the regeneration of limbs for others took a day, then for Li Hao, it only required an hour. If combined with the attribute of biding one's time and honing one's skills, it could possibly take just half an hour. With the cultivation of the supreme body, Li Hao's flesh became even more formidable, not just in self-healing ability but also in the degree of indestructibility, surpassing that of a typical practitioner of the 3 immortal realms. After a moment, the turbulent energy around Li Hao subsided. An aura that was vast and elegant began to emanate from all over his body. The supreme body had been perfected. In its genuine state, his body was independent yet seemed like a distant light reflecting here. There was a sense of standing in the mortal world yet transcending it. With the perfection of the supreme body, it represents a physique, not an offensive power, but rather a defense. However, the defensive effect is extremely exaggerated, peerlessly transcendent, with many cultivation techniques and skills unable to take effect against it. When Li Hao walked through a downpour, completely relaxed and without exerting any power, not a single drop touched him. The breath emitting from his pores would make surrounding dust and snow naturally shy away. When under attack, his body would instinctively defend itself, with fists, feet, or weapons unable to make contact. If he were to confront someone of the same realm, fully activating the state of the supreme body could even momentarily turn him into an untargetable being, transcending physical existence. Li Hao didn't know if this state of the supreme body were to encounter a powerful practitioner at the initial step of the Tao heart realm of the four stands realm, which would be stronger or weaker. As he concluded his practice, Li Hao suddenly felt his pores trembling minutely. It seems as if something was about to emerge from his body. A scorching heat welled up, as if he were in a furnace, his blood beginning to course uncontrollably fast. His pores seemed to breathe heavily, exhaling a hot breath, his body faintly glowing with golden luster. As his blood's surging speed increased, the golden glow grew even more brilliant. Until a certain valve opened up suddenly during a breath, all the power in Li Hao's body erupted like an explosion, his flesh tensed, and a mighty force emerged. His flesh turned to red gold, his vision and hearing drastically increased, his eyes seemed capable of piercing the void, seeing places 7 or 8 times further away. His hearing became so sensitive that he could hear the sound of insects crawling in the forest dozens of miles away, and like an echo, the image of the insect and the patterns of its tracks through the snow mud emerged in his mind. Li Hao's mind also became clearer, yet it carried a strong sense of excitement and a desire for destruction. Li Hao was astounded, this wasn't a trait of the supreme body. He quickly checked himself, and soon understood the reason. It seemed he had reached the limit of the power passage realm. This peculiar state was just a brief entry into the state after the limit of the power passage realm. Li Hao then felt the physical strength within his body. Previously, when he practiced the bright jade true demon skill, his strength of the flesh reached 5 to 600,000 caddies, but now it had surged to 1,000,000 caddies. Li Hao's body contracted, shifting from the form of a true dragon back to a human figure. The tension and swelling within his body grew more pronounced. Is this the limit of the power passage realm? But it seems I can cross this limit, and my physical strength can still increase. Chapter 262, Chapter 41. The second favor returned to the Li family, filler updates 22:23_2. Li Hao felt the surging of blood throughout his body, as his physical strength climbed higher and higher, from 1,000,000 gene to 4 or 5 million gene, and finally, it reached tens of millions of gene. When he reached this level, the flesh and blood of Li Hao's body turned dark golden, and countless similar dark lights sparkled within his pores like stars. He felt his heart violently throbbing, his breathing somewhat hurried. Li Hao controlled the blood within his body, gradually calming it down, withdrawing from this limit state. After a moment, the strength throughout his body reduced, returning to the initial 1,000,000 gene. The limit of the soul succession realm is the heaven and earth law manifestation. Is the limit of the power passage realm this strange state of physical excitation? Li Hao's eyes flickered, and he temporarily referred to this state as divine power. Power limit realm, divine power. From the effects just now, it could temporarily increase his physical strength by 10-fold. And what increased wasn't just strength alone. If it were merely physical strength increasing from 1,000,000 gene to 10,000,000 gene, that wouldn't count for much. After all, the Royal Zhou Tian realm cultivators, practicing the Peerless Meridian clearing skill and the Qi circulation skill, could reach 10,000,000 gene of Qi force. But under the divine power state, physique was also amplified. Now, in the 3 immortal realms, entering this divine power state with red gold flesh, Li Hao's self-healing ability, and the indestructibility of his body, were all 10 times their original levels. An arm that would heal in an hour could now regrow in mere minutes. And the typical immortals of the 3 immortal realms would need at least a day or two to regenerate a severed limb. The disparity was too great. In battle, even if severely injured, a slight restraint would allow his body to heal and burst forth with fighting capability once more. Like Feng, who was previously ambushed by a demon and tore a huge hole in his abdomen, even with the aid of medicinal pills to assist, it took half a day to heal. Although the 4 stands realm was stronger, the healing ability compared to the 3 immortal realms had not increased much. After all, they were not body refinement practitioners. After reaching this limit of the power passage realm, if I practice other cultivation techniques, my physical strength can be elevated further. This divine power state feels unlike the heaven and earth law manifestation of the soul succession realm, not a true limit, but some kind of threshold. Reaching this threshold allows for the temporary excitation of this divine power state. Perhaps, condensing the soul 360 times and opening the heaven and earth law manifestation is not the limit of the soul succession realm, I just haven't reached a higher level yet. Li Hao's eyes shimmered, and if the second possibility were true, then the path of martial arts cultivation would be profoundly deep. After all, the typical soul condensation is less than 100 times. 360 times is already world-shocking, while the royal family reaches only around 160 times. Now, I've touched upon these limits in both the power passage realm and soul succession realm. The great meridians of the Zhou Tian realm are still not fully opened. If I can achieve another spiritual awakening, and raise my control path to the 7th stage, I'll be able to unlock all the major meridians within my body. Another method is to find more meridian opening skills, cross-reference them to find gaps, and open the remaining major meridians one by one. Next time I visit Tianji Tower, maybe I'll find suitable cultivation techniques. Currently, I have 98 unlocked major meridians, the yin and yang dual pulse is already cleared, only 10 shy from the common 108 meridians. I wonder what state will be achieved once all the Zhou Tian realm's meridians are opened. Li Hao's eyes flickered. When he first opened the yin and yang dual pulse, he vaguely glimpsed a golden light, standing like a celestial gate, yet it was unattainably far. If all the body's meridians were opened, perhaps he could step in and touch it. Through the process of cultivation, Li Hao also realized that attaining the state received at the limit of each realm brought forth the strongest combat capability. For instance, in the land immortal realm of the heavenly human realm, with a breath of immortal qi, one could transform into an immortal, even capable of contending with the 4 stands realm. Of course, the main reason he could slay the Blackbird Demon King was relying on his yellow sparrow diagram and its 1% fatal attack attribute. Otherwise, the Blackbird Demon King would have at least had a chance to escape, not doomed to die. However, it's unknown what kind of power one would obtain at the moment of complete transformation into an immortal, and whether it would be possible to slay a Tao Heart Realm practitioner. Li Hao had previously estimated his transformation level at around 30%. Once it surpassed 40%, it would become very difficult to pull oneself back, a critical point. He was able to just barely stop it with the help of Feng and Song Qiumao blocking the heaven and earth. Without external assistance, it would be certain death. But conversely, within 40%, although risky, that portion of power could be sacrificed to borrow. At life and death junctures, it's the most powerful trump card, capable of turning the tide in a desperate situation. I wonder, what could be the limit of the 3 immortal realms? Li Hao's heart was filled with anticipation, and he faintly guessed at a possibility, but it seemed somewhat inconceivable, furthering his yearning. Gathering his thoughts, Li Hao continued to cultivate the 4th cultivation technique. Dragon Cicada Void Body. This cultivation technique had also been extrapolated to higher levels, already, transcending the technique itself. Besides, the bright jade true demon skill and the 5 organs primordial body that Li Hao previously looted, had all been extrapolated to higher levels as well. The storm still swirled around the mountain peak, its imposing presence growing stronger instead of abating. Through the energy tempest, Feng Boping could feel bursts of energy that even he found somewhat daunting. And outside the mountain, Li Hongzhuang's expression was serious. The several vice-commanders of the Bloodsha army beside her were also intently focused on that mountain peak, their eyes revealing a frightened look. They could feel that the youth inside seemed to have reached the 3 immortal realms. The occasional reveal of that breath made them shudder. Chapter 263, Chapter 41, the second favor returned to the Li family, make up for 22-23_3. The other party seemed to be not yet 15 years old. Is this the most outstanding talent that the Li family has produced over thousands of years, surpassing their ancestors? At the foot of the mountain, Ren Qianqian sat cross-legged, holding a sword, while the energy storm sweeping over the mountain peak also dispersed some of its fury, which she absorbed. The aura within her was constantly escalating, her soul form condensing. In front of her knees, a little white fox lay on a clump of snow, looking listless and out of spirits. Since it had eaten the flesh and blood of the Demon King, it had been in a continual state of languor, its eyes changing from their original black to a shade of orange-yellow, a deepening color that grew dull and took on a dark crimson sheen. As the energy storm gathered, it merely lifted its eyelids for a glance, then returned to its position on the snow, but the energy flowing around it was silently absorbed by the fur covering its body. Li Hao's cultivation continued. Many cultivation techniques were practiced one by one, each one understood, each detail mastered. From sunrise to broad daylight, the aura on the mountain peak flickered unpredictably, and the rare glimpse of an indescribable feeling made the eyelids of Li Hongzhuang and others outside the mountain twitch. There seemed to be a long-lasting calm within the mountain peak. And the heavenly and earthly energy that had enveloped the mountain peak was no longer growing but slowly contracting until it turned into a breeze-like vortex and dissipated without a trace. On the mountain summit, only the figure of Li Hao sat quietly. His clothing was somewhat tattered, the result of the burst seams from the earlier dragon transformation. From the gaps in his frayed clothes, an exposed body could be seen, forged like gold. All sorts of auras were concealed by the myriad attributes. Yet even so, the transcendental detachment inherent to the supreme body, coupled with the suppressed hint of malevolence from the bright jade true demon, endowed the youth with an indescribable quality. Li Hongzhuang gazed intently, her eyes slightly losing focus. She felt that the youth had changed tremendously and was no longer the Li Hao from before. Grandmasters walk alone. And Li Hao had walked his own unique path, reaching for even higher realms. Opening his eyes, Li Hao's pupils seemed to contain concealed stars, his gaze calm, like a peaceful lake. Noticing the two figures at the foot of the mountain, Li Hao looked down, and upon seeing the little white fox curled up as if in deep sleep, his eyes softened. Having practiced and deduced all his cultivation techniques, Li Hao's physique had reached an unprecedented level. Although he had not tested it, Li Hao felt that if he were to encounter the great demon king again, he might well be able to fight it. The exact extent of his ability needed to be verified firsthand. What was slightly regrettable was that despite having cultivated many techniques to the limit of the unwithering realm, with power vast as an ocean within him, he seemed to have some distance yet to reach the ultimate limit. Li Hao got up and stood naturally, as if his movement urged the celestial and terrestrial forces upon the mountain to lift upward, creating a sensation as if the heaven and earth were rising with him. Li Hao looked toward the clouds, and his gaze could directly penetrate to where Feng Bopping lay hidden within. Their eyes met, and Li Hao smiled. Feng Bopping sighed in admiration. Indeed, he was at the three immortal realms. Although Li Hao had concealed all his energy, he could still feel that this young man was truly a monster. Li Hao floated down the mountain, and as the celestial and terrestrial forces dissipated, Ren Qianqian gradually ceased her cultivation. Now opening her eyes, she saw standing before her, the gentle and jade-like youth. Young master. Ren Qianqian quickly stood up from the ground and sweetly called out. Li Hao glanced at her aura, Soul Succession Realm Level 10. Having returned from Daoism City, it was quite decent she could reach this level in just half a year of cultivation. The feast from the Demon King had benefited all the martial artists in the city, with most of them experiencing an increase in skills, and Ren Qianqian's improvement was particularly evident. However, below the Grandmaster realm, it was possible to swiftly elevate one's level merely with resources, as long as the resources were sufficient. Progressing 1,000 miles in a day wasn't just a madman's dream. Of course, relying on medicinal pills could result in a somewhat hollow realm of progress, whereas nourishment from food was another matter entirely. It seems you're close to the divine travel realm, said Li Hao. Ren Qianqian smiled. Yes, I'm going to prepare for soul refining soon. Li Hao nodded. When we return to the city, I will write a soul refining skill for you, and you can follow it for your cultivation. Ren Qianqian was thrilled. Really? Li Hao smiled and immediately bent down to pick up the little white fox in the snow. The little white fox opened its eyelids to look, saw it was Li Hao, and closed its eyes again, reassured. Li Hao noted the changes in the little white fox, but upon investigation, it wasn't sick or anything serious, it was most likely just overfed. Let's go, let's head back, Li Hao said. Ren Qianqian nodded and followed closely. Li Hongzhuang approached him and quickly said, How this cultivation have you made a breakthrough? Li Hao nodded slightly without going into detail. Leaving Li Hongzhuang standing dumbfounded in the snow. Previously she could vaguely sense some auras but couldn't be certain. Now, there was no longer any doubt. Outside Qingzhou City, at the Divine General Mansion. The enormous 9-honored beast cauldron being transported here, such a spectacle attracted the attention of many passers-by, who stealthily discussed their speculations about the contents sealed within it. Inside the Eternal Spring Court, He Jianlan heard the report and immediately ordered the escort of the Bloodsha army to be admitted from outside the mansion. As the 9-honored beast cauldron was positioned, the ladies from the other courts also rushed to the news, eyeing the beast cauldron, uncertain of what was inside it. The iron seal on top prevented any probing. What's inside this? He Jianlan looked at the deputy commander of the Bloodsha army who had escorted the cauldron, knowing he was a trusted follower of Li Hongzhuang and also an illegitimate member of the Li family, and her attitude was quite cordial. Chapter 264, Chapter 41. The second favor returned to the Li family, make up for 22-23_4. Madam, I am fulfilling General's orders to deliver this precious blood of the Demon King back for young Master Li Hao. The middle-aged deputy bowed respectfully before speaking. He Jianlan was startled, and upon hearing the name Li Hao, the ladies from the other courtyards also showed a moment of surprise. Now, within the divine general mansion, those two characters hold a reputation that is as profound as thunder after a lightning strike. Demon King's precious blood. Gao Qingqing looked at the 9-honored beast cauldron with surprise. Such a large volume, could this be the blood of a great demon king from the Four Stands realm? Beside him, Li Yun and Li Jining were also staring in bewilderment at the term Demon King, feeling it was incredibly distant. After her moment of distraction, He Jianlan's expression suddenly shifted slightly. She vividly remembered what Li Hao said when he left the mansion. Was this now a repayment for the second favor? He Jianlan's eyes moistened slightly, but she quickly composed herself and said, "Then please trouble everyone to deliver this precious blood of the Demon King to the mountain and river courtyard." "Yes, madam." The middle-aged deputy accepted the command. But before he could leave, He Jianlan hastily inquired, "Is Hao Er doing well at the frontier pass? This Demon King, is it that little Demon King's father?" The middle-aged deputy shook his head slightly and said, "The Wanshan Demon King gathered 3 Demon Kings to invade, and this is the precious blood of one of them. The Wanshan Demon King and the other 2 have already escaped." 4 Demon Kings. Everyone's faces changed drastically as they gasped together. Even on the northern Yen battlefield, such a prominent stage for the world's attention, the simultaneous appearance of 4 Demon Kings would be enough to shake the court. What's more, at the Heavenly Gate Pass, that lone city. Then Hao Er, He Jianlan turned pale, shaking, almost feeling unable to stand. The middle-aged deputy hurriedly said, "Madam, there's no need to worry. The Demon Kings have been driven off, young Master Li Hao is unharmed. With the help of Master Tianji and the arrival of his uncle, had those demons not fled quickly, they would have all died." He Jianlan's complexion finally relaxed, and she found that her palms were already sweating. Although she had not witnessed it herself, she could imagine just how perilous the battlefield at Heavenly Gate Pass had been. And Li Hao, having survived such a huge catastrophe, chose to send the precious blood of the Demon King back. This was not just to thank the Li family, but to repay a debt of gratitude. However, what Li Tiangang had sent back in the past was merely the blood of a 3 immortal realms demon that had lived for 3,000 years. Now, this was the precious blood of a 10,000 years Demon King. The gap in this reciprocation was too great. In another 2 years, is that child really going to leave the Li family? He Jianlan suppressed her tears, feeling a bitter and uncomfortable sensation in her heart. After a while, she gestured for the middle-aged deputy to step down with a wave of her hand. She then said to a maidservant beside her, "Write a letter to Liang Zhou, tell Tiangang that his son has repaid his gratitude." The others, upon hearing He Jianlan's words, stayed silent. In the crowd, Wang Xiangru, the 8th lady, gave a soft sneer but didn't speak. Her daughter Li Ruming was slapped by Li Hao back in the day, and after being investigated for the reason, although no one took a stance, the word "deserved" was practically written on everyone's faces. As a mother, however, she couldn't swallow this insult. Yet, with Li Hao's rising influence now, she couldn't openly say anything. In Liangzhou, at the eastern border war camp, the extensive defense line, a long wall built of black stone, stretched across the border. The land beyond the border is pitch dark, the ground covered with scorched weeds, and the trees within the mountains and forests are all cut down to maximize the field of view. Done to prevent demons from stealthily approaching under the cover of night. Everything is visible for 100 miles. At this moment, outside the war camp, numerous soldiers were dragging the corpses of demons back to the camp. Everywhere on the ground, fresh blood was spattered. On some flatbed carts and stretchers, many wounded soldiers were carried along with the remains of those who had died in battle. They had just gone through a large battle, causing grievous losses to the demons. The soldiers had casualties too, but the numbers were not high. Reporting to the marshal, 43,255 demons have been annihilated, our side has 720 severely injured, over 1,000 with minor injuries, and 321 killed in action. An officer came before Li Tiangang and reported earnestly. Chapter 265, Chapter 42 The storm is coming. Hearing the war report, Li Tiangang's furrowed brow remained unchanged as he simply nodded slightly. Afterward, his gaze shifted toward the vast expanse of land beyond the black soil. These demons repeatedly harass us, testing our military strength in the eastern regions. With Fifth Brother holding down the western side, the demons have long since investigated and might attack from the north or the south. When he mentioned the south, his eyes narrowed. In the south of Liangzhou lies Heavenly Gate Pass. Thinking of that mountain pass, he pictured the stubborn, unyielding figure of the young man and those stubborn, cold eyes. The wrinkles between his eyebrows deepened. Marshal, since the young master previously slew the little demon king in Daoism City, that Wanshan old demon king surely wouldn't let things rest easily. Next to him, Li Fu expressed his concerns with a worried tone. Looking at the wounded and maimed soldiers all around him, he thought of the young men at Heavenly Gate Pass, knowing full well how harsh the borderland winds and snows could be. Li Tiangang remained expressionless, saying that little demon king was exceptionally talented, and the Wanshan old demon king will not let this go. He might collude with other demons to invade our territory. Then Li Fu couldn't help but glance at him. Li Tiangang calmly said, "However has a 4 realm martial artist secretly protecting him, an old friend of my second uncle, and there's also the Qilin from Tan Palace Academy. He should be safe. As I lead the troops to Liangzhou this time, all matters in the mansion are temporarily handed over to my sister-in-law to manage. With no one to watch over my second uncle, and no one able to restrain him, he's likely to be impatient and head for Heavenly Gate Pass. With them there, even if the Wanshan old demon king summons the other 2 demon kings outside Heavenly Gate Pass to attack, they should be capable of defending themselves. It will also provide an opportunity to sweep clean the demon kings outside the pass, leaving it to the monster suppression department to gnaw at their remains. There will be no need to abandon Heavenly Gate Pass then." The previously determined abandonment of Heavenly Gate Pass was a reluctant measure. If it can be held, that is naturally for the best. After all, this is a place founded by the former emperor and the ancestors of the Li family, soaked with the blood of countless forebearers and soldiers. Li Fu was momentarily stunned. If that were the case, wouldn't it mean they are using Li Hao to lure the demon kings outside the pass? Wouldn't the young master be in too much danger if he gets involved in a 4 realm battle? Li Fu couldn't help but express his concern. If he doesn't want to get involved, he should simply retreat obediently, Li Tiangang said coldly. If he lowers his head, the divine general mansion is always there for him to return to. Li Tiangang said in a cold voice, "The letter I sent him before was an opportunity for him to step down. He's too high-spirited and proud to admit any wrongdoing, not even sending a reply back. Since that's the case, let those demon kings discipline him. Let him understand what cruelty is, what despair is. Once he has seen life and death, he will realize how ridiculous his defiance is. But the young master is still young, and it's normal for him to have youthful impetuosity. Might this approach be too? No need to say more." Li Tiangang cut him off with a wave of his hand, saying, "This is the Eastern Territory. Liangzhou could erupt into danger at any time. From the previous investigations, a figure from Longmen has appeared, and the Holy Palace from Northern Yen, an old comrade, intends to relocate, treating Liangzhou as a gap. This could be a fierce battle on a par with Northern Yen. Don't get distracted." Li Fu opened his mouth slightly, let out a bitter laugh, and said no more. At that moment, a sparrow dived down, plunging from the clouds like an arrow. Li Tiangang looked up and raised his hand. The swiftly diving sparrow halted rapidly, perching on his forearm. The sparrow puffed up its chest and spat out a scroll from its beak. "It's the Madam Skylark." Li Fu recognized the little bird demon that served as a war message courier, specially bred by the divine general mansion. Li Tiangang took the scroll, unfolded it, and glanced at it, his expression changing ever so slightly. "Marshal, could it be that Qingzhou is in trouble?" Li Fu couldn't help but ask. Li Tiangang's expression darkened, his fingers pinched the scroll, and it turned to ashes. The second favor. The fingers that had crushed the scroll clenched slightly into a fist. He remembered when he was in northern Yen, hearing about Li Hao's inability to cultivate, he had charged out of the military formation alone, slain an immortal great demon, and transported its treasured blood back. Now, the young man had sent the 9 cauldrons demon king's treasured blood, repaying that favor from the past. Does that settle their debts? An array of emotions, a mix of discomfort and anger, surged in Li Tiangang's heart. He could even visualize the young man's cold eyes when he returned the demon king's treasured blood. Moreover, the scroll mentioned that there were not 3 but 4 demon kings attacking Heavenly Gate Pass. Fortunately, with the help of Tianji Tower and the arrival of his second uncle to reinforce, the demon kings were driven away. For demon kings, it was such a formation that, even though Li Tiangang was not in Heavenly Gate Pass, he could sense the dangers there. Towards Tianji Tower and his second uncle who had gone to help, he felt expectantly relieved and yet harbored indescribable complex emotions. He suddenly realized, with the young man's fame spreading far and wide, even without the connections of the Li family, many would value him. Trying to force him back by sheer strength would meet many obstacles. And these people would all become the source of encouragement for the child's stubbornness and pride. So, is he planning to defend Heavenly Gate Pass for 3 years, and then cut ties? Li Tiangang muttered to himself, a chill appearing in his eyes. He took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and refocused on the battlefield in Liangzhou. He understood that with the child's stubbornness, he was certainly determined to see his path through to the end. The great battle in Qingzhou had made the Li family notorious throughout the land, but it was a name met with mockery. After all, a father-son battle, though most people harshly criticized Li Hao, calling him unfilial, at the end of the day it was still about the Li family. He would not let such a scandal happen again. Once the battle situation in Liangzhou was over, or once the situation in the Eastern Territory had stabilized, Li Tiangang planned to personally go to Heavenly Gate Pass and drag the other party back. That so-called agreement, he had never taken seriously to begin with, tearing it up wouldn't matter. He would not let Li Hao exit the Li family so easily. Outside the long wall of black stone, in a swamp 1,000 miles away. The swamp stretched for hundreds of miles, with mud churning within, and occasionally burst bubbles of mud would appear. Waves of foul stench emanated from the swamp, and suddenly, a stirring of mud in one area extended a huge figure, which turned out to be a Jiao dragon. Its body meandering, coiling in the swamp, covered in scales smeared with mud, its emerald green eyes seemed to hold a strong poison. Have you found them out? That Li Tiangang is indeed stationed in the Eastern Territory. To the west is that Li family's 5th brother, and to the east is Li Tiangang. In Sangzhou, the trace of the Li family's 8th has already been revealed. Those 2 old fellows from the Li family still need to sit tight in Qingzhou. Several figures appeared above the murky swamp, draped in black robes, but the edges of the robes revealed the clothing inside, which was a dark gold color, the height of luxury. Right now, our people haven't started shifting towards Liangzhou yet, but the mere rumors have already startled the Li family like a spooked bird. One of the figures in black robes let out a strange laugh, occasionally sticking out a forked tongue to lick his own cheek and nose while speaking. Another figure in black robes, upon seeing this subconscious gesture, furrowed his brow in displeasure, saying, "Can you refrain from that disgusting habit? We are aiming for the tribulation to transform into dragons, striving to shed our Jiao form. You still keeping that serpentine nature is truly nauseating. That's you all. I have no plans to become a dragon. I will become a great snake," the aforementioned figure said with a sinister laugh. In fact, he had truncated some of his thoughts, which was not only to become a great snake but also to become a snake that devoured dragons. Upon hearing these words, several others snorted coldly, showing their dissatisfaction. "Did you come here just to quarrel? Speak plainly." "I still need to go back for some more sleep," said the mud Jiao lazily in the swamp. "The elder said to have you occasionally gather some little ones to attack the Eastern Territory, tying down Li Tiangang and keeping him there. Before long, the Holy Palace will come to take over this place. The Holy Palace and this Li Tiangang are old foes, having fought from northern Yen to here. They swore to flay and eat Li Tiangang alive, and this time without the aid of the Saber Saint from northern Yen or the favors from the Great Desert Sword Saint. Let's see what Li Tiangang can do to block. The lands of Liangzhou are desolate, without producing any prominent heroes. Even if there were any, they are either dead or have long since vanished. If it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't beat him, I would even want to go find trouble with this Li Tian gang. Let's forget about it. This young rascal, Li Tian gang, although not one of Li family's older generation, is also at the peak of 3 immortals. I heard that in northern Yen, he even slew over a dozen immortal great demons, extremely terrifying. Luckily, that 9th of the Li family died in battle in Sangzhou, otherwise our demon race would have one more formidable enemy. Enough idle talk, we still have to go up north to check things out. The north? That area borders Yozhou, defended by the Xia family. It's somewhat tricky, and cannot be penetrated through that flank. Originally, breaking through from the south would have been best, but it turns out that Li Tian gang's son is over there, guarded by 4 Stan's realm protectors, forcing a change of route. The figures in black robes chatted amongst themselves and waved to the mud jiao in the swamp, then flew off towards the north. That Xia family, I've heard they're not on the best terms with the Li family. Let's first go test the waters, see if the Xia family will cross the border to help when we invade the north, said one of the figures in black robes. Heavenly Gate Pass, Kanjia City. With the assistance of many martial artists, Kanjia City was now nearly perfected. An elder from the Heavenly Observatory, a Star Bureau official, along with his few students, was busy setting up arrays, working till they were covered in sweat. Xia Xianglan wasn't as lively and playful as before, remaining quiet by her master's side, diligently assisting and simultaneously observing and learning earnestly. Occasionally, when she looked up, her gaze would fall upon the location within the city, but all she could see was the silhouette of the walled courtyard. Li Hao had written his modified and integrated soul-refining skill for Ren Qianqian, a method that could cultivate to a level close to that of the imperial family. The soul-refining skill he practiced combined multiple methods, enabling him to surpass the imperial family's version. While Ren Qianqian practiced in the camp, Li Hao grabbed the dragon sword, tossed the little white fox onto the cool mat in the yard, and then left the mountain pass alone. The 3 demon kings had fled, and he didn't know if he would still encounter them in their lair. Li Hao urgently needed a demon king to practice his skills on. Chapter 266, Chapter 43, Slaying Demons Outside the Pass. Outside the pass, the cold wind blows in gusts. Li Hao moved through the air, flying toward an even more distant place. This time he no longer needed to worry about the possibility of being ambushed by a demon king at any moment, necessitating seeking refuge with Feng to escape. Though he was only at the peak of the 3 immortal realms, Li Hao felt that even if he encountered a demon king of the Tao Heart realm, he could still fight without having to transform into an immortal. Regrettably, when he tried to increase his level, from the 7th stage to the 8th stage of the physical body path, he was prompted that he needed to condense his Tao Heart. The first step of the 4 Stan's realm, the Tao Heart realm, might be the weakest, but it's of utmost importance. Li Hao could only rely on himself to find that Tao Heart before being able to level up. Li Hao felt that once he found the Tao Heart and leveled up, he might very likely step directly into the peak of the 4 Stan's realm, which is the level of the Buddha Lord. By that time, apart from the imperial court, there should be no place in the Daiyu realm that could stop him. Within 300 miles outside the pass, Li Hao had already fished and flattened the area before. Now passing through again, Li Hao saw only a small number of minor demons, who had wandered here, settling down to seek food, and he killed them with a flick of his hand. The demons in this wild area were like weeds, growing back if not cleared regularly. Li Hao planned to make some of his own banners to plant in these areas afterward, to let these demons know that these lands were off limits to them. 700 miles away lay the Wanshan district. This place was formerly forbidden territory for the human race, entry forbidden, or else the Wanshan Demon King would capture and kill those who trespassed, and not even the Daiyu Divine Dynasty could issue a warrant for him. But now, Li Hao stepped directly into this land. On his way, he casually slew 4 heavenly human realm demons. These demons occupied their own territories, each extending about 100 miles, not infringing upon each other. Li Hao didn't give them a chance to speak, simply raising his hand to kill them and even flattening their territories. When Li Hao arrived at this once forbidden district, he saw that the once picturesque Wanshan Mountains were now deathly silent. Inside, there were only a few minor demons of the Zhou Tian realm, with little spirit intelligence. The rest of the demons had vanished. Either they perished in the great battle, or they fled the area upon hearing the news. Racing through, Li Hao saw caverns the demons had carved into the mountainsides, reeking inside. On the mountaintops, there were demon flags imitating the human race, with Wan Shan written on them, tattered and obliquely positioned against mountain slopes, stripped of their former pride. Li Hao unleashed his divine soul to survey the entire Wan Shan territory. Encountering some minor demons with bared teeth, he simply slapped them to death. Nearing the central area, the mountain peak of the Wan Shan Demon King was perilous, with a stone staircase leading to the summit, built in splendor. At the summit stood a hall resembling a golden throne, standing like a palace in the deep mountains, fierce with a touch of demonic eeriness. Around it were giant lion sculptures, depicting the true form of the Wan Shan Demon King, on whose pedestals dragons and phoenixes were carved, as if they were melodiously pleasing the giant lions. Li Hao flew past, casually shattering them. With a physical strength of 1,000,000 jin, he could easily shatter mountains and rocks with his bare hands. If he wielded objects with his power, with one thought he could move mountains, with another he could cleave peaks. You didn't rush off too hastily. Li Hao saw that nothing was left inside the palatial halls, except the jewelry and jade inlaid as decorations, which held little value for demons besides their ability to shine. Making a full round, Li Hao found no gains. The immortal realm demons' dens were also empty, evidently having prepared an escape route before the great battle. Li Hao kicked and shattered the grand hall, resembling a palace, then soared into the sky, leaving the place. He changed direction, heading toward the southern area, to Longshan Taoist Temple. Inside Longshan Taoist Temple, the once bustling temple was now empty and quiet on the vast enlightenment ground. The thin smoke of incense that used to billow was now reduced to just a few sticks burning, barely any ash remained. Two untransformed little demons sneaked in, wriggling through a dog hole at the back of the temple. Seeing the deserted ground, they bared their teeth in secret delight. They then ran to the incense, forcefully puffing up their chests, eager to suckle. But suddenly, a shadow loomed over them, followed by the stench of rotting flesh and the buzzing of swarming insects, covering both small demons. The two small demons showed a look of terror. Before they could struggle or scream, they were completely enveloped and then dissolved into bloody water. The trace of demonic chi squeezed from their bodies wafted into the mouth of a mummy-like demon. Mountain yokels, daring to suckle on dragon incense. The mummy demon snorted coldly. This incense was not ordinary, it was blended with special demon flesh and blood. The burning incense contained a unique demonic chi, which, when inhaled for cultivation, could enhance cultivation levels. The Dragon Lord is taking his time returning. The last information gathered was that the attack on Heavenly Gate Pass failed. A seductive woman with the lower body of a centipede swam over, her fan concealing her face as she spoke softly. "Husband, it's just us here now. Shouldn't we leave as well? The Dragon Lord probably isn't coming back." "Leave? Where can we go?" The mummy demon shook his head. "If the Dragon Lord comes back and sees we're not here, he will hunt us down. We can flee somewhere else, to the north of the Daiyu Divine Dynasty, to northern Yen. They just ended a battle there, and I heard that many demons died, so many territories should have been vacated. We could go there and declare ourselves kings," the seductive centipede woman suggested. "There is a holy palace over there. Although they retreated several thousand miles after being defeated, if we go there, we need to signal the holy palace. After all, we're not just any ordinary yokel demons." Part 4 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.